Chapter 103128 Clones, Frenziedly Accumulating Points. Are you afraid? Tope Candid, having gay single pair of parents suffices, but hemergency off 128 pairs, amounting to staggering 256 parents, istrally disconcerting. Lingweir you a student a bustling street, her gaze drawn to theory green lights had erupted from the ground. Without hesitation, she commanded her clonostory to touch them. Upon contact, Lingweir you a cloner wastrans porteto dim lila treum. Ammon hung in thedistance, and arriver appeared to flow beyond. Its bank Saturn ed with bloodred spider lies, while beneath her feet lay a parchettered path. In the distance, a grotesque figure with a swollen belly yawned, revealing gagaping ma. System notification you are no challenging starving spectre. Should you find it overwhelming, you may opt to withdraw from the challenge. Naturally, Lingweir you had and went tension off retreating Shalisha to offward in her guy towards the malevolent spirit. In an instant, the spectre severed. Soon, a multitude of starving spectres emerged, and Lingweir you dispatched Themel without mercy. In total, she vanquished 100 off the Siri entities, earning 10 points off spectre crystal currency for each, culminating in 1,000 points. Lingweir Rua commanded 128 clonus in total. With anomaly 10 minute soft events commencement, she's in depth the leaderboard, overtaking Golothers to claim the top position. First place skilling fish for 10 years 142660 spectre crystal currency. All participants synth even left tutorly wildered. What on earth, how did killing fish for 10 years so much? It is worth noting that players saw fin congregating groups. Winfei said with peculiar occurrences, their first instinct is Stoventon group chats. Various groups are up in discussion even those who hormane cocooned in therums, shrouded in blankets, could catch a glimpse of the leaderboard. Should any familiar name appear, Thekal boast about it. However, in less than 10 minutes, Lingweir you left a very one ill sane tedust. The second place contender had Merlin managed to accumulate 2,000 spectre crystal currency, having defeated 200 entities an impressive 8, yet still far behind. He pulled out this phony and began to inquire. Guys, there is something amiss. Brother, do you really think you can compare to killing fish? One strike from air could slay thousands she might be current, lie blocking the gay test at the specters. You didn't understand, though Swo didn't participate. These eventus and structure at the twaith spectre sinishalikanat attack. One must had her thigh illusion before they can engaged. To accumulate spectre currency, you must touch the lantern sto intraspecific area. I sit possible shisata higher level, facing stronger specters? These individual Sarita loss, pondering Thyson solve a blemistery of tevening. After completing in dungeon, Lingweir exited Thunderworld and resumed her search for lanterns along the street. She continued to enter and eliminate T foes. Lingweir Ruis spectre currency skyrocketed. In Gestonier, she reached a staggering 1 million. Yet, this was still insufficient. Lingweir you recalled that the artifact required a hopping 100 million spectre currency at this rate. How could she veramis such a sum? Unbeknownst to her, the process of Thigh's event from my ear remained a mystery. Had she overlooked something crucial? She couldn't lay hast in her pace, targeting larger lanterns, which typically house bosses, each yielding 10,000 spectre currency upon defeat. Fortunately, despite her division into 128 forms, each clone donde complete a seat of level 30 gear, with individual combat prowess reaching approximately 5,000, coupled with the potency of her skills, slaying boss ways a swift endeavor. As midnight approached, Lingweir Ruis points neared 50 million. Not enough, still not enough at 4 o'clock. Most critically, the number of lanterns dwindled as players continued to eliminate T foes. The available lanterns for and Jess became increasingly scarce. Lingweir Yu's expression darkened. At that moment, in the Magic City, vast cluster soft grotesque lanterns emerge egiponthesy. These lanterns sex sooty day foul stench, reminiscent of frotting fish, inciting nausea. Each lantern bore the distorted feature soft human face and various fish. On the bund, numerous players is corred heapin space for lanterns to earn event currency. Some, just emerging from dungeons, notice at the distant lanterns. Goodness, they're summoning a major boss. How did this indepenthesia? They're drifting closer samenyoftum. Every owns and said samething way samis these lanterns differed significant lie. From those Atheadrevious lie encountered. Yet they were a lanterns knowneth lissurely, thewe wary poth thevent. Players awaited the lantern's sto approach, Eagurdo make intact. However, Befer Thekal reach out, threads descended from Theski, swift lie severing their heads. The severed heads float upwards, swelling into lanterns. Their heads transformed into toics, igniting with a sounding pop. Annual lantern materialize. Her fell away in strands, forming ropes, ultimately resembling hydrogen ballons shaped like heads. Run, Thera summoning a boss. Players scattered in panic. A this moment, a mass of floating heads resembling dark clouds drift towards Theskia soft magic city. Ling Y Ruis cloneth magic city just sticks at the dungeon when she felt a sharp, prickling sensation, akin to being stabbed by needles in her mind. This survey say danger warning for players sath golden elixir stitch. Killing fish for 10 years, Ariothe legendary fish slayer? A colossal boss sishamaning gonth bund. Wu die Eucaretta horny hunt? It looks likey kilometers worth Oflin turns. Ill take you there. The driver, a female player, washberimming with excitement tas he ajurly opined the cardor. Lingwer yachepteth the invitation without the citation, hopping into thevical. Let's take a looky fit true Lysa Hordov bosses, is shall reward you. Na need for tat servinga bag shodies rured enough. That besisterifying, capa by yofin snaring players with hair. Onsa playerties, their head becomes a balloonets incredibly fearsome. Thebeachus notiming with those a things I was girded toff me wits, which is we eiffelt. Themor ling y rualisand, Themorunia sishafult. Moreover, it sounded suspicious Lilaketh head spectre. The player continued to describe the situation enthusiastically, introducing herself as Shafuli Engu, Harry al name Wei Xiaofu, Altho Shadrovia Lamborghini. Her profession was the Tofamayojiang Poison Master. This Lamborghini was purchased from a peacemaker player with Audi, she might know Thavi escaped Ital. As she pressed the accelerator, drawing closer to the Tof Tepri orbital, Lingweir Ujudden Lai looped, was taken aback to Samaria Doff heads filling Theski. Strands descended, reaching towards Lingweri and Dui Xiaofu. Chapter 10 for the event concludes a ray of hope amidst darkness. Lingweir Yu immediately unleashed her sword energy, sending for Taflurios no flaky like bladus that sliced through Hestran's off hair, thwarting their advance. Shekwakli realized that thighs was likely not an event-related challenge a butcher western anomalous boss head balloon spectre. Drive, hurry, I can thanleth this. Ling Wairu shouted. Ways Io Fusi Eastwood and in disbelief. Fish slayer, I fio can thanly it, who can? We can fight no must flay first. V-room. Ways Io fuslammed in Thegas, demonstrating here impressive e-driving skill sass they spit away. A strand shot towards them, instant lion snaring Lingruus neck and severing her head. Ways Io Funir lies suffer at a heart attack. Yet, upon her head falling to the ground, it transformed into agalatinous substance, and quickly, Anwed sprouted from her neck. Such was the naturiofa slime even when severed, I twud natsicama solitodiath. Alclones converged, their combined strength surging gas thyrotribute skyrocketed. Once clones merged, Theoni accompanying Ways Iof opened a portal to cave. With the cave activated, Lingweir Uish drew from burst firth. These wast ha advantagio faving clonus the cave servidasa dungeon, accessible total clones, allowing them to regroup swiftly. This time, Lingwai fused with 127 clones, reaching her peak combat potential. Clutching Genesis size slot Sanclid in 5 apiece soft top tier equipment, her combat power soared to 130,000. With a wavio for hand, sword energy surged across 1,000 meters. The head spectre above was instantly encased in us, Luzinjit's ability to float and plummeting downwards. Bang! The head balloon crashed on the rooftop of a building, smashing against the ground and rapid lid deflating, its skin drooping to reviala head. These headsrith, expressing their grotesque feturesis they gazed at Lingwerue. In the next moment, the ballons began to bounce toward her. The sight was utterly chilling. Lingwairui activated her star treading technique, soaring upward sand sprinting across her skyscrapers. Having dispatched Chetthausen softball inspector Sinanes swift move, Theramaningans pursue her relentlessly. Lingwairui darted and struck, attempting to lead the head stomery open area. In the chase, Shesun drew the ball inspector Sovertsia. Lingwairui floated midair, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing the vast expanse of T-ball inspectors. This bizarrine tie comprised countless shaman and fish heads, stretching an astonishing kilometer in length. Furthermore, I fevenon escaped, I twouldn't count as a complete kill. Suck a colossal sight. Under the moonlight, Lingweir we unleashed a blinding white beam. The moonlight energy extending 1,000 meter sand sweeping gay crossed area. In an instant, the head balloon sword disintegrated with the overwhelming force of the Moonlight. However, there remained balloons in the ground, fleeing in every direction, and Devanayman head could transform into a mere piece of paper, slip in into thetnia stoff crevices. This bizarre phenomenon was too troublesome for Lingwarilipi. Thesline Patushan Hadel redu worn off, and Lingweir use wallow adanather potion off Telamina slime, split in Gonsmari tozirch in different directions. Yet, under the cloak of night, the peculiar being sex elidotating. Shep reduced a talisman and placed it to pon theramnant soft tetacapitate entity. Instantly, the talisman transformed into a spafazur'smoke. This was settlement from Fing Immortal Clan, specifically tracking talisman. Following its guidance, Ling Wairu adashed in Toshop, ultimately halting in a toy store for children, where the balloon creature had disguised itself as a playball, had Ling Wairu no pursued it. This balloon creature would have been purchased during the day, potentially wreaking havoc upon a family. Alternatively, if the shopkeeper had closed at lat, the headless Sinitai might have a sprungford hand brew to lease lane the owner. Having eliminated own, it was evident that many more balloon creatures remained. Theslima potion and Lingweir u hadal soriacadites limit, and instantaneous light transformed into a putali fieli beside Weixiao food. Lingweir use original form consumed Thesline Patushan, splitting in Segan. This time, she utilized 128 clones, igniting the tracking talisman to pursue with a balloon creature. At last, just before dawn, the final balloon creature was vanquished. In an instant, Lingweir Uzira crystal currents did be over 40 million. Adding Thisto her previous total, she reached 98 million. However, at that moment, the event concluded. Lingwairu is mold bitterly. Sharika led the in her past life. The prissy off heavenly silver soul lamp was 100 million. She was still 2 million short. Just as Lingweir Yu weighs in gulf-fed in disappointment, the system prompteth event shop to appear. Congratulations, player killing fish for 10 years. Yorda Legenta Forts and Slangminster Shave Mady Al the top contributor, Farser Singers. Bassadone your contribution, and 90 discount is supplied across the board. Thievent item series as follows. Heavenly Soul Guiding Lamp Clan Treasure can resurrect any human whose soul power has not dissipated past universal game synchronization, requiring tenfold funding. Redemption price 100 million, after discount 10 million. Past and present Mirror Clan Treasure allows viewing the movement so fan a creature, player, or hostilaris, limited to hurtily. Redemption price 100 million, after discount 10 million. Bukov Life and Death Clan Treasure can inscribing and misnemine the book, resulting in fatal incidents or accidents within the next 4 hours. The King of Hell call Sai out od midnight. How all Drila Challinger until dawn. Redemption price 100 million, after discount 10 million. 9 Rebirth Flower Heavenly Material Camphor Sublime Revive Player's Swo's soul power has dissipated, restoring Thiersal power to peak condition. Redemption price 100 million, after discount 10 million. 100 Ghosts Summoning Banner Clan Treasure Weapon Exclusivita Ghost Tamers, Maushantaoists, Longhu Mountain Practitioners, Necromancers, Andamon Cultivators. Premium Lich King Crystal. Lingweir US Gaze Fellow Pon Thesedums, her dexteritions is with like commencing purchases. Aside from fair market prices, these items also had limit day availability, generally restricted to Pertum, while at event shop was a Pintoal players. Of course, despite a their strength, non-a-cold driveling Yruis 128 clones. Tang King possess a dual shadow clonies, yet er number was merely 12. Even after a 10 minute duel against 12 bosses over the Korzovnan Hors, Hehadonla managed to acquire just over 1 million eerie crystal currency. Now, every O knew a sab buzz with speculation, questioning whether killing fish for 10 years shade exploited some glitch. A Thismament, Lingweir U Hadel Reedy acquired 4 clan treasuries and done 9 rebirth flower in hair inventory. The premium Lich King crystal had no supply limits, original Iprisid at 10 million, with that discount rendering it 1 million, and Lingwairua purchased 48. Herga's a return to Heavenly Soul Guiding Lamp, Haraya's flickering with a Belindof expectation and disappointment. Chapter 105. The quest for time skills Wangyang has reached level 30. The Heaven and Earth Soul Lamp is indeed a treasured artifact of the sect, possessing immense power. However, it comes with a significant limitation. Only those who have perished after the synchronization of the cosmic game can be resurrected. Those who died prior to the synchronization are not eligible. Ling Weirui's parents have been deceased for quite some time, and thus do not qualify. Nevertheless, she finds herself not overly hopeful. Ling Weirui feigns calmness. In truth, she had never been fixated on resurrecting her parents, but once the thought surfaced, it became increasingly difficult to suppress. Some childhood wounds require a lifetime to heal. Individuals often strive to fulfill their unaccomplished desires as they mature. In her previous life, she struggled to survive. In this life, she stands at the forefront of humanity. Why not explore greater powers? A thought began to form in Ling Weirui's mind. She sought out Wei Xiaofu. Here, take this. Ling Weirui presented her with a Lich King crystal. This item enhances the soul, which in turn affects the number of times one can be resurrected. The current soul power is equivalent to what once was a lifespan. Nowadays, lifespan is not what people value. Thank you, esteemed one. This is incredibly precious, seemingly worth 10 million Guijing coins each, Wei Xiaofu exclaimed in ecstasy, yet felt unworthy of such a valuable gift. Esteemed one, I don't feel I deserve this. If you wouldn't mind, could I possibly join the 10-year guild? I am but a humble player, now at level 24. If I join, I will surely strive to level up diligently. The 10-year guild, led by the player known as Killing Fish for 10 years, is currently the only guild in the game. Initially, many believed that the guild would select only the elite and the most promising players. However, some members revealed that it resembled a workplace, with a merit-based system where many players simply needed to level up and contribute some merits to the guild. Nonetheless, within the guild, a certain culture had developed where even if the tasks assigned by the upper management required 8 hours of work, the members would push themselves to work 16 hours. It was a competitive environment. The most driven leaders would even forego sleep. But isn't it just about grinding? She could do that too. She had the capacity. All right, work hard, I believe in you. Here, take this as well. In her previous life, Ling Weirui had never heard of Wei Xiaofu on the power rankings, yet based on her performance that evening, Ling Weirui felt certain that with proper resources, Wei Xiaofu would prove to be quite capable. At the very least, her driving skills were impressive. Ling Weirui ensured Wei Xiaofu's inclusion in the 10-year guild. And once she was in, there would naturally be others to guide her through the workings of the guild. Morning dawned. Online, discussions swirled about how Killing Fish for 10 years amassed an astonishing 98 million points. I saw Killing Fish in Chang'an City yesterday, doing the same thing as us. I even asked friends. They said the monsters and the lanterns are allocated by level, and they are all the same. Same level. Same points. Are you sure you didn't mistake her? I saw Killing Fish in Yang City, and I even took a photo. I saw her on Jindu Road too. I was wondering if she was guarding the auction house. Could this be the legendary method of the immortal realm, the myriad methods of the doppelganger technique? Could it possibly be Slime Division? I once sold a book on that to the Killing Fish supermarket. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Such a trash skill, not even worth mentioning. Some individuals, despite being correct, found their assertions dismissed due to the unappealing name of the skill, yet the truth had been unveiled. Yesterday, Killing Fish for 10 years had activated 100 doppelgangers to participate in an event, racking up nearly 100 million points. However, the primary topic of discussion remained the terrifying events in Modu from the previous day, particularly the appearance of the head balloon anomaly, further confirming that Killing Fish for 10 years had indeed been slaying this bizarre creature. Another day of Killing Fish safeguarding the world. In Tianqi Town, Ling Weirui proceeded to the Resurrection Hall. Given that Tianqi Town was designed in an ancient style, the Resurrection Hall was not Western in design, but rather a soaring tower infused with an ethereal aura. Ling Weirui placed the heaven and earth silver soul lamp at the center of the hall. This artifact was already bound to her. Yet, as a treasured artifact of the sect, it could still be used to grant resurrection privileges. Following the principle that resurrecting a human requires 10 times the price, the maximum weight of a person is around 400 gene, translating to a resurrection cost of over 40,000 coins. Ling Weirui set the price at 50,000 coins per person. She then announced to the world that those who knew someone who had perished and could not find their bodies could seek resurrection here. Thus, anyone with relatives or friends who had died unjustly could be resurrected at this location. This subsequently led to the emergence of a new type of insurance within the nation. Resurrection insurance. Invest 200 coins annually. In the event of accidental death, the insurance company will facilitate your resurrection in Tianqi Town, covering the costs. Many calculated the expenses, realizing that for non-local residents of Z City, the transportation, via teleportation array, to Tianqi Town would cost 8,000 coins, not to mention the 50,000 coins for resurrection. Investing 200 coins yearly meant that just the transportation fees alone could be covered for 34 years. Quite reasonable. Wang Guimin reached level 30. Upon attaining this level, he established the guild, the 100 Great Group. This guild boasted participation from over 100 wealthy individuals, hence the name 100 Great. The location chosen for its establishment was in the desolate region of Qing Province, near the remote Wangyang city. With an average altitude exceeding 4,000 meters, it was nearly inhospitable for ordinary humans. After the game's arrival, the wilderness of the desolate area rapidly transformed into a spawning ground for monsters. Wangyang City has a permanent population of only 30,000, and there isn't even a teleportation array, nearly rendering it an isolated island. Wang Guomin's decision to establish the guild here was in accordance with the demands of the upper echelons of society. These wealthy individuals were virtually seeking to establish their own realms, and with players possessing physical capabilities over 10 times that of ordinary people, they should be able to endure the harsh conditions of this frigid land. Development in such a vast, desolate area posed no significant bottlenecks. Chapter 106, Protecting Wang Guomin's City, the unparalleled Professor Han Chenzhou Bossu. What do you think of this place? Could it potentially develop into a grand city of its own? Wang Guomin felt a burgeoning sense of imperial ambition. Not bad. What could Ling Weirui say? Should she inform him that as player levels rise, the production of settlement tokens would increase, and numerous guilds would emerge in Qing Province? At that point, this desolate area would be teeming with guilds, thousands of them. This wouldn't be a desolate area anymore. It would be filled with players. With more players comes greater competition for resources. Even venturing out to slay a monster would require 3 or 4 people to compete, leading to rivalry and internal strife. This was far from the idyllic vision he held. However, as the surroundings were already taking shape, Ling Weirui found herself unable to intervene. This was inherently the path chosen by Wang Guomin and his companions. Unless they also mastered dungeons to address the issue of resource distribution, akin to Ling Weirui's Tianqi town, she could only assist Wang Guomin in this upcoming defense battle. For this siege, the final boss might not necessarily be the Titan Giant. It was more likely to be a boss-level monster from the surrounding area, with the local monsters also at level 30 and the boss potentially at level 40. Be prepared. Understood, I only prepared a plan to defend against the Titan. I have not devised a strategy for other monsters. There's no need for concern. I will lend my assistance, Ling Weirui assured him. In her previous attempt to establish a guild, Ling Weirui did so quietly, only for others to realize her establishment when the system provided notification. This time, Wang Guomin informed various parties, and naturally, countless individuals arrived to assist in slaying monsters. Level 10 monsters yielded 1 coin each, level 20 monsters yielded 10 coins each, and level 30 monsters yielded 100 coins each. This was a task he had issued on behalf of the 100 Great Alliance. Consequently, a multitude of players gathered. At 8 a.m., Wang Guomin applied for the settlement. This timing was deliberate. He feared that if Ling Weirui did not assist in the early stages, they would be battling into the night when strange high-level monsters would emerge, an alarming prospect. Ling Weirui gathered those within the guild who wished to level up, organizing a group of 500 to share the experience. Positioning themselves along the eastern wall of 100 Great City, as the time approached, a plethora of monsters appeared in the distance. The ensuing assault included zombies, goblins, insectoids, and wild beasts. As soon as the monsters emerged, Ling Weirui utilized the Hell Furnace to eliminate them in an instant, while the monsters outside the walls were met with fierce resistance, resulting in an intense battle. Those who had initially stood beside Ling Weirui, believing that guarding the wall with her would alleviate some trouble, found themselves mistaken. There was not a hint of trouble, not even a single monster to confront, leaving them no choice but to seek other sections of the wall. However, the monsters attacking during this siege were evidently of a higher level, likely due to the increased average level of the players. As the battle drew on, for bosses approached from all directions, a fire dragon, a titan, the Goblin King, and the Ice Child. On Ling Weirui's side, the comparatively weaker Goblin King materialized. She entrusted her subordinates, Zhangpeng and Chunjai, who had both reached level 18, to withstand the Goblin King. Thanks to their robust physical attributes, team support, and the backing of at least 20 healers, Ling Weirui then turned her attention to the Titan Giant. Drawing upon her previous encounters with the Titan, Ling Weirui concentrated her sword energy into a colossal blade measuring 100 meters, striking toward the Titan. This time, she truly pressed the attack against the Titan, and within 5 minutes, she had slain it. The corpse was then secured within her domain. Ling Weirui launched yet another assault on the fire dragon, utilizing ice to vanquish flames, ultimately freezing the creature to its demise. Only the Son of Ice, A member of the Kingdom's forces intervened to resolve the situation, resulting in significant casualties. By the time the boss was defeated, players remained ensnared in a state of frost. However, the outcome was favorable. By 3 p.m., the siege concluded, and Ling Weirui amassed a staggering 3.5 billion in funds, with her group's members also receiving their share of the quest rewards. After addressing this matter, Ling Weirui returned to her cultivation within the cavern. Recently, she had been practicing with her dual shadow clones, and in the span of what felt like a single day outside, she had effectively cultivated for 1,102 days. Her golden core grew increasingly robust, and upon introspection, it felt as though she harbored an iron sphere within. Yet, outwardly, Ling Weirui's waist remained slender, even smaller than the sphere itself. This exemplifies the marvel of cultivation. When the golden core reaches sufficient strength, it transitions into the primordial infant stage in the game. The golden core faces 4 9-fold thunder tribulations, classified as minor, while the primordial infant encounters 6 9-fold tribulations, categorized as moderate. Calculating the odds, she anticipated enduring 695. 270 lightning strikes. Ling Weirui understood that she must seize the right moment to overcome this challenge. She pondered the fact that other players lacked quests at level 40, only receiving advanced job change missions at level 60. The Thunder Tribulation was merely a game mechanic. Perhaps it was true that one must bear the weight of the crown. Players from the Xian Celestial clan possessed immense potential, yet after reaching level 30, they faced tribulations with each level up. Though the Demon Gate was absent, they could still venture into the realm of demons. A plan rapidly formed in Ling Weirui's mind, one that she would implement as she approached the primordial infant stage. A month swiftly passed. During this time, Ling Weirui had not engaged in any external activities. Within the cavern, she had effectively experienced 9 years. At this moment, within the cavern, Han Shinzhou's team erupted in jubilant exclamations. "Professor, we succeeded! We succeeded!" Beneath the immense experimental apparatus, a series of beautiful activation codes floated in mid-air. Throughout these 9 years, Han Shinzhou appeared unchanged, even more vibrant than when they first met, showing no signs of middle age. The cavern boasted spiritual springs, spirit stone mines, and various high-grade materials. The researchers present, though not players, could easily live for 200 years. Most importantly, upon the success of this experiment, they would become players. Once they crossed that threshold, their limitations would no longer be their lifespan, but rather the persistence of their souls. However, Han Shinzhou's team consisted solely of scientific zealots. If anyone could not endure the long-term experiments, they would naturally be expelled by Han Shinzhou. Those remaining were all champions of diligence. Finally, their experiment bore fruit. They extracted the activation codes from the corpses of goblins. Chapter 107. Mastering Activation Code Mass Production. Once again heading to the beautiful nation, their celebratory sounds were overwhelming. Almost frenzied, Ling Weirui emerged from her meditative state. After 9 years of cultivation, the merging of her 2 clones resulted in the instantaneous accumulation of 18 years of spiritual energy, bringing her within a mere step of reaching the primordial infant stage. With just a slight exertion, she could condense her primordial infant. Further cultivation was no longer viable. Ling Weirui exited her training room and beheld the exuberant crowd outside. "What is happening, Director Yu? Our experiment was a success. We succeeded, come see," the crowd cheered, enveloping Ling Weirui as they made their way to the laboratory. They left the explanation to Han Shinzhou, who waved his hand, beckoning the most enthusiastic assistant to elaborate. The assistant, clearly exhilarated, began, "Director Yu, we initially researched various corpses, extracting energy and genes to create potions. However, this process is relatively simple once the correct formula is identified, especially with a multitude of professions available to assist, such as alchemists and potion makers. Yet, understanding the foundational logic allows us to reverse engineer everything, it's akin to searching for the formula for 112. We need to know." The assistant's excitement was palpable. "We should differ vastly from the technology of primordial humans. Yet why do those monsters drop activation codes? And what are these codes?" Despite the Titan giants possessing formidable professions, their sample sizes were too small. "So we turned to goblins and extracted their genetic sequences. That, of course, we're not using goblin sequences to enhance humanity. Rather, this sequence serves as a key to unlock the gene bank of primordial humans, allowing us to obtain a complete activation code set from their repository." In summary, The complexity of this experiment is beyond imagination. It has the potential to change the world. Ling Weirui was utterly astonished by the magnitude of Han Chenzhou's revelation. This was nothing short of extraordinary. In her previous life, she had never heard of such developments. However, upon reflection, the experiment had spanned a full 9 years, whereas in her previous life, she had merely survived for 10 years. Moreover, Ling Weirui had provided the optimal experimental location and environment, allowing Han Chenzhou to focus entirely on his research. Without these conditions, achieving results in 10 years, let alone 20, would have been impossible. This success was not solely Han Chenzhou's merit. Ling Weirui, as an investor, deserved half the credit. Indeed, the year-end bonuses will be doubled, Ling Weirui proclaimed. To her surprise, the gathered individuals burst into laughter. Director Yu, we have no use for money. It would be better to say we have an abundance of ginseng. Not a problem, Ling Weirui assured, showing no reluctance to share such resources. Director Yu, can the activation codes be arranged for all experimental personnel shortly? Certainly, you may have the first choice. However, these are merely goblin activation codes. Are you certain you don't wish to further investigate activation codes from other creatures? The crowd shook their heads in unison. They had already selected their professions. The goblin connection to primordial human gene banks offered not just the warrior, thrower, and priest classes commonly available now, but also hidden professions such as mage and archer. These scientists all intended to transition into mages, as mages inherently increase intelligence attributes and expand cognitive capacities. In all novels, films, and games, mages were portrayed as the most erudite beings. This was the profession they most aspired to embody. Ling Weirui agreed. All 107 employees in the laboratory could indeed transition into mages. However, tapping into the primordial human gene bank necessitated substantial energy, translating into costs of several million. Yet, the readily available activation codes represented a bulk supply, contrasting starkly with the sporadic drops they had previously encountered. This research was of paramount importance to humanity. Nonetheless, Ling Weirui refrained from publicizing this project. She was wary of its implications. She had also discerned that primordial humans might closely monitor certain powerful individuals on the rankings, particularly herself. For instance, the last targeted resurrection array had faced restrictions. Should Ling Weirui disclose this research, primordial humans could easily dismantle the gene bank with minimal effort. It was wiser to continue the research and sell the mass-produced activation codes at auction. She would embrace the label of a profit-driven merchant without concern for public opinion. Subsequently, Ling Weirui summoned Qing Zihan, Wang Qing, and Mu Likenji. Is the 9-turn resurrection flower very dangerous? If you were to perish, would you be unable to revive automatically? Cheng Zihan inquired. But Ling Weirui is a player. Players can revive automatically. It's merely a precaution. There is no need for excessive worry. Cheng Zihan, however, appeared increasingly anxious. If even Ling Weirui regarded it as a precaution, what could it possibly entail? Director Yu, rest assured, I will handle this. Wang Qing promptly declared. Mu Liqing added. I also plan to purchase a batch of magical artifacts from you to weather the golden core tribulation. I would never allow you to remain unrevived. What do you mean? Would we not ensure Director Yu's revival? Wang Qing glanced at Mu Liqing, perplexed by his insinuation, and Mu Liqing remained silent, maintaining an air of deference. Yet, the allure of wealth was undeniable. In just a few months, Ling Weirui had transformed the group into its current state, and he had heard rumors from the cavern that the laboratory had developed activation codes. This was tantamount to grasping the future military lifeline. Should Ling Weirui wish it, her forces would soon outmatch any other defense troops or patrols in combat prowess, each member an elite. Thus, if anything were to happen to Ling Weirui, there would invariably be those tempted by her position. However, Mu Liqing would not be swayed. He was Ling Weirui's disciple and still relied on her to help him through the Thunder Tribulation. Furthermore, Ling Weirui had lingered at level 39 for quite some time, showing no inclination to level up. His research indicated that players at level 40 synchronized with primordial infant strength, yet still faced tribulations. Could it be that Ling Weirui was preparing for the tribulation, doubting her survival, thus providing them with the items? Mu Liqing genuinely did not wish for any misfortune to befall Ling Weirui. Her downfall would signify the closure of his own path. After ensuring everything was in order, Ling Weirui finally utilized the previously acquired, yet unused item, a coordinate to a demon realm. After some contemplation, she traveled to City Z, and from there, proceeded to the Black Pearl City. With a flicker of the formation, Ling Weirui arrived on the soil of the beautiful nation. Since the Demon Gate had been opened here initially, it stood to reason that the path to the Demon Gate should also lie in this location. Ling Weirui produced the coordinates and input them into the teleportation array in the next moment. The usual blue light of the teleportation array rapidly darkened, transforming into a smaller version of a 2-meter-tall Demon Gate. The beautiful nation soldiers stationed nearby widened their eyes in disbelief. Heavens, the Demon Gate. The Demon Gate has opened again. Chapter 108, Demon Siege. Am I being treated as a boss? In the town of Black Pearl, the land has been reduced to a desolate wasteland, due to the contamination from nuclear blasts and the invasion of demonic forces. Not a blade of grass remains. Yet, some creatures still exhibit remarkable strength. Recently, a few demonic worms have emerged, resembling oversized maggots adorned with dark demonic patterns, approximately at level 5. Thus, this area has also become a site for leveling up. Numerous soldiers are stationed here, vigilantly monitoring the Black Pearl City to prevent the reopening of the demonic portal. Unexpectedly, today it has indeed returned. The soldiers, haunted by the terror of the previous demonic incursion, are filled with loathing. They are unaware of the reason behind the portal's reopening. All they know is that they have gone 2 months without meat, a torment nearly unbearable in the West. The very portal they dread has opened once more, and the despair of surviving on mere grass has engulfed them. Who is it that has reopened the portal? Help, let it not return. No, perhaps this time will be different. We have all grown stronger and do not require assistance from other nations. We shall vanquish the demons ourselves. Charge. Just as the soldiers are about to charge, the demonic portal closes again. Throughout the ordeal, they have seen no one, for Ling Weirui has employed an invisibility talisman to enter the demonic realm. Upon entering the demonic coordinates of the dimension, Ling Weirui is immediately struck by an oppressive heat. The air thick with filth, and the acrid scent of sulfur overwhelming her senses. The ground is ablaze with erupting flames and rivers of lava, casting a fiery glow that starkly contrasts with the pitch-black sky. Shrouded in dense dust, blocking out the sun. Even the rain that falls is tainted black. Several demonic worms, each the size of a basin, notice Ling Weirui and rush toward her. These demonic worms can spew lava and are numerous. Ling Weirui unleashes a few icy breaths, swiftly dispatching these demonic creatures. Upon their defeat, they do not flicker in and out like mere projections. They are truly dead. The projections of these beings dissipate as well. Ling Weirui extends her consciousness, cautiously exploring her surroundings. Soon, she spots a city, likely a consequence of the demonic portal's proximity, which has allowed an endless stream of projections to invade. Scanning with her consciousness, she discovers that the demons within are predominantly level 30, with several intermediate demons at level 50. They are indeed formidable. However, Ling Weirui has yet to approach when a small squad of demons spots her. System notification. You have entered the demonic dimensional planet, synchronizing demonic language for you. In an instant, a new language floods Ling Weirui's mind. She has mastered the demonic tongue flawlessly. Meanwhile, the demons, lurking 100 meters away, observe her with trepidation, believing she cannot see them. One demon exclaims, "A human! This must be a powerful human. Her attire is exquisite, and she wears a crown atop her head, perhaps a leader among her kind. These humans are formidable. We must proceed with caution. Do not panic. She has not attacked us. I will formulate a strategic approach. Demonic guards, advance first and gauge her strength. Priests, stay close. I do not wish to perish. Fear not. Let us all charge together." The demonic guards surge forward. Ling Weirui finds the unfolding scenario oddly familiar, though the roles seem reversed. Before she can ponder further, they are upon her. If she remains passive, she might appear as a mere boss, only to be provoked when they approach her attack range. She advances, her hand guiding the Genesis Ice Lotus, summoning a flurry of snowflakes that coalesce into sword-like icy energies. Striking down the formidable demon guards, encasing them in ice while inflicting severe wounds. Within moments, the flames engulfing the demons dissolve the ice, and they roar in agony. Help! The damage is immense. I lost half my health, and she is an ice-type boss. I had to unleash my demonic fury to break the ice. Priests, heal me! The priest behind the demon immediately releases a crimson beam of light, infusing it into the demonic guard. mending his wounds and restoring him to full health. A cruel glint ignites in his eyes, and he, brimming with excitement, brandishes a spiked shield, eager to strike Ling Weirui. We can fight. We can fight. If Ling Weirui were not proficient in the demonic tongue, the sight before her would undoubtedly be the terrifying demons roaring and howling, intent on tearing her apart. Ling Weirui pauses, activating the Starstep technique, swiftly positioning herself next to the priest, unleashing a wave of snowflake sword energy. The priest's head falls in an instant. She releases several more sword energies, aiming to eliminate the rear guard of this squad. Just then, the demonic guard bellows, "You attack me! Come here! Strike me!" Ling Weirui finds herself unable to resist, her body twisting involuntarily, targeting the demonic guard instead. Is this a taunt skill? Thankfully, this taunt only controlled me for a second, and I regained my freedom. You fool, still so arrogant without your healer? Truly selfless of you. Ling Weirui ceases to hold back, unleashing a 1,000-mile ice seal that envelopes all within a 100-meter radius. In less than 10 seconds, the entire squad of 10 demons is wiped out. The next moment, their bodies dissolve into black smoke, drifting towards the city. Wait, can these demons revive? Moreover, these level 30 demons are remarkably strong and intelligent. It is worth noting that during her previous encounter with the demonic portal in the city of Black Pearl, Ling Weirui, at over level 20, could swiftly eliminate level 30 demons en masse. Yet now, these demons not only exhibit intelligence but also withstand her attacks twice as effectively. The taunt can forcibly control for a second. What if she faced a horde of demons? Ling Weirui must tread carefully. Nevertheless, she has not forgotten her purpose for being here. She first selects her magical artifacts, placing her defensive talismans in the most accessible part of her inventory, ensuring she can retrieve them swiftly once she reaches level 40, so that the synchronized items can fall here. Subsequently, Ling Weirui produces over 10 pills. Conception pills. She immediately consumes one. You have consumed a conception pill. Your current probability of breaking through to the Yuan Ing stage is 53. Ling Weirui consumes another. Not enough yet, 60. 66. 71. After consuming 10, she finally reaches 100. It requires a considerable investment. The conception pill can be crafted by alchemists in the game, yet acquiring the materials is a challenge, costing around $40 per 10 pills, an exorbitant price for merely leveling up. The materials needed for the conception pill, just from using the cave, would require at least 2 years of cultivation. It is evident how precious these materials are. Breakthrough. In an instant, Ling Weirui's golden core expands, a fissure appearing as if it were hatching from an egg of life. Above her, dark clouds gather and thunder rumbles. The 9 heavens divine thunder manifests. Ling Weirui employs the Starstep technique, racing into the heart of the demonic city. At this moment, within the resurrection temple of the demonic city, over 10 demonic figures materialize. This human is far too powerful. She annihilated us. Quickly, summon more forces to take her down. At least 100 demons. Her attack range is vast. We need more demonic archers. And priests too. We need plenty. Otherwise, we must inform the squad captain. With his intervention, we should have no trouble. But then we won't reap the rewards. The demons are in disarray. Suddenly, they feel an immense pressure bearing down upon them. As the clouds above churn and lightning converges, striking down in a torrent. Crack! A thunderbolt pierces the heavens, reverberating in their ears, leaving them disoriented. Where did that thunder come from? Outside the demonic city, Ling Weirui resembles a celestial being, moving without a trace, swiftly approaching the demonic city. The thunderclouds pursue her relentlessly. Ling Weirui hurls out over 100 level 30 magical artifacts. Even so, under the might of the thunder, they are reduced to ash in an instant. And she too is struck by the lightning, her body trembling uncontrollably. Ling Weirui activates the Ocean's Embrace technique, healing herself and managing to withstand the first wave of the thunderstorm. My physique is still too weak. If only I could acquire some exceptional physique-enhancing techniques. Ling Weirui's character is on the path of immortal cultivation, and aside from particularly functional skills, such as dual projection or slime division, other skills do not significantly enhance her abilities. As she ponders, she charges into the demonic city, relieved that it has not activated its protective shield. Otherwise, she could not have entered. Upon landing, several massive demons spot her and let out shrieks, "A human! There is a human! Kill her! Her attire is so splendid. I want to tear it apart and make it my trophy, fool. It must be stripped completely to hold value. The human skull can also fetch a price. Our leader favors such trophies. Kill her!" The malevolent demons brandished their claws at Ling Weirui. In response, she unleashed her magical artifacts, sweeping through them with ferocity. Though each demon boasted a level of 30, their resilience was formidable, and the disparity in strength compared to their projections was significant. However, they were not of boss caliber, and Ling Weirui had no trouble dispatching them with just 2 strikes. After vanquishing over 10 demons, she found herself completely surrounded. Yet, the familiar sound of the system notification resonated in her ears. "Esteemed player, Xiaoyu Xinian, through your diligent efforts, you are the first to reach level 40, earning the following rewards. 1. Special title, First Person, level 40, which grants a 10 increase in experience gains while equipped. This title is time-limited and will disappear once others surpass your level and achieve 51st. As the record holder for First Person, experience gain is increased by 30. 2. Blessing of the Primordial Humans, granting 3 death immunity auras. Upon death, you will not drop equipment or experience point 3. You may extract 1 item from your inventory in advance, including equipment, skills, and items. The Primordial Humans will waive the usage restrictions on this equipment, allowing immediate equipping. As the record holder for First Person, an additional 3 synchronization slots are granted. 4. Soul Evolution Stone, Intermediate, which can enhance your soul strength by 30. Changshi Shattered Moon Ice Abyss Crown, Changshi Shattered Moon Ice Abyss Necklace, Changshi Shattered Moon Ice Abyss Waist Pendant, Changshi Shattered Moon Ice Abyss Ring, an 8-piece set. Completed. In an instant, a moon surrounded Ling Weirui, forming a protective shield that activated every 10 seconds, creating a shield equal to 500 of her health, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities. Such is the power of those who invest heavily. Ordinary players could not even breach the shield of a top-tier player. Now, Ling Weirui stood ready to withstand the thunderous wrath of the heavens. Furthermore, upon reaching level 40, a new batch of magical artifacts synchronized to her, increasing her collection to over 200 varieties, each accumulating to 100 copies. She had spent a considerable sum acquiring these trinkets, which had now transformed into treasures. This time, due to the strength of her shield, Ling Weirui refrained from using magical artifacts to block the thunder. She welcomed it instead. Crack, crack. The thunder of her ascension coincided with that of the game, striking simultaneously. 2 bolts of lightning struck Ling Weirui, causing her shield to lose half its strength. Simultaneously, a surge of electricity coursed through her body, plunging into the ground and resembling purple serpents as they slithered in all directions. The demons that had besieged her were instantly incapacitated. And soon thereafter, the air was filled with the acrid scent of burning plastic rather than the alluring aroma of char. All the demons surrounding her were obliterated, and Ling Weirui absorbed their experience. For the thunder had been summoned by her. The demons disintegrated into black ash, dropping a multitude of armor, weapons, and more. Her artifacts automatically swept the ground, collecting the spoils. She moved on. Ling Weirui was visiting the demon city for the first time, and in her previous life, she had never encountered such high-tier gameplay online. However, now equipped with knowledge of the demon language, she could even comprehend some of the demon script. Before her appeared a demon weapon shop. Ling Weirui rushed forward. "A human has come to my domain. Capture her," the demon proprietor shouted. Ling Weirui had no time to heed his warnings. She immediately cast an eternal freeze spell, immobilizing him, before proceeding to ransack the weapon shop. To her astonishment, there were a staggering 1,300 weapons of level 30. Take them all. Every single one. Chapter 110. When the boss commands the attack, the Demon City Lord is mocked. There were also 200 weapons of level 40, and Ling Weirui swiftly gathered these into her lair. Additionally, there were 28 weapons of level 50 and 3 of level 60. Among them, 3 weapons radiated a brilliant light, indicating they were not ordinary items. Such weapons often possessed inherent skills. Without hesitation, Ling Weirui collected all of these weapons. In less than 5 minutes, she had completely looted the shop. Just then, a horde of demons surged towards her. However, the thunderclouds began to gather once more. 5 minutes had passed, and another strike of lightning was imminent. Crack! A tremendous bolt of lightning descended, striking the shop where Ling Weirui stood. The roof was shattered instantly, and the walls crumbled under the onslaught of thunder, sending debris flying and causing the demons to scatter in panic. The blacksmith's table remained intact, as did the smelting furnace. Ling Weirui secured both items and placed them in her lair. Since these items were not dropped from slain monsters, she could not absorb them all at once. Ling Weirui had to collect them manually. However, this did not require physical touch. She could manipulate them using her spiritual awareness, then open her lair to store them inside. Within the lair, the workers observed a mound of items materializing in the central area, which they could only assist in organizing. To their astonishment, even a large iron table and a smelting furnace appeared. Had they just been robbed of a shop? Was Shayujia truly such a bandit? Within the demon territory, Ling Weirui plundered the weapon shop and then proceeded to the nearby tavern, emptying it of all the demon vodka. This was another valuable item, as consuming it could enhance attack power and provide a frenzy buff, rendering one impervious to pain. However, at that moment, the Lord of the Demon City finally arrived. Human, you seek your demise. The Lord of the Demon City, a level 60 demon, possessed formidable combat prowess, undoubtedly a major boss. Yet, he had arrived at an inopportune moment. Lord, be cautious. The surrounding demons shouted in alarm. Lord, this human seems to possess the celestial gene sequence from the human gene pool. After reaching level 30, she will summon thunder every 10 levels. If you approach her, the thunder will strike you as well. Demons of lower levels could not withstand the thunder, yet even higher level demons were at risk. For the heavenly tribulation would assess any stronger individuals as either allies or interlopers, prioritizing strikes against the more powerful. The demon elder who had previously warned the city lord now bore a grayish complexion rather than black. One could sense the weight of time upon him, for he was an ancient demon, well versed in the affairs of humanity. He was aware of the celestial gene sequence. This revelation was a first for Ling Weirui. But she could surmise that the celestial gene sequence pertained to beings like her, born from the activation codes of the Xian-Ing celestial clan in this cultivation game. However, would they simply refrain from attacking? If the mountain would not come to her, she would go to the mountain in an instant. Ling Weirui leaped into the air, reaching the side of the demon city lord, flashing him a smile just as a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, illuminating her face with an ethereal glow that made her appear more fearsome than the demons themselves. Get lost? The demon city lord roared in fury, attempting to sweep Ling Weirui away. Crack! 2 bolts of thunder struck down. In the sights of the thunderclouds, Ling Weirui and the demon city lord faced off, with the latter being the more powerful of the two. Such a formidable being was surely undergoing a heavenly tribulation. It was only right to strike him. In an instant, the demon city lord was struck squarely, his body convulsing violently, the acrid stench of charred flesh forcing Ling Weirui to retreat. The elder demon, resembling a strategist, shouted, "Now is your chance. Kill her. The thunder will not fall again for 5 minutes. If we seize this moment, we can end her. You clever little devil." Ling Weirui immediately recognized that the elder demon must be eliminated first. If she were a boss facing an onslaught of thousands, she would certainly target the enemy commander first, then eliminate the healers, followed by the rear-line mages and archers, and finally deal with the tanks and warriors. This elder demon was undoubtedly a high priest, elder, or strategist. Ling Weirui moved with lightning speed, preparing to strike the elder demon. At that moment, the demon guards appeared. Taunt, taunt, taunt. Ling Weirui's body stiffened, her gaze involuntarily fixing upon the demon guards. And upon seeing their grotesque visages and menacing expressions, she felt compelled to retaliate. The attack she intended for the elder demon inadvertently redirected towards the demon guards. Surrounding demons surged forth, unleashing their skills against Ling Weirui. However, her shield was not something these level 30 demons could breach. Level 50 demons were now at the forefront, aiming to assault Ling Weirui. She swiftly cast the Calm Mind spell and the Exorcism spell, rendering herself immune to taunts. Die! Ling Weirui unleashed the City of Swords formation, a multitude of sword energies slicing through the surrounding demons. The elder demon attempted to flee, but Ling Weirui pursued relentlessly, finally closing in beside him. Crack! Thunder struck once more. This time, one bolt struck Ling Weirui while another struck the elder demon, instantly reducing him to cinders. Ling Weirui's experience surged by an astonishing 3. This was undoubtedly the caliber of a minor boss. This time, there would be no escape for you. The Demon City Lord, witnessing the demise of his elder strategist, was consumed by rage. However, he knew the strategist could be resurrected, so he did not feel sorrow. Moreover, demons were inherently cruel and would not grieve the loss of a companion. The elder priest had merely cautioned the Demon City Lord out of wisdom acquired through age. Ling Weirui, observing the approaching Demon City Lord, immediately released her skill point 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder. Crack! Another bolt of thunder struck the Demon City Lord's head. The Demon City Lord was momentarily dazed. Hadn't he just been struck? How could there be more? Instinctively, he attempted to defend and evade, but the damage inflicted by the thunder was not as severe as he had anticipated. However, at that moment, Ling Weirui had already taken flight. Moving with incredible speed, he had fallen for her trick. The Lord of the Demon Castle fixed his gaze intensely upon Ling Weirui, wishing nothing more than to rend her to pieces to alleviate the hatred that festered within his heart. "Ah, I shall kill you," he roared, pursuing her relentlessly. After 4 minutes of frantic flight, Ling Weirui turned back. The ominous clouds above coalesced once more, and this time, the impending thunder appeared even more formidable than before. The Demon Lord sensed an ominous premonition. Crack! Chapter 111. The second residence token, plundering the city once again struck by the thunder, the Demon Lord was engulfed in a foul stench of charred flesh. As a demon, one of his horns was skewed, and the magma-like tattoos on his skin erupted into gaping wounds, causing his health to plummet by 10% if a player were to contend with him. They would require at least 1,000-strong team, laboring for an hour to bring him down. In such a calculation, it would take merely an hour to vanquish a level 60 boss. Moreover, this time, the demon priest had not kept pace. "You, brat, have fallen behind." Ling Weirui observed that the Demon Lord was on a path to his demise. What manner of boss would abandon their healer and venture forth alone? Was that not a fool's errand? Ling Weirui unleashed a torrent of attacks. Although the game had digitized specific figures, the pain one endured could not merely be quantified by data. The Demon Lord, despite appearing to have lost 1/10 of his health, was far from vibrant. Rather, he was exceedingly feeble. The roles of offense and defense had reversed. He was fleeing while she pursued, and he was as good as trapped. Crack! The Demon Lord was struck again, his health reduced to 70. Ling Weirui employed the Frozen Eternity spell, encasing the Demon Lord in ice and hoisting him above her head. Unlike the Snowflake Sword Chi, which only froze the demon guards for 5 seconds, the Frozen Eternity spell maintained its grip as Ling Weirui continuously infused it with spiritual energy. The Demon Lord struggled against her for a full 5 minutes. The thunder above brewed once more. Crack! Ling Weirui released the Frozen Eternity spell, using the Demon Lord as a shield to draw the Thunder's Wrath. 2 bolts of lightning struck down, causing his health to plummet by 20. Leaving him with only 50. Ling Weirui cast the Frozen Eternity spell again, sealing the Demon Lord once more. This method was repeated. After half an hour, the Demon Lord, serving as a lightning rod and sacrificial shield, was relentlessly struck down. Having slain a creature 20 levels above her, Ling Weirui ascended to level 41 in an instant. Furthermore, the Demon Lord dropped a significant cache of loot. Ling Weirui felt a surge of treasures materializing before her, among which was a residence token. 10 trillion treasures, she exclaimed, swiftly using her divine sense to secure the token, storing it in her backpack while the remaining treasures were absorbed by the ground. It was only fitting that the Lord of the castle would drop a residence token. Boom! The thunderclouds churned ominously above. Yet, this was merely the first wave of the 7th thunderbolt. According to the rules, Ling Weirui was to endure 24 waves, each consisting of 9 bolts of lightning. However, having reached the nascent soul stage at level 40, the thunder's intensity would overlap with her own, resulting in the first 6 waves being doubled while the subsequent 18 were singular. A total of 24 hours of thunder was just beginning. With the Demon Lord slain and still in a weakened state, Ling Weirui aimed to block his resurrection point, committing one of the most notorious acts in the game, obstructing the revival point. This would maximize her gains and potentially annihilate her foe completely. At that moment, within the demon city, cries of despair echoed. The demons gazed skyward, though they could not perceive Ling Weirui's figure. They witnessed the terrifying, dark clouds, and the swirling purple lightning. The city activated its protective shield, but Ling Weirui remained unfazed, soaring above the shield, as the lightning cascaded down, cleaving a gaping hole through it. Ling Weirui effortlessly descended into the demon city and executed a tour using her star-treading technique. She plundered various robust structures, raiding apothecaries, equipment shops, general stores, and money houses, taking everything. She then beheld a grand hall, within which lay a pool of magma, guarded by a magnificent and grotesque statue, its sinister grin radiating with excitement and anticipation. It seemed to gaze into the magma, watching the demons hatching within. This was the resurrection temple of the demons. The magma pool served as the revival pool. Ling Weirui scrutinized the statue, noting its crown atop a bald head, its purplish-black skin, a rotund belly, and arms adorned with magma-like patterns, topped with enormous, pointed demon horns. Was this not the statue of the demon lord who had once cursed her? The statue stood beside the revival pool, clearly not merely for decoration, but likely a treasure of the sect. Furthermore, if the demon lord could actively assault players and his form could morph into a shadow to strike at enemies, then his corporeal form might possess divine abilities, rendering the statue far from ordinary. Ling Weirui swiftly concealed herself beneath the statue. Thunder crashed down, obliterating the roof of the Resurrection Hall. The lightning struck the statue, cascading down to the recently revived demons, eliciting their anguished screams. Meanwhile, the demons within the city, in a frenzy, rushed to thwart her. Kill her. We shall employ the Sea of Demons strategy and grind her down. For the demon lord's honor. These demons charged forth, with many demon guards taunting Ling Weirui mercilessly. Yet, Ling Weirui stood firm, allowing their feeble attacks to bounce off her, waiting for the 5-minute mark when the lightning would descend once more. At that time, the thunder would smite these demon guards to oblivion. Ling Weirui observed as an elder demon and a colossal demon emerged from the revival pool. Were these not the demon strategist and the demon lord himself? With a crack and a flash. Under the thunder's wrath, the demon strategist was reduced to ashes, and the demon lord's health dropped by another 50. Still in a weakened state, Ling Weirui cast the Frozen Eternity spell to encase him in ice and dragged him from the magma pool, which would likely restore his health. Additionally, the magma's high temperature would hinder the effects of the Frozen Eternity spell. 5 minutes later, the Lord was struck down once more, but this time, the loot was considerably less impressive than before. Subsequently, Ling Weirui blocked the revival point as the thunder raged for a full 18 hours. Increasing numbers of demons besieged her, yet the lightning would eliminate them, only for them to be revived, overwhelming the magma pool. Boom! After 18 hours of relentless thunder, the storm intensified, ultimately shattering the statue. System prompt. You have shattered the statue of the demon Lord Ismontis, and you have obtained a faith crystal. A black gem fell into Ling Weirui's hands. Faith crystal contains 120 million faith power, convertible into 110 million incense power or 10,000 merits. Upon use, it grants access to the merit body, significantly enhancing defense, with all damage prioritizing attacks against the merit body. And merits able to mitigate thunder. Chapter 112. The merit body, wings of the blazing angel. What a treasure! Ling Weirui immediately transformed, coalescing a golden body around her. Literally, a layer of golden radiance enveloped her form, seemingly amplifying her image to create a golden figure that towered a meter taller than her, yet still encompassed her. The thunder above brewed continuously, its power escalating, yet it no longer struck Ling Weirui directly. Rather, it veered off course. This newfound assurance allowed Ling Weirui to strut with even greater confidence. The temple had been obliterated, and the demons could no longer be revived. Their bodies lay strewn about in heaps. However, reinforcements from the demons finally arrived. Ling Weirui observed from a distance a towering demon, standing a staggering 9 meters tall, and immediately utilized her star-treading technique to flee. A 9-meter demon was classified as a high-tier demon, likely at level 80, far beyond what Ling Weirui, in her current state, could contend with. Employing her star-treading technique, she fled at remarkable speed. Fortunately, despite the formidable attributes of the demon, it seemed rather sluggish. Even the level 80 demon could not catch up to Ling Weirui, allowing her to escape. However, with the thunderclouds overhead, these demons could track her through the storm. For the next 8 hours, Ling Weirui traversed several demon cities. If no level 80 demons were within her divine sense range, she would dash into their lord's treasury and plunder at will, while naturally avoiding any that posed a threat. Thus, she continued her escape. After 8 hours, Ling Weirui had pillaged 4 cities and successfully weathered the thunderstorm. At this point, the golden core within her dantian dispersed, forming the shadow of an infant. Upon closer inspection, this infant bore an uncanny resemblance to Ling Weirui herself. This was the nascent soul. The nascent soul rapidly metamorphosed, soon taking the form of a 5-year-old child, with snow-white hair, icy blue eyes tinged with a hint of purple lightning, and a single red bang falling across her forehead. Clad in a blue flower bud dress, she emanated an air of aloofness despite her youth. This was clearly the nascent soul, transformed according to the techniques Ling Weirui had mastered. You have successfully weathered the 39 thunder tribulations. Your attack, recovery, and defense have all increased by 270. You have transcended the terrifying thunder tribulation, and in the process, you have comprehended the secret technique, thunder body refinement technique. Your cultivation has reached the nascent soul stage, and your level has attained 40. You can now project your nascent soul, traversing the heavens and earth, unaffected by material interference. Should your physical form perish, as long as the nascent soul escapes, you can resurrect, exclusive to Shinsha class players with a death immunity effect. It is done. Ling Weirui had successfully navigated the thunder tribulation. With no thunderclouds in pursuit, her targets shrank, yet she found herself in greater peril. For the thunderclouds had targeted those of greater strength. Even an 80-level high-tier demon would be subject to their wrath. Now that the thunderclouds had dissipated, high-tier demons would no longer hold back, placing Ling Weirui in even greater danger. Cheng Zihan, Wang Qing, and Mu Liqing were all stationed in Tianqi town. Cheng Zihan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and her eyelids were slightly reddened. Wang Qing appeared visibly relieved, while even Mu Liqing, who usually maintained a straight posture, seemed to relax significantly at this moment. Ling Weirui inquired, and discovered that the flow of time in the two realms still differed. A day had elapsed on the demon planet, while 7 days had passed on Blue Star, which explained the urgency among the group. Ling Weirui also sensed that the gravity on the demon planet was somewhat stronger, rendering the demons mere minor bosses to humans. However, Ling Weirui, being far more formidable, had become a super boss among humans, thus the demons posed no threat to her. Fortunately, during these 7 days, nothing significant had transpired on Blue Star. Ling Weirui patted Cheng Zihan's shoulder and took out the base token, handing it to Mu Liqing. Auction it off. Upon seeing the token, Mu Liqing's eyes gleamed with interest. Base token? Rest assured, I will arrange the second large auction immediately. Now, everyone, back to your tasks. System prompt. You have traversed the demon planet and become the first human from Blue Star to cross realms. During this period, you have slain 1 intermediate demon and 756 low-level demons, and you have destroyed the statue of the Demon Lord, achieving remarkable results. System prompt. You have received the equipment, Wings of the Fiery Angel artifact, wing slot. This was an experience Ling Weirui had never encountered in her previous life, and few had divulged such information. This coordinate could still be utilized by Ling Weirui, but due to the time disparity between the two worlds, leveling up there would evidently be impractical. However, venturing there to confront bosses was feasible, as every city harbored top-tier powerhouses. Nonetheless, she was currently too occupied to spare the time. Ling Weirui glanced at the date. October 11th. November was fast approaching. If the game Invasion continued in this peaceful manner, she wouldn't have merely survived in her past life. The preceding months had constituted the novice phase of the cosmic game. The real crisis was yet to come, but fortunately, Ling Weirui was well prepared. She raised her hand and tapped the air, claiming her reward from the system panel before her. The Wings of the Fiery Angel artifact adorned Ling Weirui, and instantly, 4 pairs of wings materialized behind her. Although they seemed somewhat incongruous with her cultivation account, the wings appeared to be a unique feature from certain Western fantasy games, effectively granting her an additional equipment slot. Following game synchronization, different game equipment could be worn by anyone unless restricted by profession. Even magical artifacts, peculiar items, and mysterious objects didn't require equipping. They could simply be utilized upon retrieval. Some extravagant players might even resemble flamboyant Christmas trees. Just like now, An enormous pair of wings had manifested on Ling Weirui's back. She adjusted herself to see if she could conceal them, only to discover that after donning the attire from Xian Ying Celestial Clan, the wings vanished. Naturally, as an artifact, the wings came with 5 skills, which would reveal themselves once activated. The 5 skills were Fire Wing Technique, Self-Immolation, Meteor Fire Rain, Cataclysm Approaches, and Stellar Explosion. Each one was more formidable than the last. Ling Weirui sensed that this artifact had been meticulously crafted by the original humans. After reviewing the equipment, Ling Weirui retrieved her phone and powered it on. Although she was currently engrossed in cultivation and leveling up, one cannot detach from society entirely, and some news, when revisited, would provide a different perspective than her memories. Allowing Ling Weirui to better understand the current developments on Blue Star and whether they were sufficient to face the impending calamity. Upon opening her phone, she was surprised to find several missed calls. Chapter 113. The Invasion of Sea Monsters, Coastal Cities Fall Wangyang. This name was both unfamiliar and familiar. However, with Ling Weirui's current strength as a nascent soul cultivator, she quickly recalled this individual from her memories. He was her class monitor from high school. Moreover, she remembered the phone call from her previous life a few days prior. During the holiday, Wangyang had inquired among their high school classmates about organizing a reunion. After the game invasion, the changes in those around her had been substantial. And with 3 years since graduation, this year marked their 4th year, coinciding with their final year of university. Many were looking for jobs. Wangyang had played a game during his university years, but he exclusively used female accounts, thus missing the synchronization opportunity. He deeply regretted this, but soon turned his focus to entrepreneurship. He planned to develop a small program similar to a social networking app, but exclusively for players, allowing them to communicate, form teams, and share monster dynamics and task notifications. To expand recruitment, he organized this high school reunion, hoping some classmates would be players with whom he could collaborate on the small program. Earning money to purchase activation codes, he aspired to be among those who ride the wave of opportunity. Ling Weirui had been busy overseeing construction and thus politely declined Wangyang's invitation. At that time, there was no heavenly silver soul lamp. Without corpses, their parents couldn't resurrect them. Ling Weirui checked the time. The new version was about to be announced. All right, send me your location, and I'll head over. Ling Weirui said. Wangyang sent his location, and the group had gathered at the White Sand Beach in Haicheng. Z City was not far from Haicheng, and the teleportation fee was only 1,000 yuan. Flying directly was even faster than driving. Upon arrival, Ling Weirui created a clone and donned an outfit from Peacekeeper, acquired from other players, making her way to the beach. Ling Weirui, Wangyang exclaimed, his eyes widening. The nearby classmates also turned to look down. Why goodness, Weirui, you've changed so much. Though I always knew you were a beauty, now you look like an ethereal fairy. Xiaojihao, you're not too shabby yourself. What have you been up to lately? Ling Weirui replied to the classmate who complimented her, a former desk mate with whom she had a good relationship. These individuals were academically proficient, which led to some having clear goals. Thus, during university, they largely refrained from gaming, resulting in none of them synchronizing their game accounts. In fact, those who had synchronized their accounts were absent from this gathering, making it feel like a gathering of the less fortunate seeking solace in each other. Unforeseen events were about to unfold. Come on, I'm thrilled to see you all today. Let me treat you to barbecue, Ling Weirui called out. The group cheered in response. Wangyang, meanwhile, felt his face redden, unable to meet Ling Weirui's gaze. Her beauty stood out so remarkably. As a nascent soul cultivator, her body had been refined through lightning tribulations, leaving no flaws. How could she not be stunning? Ling Weirui intended to take them away. If they could avoid death, it was better not to face it again. It was quite terrifying. Announcements were global, so the timing varied with each announcement. Cosmic Game Update announcement. Entering the next major expansion, Cosmic Battlefield, version 2.0, Deep Sea Synchronization, System Announcement. The game invasion version of the Cosmic Battlefield operating in Blue Star has officially concluded. Currently, Blue Star humans have adapted well, and the coordinates of Blue Star have been exposed. Certain races possess advanced teleportation capabilities that the original humans cannot control, only able to hinder some races' invasions. Detected that Blue Star humans have not established underwater bases, such as underwater palaces. Certain sea areas will synchronize with underwater monsters, and some hostile races will begin their invasion from the surface. Warning, early update of version 2.0 monsters. A series of monster names appeared in the system update. Those who heard this news were momentarily stunned, instinctively feeling a chill creeping up their spines. Run! Get out of here! Ling Weirui shouted in that moment. Her classmates finally came to their senses and sprinted toward the shore. Meanwhile, many others were still playing on the beach. Just then, a sharp-eyed classmate spotted the rapidly retreating waves, revealing the submerged beach and exposed rocks. The individuals who had previously been playing were swept away to a distant location. Crying out for help, they turned back to see the sea's surface suddenly bulging ominously. A thunderous roar echoed, and even the ground trembled slightly, enveloping everyone in an indescribable fear. Run! Tsunami! With that scream, more people began to flee. Ling Weirui, run! Wangyang turned to check if Ling Weirui was following. He could pull her along, but when he turned, he found Ling Weirui effortlessly carrying Xia Zhihao while holding another female classmate with her other arm. Her long legs swiftly propelling her past Wangyang. Run! Wangyang shouted, chasing after her, his eyes filled with excitement. Ling Weirui, did you synchronize your game account? What game is it? What profession? What level are you now? Is this really the time to ask such questions? Wei Rui, the tsunami is coming! Xia Zhihao exclaimed in sheer panic as she was being carried by Ling Weirui, giving her a clear view of the tsunami rushing towards them. This scene was likely more shocking than the video captured by the teleportation Mage Li Si during his 10 years of fish hunting. She wished she could record this moment on her phone. But was it wise to be so carefree at such a time? Wei Rui, let me film this. If it goes viral, we can split the profits. No, you take 80, and I'll take 20. You really are ambitious. Ling Weirui chuckled, exasperated. Another girl was already in tears. Oh my gosh, Xia Zhihao, you could at least run on your own. Why are you making Wei Rui carry you while you cause trouble? Our survival isn't even guaranteed yet. Look at where the tsunami is. The tsunami surged forth at an alarming rate of approximately 200 meters per second, achieving a staggering speed of 800 kilometers per hour, comparable to that of an aircraft. By the time one perceives its approach, it is merely seconds away, and no matter how swift a person may be, the exhaustion of sprinting a few hundred meters would render them vulnerable, swiftly overtaken by the monstrous wall of water. Engulfed by its terrifying might as the tsunami loomed ever closer, Xia Zhihao's eyes widened in shock. She raised her phone, capturing the silhouette of a figure soaring through the air. An icy chill emanated from her. Spreading across the coastline of Haicheng for over 10 kilometers. Chapter 114. The frozen tsunami, level 15 strangling jellyfish, thundered forth with a terrifying roar, a colossal wave of water that was truly fearsome. Yet, under the influence of the frigid aura released by this individual, the towering waves, reaching heights of 20 meters, and the 6-story wall of water were forcibly frozen. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Ling Weirui, possessing immense power, could extend her consciousness over 1,000 miles, equivalent to 500 kilometers. Along the coastline, she could utilize her eternal freeze technique to truly achieve 1,000 miles of ice. Of course, players at level 40 could not attain such feats, but Ling Weirui could. The frozen sea resembled a massive iceberg. Sister Fish Slayer, Xia Zhihao exclaimed with a piercing shriek, akin to a starstruck girl. Brimming with excitement, no need to run. Sister Fish Slayer has arrived. Look, she has saved us. She halted the tsunami. My heavens, is this the power of the top player? Ling Weirui felt as if the words spoken were directed at her. Yet also not. It was all rather peculiar. She set Xia Zhihao down but urged, we must hurry. Even if Sister Fish Slayer arrives, you cannot cause her any trouble here. Quickly, to a safe place. Leave the opportunity for fame to me. I am streaming live. Even if I perish here today, I shan't leave. I bought insurance, Wangyang declared with bravado. He had purchased a decade-long group resurrection insurance for 200 yuan. At worst, he could afford to die once. Ling Weirui was left speechless. Players could resurrect over a dozen times, while ordinary individuals were limited to about 5. There was no real danger, so why waste such precious soul energy? Wangyang shook his head. Weirui, you don't understand. Point 1 does not fear death. Rather, one fears dying in poverty. You two are like fools. Lic's stream is popular because he already has the backing of Sister Fish Slayer, capable of escaping danger. What do you have? Just run, Wei Rui. We must flee. I don't wish to waste a resurrection. Zhao Yingxue suddenly grabbed Ling Weirui's arm, urging her to run. Ling Weirui guided her onto the road, summoning a Lamborghini to swiftly transport Zhao Yingxue to the teleportation array. As they made their escape, another wave surged forth. Boom! This wave towered at 40 meters, and Ling Weirui once again employed her ice magic to freeze it. This time, it seemed to be the limit of the waves. Any further surges would surely damage the buildings as they breached the iceberg. Ling Weirui had done all she could to assist Haiqing. In a flash, she vanished. Yuan Zhan and Xia Zhihao, unable to contain their excitement, uploaded the video online, with Xia Zhihao even streaming live to document the moment. Mere minutes later, a thunderous roar echoed, causing her face to pale in fear. We held it! Sister Fish Slayer's ice wall has withstood the third wave of the tsunami. Viewership in the stream soared, but in the next instant, they witnessed seawater flowing down the 40-meter ice wall, accompanied by glowing, multicolored jellyfish. These jellyfish leaped down and astonishingly floated in the air, quickly adapting to their new environment, and upon spotting Xia Zhihao, they surged toward her with a menacing intent. As they drew near, it became apparent that each jellyfish measured 3 meters in size and approached with alarming speed. They were indeed monstrous entities. Run! Yuan Zhan and Xia Zhihao had no choice but to flee. But the jellyfish were faster, swiftly overtaking them, their tentacles ensnaring the two and drawing them into their deadly embrace. The 360 serrated teeth of these creatures, akin to gears, twisted and crushed, severing their heads in an instant, while their bodies were pushed into the gaping maws of the jellyfish. New monster, level 15, strangling jellyfish. This was the lowest tier of the newly synchronized monsters, yet their numbers were staggering. Potentially in the billions. In the future, these death-dealing demons would be a common sight along the coast. Meanwhile, Ling Weirui had reached the teleportation array and Haiqing with Zhao Yingxue. I must go. This update and synchronization came too suddenly. Numerous quests will be released, and I need to complete them, and of course. Zhao Yingxue paid her fee and hastily made her way to Z City, which was not coastal, granting her a sense of security. As for Ling Weirui, she teleported to Modu. Here, she owned a property and hoped that Modu would remain unscathed. Fortunately, Modu was different from Haiqing. Its economy was far more robust, likely due to the foresight of the city lord, who had erected high walls around the city. Originally a mere 12 meters high, about 4 stories, the walls had been raised to 50 meters after the emergence of the Titan giants. For the Titans, this was no more than a fence. With these walls in place, the tsunami could not breach them. Previously, many had cursed the city lord for squandering resources and infringing upon the sunlight of several residences, even forcibly relocating numerous individuals. Now, however, the significance of those walls was abundantly clear. The colossal tsunami, approaching from afar, obliterated all coastal structures and swept away countless beachgoers. After months of turmoil, although humanity had lost its nights and wilderness, peace was swiftly restored. Moreover, their nation had a formidable ally in Sister Fish Slayer, who had established a powerful fishing group. In such an environment, many with bold hearts reveled in the chaos. The beaches were unusually crowded. Haiqing and Modu experienced the tsunami almost simultaneously. Ling Weirui saved the people of Haiqing but could not prevent the tsunami from striking Modu. She had come to understand that with the soul guiding lantern, not only players were unafraid of death, but even ordinary people had begun to disregard their lives. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. At the very least, no one needed to perish. Those who purchased insurance could live on for free. Why should Ling Weirui continue to rescue anyone? However, this crisis was far from over. Following the global tsunami, an invasion of marine life ensued. Presently, the most formidable threat was the level 15 strangling jellyfish. These creatures could momentarily leave the water for 1 to 2 hours and were highly dangerous to humans. This was still among the lower-tier marine organisms. Far greater monsters were soon to emerge. Ling Weirui stationed one of her avatars in Modu while dispatching another to Gangchang. The second colossal monster was about to make its appearance at this moment in Modu. The city walls were brimming with players, fervently battling the strangling jellyfish. Damn, this is so bizarre. I've completely forgotten how to use my gun. Finally, I'm in my element. Bang, 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 bang. Flamethrowers are the best. Use this. A multitude of peacekeeper players ascended the walls to confront the strangling jellyfish. Chapter 115. Sea Monsters, Roostercrest Scytheheads. Yet this time, it was not solely the domain of the Special Forces. Insectoid assassins, warriors, priests, throwers, necromancers, Taoists, and various other classes shone brightly. Soon, a player announced the first activation code. It was a water mage. No surprises here. Who wants it? Selling for 8 million, I'll buy it. I've got one too. Strongman, what's this activation code? Eating spinach increases strength tenfold. That sounds pretty good. Isn't this a warrior class? Selling for 7 million? Anyone interested? I'm in. The players were abuzz with excitement. Ling Weirue boarded a celestial boat. The Yaoqi Xianzhou, a reward obtainable for free in the game, designated for level 40 players. Although players at level 40 were comparatively weak, according to the game's lore, they were already formidable cultivators at the nascent soul stage, making possession of a celestial boat quite normal. Additionally, the interior of the boat was arranged with spatial formations. What appeared to be a 4-meter-long vessel contained an astonishing 40 square meters of space, equivalent to a one-bedroom apartment. Furthermore, this flying vessel could be upgraded, serving as a monetization avenue. Aside from regularly upgrading the boat through daily tasks, players could purchase various items from the store and place decorations from their dwellings within the boat. As a top-tier account, the previous owner, Mu Yaoyao, had maximized this monetization potential. The celestial boat that Ling Weirue utilized was a staggering 200 meters long, with an internal space of 2,000 square meters, akin to 5 basketball courts. Its interior was adorned with opulent ancient decor, making it a dominating presence in the game. Assuming Ling Weirue sailed past in her celestial boat, everyone would have to adjust their computer screens to the maximum zoom out to barely catch a glimpse of the entire Yaoqi Xianzhou. Before reaching level 100, the Yaoqi Xianzhou was already the finest flying mount available. Meanwhile, the sea roiled violently, periodically unleashing colossal waves, threatening to crush any living being in their path. 20-meter fishing boat rocked perilously, at risk of being obliterated. Having just emerged from the fishing moratorium, the peril of venturing out to sea was further exacerbated by the despondency of various industries. Nevertheless, the fishing vessel employed players to cautiously explore the waters. To their astonishment, the sea was teeming with an abundance of fish species, including many treasures that could only be found in games, enormous shells, lustrous pearls, and an array of dazzling corals. These treasures yielded immense profits, allowing marine fishing companies to thrive in just 1 month. Yet, little did they know that this boon would swiftly transform into a deadly scythe. With a resounding crack, the fishing boat splintered. The crew member plunged into the tumultuous sea. In such treacherous waves, submersion in the ocean equated to certain death. Yet, Ling Weirue piloted the celestial vessel, gracefully descending onto the surface of the water, ding high. This was one of the vessel's remarkable abilities. As soon as it touched the ocean, the surrounding waves would calm. The crew member, who had braced for the worst as he fell into the water, was astonished to find the tumultuous waves had subsided. Possessing exceptional swimming skills, he swiftly emerged to the surface. Although the fishing boat had sustained a significant gash, it was equipped with lifeboats that ensured their safety. Ling Weirue navigated the celestial craft, slicing through the waves with urgency towards the distant horizon. Wherever she traversed, the waves seemed to still in her wake. Before long, her gaze was drawn to a colossal entity, the aircraft carrier of the Marine Expeditionary Force. In the face of such terrifying swells, even the aircraft carrier appeared as a mere leaf on the water, yet it managed to endure. As Ling Weirue piloted her craft closer, the radar aboard the carrier detected an unidentified vessel approaching. It registered an unknown creature, towering at 123 meters with a length of 192 meters, its massive form moving swiftly. The interior of the carrier shook violently, only for everything to suddenly quieten. The crew, perplexed, soon noticed 2 creatures had drawn near. The cameras captured the unfolding spectacle. One of these creatures turned out to be an ancient celestial vessel, crafted from warm jade, its hues a blend of pale white and soft pink. Reminiscent of the glow of dawn, it was enshrouded in a mist of bullets, adorned with a palace encrusted with agate. On the other side emerged a grotesque creature, resembling a monstrous figure with a comb-like crest. Its body clad in what appeared to be crocodile skin. Gradually, it rose from the water, its arms raised, wielding a 30-meter-long, razor-sharp blade. The creature swung its weapon menacingly towards the aircraft carrier. "Fire!" bellowed the commander of the Marine Expeditionary Force. In an instant, countless shells erupted from the carrier, raining down upon the creature. Yet the projectiles had little effect, striking the beast as if merely a child had thrown pebbles at an adult. Annoying, but not painful. Just as the blade was about to descend, the sea surged once more, forming a colossal tsunami. The wave enveloped the aircraft carrier, and through the 10 meters of water, they witnessed the creature overhead bring its blade crashing down onto the surface. The water swirled, unexpectedly halting the descent of the blade. "What is happening?" the captain of the carrier exclaimed in a primal roar. That moment, the young crew member, filled with excitement, adjusted the screen to lock onto the target. "It's Sister Fish Killer, I recognize her. I have studied the skills of the Shinying Celestial Clan's Yaoqi sect. This is the third skill of the Sea Embrace Heart Sutra, known as the Tide God Incantation. Could this incantation indeed envelop the entire aircraft carrier? Was it akin to an energy shield protecting a city? Captain, the times have changed. Ling Weirui's Sea Embrace Heart Sutra skills had yet to be augmented by awakening stones. But even so, with her level 40 prowess, it was effortless for her to unleash skills over 100 meters. Thus, for advanced players, once they possessed protective skills, safeguarding a skyscraper or a small village was a simple feat. Currently, Ling Weirui embodied such a capacity. The Tide God Incantation shielded the aircraft carrier, subsequently compelling the ocean to push the massive vessel aside. As her celestial craft faced the looming monster, the moon great locked onto the creature's head in an instant. Boom! A blinding beam of white energy, stretching over 100 meters, struck the sea beast's head. The creature let out a wail, twisting its head to evade the white laser, simultaneously unleashing a sphere of black energy towards Ling Weirui. The enormous dark orb collided with her celestial craft. However, it bore protective features, sustaining no damage as the two titans clashed upon the waves. At this juncture, an increasing number of jade vessels congregated nearby. After all, wherever Ling Weirui had passed, tranquility reigned. Yet, in other areas, safety was uncertain, especially with the presence of the monster. Little did they anticipate the emergence of a creature as formidable as a titan. The fishermen, in shock, began live-streaming the event, as those with satellite signals reported. A colossal monster has appeared in the seas of Magic City. Sister Fish Killer is everywhere, having just thwarted a tsunami near Sea City, freezing the surrounding waters into ice sculptures, and now she confronts a monster off the coast of Magic City. It was evident. She must have created a clone, as Sister Fish Killer possessed over 100 duplicates. Good heavens, this beast appears even more formidable than a titan. The creature also exhibited long-range attacks. Sister Killer, be cautious. Damn it, someone changed to a better phone. The stream is lagging like a PowerPoint presentation. Is that the issue with the phone? Just look at how many viewers are tuning in. The heat has surpassed hundreds of millions. As Ling Weirui engaged in fierce battle with the creature, it indeed surpassed the Titan in strength, with a level of 35, categorizing it as a boss-level adversary. Should it reach land, its destructive capability would likely eclipse that of the Titan. However, Ling Weirui's power had also surged, and despite the creature's might, she swiftly severed its arm and struck its head with Moon Great, the effects akin to gamma rays and dark matter, causing its leathery skin to peel away. The wound festering nigh in the blink of an eye, it was riddled with injuries, blood staining the ocean, turning it crimson. At that moment, the aircraft carrier erupted with a barrage of missiles. Inside, the radar buzzed ominously as it detected massive biological entities approaching at high speed. 2, 3, 5, 9 monsters in total. A total of 10 gigantic beasts emerged. Ling Weirui's celestial craft lacked radar, prompting the captain to order the carrier to launch torpedoes and missiles to intercept the approaching creatures, ensuring Sister Fish Killer would not face the 10 monsters alone. The missiles struck their targets 12 nautical miles away, revealing the monstrous comb-headed sharkmen rising to the surface. Witnessing this scene, the live-streamers aboard the fishing boats trembled in fear. Another giant has appeared. The hearts of all netizens raced in unison. Meanwhile, in a manor in Pearl City, a slightly curly-haired Special Forces soldier watched the live broadcast while removing his bulletproof vest and helmet, donning a specially designed fluorescent suit. For the past few months, I have fought alongside everyone in the guise of an ordinary person, embodying the role of a soldier. Today, I no longer need to hide. The seas are plagued by terrifying behemoths that require my intervention. Even Sister Fish Killer may struggle against them. Titans? Mere trifles in comparison. I am the one destined to save the world. Ha 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 ha. Arise, Pioneer! With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled as the lawn flipped outward, revealing a massive underground pit. A silver-white giant mech slowly ascended from the earth, standing at a towering 80 meters. The Pioneer, a beam of light enveloped the man, transporting him directly into the mech's interior, accompanied by a mechanical voice. Welcome, Chris. You have finally activated me. Indeed, Pioneer, to Magic City. The man faltered momentarily but resolutely replied, No, as the savior, I cannot simply fly in. Not a problem. Let us depart. With a resounding boom, the Pioneer took flight, soaring toward Magic City. The distance was not far, and with the mech's incredible speed, he reached Magic City in just 6 minutes, utilizing radar scans to lock onto Ling Weirui's location. Furthermore, he sent a message in a niche gaming group. I have arrived. Team leader, the female eagle requests to engage. Charge forth, Xiang Wang. In Magic City, atop a 50-meter-high city wall, a female special forces soldier sprinted up. Raising her finger, a spatial button appeared at her fingertip, emitting a blue light that summoned a sleek, black-winged mech, elegant and striking, standing at 60 meters tall, with a wingspan of 120 meters, the female eagle. In the next moment, the female eagle unleashed a beam of black light that transported the soldier into its mechanical form, and with a powerful flap, it took to the skies. The roar and vibrations of the machinery astonished all players. What is this? I was just here casting fireballs. Have you ascended to mecha godhood? What game is this? Is there a mech game in our country now? To be honest, I have a friend who's synchronized with an interstellar exploration game that can link to a space transfer station. But it costs 50 billion. He is still working as a repairman. Now he's a senior mechanic. Why not just hand it over to the state? As the crowd deliberated, the first Pioneer reached the battlefield. Sister Fish Killer, I am here to assist. Oh, perhaps you are younger than I. If I slay more monsters than you this time, you must call me brother. A playful voice echoed from the loudspeaker. Ling Weirui looked up, her eyes lighting up in recognition that it was Wei Reich, renowned in her past life as the second-ranked player in combat prowess, rivaling Tang Tianqing. While Tang Tianqing garnered a large female fanbase, Wei Reich attracted a significant male following due to his expertise in mechs. He was a celebrated gaming prodigy and the executive president of a gaming company, now 43 yet brimming with youthful fantasies. In this era dominated by mobile games, he surprisingly continues to design mech games. Having launched the VR game, Infinite Mecha, in the first half of the year, just after undergoing internal testing and prior to its market release, the game was compromised. As a senior executive in the company, the game's suspension felt akin to bankruptcy for him. However, the primitive humans compensated him financially, allowing him the option to select a beta account for the game, which would synchronize all equipment with his level, albeit limited to just one. Unlike Ling Weirui, whose artifacts appear in multiples of 100, Wei Reich unhesitatingly opted for the mech account. Among the main development team, only 7 others made the same choice. As Wei Reich managed more than just this one game, Wangyang's Sword Hero World was also a project he contributed to, resulting in the majority of the team, over 100 individuals, opting to be martial arts heroes in that universe. Ling Weirui, however, contemplated another angle. After concluding this battle, she invited Wei Reich to her cave, deeming the activation code highly necessary for dissemination. Although the supermechs are costly, with reports stating they cost 100,000 yuan for just a minute of flight, the wealthy would most certainly not mind if the activation codes for the colossal mechs could be widely distributed. Humanity would possess significant counteroffensive power against the invading sea beasts. Nonetheless, while mechs are formidable, my team is not to be underestimated. At the teleportation array in the capital city, an impressive array of various flying machines and exotic mounts soared into the sky. The 10-year group had arrived. Chapter 117. The Battle of Thousands, the Abyssal Race. Now, 4 months into the game, the players at the first tier had all reached level 20, with the average level across the populace hovering around 15. The elite teams, naturally, had surpassed level 25. Players from Ling Weirui's 10-year group entered dungeons free of charge, earning full experience, and the guild provided experience boosts. Top players like Jing Zihan and Wang Qing had already reached level 29, while early members of the Xianing Fairy clan, such as ECC, were in the 27 to 28 range. The Titan Giant team had also reached level 20, though Titan players were primarily suited for terrestrial combat. The majority of those mobilized were Xianing Fairy Clan players, all capable of flight, racing toward the maritime region. The 10-year group, wow, they're all cultivators. The 10-year group is incredibly powerful, isn't it? Yet, I still think mechs are cooler. Can mechs achieve immortality? Of course, cultivators are superior. As they deliberated, helicopters began to ascend, not those of peacekeepers, but military helicopters, the Air Rotation Army. On board were also garrison troops. Tang Tianqing led the charge aboard a Black Hawk. Simultaneously, numerous non-group players began to gather. The destructive power of the colossal monsters was far too great. Brothers, everyone who can help, rally to the front lines and assist Sister Killing Fish. Count me in. If I can fight side by side with Sister Killing Fish, I can brag about it for a year. Players with yachts and boats assisted in transporting and escorting those heading to the front lines. A true battle of thousands commenced. Wei Reich led a mech team consisting of 7 players, each facing off against a monster. Although their levels were not particularly high, the massive mech bodies were designed to determine their defensive strength based on their robustness. They could withstand the formidable attacks of the giant rooster-crowned crocodile men, even as parts of their mechs flew off and sparks flew everywhere. Was healing them considered repairing the mechs? Healing professions cast their spells. But the outcome was evident. They could not restore the mechs. However, that did not preclude others from doing so. This falls within my domain as a mechanic, Shang Fong exclaimed with excitement. He opened his spatial backpack and released a swarm of mechanical spiders, which scurried onto the mechs to quickly replace parts and repair damages. Meanwhile, 2 monsters remained unengaged. Ling Weirui attempted to freeze them but noticed a figure in the distance. A shadowy presence, it was Tang Tianqing, who had reached level 30 even before Wangyang and had forcibly weathered the lightning tribulation, now standing at level 33, making him one of the top players in the country. Furthermore, Tang Tianqing's profession in the Burning Heaven sect was a hybrid of warrior and tank within the Xianing Fairy Clan. Switching his heart method, he was exceptionally resilient. He used dual shadow clones to distract the 2 monsters. Help the chairman first, Icc called out, her longbow drawn to its full extent, transforming into a golden arrow that struck the monster's eyes. From the sky, a massive boulder coalesced and plummeted down. Seaweed in the ocean transformed into thorns, ensnaring the giant beasts. A terrifying black wind stripped the monsters of their scales, while various toxic and explosive spells rained down upon them. With a resounding crash, the rooster-crowned crocodile man was thoroughly defeated. You have slain the abyssal giant Bladehead clan. This species, known as the giant Bladehead, belonged to a civilization called the Abyss, and numerous abyssal races existed within the cosmic game. Ling Weirui encased the giant Bladehead in ice, and before the massive entity could sink to the ocean floor, she transported it into her cave. Within the cave's research team, the assistant excitedly exclaimed, "Another big fellow has arrived. The new version has just been announced, and the chairman has already taken down a monster. How did you manage to freeze it? The parasites on such a colossal creature could spell our doom. We should melt and slice it bit by bit. We can't wait for the chairman to handle it. How long would that take? We need 2 fire mages here." The frenzied scientists were unwilling to waste time. Outside, Ling Weirui freed her hands and promptly joined the ranks of other players, especially to assist the mech team. With Tang Tianqing's side having a healing squad from the garrison, he was remarkably capable of withstanding damage. Especially after awakening his skills, his massive sword strike, exceeding 40 meters, effectively drew the aggro of the axe-headed monster, holding its attention steadfastly. However, the players from the mech team were only level 20, and they found themselves in dire straits. "Fall back to repair the mechs. I will take this one on," Ling Weirui shouted. "Thank you." The mech team's scythe unit retreated, while Shang Fong provided healing. At this moment, more scattered players arrived in droves. Thousands besieged the giant Bladehead. The battle persisted for 2 hours, concluding far more swiftly than anticipated. A plethora of equipment dropped to the ground, and while Ling Weirui had only partial looting rights, she managed to collect all the monster corpses. At this juncture, there was no room for politeness. Whatever equipment dropped was claimed by whoever could seize it. Fortunately, everyone maintained a sense of the bigger picture. Avoiding disputes over loot, the giant Bladehead also dropped activation codes, and the prefixes alone indicated their value. Abyssal Blade King, Abyssal Summoner, Abyssal Guardian, Ling Weirui acquired 11 activation codes, Tang Tianqing obtained 5. And Wei Reich's team secured 7. The main contributors and the players who delivered the finishing blows were granted priority in looting, naturally selecting their activation codes, ensuring that all enjoyed a share of the spoils. Those who did not claim any also gained experience, which was remarkably bountiful. Currently, the synchronized monsters on Blue Star were all around level 20, and high-level players had reached a point where there were no more monsters to slay. Fortunately, Tianqi Town offered level 30 dungeons. Consequently, players above level 25, along with those from the 10-year group, had become familiar faces, fostering a strong rapport, especially as Ling Weirui defended against monsters overseas, prompting many to rally to her aid. As the monsters fell, vast amounts of experience surged into their bodies. The 2-hour battle equated to half a month of diligent grinding. The conclusion of the battle came much sooner than expected. Chapter 118. The Silvergate Bridge destroyed, task set at 80 billion. At this moment, all players were elated. Everyone, the battle is not yet over. The giant beasts may attack coastal cities at any time. Stay vigilant and begin patrols. Ling Weirui understood that this was merely the beginning. Listen to Sister Killing Fish. Wherever Sister Killing Fish goes, we will follow. Mainly because I can't take them on myself. Let me consult someone about where to go. Ling Weirui immediately turned to Gu Daorichong. She indeed knew where the next danger lay, but would not reveal it so overtly. With Gu Daorichong, a player from the Tianji Pavilion, present, she could have him divine a location. As expected, Gu Daorichong provided a crisis alert for Port City. Numerous players flocked to the port, while Ling Weirui requested to add Wei Reich and others as friends. Everyone, our 10-year group currently possesses the technology to reverse engineer activation codes. The activation codes for the colossal mechs may prove invaluable in the future to counter the monsters. I wonder if you would be interested in participating in the research. Of course, this research could potentially lead to a surge in mech players, possibly diminishing the uniqueness of their roles in the previous life. There had only been 7 supersized mechs. Even 10 years post-invasion, the situation remained unchanged. Should Ling Weirui successfully develop the activation codes, Wei Reich's irreplaceability would naturally diminish significantly, possibly giving rise to more exceptional pilots of mechs. Wei Reich, however, responded, "Why is that uniqueness necessary? When I designed the game, I hoped for more people to enjoy it. What I find difficult to accept is not the scarcity, but the fact that those primitive humans claimed the game was their suggestion. Damn it, how many hairs did I lose creating that game for it to be their suggestion? It's utterly absurd." Ling Weirui couldn't help but chuckle at Wei Reich's words. However, having survived in a post-apocalyptic world for a decade, her worldview had already been reshaped by the gaming realm. It is undeniable that your excellence may stem from fragments of genetic memory. In truth, humanity bears little resemblance to all the creatures inhabiting the Azure planet. For instance, the majority of beings on this planet are adorned with fur or scales, while humans, in their evolutionary journey, have surprisingly regressed from such capabilities, resulting in the emergence of more fragile skin. Previous studies suggest that human ancestors were primates, yet the disparity between primates and humans remains substantial, a fact that is rather difficult to reconcile. Thus, the explanation that early humans were originally seed sown by extraterrestrial beings appears more plausible. We are, after all, their immigrants. It is only in the past century that humanity has conceived of concepts such as games and films, coinciding with our population nearing 10 billion. Wei Reich shook his head. This makes me feel utterly useless. No, you are destined for greatness, was the reply. That makes sense, haha. I've developed over 100 game projects, yet sadly, many have not gained traction. I wonder if any players have inherited those accounts. Wei Reich's spirits lifted at the mention of games. Subsequently, he and his companions sought out Shangfang, the mechanical master, who served as the caretaker of their colossal mechs. It was essential to cultivate a good rapport. They all added Shangfang as a friend and promised him the opportunity to explore the intricacies of large mechs and AI. Although he was a mechanical master, he could also pilot mechs. And with the game's synchronization, the situation had become a chaotic amalgamation, with mages learning warrior skills, a phenomenon not entirely unheard of. Before long, Shangfang repaired Wei Reich's mech, and the group made their way to Port City to await the arrival of monsters. Meanwhile, news of monstrous attacks was reported globally. Among them, the Tianyuan Tyrant and Deep-Sea Behemoth emerged, unstoppable by any means. Satellite reconnaissance revealed that one island had spawned a multitude of dinosaur-like creatures. Fortunately, most were land-dwelling dragons incapable of crossing oceans, though several pterosaurs measuring over 10 meters had taken flight, wreaking havoc. One particular Tianyuan tyrant, boasting wings and a length of a staggering 120 meters, charged into Old Silver City, engaging in fierce combat with the players there. Although the sea god of the Phaline family was no longer present, a new deity had risen to replace the old. As other wealthy families seized the monster spawning grounds previously held by the Phaline family. Recently, numerous deities had emerged, including several in the sea god profession, akin to cultivators in the flower-planting realm. Countless divine players surged forth. The Silvergate bridge of Old Silver Mountain had been obliterated, and the Tianyuan tyrant rampaged through the city, causing widespread destruction. Waves of players fell, and the surviving humans were utterly incapable of mounting any resistance. Fleeing in terror, Lic traveled to the beautiful nation to become a war correspondent, garnering billions of views in his livestream. As it seemed everyone from the flower-planting realm was tuning in. How tragic! Oh my, this tyrant is invincible. If only Sister Sha Yu were here, she would resolve this in no time. The fallen were real people. The inhabitants of the beautiful nation would not come to resurrect their loved ones. And many might face total calamity. Who would revive them? This was an apocalyptic disaster. If things continued this way, the beautiful nation would likely face annihilation. Would they allow Sister Sha Yu to intervene? Indeed, the beautiful nation acquiesced, for the destructive power of the Tianyuan tyrant was overwhelming, compounded by the ensuing tsunami, resulting in losses in the trillions. The beautiful nation issued a new mission, this time not globally, but requiring a significant number of players to participate. They had realized the vast disparity in individual player strength. They directly designated Ling Weirui, offering 80 billion beautiful coins, an increase from the previous 50 billion. Ling Weirui promptly instructed Li Si to create a rapid teleportation array, transporting all members of the Decade Group. The monsters of Port City would not arrive for another 2 hours, providing an excellent opportunity for profit. Soon, Ling Weirui and her group appeared in Old Silver City. Within 20 minutes, the Tianyuan tyrant was slain. The players of the Decade Group radiated golden light. Someone leveled up. I've reached level 30. I am about to undergo the golden elixir tribulation. ECC exclaimed excitedly. One of the initial players to synchronize her game account. Coupled with her affluent status, ECC boasted the finest equipment, and her team possessed formidable strength, consistently tackling the most elite monsters. She became the second member of the Xianning Immortal clan within the Decade Group to reach level 30. Dark clouds gathered above, pressing down on the players, making it difficult to breathe. Everyone, spread out 1 kilometer. The players present were primarily cultivators, easily susceptible to the wrath of thunder. Ling Weirui could outrun the thunder tribulation due to her enhanced skills. Her movements agile and her speed astounding, her techniques differing from those of ordinary players. YECC, however, lacked such velocity. Drawing lightning to strike others was not an option for her. She could only endure the onslaught. Sister Sha Yu, save me. She felt that, given her current strength, it was slightly premature to face the lightning tribulation. In her fervor to slay monsters, she had neglected to monitor her level, and now she found herself in dire straits. A golden elixir pill was priced at 80 million, totaling 400 million, while a level 30 magical artifact cost 10 million. She could procure 300 of them, with deductions from her salary or through credit. Do you want it? After reaching level 30, ECC synchronized with the golden elixir, causing the spiritual energy within her to transform. However, whether this transformation would succeed remained uncertain, and the lightning tribulation would not be halted. This meant that the processes of converting into a golden elixir and enduring the lightning tribulation would occur simultaneously. If she consumed the golden elixir pill at this moment, solidifying her golden elixir, she would be better equipped to withstand the lightning tribulation. Furthermore, as a player, she understood the scarcity of these items. The materials for the golden elixir pill could be cultivated within a cave. Yet the process was exceedingly time-consuming. She could not afford to wait. I'll take it. What 40 years of labor? Once I hit level 30, I'll surely earn even more. YECC quickly agreed and commenced trading with Ling Weirui. Then consumed 5 golden elixir pills to solidify her golden elixir and activated her magical artifact to prepare against the lightning tribulation. The other players gathered around to watch. Ling Weirui remarked, I currently possess only 85 golden elixir pills, sufficient to cultivate 17 more players, first come, first served. She refrained from making any declarations about loyalty to the Decade Group, as the players present would inevitably need to endure the lightning tribulation to break through to the nascent soul and transformation stages, thus requiring the pills refined in her cave. These were not inexpensive, and given their current strength, their chances of successful breakthroughs relied on accumulating funds or sheer luck. For a rapid and secure ascension, reliance on the Decade Group was essential. As for the debts incurred, they would naturally be repaid once they advanced, and it was far from the 40 years of labor that ECC had mentioned. However, upon hearing that Ling Weirui possessed only 85 golden elixir pills, they felt an even greater sense of urgency. Ling Weirui had synchronized with 100 golden elixir pills, using 5 herself, reserving 5 for Mu Licheng, selling 5 to ECC, leaving the remaining 85 up for grabs. Are there any giant beasts? Where are they? I'm going to take them down right now. Sister Shayu, can I purchase on credit in advance? I am almost there. No, I need to arrive as well. Everyone must compete fairly. I must level up today. Damn it. I'm only a few days away. I want to sleep, eat, or entertain myself for these next few days. Amidst their discussions, Yi Cici's first bolt of lightning struck down. However, the players quickly noticed that the intensity of Yi Cici's lightning tribulation was evidently less formidable than that which Ling Weirui had faced earlier. As long as she continuously used magical artifacts or skills to defend herself, consuming potions to recover, and had ample auxiliary items, she could potentially survive. During this time, Ling Weirui could also rush in to provide shields or heal her before the lightning struck. This indicated that the lightning tribulation could indeed be endured with the assistance of other players. Naturally, a miscalculation could lead to death. Should that occur, the mission would fail, and losing a level to drop back to 29 was a minor concern compared to the risk of rupturing acupoints, causing spiritual energy leaks and diminishing one's maximum spiritual power. The opportunity to advance beyond level 30 would be irrevocably lost. The creatures emerging in Port City included an enormous mermaid, capable of luring players into attacking one another with her enchanting voice. However, with Ling Weirui's dispelling incantation in effect, such effects were rendered moot. Ultimately, within half an hour, they slew 3 of these creatures, acquiring activation codes for classes such as Tidecaller, Abyssal Chanter, and Abyssal Dreamweaver. The prophetic players of the flower planting realm, having conducted numerous calculations, determined that no major crises were imminent today, though beast tides would manifest along the coast. Consequently, the Council of the Flower Planting Realm promptly issued orders to initiate the Coastal Great Wall Plan. In her previous life, Ling Weirui had reached the coastal regions in the 4th month of the apocalypse, beginning the construction of a new Great Wall. This wall stood 100 meters tall, with fortifications and resting areas at every turn, necessitating round-the-clock surveillance. Ling Weirui utilized Tetris blocks to stack the wall, tirelessly collaborating with numerous players to forge a coastal barrier. Moreover, the villages along the coast were to be relocated, with all cities except for Port City and the economically vital Magic City moving inland. The flower planting realm was actively resisting the oncoming tide. While Ling Weirui had ceased to gain experience from slaying low-level sea monsters, she could venture to Jurassic Island. This island had spawned many level 50 monsters, a fact Ling Weirui was well aware of, as it was known in her previous life as a prime location for level 50 monster spawns. Except for the pterosaurs that could fly away, the remaining creatures roamed freely on this island, and if these projections were not cleared, they would gradually alter the surrounding environment, much like demons. The habitat of these dinosaurs, as depicted in films, resembled a tropical rainforest, seemingly not much different from the present, perhaps even with denser vegetation. This was not necessarily a positive development. However, the prolonged presence of these dinosaur projections leads to a significant increase in the surrounding oxygen concentration, causing global oxygen levels to reach approximately 30. This surge facilitates the birth of numerous creatures from the Jurassic era. In such a high oxygen environment, the decay of organic matter accelerates, prompting mutations among animals, which could result in ordinary humans succumbing to toxicity. At that time, players were utterly oblivious to the reasons behind these phenomena, only to discover the truth later during an exploration of the ocean by a level 50 veteran. This time, Ling Weirui had arrived early. Upon her descent, a horde of ferocious and swift Tyrannosaurus Rex surged forth, some even capable of breathing fire. Ling Weirui effortlessly raised her hand, instantaneously annihilating the group of tyrannosaurs. On the ground, a fresh activation code dropped. What luck! Although the pterosaurs had already attacked the United States, it was the first time the creatures on the island had been defeated, making the drop of an activation code highly probable. Ling Weirui picked up the activation code. Explorer. You possess immense courage, agile dexterity, and a touch of mysterious luck. A profession with the capability for brief teleportation and mobility. Ling Weirui stored the activation code and continued her sweep of Jurassic Island. Meanwhile, another avatar proceeded to Nuahai City in search of traces of the deep-sea Leviathan. With tentacles extending up to 100 meters, its attack range could reach a staggering 300 meters, landing from Nuahai City. However, as a peninsula nation comprised of numerous small countries in the European region, there was a complete lack of awareness regarding the impending threat, and the leadership promptly retreated with their assets. Among the first batch of monsters, it was the only Leviathan that survived. Chapter 120. Cultivating Humility, Activation Code. Ancient God Worshipper in Nuahai City, on the island, the deep-sea Leviathan continued its rampage, unimpeded as it invaded the city. It consumed vast quantities of food while rampaging through the urban landscape. The city echoed with cries of despair, yet amid global panic, no one paid them any heed. At this moment, the strength or notoriety of a nation became the primary factor determining whether it would receive aid. A weak nation could be obliterated overnight, vanishing without a trace, while others remained indifferent, consumed by their own struggles. On the island, frantic individuals complained loudly. The president had fled with the funds. Don't expect any rescue. Just run. Damn it, get out and run. If you want to survive, abandon your belongings, they shouted. Suddenly, a teleportation array materialized on the congested street, and a mage clad in high-level gear appeared. It was Li Si. Li Si quickly executed a short-range teleportation to create distance, landing atop a building. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged thick and fast. Stop shouting, summon Sister Shayu. Li Si rapidly set up a magic array and instructed Ling Weirui to teleport over. Soon, Ling Weirui emerged within the array. Dressed in an exquisite palace robe adorned with gold hairpins, her face concealed behind a mask, only her delicate, snowy neck was visible. The players in the live stream, who seldom witnessed Ling Weirui up close, began to discuss. Sister Shayu is so powerful now, yet she remains so low-key, always wearing a mask. Could it be that she is not beautiful, hence the concealment of her true appearance? The beauty of her visage was indiscernible. The account of Sister Shayu boasted numerous skins and makeup options, each visage distinct. Yet Sister Shayu had grown accustomed to hiding her identity with a mask, which was considered low-key. Yi Cece from the Decade group had already reached level 30, rumored to be a golden core ancestor in the game, and now, a mere glance from her could feel like a knife, making one reluctant to meet her gaze. Meanwhile, Sister Shayu had attained level 40 in the nascent soul stage. The crowd buzzed with discussion. People often revel in conversing about top-tier powerhouses, capable of discussing them for over an hour. Despite the fact that these champions bore no relation to their lives, Ling Weirui indeed refrained from revealing her true visage. Even in its restrained form, her appearance was breathtaking, leaving her classmates astounded upon seeing her. Revealing her real face, regardless of her low-key demeanor, would inevitably draw attention. By employing skins from the Xian Celestial clan to mask her identity, there was less concern. What everyone saw was an illusion. While perfect, it lacked the overwhelming presence that would leave one breathless, ultimately leading to the uncanny valley effect over time. Ling Weirui soared forth to engage the deep-sea Leviathan in combat. Under her freezing onslaught, the Leviathan's tentacles were relentlessly severed. Its recovery capabilities were formidable, yet not limitless. After Ling Weirui battled for half an hour, the Leviathan finally sought to escape, but she intercepted it on land, preventing its flight and ultimately slaying it. The activation codes, Sea Beast Priest, Ancient God Worshipper, and Deep Sea Captain dropped. Ling Weirui swiftly collected the activation codes, particularly guarding the Ancient God Worshipper code fiercely. This was not due to its power but its inherent danger. Those who wielded it would gain immense strength yet be haunted by strange whispers, luring players to unlock the sealed realm of the ancient gods, essentially revealing the coordinates of the blue star dimension. When the activation code was sold off the following year, the ancient god clan descended, heralding yet another disaster. Reflecting on her current perspective, even if she persevered for another decade without falling to the hands of the minor Karami, Humanity would inevitably face extinction. The 2.0 version marked the onset of demise. After vanquishing the deep-sea Leviathan, most players from the Decade Group were engaged in leveling up outside, while those from Shangfang and Wei Reich's team awaited Ling Weirui here. Ling Weirui led them into the cave. Upon entry, the sight of massive monster corpses astonished Wei Reich's team. Although they had fought these colossal beasts personally, clad in mech forms, the comparison now rendered their thighs smaller than a single whisker of the beasts. Ling Weirui instructed Han Qinzhou to accommodate Wei Reich's team, who were eager to acquire activation codes. Han Qinzhou's assistant quickly ushered everyone in. She observed and researched for 3 days before retreating to Cultivate. Reaching the transformation realm above the nascent soul stage required extensive training. The experience needed to progress from level 40 to 50 was substantial. Ling Weirui intended to utilize the monsters of Jurassic Island to level up. That evening, her phone rang. Fortunately, she was using a satellite phone produced by Shangfang. Otherwise, the call would not have come through. Checking her phone, it was Wangyang. "Hello, class leader. Hello, Ling Weirui. I just respawned. Did you make it to a safe place this afternoon? Want to go out for a gathering tonight? I'm in Tianqi Town, feeling quite secure. I just revived using the Decade Group S insurance plan, but I lost 5,000 due to my phone going missing." Yuan Zhan expressed his regret. He and Xia Zhixiao had initially planned to livestream a hunt for Sister Shayu, but were unexpectedly killed by a jellyfish. Ultimately, they lost their clothes, phones, and backpacks. Neither he nor Xia Zhixiao were players, so they did not revive immediately upon death, but both had purchased insurance. Their parents and relatives contacted the Decade Group S insurance team, enabling their revival. Thus, they were only resurrected that evening. AS Tianqi Town served as the Decade Group's headquarters. It had been fortified with arrays, preventing any monstrosities from entering, rendering it quite safe. The streets remained brightly lit as many enjoyed barbecues by the roadside. After reviving, Yuan Zhan and Xia Zhixiao discovered that while their video had gone viral, monetizing the traffic proved challenging, especially with Li Si subsequently live streaming and drawing all attention away. Furthermore, several others had recorded videos, leaving their live stream merely garnering candlelight wishes from viewers. This loss was considerable. After purchasing a new phone, Yuan Zhan did not forget to call Ling Weirui, eager to reconnect with this old classmate. Chapter 121. Cultivation breeds indifference, mirrors of past and present. However, Ling Weirui was quite busy. She gently reminded him, "No worries, I still have some savings." Yuan Zhan attempted to engage in small talk, hoping to draw her into his little app venture. But Ling Weirui showed no interest, politely expressing her need to hunt monsters before ending the call. Yuan Zhan felt a tinge of regret, while Xia Zhixiao cautiously inquired, "Ling Weirui is any angry? Right?" "No, it sounded fine." "Why would she be angry? That's good. After all, she saved me, and I was reluctant to leave and ended up dead. You dying doesn't equate to her death. How could she possibly blame you?" Xia Zhixiao was at a loss for how to articulate her feelings, unable to admit that despite Ling Weirui's benevolence in rescuing her, she was still like a stubborn weed refusing help. Meanwhile, Zhao Xue also called Ling Weirui, expressing her desire to treat her to a grand meal in gratitude for saving her life. Ling Weirui graciously accepted Zhao Xue's gratitude but declined the lavish meal. Considering that Zhao Xue was merely a fourth-year student from an average family, not wanting to impose any burden on her. "Let us gather when we have time. A small barbecue would suffice." "Sure, who could refuse a little barbecue? Unfortunately, we can't go for one tonight." After exchanging a few more words, Ling Weirui hung up. The next call was from ECC. "Weimi, have you seen the trending topics and videos? IVE broken through to the Golden Core. I'm hosting a celebration in Tianqi Town for reaching level 30. You must come over, and I'll reimburse your travel expenses. Payment notification, 5,000 yuan. At this point, Ling Weirui had no choice but to make an appearance. Not to mention that ECC was now under her command. Their relationship had always been quite amicable even before the game's incursion. ECC remained unaware of her true identity, believing her to be merely a good friend, and was grateful for Ling Weirui's assistance in recommending her to join the Decade Group, thus extending a personal invitation. However, the teleportation array now comes at a cost. Previously, a simple teleportation within the game was hardly expensive, but now it requires a substantial fare. Thus, ECC sent a red envelope to Ling Weirui. Moreover, a level 30 player is already considered to be among the mid-tier participants in the game, and many are unaware that reaching level 30 serves as a significant hurdle that can hinder countless players. This has led to a situation where, a year later, players who finally surpass level 30 feel compelled to celebrate with firecrackers and feasts. Some even wish for the entire city to be aware of their achievement. YCC's hosting of a banquet was by no means an exaggeration. Ling Weirui also felt it was time to join. She had been diligently cultivating in her cave, spending a month in preparation for the transition from Golden Core to Nascent Soul, which, in terms of time flow, equates to 9 years. After emerging, she immediately ventured to the demon planet. There was a profound sense of change, as if the world had transformed completely. Ling Weirui sensed a growing detachment from humanity. If she continued her rigorous cultivation, she feared becoming heartless, which might alter her character. Although Wangyang ultimately met his demise, Ling Weirui had done her best. She withdrew her doppelganger's disguise and proceeded to the largest private room in the Kill Fish restaurant. YCC hurriedly invited Ling Weirui to sit beside her, and the individuals present were all friends from their group chat. Within moments, any awkwardness dissipated. "Sister, please refrain from exaggerating. It makes me feel awkward. I, at such a young age, possess a 3-bedroom apartment entirely from my own efforts," she remarked. "Ha ha ha, Weirui, YCC is not exaggerating. You will undoubtedly be my goddess from now on. Speaking of which, does anyone recall Annie Baby? She once claimed Weirui was ugly. What has become of her now? I know, she was arrested. Soon, the group pieced together the details regarding Li Annie, who was implicated in illegal detention and numerous homicides and had indeed been apprehended. Did she not commit suicide? During the incident in Kyoto, after the auction by the wealthy, those players who committed murder had all taken their own lives to evade capture. The details remain unclear. They acknowledged, lamenting the incomplete narrative. It's truly frustrating to be left hanging like this, YCC exclaimed. Since Ling Weirui had sent Li Annie to her fate, she had not given her another thought. However, at this moment, she recalled someone, the Golden Hand. This was the individual Li Annie had encountered. Previously, Ling Weirui had been too preoccupied to deal with him, but now seemed a fitting time to seek him out. Additionally, apart from the Heaven and Earth Soul Lamp, she had also acquired a past and present mirror and a book of life and death, which equipped her with the means to gather information about individuals. The gathering lasted for 2 hours, filled with feasting and merriment, before everyone decided to level up. YCC even suggested taking Ling Weirui to conquer the demon dungeon, but she declined, stating her intention to complete tasks along the coastal regions to earn some extra income. Many others shared this sentiment. Today marked the first day of the invasion, and with numerous monsters around, some areas would issue quests, allowing players to earn money through monster hunting. Others were focused on leveling up, hoping to reach level 30 to apply for golden yuan pills, among other rewards. On another front, they naturally wished to reside in Tianqi Town. What? The smallest room costs 35,000. Wangyang's eyes widened in disbelief. He was aware that this was Tianqi Town, managed by a decade-old conglomerate, and that prices would be steep. However, the food appeared reasonably priced, yet accommodation was shockingly expensive. The hotel front desk did not display any disdain at Wangyang's outburst, maintaining a polite smile. "Indeed, esteemed guest, our hotel rooms are independent safe zones. All rooms are equipped with special effects maximized to not only repel monsters, but also alleviate fatigue and enhance experience during rest. In this regard, 35,000 is a justifiable price." Wangyang finally recalled Ling Weirui's prior warning about the high lodging costs, advising him to leave early. It truly was exorbitant. Yet for players, this expenditure was deemed reasonable. However, Wangyang was not a player. He felt increasingly resentful, deeming the situation unfair. Chapter 122. The Death Note. It turns out to be him. In truth, there are currently numerous activation codes for the Zerg assassins and special forces. If he sold his house or applied for a loan from the National Treasury, he could gather enough funds to purchase these 2 activation codes. However, Wangyang desired a more potent activation code. Selling the house would not suffice for such an exchange, leaving him in a state of indecision, which only widened the gap between him and the current players. Forget it, 35,000 is too much. "I want to stay here that I can endure a night outside," Xiaojihao declared. Wangyang also decided against lodging, opting instead to promote his project. Many players expressed interest and exchanged contact information with him. "Your idea is indeed viable, but it won't yield significant profits. Take my advice, buy a gun, stock up on ammunition, and go dungeon diving to hunt zombies. Within a month, you should be able to secure at least one activation code and become a player. Making it easier to earn money. Brother, what I desire is not the Special Forces activation code. Other activation codes are a bit pricey, but I could manage with just 2 of them. The odds seemed too slim. He believed his program was far more deserving of promotion. After all, he had studied this in college, otherwise, his education would have been in vain. You, with your lofty aspirations, seem to prefer office work over the grind. Hunting zombies is simple, yet you always think of easy gains. The well-meaning player realized he had overstepped and ceased his counsel, departing instead. Wangyang remained resolute, intent on entrepreneurship and striking it rich. Dismissing the notion of engaging with zombies as mere physical toil, she produced the past and present mirror. It was her first time using it, but it could only be utilized for 1 hour each day. Out of curiosity, she first searched for Li Annie. In the next moment, the mirror shifted, revealing Li Annie clad in a form-fitting armor that accentuated her figure, a stark contrast to her previously delicate appearance. Her eyes brimmed with allure, and her beauty had markedly improved. Ling Weirui's eyes narrowed instantly. Foundation establishment stage. Li Annie had remarkably reached level 20. After this stage, one's body would undergo refinement, purging impurities, resulting in a more youthful and attractive visage. Had she escaped? Ling Weirui pondered. As this thought crossed her mind, the mirror shifted once more, revealing Li Annie bound within a prison cell. Soon after, she heard a system prompt. Ultimately, gritting her teeth, she activated the game's self-destruct skill, Explode Acupoint. She perished and chose to respawn randomly, thus making her escape. Ling Weirui contemplated this, only to find the mirror unresponsive. She could only observe the present and the past. Ling Weirui redirected the view to the present and observed Li Annie's surroundings. Discovering that she was no longer in the country, she must be in the lair of the Black Rat, perhaps within the borders of the M Kingdom or the Golden Triangle region. Li Annie nestled close to a young man who was exhaling smoke. As the haze dissipated, Ling Weirui was taken aback to see a familiar face. Oh? Ling Weirui raised an eyebrow. Yang Guangyu. Had she not seen him now? Ling Weirui might have forgotten about him entirely. He was the son of a local tycoon in Z City, who, after the game's emergence, had engaged in business with a rickshaw driver. However, just as he had organized an underground trading venue, he was ambushed by 5 armed men from the Black Rat and ultimately eliminated by Ling Weirui. At that time, she had not suspected him at all, yet, on the second occasion, after trading with the rickshaw driver, Yang Guangyu was ambushed the very next day. Her initial suspicion fell upon the rickshaw driver, leading her to sever ties and establish her own flourishing business, the Kill Fish Supermarket. Although Yang Guangyu remained on Ling Weirui's friend list, they had no regular communication and no intersection in their lives. She never anticipated that he would turn out to be an insider. Fearing she might wrongfully accuse him, Ling Weirui utilized the past and present mirror to briefly examine Yang Guangyu's activities over the past few months, confirming that he was indeed no good. This scoundrel was part of the Black Rat's upper echelon. Over the past months, he had deceived numerous players, orchestrated malicious PKs, and lured individuals into the wild for slaughter. However, with Tang Tianqing's even more formidable rise compared to the previous life, coupled with Ling Weirui's 10-year dominance in Z City, he was forced to relocate, ultimately facing setbacks and retreating to the Golden Triangle. This area was notorious for black-on-black violence. Meanwhile, Li Annie, possessing an account from the Hahuan sect and skilled in charms, had contacted the Golden Hand after her escape and subsequently reached out to Yang Guangyu through him. They had abandoned the extortion tactic and began cultivating opium within their cave, subsequently delving into drug trafficking, deceiving players into usage while also benefiting from priestly healing, resulting in enormous profits. This despicable endeavor. Ling Weirui retrieved the Book of Life and Death. Upon opening it, she inscribed Yang Guangyu's name. Please input the individual's date of birth, along with the names of their biological parents for precise targeting. Otherwise, it will randomly attack someone with the same name. Such a stipulation? Fortunately, she possessed the means. She promptly utilized the past and present mirror to ascertain Yang Guangyu's date of birth and identify his parents' names, ultimately inscribing his name. As Ling Weirui completed this, the mirror continued to monitor Yang Guangyu, revealing someone handing him a syringe. Young master, try the new product. Yang Guangyu, brimming with confidence, injected himself. In the next moment, his eyes widened, and he clutched his chest, convulsing before collapsing. Book of Life and Death. Yang Guangyu, born on Father Yang Rong, Mother Xie Shuqin, 2x25, 10, 13. Cardiac arrest, deceased. A death note? Ling Weirui exclaimed in astonishment. However, one death was surely insufficient. Yang Guangyu resurrected, returning to the safe zone in his home, where he immediately berated his subordinates, demanding the research team to emerge for a thorough beating. Unexpectedly, at that moment, someone from within the team rebelled. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Why do you hesitate to move?" While these individuals engage in conversation, Ling Weirui, under the influence of her divine perception, has already discerned a path leading to the Dragon Palace. Action cannot be delayed until there are more people. The more individuals present, the greater the distractions. The sooner one enters, the sooner one can relish the rewards. Ling Weirui swiftly advances, her speed remarkable. The water serves not as an impediment, but rather as an ally. She even discovers that she can subtly manipulate the currents, guiding the movements of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. It is no wonder that in her previous life, the treasure of the Dragon Palace was claimed by Felinzax, a Western player who brazenly seized our Eastern treasures. Ling Weirui rapidly approaches the entrance of the Dragon Palace, at which point, the pickled cabbage nation spies her silhouette and immediately becomes alarmed. Someone has entered before them. They must stop her. She cannot be allowed to enter. Quickly, let us charge. The thieves of the pickled cabbage nation also begin to conceal themselves, with Ling Weirui leading the way. They soon realize that evading the guards of the Dragon Palace is essential for approaching the entrance. These thieves quickly find their rhythm. Exploring the wild, rummaging through treasure chests, and gathering herbs in high-level monster areas are their specialties. Are they not? Remarkably, these thieves move with great agility. Yet, no matter how fast they are, they cannot match Ling Weirui. Her attributes far exceed those of ordinary players, rendering others incapable of comparison. The protective shield of the Crystal Palace looms before her. Ling Weirui unleashes the Ice Lotus in her hand, and a cascade of cold light strikes the shield, freezing it and prying open a sizable breach. Without hesitation, she slips inside. Once she does, the shield automatically repairs itself, barring the two players from the pickled cabbage nation outside. They promptly commence a frenzied assault with their daggers, but after a prolonged effort, they manage to create merely a small opening in the shield. At this moment, the two thieves realize that only a vigorous onslaught can breach the passage and gain entry into the Crystal Palace. Right under their noses, Ling Weirui swiftly unlocks a treasure chest. Within, she discovers an abundance of pearls, coin pouches, jade, agate, and even weapons of the sea folk, a trident and unique items from their realm. Water Avoidance Pearl. When carried, it allows for unhindered movement underwater. This special item can be utilized simply by having it on one's person. However, as Ling Weirui attempts to stow these treasures in her backpack, a new notification appears. System notification. This scene is a special area. Teleportation is prohibited. Spatial backpacks cannot be opened, and caves cannot be accessed. No wonder, in her previous life, the fierce battles were fought. The inability to access spatial storage meant all treasures were held in hand, naturally attracting covetous eyes. Ling Weirui cannot access her spatial backpack but is able to select from her wardrobe. She chooses a thick outer cloak, placing her treasures within, and then makes her way toward the next treasure chest. Upon arrival, she realizes that chests vary in size. Small treasure chests are ubiquitous, yet medium. Large and extra-large chests are guarded by monsters. Ling Weirui first clears the small chests, while the two thieves from the pickled cabbage nation finally make their entrance. Aha, let us get her. Seeing Ling Weirui engrossed in opening small chests and unable to place items into her spatial backpack, the two players are instantly envious. Moreover, the larger chests are all protected by monsters. If Ling Weirui possesses any prowess, she should be battling monsters rather than fixating on small chests. Ultimately, the allure of wealth is irresistible. They have already witnessed her shattering the protective shield, indicating she possesses significant strength. Yet, what if the shield is impervious to physical attacks and only vulnerable to magic? Thieves thrive in the shadows, employing cunning to outmaneuver the strong. In short, they are determined to eliminate Ling Weirui. The two thieves immediately cloak themselves and approach Ling Weirui. However, she chuckles softly, for the two assassins, while submerged, are nearly obscured by the waves, appearing as a single entity. Was there truly any need for stealth? Nevertheless, when striking from stealth, their backstab skill inflicts an additional 50 damage, an amplification of skill damage. Ling Weirue raises her hand, conjuring a wave of frost. Snowflakes crystallize in the water, freezing a swath of the area. Subsequently, a flurry of icy blade energy slices through the throats of the two thieves, severing their heads from their bodies. The severed heads do not fall to the ground, but instead drift along with the current. Their bodies and heads quickly float beyond the protective shield, leaving only their daggers and leather armor behind. Ling Weirue collects the equipment, stowing it in the makeshift pouch formed by her cloak. Chapter 125. Guardians of the Treasure. She is certainly no novice at slaughter. Ling Weirue remains in this spot, awaiting the two. After dispatching them, she disregards the myriad treasure chests around her and rushes to the largest one. From 100 meters away, she uses her divine thought to pry open the lid of the colossal chest. Boom! A rush of air erupts as the chest opens, revealing a brilliant golden light, followed by the emergence of a gigantic black dragon. With long whiskers and antler-like horns, its head resembles that of a camel, its eyes like those of an ox, and its body akin to a serpent. It is a creature of Eastern legend. Black Dragon, level 55. Ling Weirue finds herself 14 levels beneath it. She casts the Eternal Freeze spell, instantly encasing the black dragon in ice. Ling Weirue swiftly steps closer to the chest, yearning for 3 hands to hastily extract the treasures within. This colossal chest resembles a small house, filled with numerous items. And Ling Weirue quickly selects a white jade bottle. Pure bottle, inherent treasure. Contains the power of the sea, capable of pouring forth a sea of water or serving as an underwater cave. It can forcibly capture sea monsters. Due to plot restrictions, Dragon Palace guard-type monsters cannot be captured. Note 1. Dragon Palace treasures are tainted with the aura of the palace and will attract the ire of its guardians, rendering them unplaceable in spatial equipment and cannot utilize teleportation items while carried. They must remain still for 3 days before they can be stored. Note 2. The pure bottle itself is classified as a cave-type item and cannot be stored within a cave or spatial realm. Had it been possible to capture the Dragon Palace guards, Ling Weirue would have certainly seized the Black Dragon. Simultaneously, even if she managed to leave the Dragon Palace, she could not stow the pure bottle and other treasures within her backpack for the time being. However, the Dragon Palace has only just begun. There is still time. This moment, the Black Dragon, having been restrained for a mere second, shatters the ice and lunges once more at Ling Weirue, its enormous maw seemingly intent on tearing apart this fragile mortal. Ling Weirue ascends with a starry step, swiftly breaching the protective shield of the Crystal Palace. Yet, as the guardian of the treasure chest, the Black Dragon cannot leave the confines of the palace. Nevertheless, the surrounding shrimp soldiers and crab generals immediately lock onto Ling Weirue. Stealing treasures from the Dragon Palace is a crime punishable by death. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals surge forth. She moves with great speed, reaching Magic City and landing within the Tianjiao building. The 36th floor has been entirely transformed into Ling Weirue's private residence, each floor spanning a spacious 1260 square meters, rivaling the largest units of the Tangchen Erpin. Beyond its opulent decor, Ling Weirue's merit has fortified the entire building's defenses. She promptly contacts Li Si, who is already at sea, having established a magical formation. The internal teleportation array within Ling Weirue's building allows her to input the coordinates provided by Li Si and teleport accordingly. At this moment, she finds herself aboard a luxurious yacht. The chairman has arrived. People gather around as the elite of the Xinian group convene on the lavish yacht. After a week's time, 15 players from the Xianing Xian clan within the Xinian group have successfully passed through the tribulation. The chances of success for the next attempt are likely even slimmer. Such is the nature of the circumstances. Sometimes, luck is part of strength. In addition to these individuals, Qing Zihan, Li Si, Wang Qing, and others have also arrived, including players from the Titan clan formed by Ling Weirue. With this many players, they could forcibly carve out a path. Chairman, will you join us in battling monsters, or will you act independently? Yi Sisi inquires. I will act alone. As for you all, players at level 30 can dive, while those below level 30 will be annihilated by the Dragon Palace guards, an endeavor fraught with peril. Furthermore, one cannot breach the protective shield of the Crystal Palace. Also, spatial backpacks cannot be used underwater. Ling Weirue briefly explains the underwater situation. NDCC and the others finally comprehend that Ling Weirue has already ventured down. I understand now. Since spatial backpacks are unusable, prepare some sacks. I will send a message to have some sacks delivered. Please bring some for me as well. Ling Weirui requests a few. Before long, everyone receives a substantial number of sacks, and Ling Weirui becomes the recipient of 9 sacks. Gather your sacks well. She once again plunges into the water, evading the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, shattering the protective shield of the Crystal Palace to create an opening, and then she enters. Upon her entry, the black dragon, which had been lingering beside the largest treasure chest, does not attack her. This is primarily because others are currently engaging the black dragon. At this moment, a group of players from the Woken Nation has gathered near the black dragon. They communicate through written words, which materialize around them, and with the system's translation function, Ling Weirui comprehends their intentions clearly. This black dragon must be the great boss of the Crystal Palace, while the others are preoccupied. We must seize the opportunity to take down the black dragon. Alright, we must proceed with caution. Use spirit beasts to attack why spirit beast is nearing its limit. Quickly draw the aggro. Indeed, the black dragon is a formidable boss. Yet even Ling Weirui does not wish to provoke it. These players are incredibly audacious. Ling Weirui recalls that in her previous life, players typically reached level 50, at least 5 years later, before the black dragon was slain. To contemplate slaying the black dragon now is but a fantasy, as anticipated. The black dragon devours spirit beasts with ease, and with a swift flick of its tail, it generates a whirlpool beneath the water, drawing in all the players standing at a distance, consuming them one by one. The players from the Woken Nation have once again decimated their foes. How exhilarating! Ling Weirui skillfully evaded the central area and discovered a grand treasure chest. This chest, too, was guarded by monsters, varying in strength. The Dragon Palace treasure hunt is indeed a beneficial event. Those who dare to explore are richly rewarded. Ling Weirui filled several burlap sacks with coins, dragging them underwater. As the number of players swelled, those from the flower planting family were the most numerous, given their proximity to the East Sea. A few players spotted Ling Weirui dragging 3 bags, their eyes glimmering with avarice. Dressed as a member of the Xianing Immortal clan, could she possibly be the infamous killing fish for a decade? Likely not. The members of that group are all in the East, and she is alone. Furthermore, the reputation of killing fish for a decade has risen so high that many members of the Xianing Immortal clan are now masquerading as her, donning masks to create a facade. Moreover, did you not just cast the identification spell? You must not have seen her name, indicating she has employed a concealment item. With killing fish for a decade being so formidable, why would she need such an item? In Chapter 126, titled Fishing Law Enforcement, Cupid, a correct assumption is promptly dismissed. These individuals firmly believe that the person before them could not possibly be killing fish for a decade. As the game progressed over the past 5 months, many wealthy players purchased activation codes for the Xianing Immortal clan due to her influence. Some affluent women, rich ladies, and even those who had to sell their possessions opted for the Xianing Immortal clan, with a majority of females choosing the Yaoqi Immortal sect. Additionally, Ling Weirui, preoccupied with dragging her sacks and opening the treasure chest, had not brought her Genesis Ice Lotus, further confirming their suspicions. Consequently, armed individuals approached her, demanding she relinquish her sacks, threatening her with death should she refuse, warning her that dying would cost her soul power. Ling Weirui glanced at her fashionable attire, then at her sacks. Are you addressing me? Are you deaf or blind? Don't you see the text directed at you? Hand over your belongings, quickly. The group raised their hands to seize her treasures. In the next moment, splashes erupted underwater as an arc of ice swiftly severed the heads of these individuals. So, they were indeed speaking to me. How peculiar! Ling Weirui mused, touching her mask. Could it be that she could no longer wield her blade? Or had her status as a top player lost its intimidation factor? She collected the equipment of these players into her sacks. To her surprise, due to her status as a disciple of the 9 bags, a group of people indeed sought to target her. The Dragon Palace was vast, and the noise was minimal, making it difficult for anyone to speak out against her. Most merely wished to seize her treasures upon sight. Although Ling Weirui had no intention of stealing these items, some individuals insisted on giving her more. Moreover, not only were there players from the flower planting family, but others from different nations also flocked here upon learning of the Dragon Palace treasure hunt. Even players from the Beautiful Nation had arrived, though not from the Phaeton family, but from the Motors family, a family that had ascended by stepping on the Faline family. They had also acquired that Western mythological game. And after 5 months, they had garnered many deities. Among them were 5 sea gods, masters of oceanic manipulation, thriving in the waters. Despite the flower-planting family having entered early and seized the opportunity to explore the Dragon Palace, the latecomers could still benefit from the spoils of others. A chaotic melee erupted, with PK battles raging everywhere. Numerous elite players from the flower-planting family were eliminated, including Wangyang, who had spent $1 trillion to become the new city lord. Maintaining his level at 33, he had also trained a cadre of subordinates, all reaching level 30, as they scoured for treasures. However, they soon encountered members of the Modu's family, leading to a swift and devastating defeat, resulting in his level dropping by 1, inciting Wangyang's wrath. Caught between humiliation and fury, he chose the former. Ultimately, he reported to Ling Weirui, "Sister-killing fish, these scoundrels have gone too far, killing our flower-planting family members and stealing our treasures. The East Sea Dragon Palace is our legend and should rightfully belong to us." "Indeed, Brother Wang," they echoed. Last life, the clear bottle was taken by the Faline family, allowing them to summon seawater during battles, making them formidable on land. "Sister-killing fish, please help me eliminate them. I'll pay 100 million per head." "A trivial matter, Brother Wang. A small token of jewelry will suffice. I'll send you an imperial green and a glass-grade violet another day." Their banter reflected a harmonious relationship. Wangyang understood that Ling Weirui must be quite young, considering the flamboyant account she had created for the game. Certainly not the work of an elder. Yet, given the current standing of killing fish for a decade within the flower-planting family, he willingly referred to her as sister. He was even counting on her for revenge. Ling Weirui, deciding against looting further treasures, contemplated for a moment before removing her mask, donning a special forces outfit, and activating a disguise mask to mold a random passerby's face. Excellent. She was set for fishing law enforcement, Ling Weirui. With 9 bags in tow, set off, soon encountering a group of players from the Pickled Cabbage Nation. They exchanged glances, and 3 thieves vanished simultaneously. Without hesitation, Ling Weirui fired her small pistol, unleashing 3 beams of laser light. Although it appeared as a standard laser gun, it was, in fact, a Moonlight gun. The thieves' invisibility was a mere jest. As they vanished, the seawater formed human shapes around them. This was absurd. In 3 swift moves, Ling Weirui dispatched the 3 thieves and subsequently eliminated 10 more ahead. The opposing team was annihilated, leaving behind a significant cache of Dragon Palace treasures. Ling Weirui gathered the spoils and secured them to her bags. Before long, another group of players appeared. It was the Woken Nation. This time, Ling Weirui took the initiative, striking first before they could act. After all, if she had to kill, why not do it without pretense? She dispatched her foes and seized 2 more bags. Ling Weirui, now flaunting her sacks, finally encountered members of the Modu's family. Upon seeing her, they momentarily paused, then rejoiced. Here was a solitary treasure hunter, a player from a shooting game. Something feels off. With so many treasures, she must be formidable, a shooting game player. How strong could she really be? Perhaps she is from a mutated version of the game or a genetically enhanced human. Proceed with caution. We have 10 deities. What do we have to fear? One man with light golden curly hair drew a bow, the arrowhead heart-shaped and pink. The weapon seemed comical, but one should not underestimate the enemy. The deity chosen by the opposing group was likely Cupid, a class akin to the Xian-ing immortal clan Si Huan sect, possessing alluring skills that easily manipulated players of lesser strength. As Ling Weirui prepared to counter, she aimed her pistol at the assailant. In the next moment, Cupid released his arrow, which glided slowly through the air, seemingly harmless, yet no one could evade its trajectory. Cupid's arrow was a weapon governed by the laws of causality. Meanwhile, the white light from Ling Weirui's pistol erupted forth. A glimmer of cold radiance emerged, and then the gun fired like a cannon. Zzzzzzzzz, a blinding white light, 5 meters in diameter, enveloped the 10 or so individuals ahead. In Chapter 127, titled 3 Days and 3 Nights, Total Annihilation. Moments later, enveloped in the white light, Ling Weirui eliminated all her adversaries. However, the Cupid arrow still pierced through the brilliance, striking Ling Weirui. With no one around, a swell of affection surged within her, imparting a profound lesson. One must learn to love oneself. Ecstatic, she activated a shield to drain the surrounding water, retrieving her uncertainly waterproof phone to capture a photograph, which she promptly sent to Wangyang as a memento. Sister Killing Fish, I trust your capabilities. I've seen those players drop levels on the beautiful nation leaderboard. Just a small task. After their exchange, Ling Weirui, laden with treasures, roamed freely. Despite her disguise as a special forces operative, no one dared to challenge her. Even the persistent thieves from the Pickled Cabbage Nation, intent on pilfering her loot, were swiftly dealt with by Ling Weirui. After a brief circuit, she unexpectedly spotted ECC in a central location, where she and her companions were eagerly preparing to confront the Black Dragon. Slaying the clam spirit would yield pearls, while defeating the Black Dragon would grant Dragon Balls and Dragon Tendons. Alongside ECC, various defense forces from the flower planting family, led by Tang Tianqing, organized to test the waters against the Black Dragon. Chairman, ECC beckoned. Shall we join forces against the Black Dragon, or do you intend to face it solo? Ling Weirui was taken aback. How did you recognize me? Is my disguise subpar? Chairman, you are still holding our sacks. It turned out they had recognized her by the sacks. The Dragon Palace guards respawned rapidly. Just 5 minutes after their last battle, a new wave of monsters emerged to fill the gaps left by the previously defeated foes. Upon Ling Weirui's reminder, ECC and the others realized the protective barrier had grown somewhat translucent, with certain areas exhibiting gaping holes that had yet to heal. The more players that entered the Dragon Palace, the more fragile the barrier became. All players entering the Dragon Palace were level 30 and above, and the flower planting family boasted a total of 23 provinces, each with defense forces ranging from 30,000 to 50,000, with over 200 players at level 30 and even more at higher strengths. The situation had escalated to over 5,000, dominating a significant portion, while players from various nations continued to arrive in increasing numbers. The protective shield could withstand approximately 10,000 attacks, and it was on the verge of collapse. Without hesitation, Ling Weirui decisively ordered a retreat. If you wish to take on the Black Dragon, wait until I reach level 50 and transcend the Tribulation. Ling Weirui had already envisioned the next target for the Lightning Tribulation, the Black Dragon. As she led her team away, it was evident that the garrison soldiers were perplexed. Aren't they from the Tenure Group? Weren't they just planning to cooperate and tackle the boss together? Indeed, why the sudden withdrawal? I know Gu Daoringchong from the Tenure Group. He used to be within our ranks. But upon their invitation, he fled at once. Damn it, why didn't the Tenure Group invite me? I want to join too. Upon inquiry, they revealed that the Tenure Group forbade attacking the Black Dragon. What? This revelation caught the garrison soldiers' attention. Many reconsidered their involvement, yet some remained defiant. Major Tang, you are also a player of the Xianing Immortal Clan. It said your class is quite formidable, merely lacking in equipment compared to the Tenure Group. If we slay this Black Dragon, we might acquire exceptional gear, bridging the gap between us. Are you content to be perpetually overshadowed by the Tenure Group, forever a second-rate player? Liang Jing frowned, sneering, what do you mean by second-rate? At the very least, our leader is the foremost of the garrison. If it weren't for us constantly cleaning up your messes, he wouldn't have wasted so much time. How could his level not surpass that of the Tenure Group? However, as he spoke, Liang Jing felt a twinge of insecurity. After mastering the Xianing Immortal Clan account for so long and studying the Tenure Group, everyone knew that the strength of the Tenure Group lay not in levels, but in cultivation. Now, they were all focused on cultivating to Qi refining, foundation establishment, and golden core stages before reaching levels 10, 20, or 30, an exploitative method known as perfect level cultivation. Yet, they had no time to train, as the garrison was too busy. As the power of the garrison in City Z grew stronger, the situation was still manageable. In other cities, corruption persisted, leading to a lack of resources. There were still those who aimed for a unified distribution of loot, demanding that well-earned equipment be surrendered rather than arming their own. Gradually, the garrison lost the support of the people, who wouldn't want to go solo if capable. Gu Daoringchong had fled, and if others had an escape route, who wouldn't want to take it? That was called getting ashore. Now, someone was fanning the flames. Liang Jing was left speechless. Tang Tianqing declared, since the Tenure Group has departed, clearly they have no intention of fighting. I too shall take my leave. If any of you wish to test your mettle, feel free. The garrison of Province Z will not remain. Tang Tianqing's guiding principle was to learn from the wise. Following the Tenure Group would surely yield benefits. While they feasted, he would savor the broth. As for who was first or second, that was none of anyone else's concern. With that, Tang Tianqing and his team departed. The moment he left, the morale of the others waned. Yet, there were still those unwilling to concede. The most notable among them was the administrator from Kyoto, a third-generation scion, now referred to as the Crown Prince. Wei Zhao, age 36, had already achieved the rank of Major General, eclipsing Tang Tianqing in rank. However, the garrison's promotions were based on seniority, and Wei Zhao had leveraged his ancestral legacy to reach this status at such a young age. Little did he expect to be belittled by someone younger and of a lower rank than himself. If we don't fight, others from different nations will, so we cannot give up. We still have players of the Titan class. I refuse to believe we cannot outmatch Tang Tianqing. Let us give it a try. If we drop a level, so be it. The garrison will never surrender. The garrison would indeed never yield, but now it was a war of information. Without a thorough investigation into the enemy's strength, they were embarking on a gamble fraught with uncertainty. Sure enough, Wei Zhao led the charge, resulting in the annihilation of the entire garrison of over 4,000 soldiers. Consequently, players from other nations followed suit, all meeting the same fate. The rankings plummeted, with players collectively losing levels. Unwilling to accept defeat, they resorted to a strategy of overwhelming numbers and established a resurrection array. Attempting to swarm the Black Dragon, the battle against the Black Dragon raged on for 3 days and nights. Chapter 128. A sudden drop in global temperatures, the harsh end times perhaps due to Ling Weirui's premature retreat. The protective shield developed vulnerabilities. Upon the arrival of players from other nations, they received intelligence and penetrated the gaps in the shield. Surprisingly, the shield remained intact for 3 days, during which nations united for battle. Players above level 30 saw their levels drop to an average of 25, and just as the Black Dragon's health dwindled to half, the garrison continually reinforced their efforts. Ultimately, the protective shield shattered, and an onslaught of enemies surged forth, dismantling the resurrection array. Under the relentless assault of the Dragon Palace guards, all players perished. The top players from various nations faced devastating losses. Moreover, the garrison of the flower-planting nation suffered the most severe consequences. Aside from the garrison of Province C that had retreated, the others, having committed substantial manpower over the subsequent 3 days, ultimately failed to defeat the Black Dragon, incurring significant casualties. The leaders of the flower-planting nation reprimanded Wei Zhao harshly, demoting his rank to lieutenant colonel. Naturally, Ling Weirui was aware of this. Had they succeeded in defeating the Black Dragon and acquiring top-tier equipment, the narrative would have shifted from criticism to validation of their efforts. In truth, the garrisons from various regions aspired to outshine the 10-year group or, at the very least, challenge Tang Tianqing's position as the foremost among the garrison. Unfortunately, their aspirations remained unfulfilled. The losses incurred would indirectly impact future game dynamics. With the decline in combat effectiveness among top players and a continuous influx of monstrous threats, cities faced increasing devastation. Only the 10-year group and the garrison of Province C emerged unscathed, subsequently becoming the firefighters, responding to crises wherever they arose, further widening the gap between themselves and other players. Ling Weirui reaped substantial rewards from this encounter, acquiring a wealth of gems and materials that, once organized after 3 days, would be stored in her spatial backpack, valued at a staggering 100 billion. Furthermore, Wang Guanmin transferred 50 billion to Ling Weirui, presenting her with a plethora of jewelry and 3 master jewelers capable of designing exquisite pieces. Ling Weirui graciously accepted this gift. In tandem, she produced a pristine bottle equivalent to an aquatic sanctuary, vast enough to cultivate fish. It could even ensnare colossal beasts within. With the pristine bottle, the monstrous creatures landing along coastal regions could only be confined within it. Simultaneously, it began to snow in City Z, or rather, across most of the nation. The number of professional players increased, various industries crumbled, factories halted, and pollution levels diminished, effectively curbing global warming, leading to an unusually early winter. Following a heavy snowfall, a frigid chill enveloped the globe. A day later, the game version was updated. System announcement. Current patch added. Updated to Deep Sea Synchronization version 2.2. Deep Sea Monster Synchronization. Ice coverage expanded around polar regions, resulting in global cooling and snowfall. Version 2.2 Monster Update Notification. Small snowmen, large snowmen, snow slaves, snow maidens, snowfield children. The smallest snowman was classified as a level 10 monster. With the large snowman at level 15, snow slaves at 20, snow maidens at 25, and snowfield children as level 30 bosses. Snow maidens and snowfield children would appear in traditional snowy mountain areas, but they would move, with snow maidens summoning snow and snowfield children conjuring blizzards. Once the snow settled on the ground, other monsters would respawn atop it. By nightfall, the snowfall continued unabated, blanketing the city in snow, submerging it to ankle depth. Suddenly, in the biting wind, a small ball began to roll in the snow, gradually forming a snowball with a diameter of half a meter. Additionally, several other snowballs rolled alongside it, some large, some smaller. The smaller snowballs adhered to the larger ones, and as the larger snowball rolled, it lifted the smaller ones, culminating in the formation of a snowman. The small snowman emerged, its face quickly adorned with black threads, revealing eyes, a nose, and a mouth, creating a malevolent expression. Subsequently, it sprouted two lines resembling arms. With a touch against its body or the ground, it formed two snowballs. The snowballs were then hurled towards the illuminated areas. Bang! The snowballs struck the glass window. Bang, bang, bang. 4 or 5 more snowballs followed suit. The small snowman's snowballs could easily be likened to ice hockey pucks, remarkably hard. However, the resident of the first floor had evidently activated the sturdy feature, as the glass remained intact despite being bombarded. The occupants' expression shifted, and they hastily turned off the lights. Damn it, now they're not knocking on the door but banging on the window? Quickly, they ducked beneath the covers, feeling anxious. After enduring dozens of impacts against the window, it finally shattered with a loud crash. The frigid wind and snow rushed in, filling the room with howling gales and plunging temperatures to -30 degrees, prompting the occupant to break into a cold sweat. This time, they could not remain passive. Screaming, they flung open the door. "Help! Something's broken my window!" The shout reverberated throughout the building, illuminating every apartment. Players within the building emerged, weapons in hand. Though the 10-year group had not assisted in resisting the calamity, they had supplied ample tools. Recently, a new batch of Millennium Peachwood swords had arrived, reputedly birthed from the 10-year group's lair. Particularly effective against the undead. Just as they contemplated using the Peachwood swords to deal with this new menace, the players heard a series of incessant thuds. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a multitude of small snowmen outside. Monsters have spawned. How could monsters spawn in the safety zone? The damage is so high, and the cold is unbearable. I feel as though I might freeze to death. Quickly, summon the defense troops to clear the monsters. The little snowman has shattered my window. The exterior unit of my air conditioner has been destroyed. How am I to survive this winter without it? Help! Tianchi Town. Players grind through dungeons day and night, transforming it into a veritable nocturnal town. Upon hearing of the update, Ling Weirui immediately activated the protective array. Once the array was initiated, although it consumed spirit stones daily, it effectively prevented snowflakes from descending upon the town. As Ling Weirui's consciousness swept across the town, all the snowflakes took flight, not leaving a trace behind, swept away by her will and cast outside the town. The little snowmen respawned, yet due to the illusion array surrounding Tianchi Town, they were unable to enter, forced to wander aimlessly instead. Eventually, the snowballs grew larger, transforming into a giant snowman. In stark contrast, chaos reigned in the major cities. Everyone was busy clearing the little snowmen, determined to prevent them from evolving into larger forms. They piled the snow together, employing fire-based skills to melt it away. A single sentence evoked memories of their school days, dominated by the terror of winter. The issue was that the southern regions had never experienced such heavy snowfall. The weight was overwhelming, and the insulation was severely tested by the frigid weather. Many residents of bamboo and wooden houses faced a dramatic increase in fatalities overnight due to hypothermia. The nation declared an emergency disaster relief effort. Following the game's invasion, the first natural disaster apocalypse had arrived. Meanwhile, Ling Weirui soared above the Panlong Mountain, her consciousness sweeping across the mountain range, swiftly discovering a woman clad in white, her skin resembling snow, the Snow Woman. Chapter 129. Gather the Snow Women to create snow, establishing a leveling ground. The Snow Woman would continuously generate snowfall, enveloping the entire mountain. This not only affected the projections of other beings, but also slowed the respawning of monsters. Moreover, it would spawn an unending stream of little snowmen. Not only that, but it could also give rise to giant snowmen, snow slaves, and even children of the snow plains. Although their levels were low, their numbers were incessant, creating a viable leveling ground. Indeed, Ling Weirui was once again engaged in artificially crafting a leveling spot. She swiftly employed her Eternal Freeze technique to encase the Snow Woman, transforming her into a colossal ice sculpture. Ordinarily, the Snow Woman would be highly resistant to ice-based attacks, and since her essence was snow, she could recover swiftly through severance or cutting methods. However, Ling Weirui's Eternal Freeze was currently exceedingly powerful, and given her high level, controlling the Snow Woman was a trivial task. Placing the Snow Woman upon the deck of her Yaoqi Xianzhou, Ling Weirui continued her shopping while contacting the construction players from the 10-year group, instructing them to erect a massive, sturdy warehouse, preferably made of ice. If that wasn't feasible, they could seek assistance from acquaintances. Players specializing in construction games had a plethora of modules, including magma forms, ice forms, snow forms, and even water cubes. These were merely game skins, yet each was perfectly squared. Don't worry, Sister Killing Fish, I'll have it built for you right away. Should the location be within Tianqi Town? A bit farther away. I'll provide you with coordinates. The height should be 300 meters, and the length and width can match that of a football field, leaving a doorway in the direction of the goal. No problem. Ling Weirui transferred the funds to the other party, who assured her it could be completed in a day. As preparations commenced for the Tianqi Town project, Ling Weirui also released a task within the group, requesting protection for these players. Although they were uncertain of Ling Weirui's intentions, they complied with the chairman's orders without question. Meanwhile, Ling Weirui fervently captured the Snow Women, freezing them in place. Should she encounter a child of the Snow Plains, she would eliminate it directly. The child of the Snow Plains was slightly larger than the Snow Woman, towering at 3 meters, with 3 ice crystals floating above its head. However, Ling Weirui could only freeze the child for 3 minutes before needing to replenish her Eternal Freeze technique, which she found tedious. After an entire night of effort, Ling Weirui had captured over 100 Snow Women, their forms densely packed upon the deck, and due to several rounds of freezing, the ice blocks had grown substantially. Dawn broke, and the ice blocks resembled a towering structure. However, some onlookers found it unsightly, questioning how an ice cube could be established beside the ancient, cultivation-style architecture of Tianqi Town. What could this possibly be? Had a new dungeon emerged? That is the Yaoqi Xianzhou, owned by Sister Killing Fish. I must go take a picture. Even the players who resided permanently in Tianqi Town had likely never seen Ling Weirui before, and they rushed outside. Ling Weirui summoned Wangyang to her side as she began to set up the array, the illusion array. She placed the ice sculptures within the structure and subsequently released the Eternal Freeze technique. The Snow Women regained their freedom, and in an instant, the surrounding air temperature plummeted to -50 degrees, continuing to drop. Trapped within the building, the Snow Women, surrounded by the illusion array, could not see the enemy outside. So they busily continued to generate snow. Within moments, an area the size of a football field was blanketed in white. In less than 10 seconds, the snow accumulated to a thickness of 10 centimeters. 2 minutes later, it reached a height of 1 meter, yet the children of the snow plains, accompanied by fierce winds and blizzards, stirred the snowflakes into hilly formations. Small snowmen began to emerge atop the snow. As the little snowmen rolled, they transformed into larger forms. At that moment, Ling Weirui opened a small gap in the illusion array. The little snowmen, sensing the presence of humans, mischievously began to roll snowballs and rushed outside, launching an attack on the players. The players in Tianqi Town, protected by Ling Weirui the previous day, were unaware of the little snowmen's power. When they saw the snowballs approaching, they instinctively raised their hands to catch them. Bang! A snowball struck one player's palm, instantly bending their hand backward, followed by a resounding crack. Ow! My hand is broken! Ling Weirui unleashed a Tide God spell to counter the snowball attacks while deploying fire-based artifacts to unleash flames. For every little snowman that appeared, she eliminated it. Ling Weirui continued to clear monsters while declaring, "Do you understand now?" Wangyang slapped his thigh. "Sister Killing Fish, I get it now. This is a leveling spot." What Ling Weirui was creating was indeed an artificial leveling ground, specifically for levels beyond 20. Yet, Wangyang still had numerous questions. Sister Killing Fish, even if this serves as a leveling spot, won't the Snow Women eventually escape? They are not easily captured. The Snow Women were somewhat neutral monsters, only attacking players who approached too closely, and when lacking a target, they would tirelessly produce snow. As the snow accumulated, they would spawn little snowmen, and the cycle would continue. The true danger lay in the children of the snow plains. When a snow woman accumulated sufficient cold energy, she would transform into a child of the snow plains, which would inevitably venture forth to attack players. The children of the snow plains were level 30, posing a risk for players seeking to level up here. Ultimately, Ling Weirui needed to freeze the source of the monsters. Fortunately, the giant snowballs evolved into snow women, so in a short time, the count of snow women had already surpassed 110. Ling Weirui froze a batch, selecting 10 from within, and using her consciousness. She lifted them out, placing them aside. In no time, she had gathered 10. Once she had accumulated 100, she instructed Wangyang to take them away. Once Wangyang understood the situation, he sprang into action, enlisting construction workers to build near the leveling spots adjacent to the 10 major cities, and dispatched personnel for protection. They replicated the process and began to promote it. Online, trending topics were dominated by the casualties caused by the snow disaster. Many residents of lower floors had their windows shattered by little snowmen, resulting in numerous fatalities from hypothermia during their slumber. Some were likely frozen to death outright. No, your 10-year group is genuinely audacious. While others are combating the snow disaster, you've already begun establishing leveling spots. Thank you for the invitation. I witnessed Sister Killing Fish create this leveling spot firsthand in Tianqi Town. It's no wonder she's at the top of the leaderboard. How did you manage to think of such a thing? Chapter 130. The Western Halloween. Is this another opportunity for me to spawn monsters? These ideas were certainly not conceived by Ling Weirui herself, nor were they derived from previous players. They had been utilized ahead of time. After all, capturing the Snow Women was no easy feat. However, the characteristics of the Snow Women had been discussed and researched extensively online. At one point, someone jokingly suggested that capturing 100 Snow Women would yield 2 little snowmen per second, allowing for a rapid spawn of 200 monsters, an enticing prospect. Yet, many refuted this claim, questioning who could capture 100 Snow Women and manage the destruction they could cause. The players of the Xianying clan had not made a remarkable impression when they synchronized, failing to capture the public's attention. There were few individuals studying formations. Ultimately, no one had considered the possibility of an illusion array. Ling Weirui constructed exceedingly tall buildings to prevent the Snow Women from escaping and employed the illusion array to successfully create this leveling spot. As envisioned, it was remarkably perfect. Truly, she was deserving of the innovative praise from the online community. Ling Weirui's leveling speed accelerated dramatically. Although the monsters on Jurassic Island respawned quickly, they were not endless. Ling Weirui had to venture out to seek them herself, and the island's vastness made it challenging for her skills to reach beyond 10 kilometers. In summary, although the little snowmen were only level 25, their sheer volume was sufficient to satiate her needs. Much like the Zerg leveling spot, where the low-level creatures could still provide ample experience due to their numbers, even a single point of experience could elevate a player to level 20. This new Snow Woman leveling spot could potentially elevate Ling Weirui to level 45, while the giant snowman could push her to level 50. Upon reaching level 50, a qualitative transformation would occur. Subsequently, Ling Weirui took further action, first employing the technique of dual shadow clones. The entity remained within the cave dwelling, engrossed in its cultivation. Meanwhile, another avatar lingered in the outside world, consuming slime potions and initiating a process of division. Once the split avatar donned a level 40 artifact, it could commence the hunting of the diminutive snowman. After Wangyang established 10 upgrade points, the subsequently born Snow Maiden was left by Ling Weirui in Tianqi Town to continue the establishment of upgrade points. With each upgrade point, an additional avatar could be deployed for monster hunting. One splits into 2, 2 into 4. Eventually, after reaching approximately 16, Ling Weirui felt it was sufficient, equating to 16 of her engaging in monster hunting simultaneously. Subsequently, for more upgrade points were opened, allowing players from the 10-year group to level up, including those who paid for upgrades, while Ling Weirui continuously expanded within the Panlong mountain range. For a time, the exterior of Tianqi Town was beset by a biting wind, the temperature colder than the polar ice fields. Without sufficient strength, one could easily succumb to frostbite. In such circumstances, Ling Weirui's level soared, reaching level 45 by November. System announcement. Current patch added. Updated to game Invasion version 2.3. Upon hearing this news, Ling Weirui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this yet another opportunity for monster hunting? However, her recollection of Western events was somewhat vague, compounded by the fact that each event occurred only once, leaving her with limited strategies. Yet, division was straightforward. To partake in the event, Ling Weirui relinquished her leveling grounds, and numerous players flocking to Tianqi Town eagerly spent money to upgrade, forming monster hunting teams, including members from her own 10-year group, who came to take over her 16 upgrade points. Utilizing the Z-City teleportation, Ling Weirui promptly made her way to Black Pearl City, which had nearly transformed into a transit hub between the east and west. Not only was Ling Weirui present, but many players from the Flower Planting clan also arrived through the teleportation array. Upon seeing Ling Weirui, they erupted with enthusiasm. Sister Killing Fish, you are here too. Will you be showcasing 100 avatars again? Sister Killing Fish, do you have any good suggestions for this event? Sister Killing Fish, I am at your service. I can be your loyal hound. Ling Weirui was startled, exclaiming, no need. I have enough hounds. A sense of unease washed over her. Yet, faced with the enthusiastic crowd surrounding her, Ling Weirui, now at her current level, exuded an air of authority. Be cautious of the children, Ling Weirui declared before teleporting once more, arriving at Button City. Upon reaching this place, she immediately divided herself into 128 avatars, each setting off towards various Western nations and bustling cities. Now, she merely needed to wait until 6 o'clock. At this moment, the trending topics in the Flower Planting clan rapidly shifted. Sister Killing Fish has enough hounds. Want to be Sister Killing Fish's hound? Sister Killing Fish warns players to beware of children. Sister Killing Fish is unmarried. Ling Weirui stared at her phone, perplexed. Messages from ECC began to pour in. Weiwei, it seems you know Sister Killing Fish. Have you ever seen our chairman's true face? Is she really unmarried? What? How did you arrive at that conclusion? That reasoning is quite compelling. So, has Sister Killing Fish married or not? Given her leveling speed, she resembles a grinding emperor, and as is well known, grinding emperors are typically single. That may not be the case. Look, our chairman can split herself and even change her appearance, skin, and attire. If it were me, I would date 10 at once. Once wealthy, I would exclusively pursue young hunks. Not to mention those male celebrities, who would practically kneel to gain her favor. Did you see that trending topic about not lacking hounds? That's because a celebrity commented beneath it, saying, I also want to be the sister's hound. My goodness. Many male celebrities are now stepping forth, and even female celebrities are saying they want a chance. Ling Weirui found herself speechless. These celebrities are so desperate for attention, lacking any bottom line. She was curious to see which celebrity it was. Scrolling through her phone, she continued until 6 o'clock, then sent a message to ECC. I've seen those male celebrities. If they don't treat Sister Killing Fish as one of their own, they won't even show off their 8-pack abs and selfies. They have no chance of becoming hounds. Ha ha ha. ECC burst into laughter. I won't say more. I'm off to participate in the event. Ling Weirui stowed her phone away. At that moment, the streets were abuzz with excitement, as everyone donned costumes, pumpkin monsters, vampires, zombies, werewolves, witches, and even the witch from Lowly Tower, alongside a myriad of film characters. Chapter 131. Halloween Rules, Trick or Treat. At 6 o'clock, darkness suddenly enveloped the sky. The people on the streets exuded a fervor tinged with madness. Crowds swarmed everywhere, though some were evidently frightened. Ling Weirui overheard a woman nearby chattering her teeth in fear. At that instant, Ling Weirui felt a tug on her thigh. The player adorned with vampire makeup, their cherubic face visible, gazed up at her eye in the moonlight. The child's eyes appeared to glimmer with a hint of red. Sister, can I have a piece of candy? Ling Weirui gently pushed the child's hands aside. I have no candy. Just then, a swarm of bats erupted from beneath the child's clothing, launching themselves at Ling Weirui. Initially small, the bats grew larger with each flap of their wings, with wings spanning 2 meters and a body length of 1 meter. Their sharp beaks opened wide, emitting a piercing ultrasonic hum that left one dizzy. As they approached Ling Weirui, they aimed to tear into her. She swiftly dispatched the bats with a wave of sword energy, while the child had already bounced away, eager to meld into the crowd. Ling Weirui pursued and, with a swift motion, shattered the pumpkin mask. As the mask broke, it revealed a grotesque visage within. Ling Weirui possessed over 100 avatars, Yet the Genesis Ice Lotus was singular. Fortunately, she had recently harvested peachwood from within the cave dwelling, crafting a Millennium Peachwood sword, one for each avatar. With a sweep of the peachwood sword, she swiftly decapitated the little ghoul. The head let out a shriek and attempted to flee, only to discover flames engulfing it from the neck upwards, while the child's body was consumed by flames from the neck downwards. Such was the power of the peachwood sword, which burned malevolent entities to death. Candy 1. Although Ling Weirui's 128 avatars did not all encounter candy-seeking children during the first round, she managed to collect 58 pieces of candy. However, before long, she was unexpectedly dethroned from her first-place position, as someone had obtained 100 pieces of candy, and they were not the only one at this moment. Those around her were also beset by troublesome little ghouls. Can I have a piece of candy? I have candy. Here, take it. This candy is not right. For this type, you owe me 10 pieces. Sure. The ordinary Western folk naturally heard the system prompts, deducing the event's content from them. Everyone was frantically scrambling for candy. Fortunately, the candy proved effective. Yet the next moment, despair descended upon one individual. Everyone, quick, he has candy. Uncle, can I have a piece of candy? I want candy too. Give me 10 pieces. Me too. Me too. Suddenly, 5 or 6 little ghouls surrounded that individual, who was paralyzed with fear. He had brought a bag of candy, yet found it insufficient by the time he reached the end. Unable to provide the additional candies, one of the little ghouls instantly mutated. It was a pumpkin monster ghoul. Its pumpkin head swelling into an enormous form, sharp teeth bared as it lunged at the ordinary person. Capable of merging its upper and lower halves, if it bit him, he would be severed in two. Not only did he scream, but those around him also shrieked in panic and fled. This was just the beginning. Ling Weirui immediately swung her weapon at the gigantic pumpkin monster. Not only that, but other little ghouls began to transform as well, with 5 little ghouls attacking the man who had given out candy. Ling Weirui obliterated all 5 of those little ghouls. My heavens, thank you, beautiful lady, you saved me. What should we do? Not giving candy will get us killed, but giving candy will still lead to our demise. God, do you want us all to perish? Please, protect me. I can hire you. I'll pay you. The individual promptly shoved money into Ling Weirui's hands. You have acquired 7120 currency, then stay by my side, Ling Weirui. Of course, was unconcerned with the trivial sum. Rather, this person had transformed into the role of Cheng Zihan from the onset of the game Invasion, an aggro magnet. With this individual present, little ghouls would continuously target him. And he had run out of candy. In this frenzy, the number of children surged, with adults and children each occupying half of the crowd. With so many children witnessing this individual lacking candy, it was only a matter of time before they would come seeking it. Thus, Ling Weirui merely needed to lie in wait. Yet just then, a distant scream echoed. Another little ghoul rapidly transformed, chasing after that player. Previously wearing a King Kong mask, the individual was startled when the pumpkin ghoul grew large, causing his mask to fall off, which the little ghoul seized upon. Ling Weirui swiftly dispatched the little ghoul. At this moment, a private message from her chat pinged in. ECC, Weiwei, someone online has summarized strategies for this event. I forwarded it to you via my phone. You can take a look. It is known that after this event, the West suffered a loss of nearly 50 million people, with the death toll being staggering. Thus, Ling Weirui decided to peruse the strategy thread forwarded by ECC. Randomly appearing pumpkin carts will emerge on the streets, capable of flinging out candy, with each bag containing 100 pieces. Those who acquire the candy can use 1 piece to fend off a little ghoul. 2. Ordinary candies can only resolve the minor specter with 10 pieces, and there exists a 50 probability of provoking the minor specter to launch a simultaneous assault. 3. Upon vanquishing a minor specter, 1 candy is dropped. Additionally, candies can be utilized to distract the specter. It is noteworthy that when seizing another's minor specter, the candies possessed are often more abundant. 4. Should one fail to don a Halloween costume, they will be pursued. It is imperative to masquerade as a Western figure, as any casual attire will be deemed a violation of Halloween regulations, resulting in relentless pursuit by the minor specter. Note, players from the homeland who read this message may identify each other using mahjong masks and form teams. I am Red Dragon. Chapter 132. We are all Red Dragon, the event concludes. The post elaborates further. For those from the homeland residing in the beautiful country, this method of wearing mahjong masks affords protection. Presently, the domestic security and strength far surpass that of the free, beautiful country. However, many have long since emigrated to the beautiful country, with all their assets residing there. Those without wealth, toiling away, are currently ensnared within the confines of safe zones. Nevertheless, they remain descendants of an esteemed lineage, and players should lend their assistance where possible. Ling Weirui scanned the crowd. Surprisingly, there was indeed a player adorned with a red dragon mask. What a coincidence! Could it be the one who posted? Consequently, Ling Weirui, utilizing other avatars, also spotted another player wearing a red dragon mask. Even more bizarrely, this player donned a black hood, with a mahjong red dragon affixed to their forehead, presumably masquerading as a robber. Yet now adorning the red dragon, the number of players with red dragon masks was astonishingly increasing. Ling Weirui witnessed a player who had previously worn a Monkey King's mask, only to shortly thereafter don a red dragon mask. Quickly, Ling Weirui comprehended the meaning. Red dragon did not refer to a singular individual but rather an identity. After some contemplation, Ling Weirui also procured a red dragon mask and affixed it to her face, primarily aiming to join the ranks. Just as she donned it, the crowd surged, and the air was filled with both ecstatic cheers and piercing screams. The simultaneous occurrence of these two sounds was truly uncanny. Ling Weirui leapt onto a rooftop, only to discover an enormous pumpkin carriage. The colossal pumpkin carriage nearly occupied an entire street, with bags of candy being hurled forth, all aimed towards the front. The throng of candy snatchers jostled against one another, unable to disperse, as the pumpkin carriage ruthlessly flattened them. This was no lifeline. It was a pumpkin of doom. Where the pumpkin carriage appeared, the atmosphere grew increasingly frenzied as individuals scavenged candy from one another's corpses. This scene was undeniably gruesome. The pumpkin carriage was, without a doubt, a trap. Ling Weirui grasped her Peachwood sword. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Boom. The Peachwood sword amplified the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens, striking the pumpkin carriage with ferocity. The carriage seemed unable to withstand the assault, shattering into countless pieces, and a deluge of candy scattered forth. Countless individuals clamored to seize it, however. Ling Weirui possessed a suction disc. In an instant, the disc swept up all the candy. Ling Weirui's candy count surged by a staggering 10,000. Furthermore, she commanded her other avatars to commence cleaning the remnants of the pumpkin carriage, resulting in an exponential increase in her candy haul in a mere brief span. The quantity of candy in Ling Weirui's possession soared to 1 million. Her name soon graced the leaderboard, and she heard the furious curses of many players from the beautiful country. That damned killer of fish for 10 years. How dare they participate in our Western event? This event should rightfully be won by our people. Heavens, at this moment, who cares about first place? The real concern is survival. She is aiding us. Aiding us? You are truly a fool. She has slain the carriage and stolen our candy. Without it, we shall perish. The pumpkin carriage is a trap. Look at the streets it has traversed. Littered with corpses, I simply refuse to have a harlot riding atop my head. Ling Weirui raised her Peachwood sword and dispatched the loud-mouthed accuser. The others aimed their firearms at her. What are you doing? That mask identifies you as one of the homeland players. Kill her. Gunfire erupted. In an instant, a tidal shield enveloped Ling Weirui, and she effortlessly eliminated the assailants. The crowded street parted to form a wide circle, while some individuals raised their hands in surrender. Ladies and gentlemen, this woman is a good soul, an exceptional bounty hunter. I have compensated her, and she has protected me from the minor specters. Clearly, she is a player from the homeland. You shall not defame her. If you seek protection, offer her your coins. A player from the beautiful country shouted, having closely followed Ling Weirui. Since the attack on the pumpkin carriage was not executed by this particular avatar, he had no inkling that she was the killer of fish for 10 years, though he deemed the slain individuals deserving of their fate. The pumpkin carriage was indeed a trap, as many had already proclaimed. Yet, those without candy were growing increasingly anxious. Upon hearing that someone could safeguard them, they hurriedly waved their coins, trading them with Ling Weirui. Ling Weirui accepted all offers. Everyone, report to me any sightings of pumpkin carriages. The pumpkin carriages were respawning, and Ling Weirui's objective was to continuously eliminate them to amass the most candy. Her score escalated rapidly, yet as time passed, the candy in the possession of ordinary individuals dwindled. As the minor specters acquired more candy, their strength inexplicably increased. Every 10 candies would elevate their level, rendering them increasingly formidable. Ultimately, some resorted to desperate measures. Son, did you see that? Go ask those people for candy. Whatever you obtain, bring it back to me. My candy supply is woefully inadequate, and I could easily be caught by a minor specter, which could lead to my demise. The child earnestly approached others for candy, and to his surprise, some actually obliged. Once one person discovered this, countless others followed suit. However, children are unpredictable. Some 4- or 5-year-olds struggle to differentiate between players and humans. Uncle, can you spare me a piece of candy? 7 or 8 silver guns were aimed at the little boy, silver bullets already locked onto him. Die, troublemaking specter, bang bang bang. The gunfire rang out, and the little boy did not emit any dark energy. Instead, blood erupted as he collapsed to the ground. This was a human child. The assailant stood in shocked eye in the distance. A figure wailed, "Child, my child. I only wanted him to fetch a few candies. My candy is gone, and I do not wish to die." "Why did you not give him candy? Why did you kill him? You scoundrel, you sent your son out to beg for candy. It is you who has condemned your own child to death. You, the murderer of your son, shall accompany him to the grave." Another gunshot rang out, and with a single shot, the man was silenced. As the event neared its conclusion, the amount of specter crystals on the minor specters grew ever greater. And Ling Weirue continued slaying monsters until dawned. By calculation, each of Ling Weirue's avatars had eliminated nearly 30 pumpkin carriages. Eventually, everyone became aware that the pumpkin carriages could be destroyed to obtain candy. Yet by then, Ling Weirue could no longer touch them, though she had already garnered a substantial amount of candy. She rightfully claimed the top spot on the leaderboard. The second-ranking player, with a score of 2 million, was also quite formidable. As dawn broke, the system's voice resonated. "Congratulations, player killer of fish for 10 years, for your exceptional contributions in slaying monsters during this event, achieving first place in points, far surpassing others. Based on your contribution, a discount of 90 has been granted throughout the venue." Chapter 133, No need to work a lifetime, just 150 years. Event items are as follows. Divine Fragment, artifact upon use. It can fuse with one's own attributes, granting a portion of that attribute's divine authority. Please note, once you choose this authority, should anyone in the current realm possess a complete divine status, you will be unable to ascend to divinity. And vice versa. Exchange price, 100 million, 90 discount brings it to 10 million, limited sale. 10 fragments can be combined to form a complete divine status. Upon seeing this singular item, Ling Weirue realized she had no choice but to select it. Matters concerning Western authority are akin to the Tao in the realm of cultivation. Once an individual achieves divinity through the sword path, others cannot reach the pinnacle by following the same path. Ling Weirue would not afford the Westerners the opportunity to counter her. Although she could not possess all the fragments, she still purchased 4. Ling Weirue initially intended to select 1 fragment for each of the 4 attributes: ice, water, thunder, and fire. However, she soon discovered she possessed yet another attribute, darkness. It was her double shadow clone skill. Ling Weirue had not previously enhanced this skill. Upon reflection, if she were to apply an awakening stone to her double shadow clone, it could significantly augment the skill, allowing her to forego the need for slime splitting. She had thought the awakening stones were rare, yet given her current standing among other players, acquiring them was hardly a challenge. Ling Weirue promptly procured an awakening stone and awakened her double shadow clone. A day later, the double shadow clone transformed into infinite shadow clones. Ling Weirue relinquished the magma furnace of the fire attribute and allocated the divine status to the infinite shadow clone. Under the influence of the divine status, the skill evolved once more, becoming Shadow Lord. Although it only possessed a fraction of the Shadow Lord's might, it was already formidable. Meanwhile, the ice, water, and thunder attributes, upon using the divine fragments, also evolved into Frost Lord, Ocean Lord, and Thunder Lord, among other partial abilities. Ling Weirue surmised that if she could gather all the divine statuses and skills, she might evolve into the Lord of all things. Of course, such a feat was impossible. Once a player possesses a complete divine status, any additional divine statuses must be upgraded by elevating the main divine status to the level of a mid-tier deity. which requires 1,000 divine fragments. Ling Weirui's current aim was merely to strengthen her divine statuses across the board. Having completed these tasks, Ling Weirui's combat power continues to soar, now reaching an astonishing 300,000. The devastation in the west is catastrophic, with heavy casualties and lifeless bodies strewn across the streets, quickly freezing in the biting wind. No one dares to attend to them, for another assault from the Snowmen is imminent. At this moment, however, a group of individuals bearing the countenances of the flower-planting nation appears at the teleportation array, numbering over 1,000. In the next instant, flyers, online promotions, and sales pitches commence. Are you still weeping for the loss of loved ones? Are you still in dread of your own demise? Choose fish-killing insurance to ensure your peace of mind. Upon death, fish-killing insurance will fully resurrect you. For only 50,000 beautiful coins, you can secure your revival post-mortem. Are you not tempted? Please contact the head of fish-killing insurance, Li. The players from the beautiful nation are well aware of the formidable individuals from the flower-planting nation, as fish-killing has possessed the ability to resurrect players infinitely for a decade. Yet for the average person now, venturing to the flower-planting nation is fraught with peril. To deter foreign players from seeking refuge in the flower-planting nation, strict lockdown measures are currently in place, especially against those from the beautiful nation. This is due to their infamous history, having previously attacked fish-killing and cursed the strongest of their nation, rendering both realms adversarial. Nevertheless, the beautiful nation has not restricted the flower-planting nation, or rather, it cannot restrict its players, as they continue to dispatch missions, beseeching them to exterminate monsters. Who would dare obstruct their teams? Thus, Li's arrival has resulted in a substantial harvest. There are also those who frequently browse the internet and understand Chinese, protesting, "You only need 200 yuan at home. Why must it cost 50,000 beautiful coins here, equivalent to 350,000 yuan? This is blatant discrimination." Soon, Li capitalizes on the financial chaos in the West, profiting handsomely through the soul recruiting lantern. Truly, it is a treasure of the sect. In comparison, the mirror of past and present and the book of life and death appear considerably less formidable. Ling Weirui also recognizes the talent among her subordinates. Li's earnings in the West have surpassed mere billions. If 10 million people purchase fish-killing insurance, Ling Weirui stands to gain 35 trillion. If this number rises to 100 million, that would amount to a staggering 350 trillion. This could very well become the most lucrative enterprise within the fish-killing group. "Chairman, how may I serve you?" Li's voice trembles with excitement, though she cannot see Ling Weirui's visage. Yet merely standing there exudes a formidable aura. Ling Weirui states, "I have heard you are still an ordinary person. Given your contributions to the group and the wealth you have amassed, you should be able to purchase any activation code you desire. Why have you not done so?" Li steadies her emotions. This is her first time hearing Ling Weirui's voice, distinct from mere item announcements. The sultry tone resonates like that of an exalted queen. "Chairman, I wish to apply to become your disciple." Oh? Ling Weirui had anticipated this. If Li had not transitioned to a different class, she must be seeking the best, which naturally would be the activation code for the Xian-ing Immortal Clan. This is a person of ambition. However, is that all? Li's heart races, as if leaping into her throat. She feels the intense pressure from fish-killing, as if Ling Weirui can peer into her very thoughts. Nevertheless, she wishes to make her case. No wonder, for this is someone with a well-defined vision for her future. Ling Weirui nods. "Very well, but if you apply for the treasure of the sect, the contract's duration may be considerably longer. I would be willing to work for you for a lifetime." Not a lifetime, just 150 years. Chapter 134. The Sea King of Past Lives and Tang Tianqing. The Cosmic Battlefield. Li is 36 years old, with 24 years until retirement, leaving 126 years as the price for applying for the treasure of the sect. Naturally, if she seeks to transcend the Golden Core stage, her debts to the group will increase. Ling Weirui signs a contract with her, subsequently accepting Li as her second disciple. Li receives an activation code for the Xian-ing Immortal Clan, selecting the eerie sect known as the Jiuan Mansion, which resides in a netherworld-like realm. They excel at manipulating spirits, akin to a bizarre version of summoners, closely resembling the current ghost tamers. Generally, females shy away from this sect, as the game's background music can be quite terrifying, and the summoned spirits are fearsome. However, having previously served as a funeral director and moonlighting as a promoter of funeral products, Enli is accustomed to the cycle of life and death, and her ambition regarding the 100 Ghosts summoning banner makes this sect quite suitable. After rewarding Enli, Ling Weirui continues her ascent. She is on the verge of reaching level 50 and preparing to face the heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, upon reaching level 50, based on information Ling Weirui gleaned from her past life, she can choose to match with the cosmic game battlefield, truly entering the cosmic game and stepping onto countless celestial bodies. That would mark her genuine departure from Blue Star, ascending to the ranks of top-tier powerhouses that, of course, there is also the possibility of falling into obscurity and becoming ineffectual in her past life. Such information was scarce, as it was known only among top-tier players. The number of players reaching level 50 and above was a mere fraction, roughly 1 in 10,000, amounting to around 100. 000. Wait. Ling Weirui suddenly realizes and retrieves the mirror of past and present. Given its name, it should not be limited to just 1 hour of observation time. That would render it utterly useless. Since it can only view the past of her previous life is still relevant. With this thought, Ling Weirui inputs the name Phylon Zakas, eager to witness his journey after reaching level 50, and accelerates the viewing. In no time, the mirror shimmers, revealing Phylon Zaku's silhouette, the charming Sea King, ranked first on the leaderboard. He receives rewards, donning a full graduation set and a designated divine title. Fortunately, the time is accelerated. Otherwise, merely viewing the rewards would consume an hour. Within the mirror of past and present, Ling Weirui notices system prompts directed at Phylon Zakus. Respected player, charming Sea King, you have acquired preliminary abilities, gaining 0.5 basic strength of a cosmic human. While you cannot traverse the cosmos, you can utilize the primitive human projection technology to access the cosmic battlefield and contend for planets. You may select a projection percentage for login. Daily login time is 6 hours. As your strength increases, your login duration will rise, enabling teammate matching. Phylon Zakas remains cautious, opting for a 10 projection for his initial attempt. When selecting a planet, he chooses one resembling Blue Star, abundant in water, giant wave planet. Here, the waves can soar to heights of 1 kilometer, and the gravitational force is equally daunting. Despite possessing the divine title of the sea god, Phylon Zakus is merely a pawn in this realm. His projection reflects only 1/10 of his abilities, equating to 0.05 of the primitive human strength. He is destined to be cannon fodder in a single encounter. Phylon Zakus's projection meets its demise. Following his death, he loses 1/10 of his combat power, causing him to plummet in the power rankings, and his divine title sustains damage, leaving him with only 9/10, necessitating divine shards for restoration. No wonder. This explains why the charming Sea King's strength falters after reaching level 50, while Tang Tianqing remains remarkably powerful. Seizing the remaining time, Ling Weirui checks Tang Tianqing's footage. He has chosen a mutated planet, Wasteland Planet, where various minerals require contention, and the primitive humans are reluctant to relinquish them. Furthermore, on this planet, the zombies possess crystal cores that can enhance various skills, prompting the primitive humans to issue hunting missions. However, zombies that consume projections can also augment their strength and potentially convert projections into zombies. This is akin to a breeding ground. Tang Tianqing excels in combat and exhibits considerable leadership skills, organizing players for small-scale battles, amassing numerous crystal cores to bolster his own power and agility. This realm is undoubtedly suitable for special forces, and indeed, it is appropriate for 80 of players. Ling Weirui finds this location promising. The more realm she understands, the better she can decide where to project herself. At present, her primary focus is on leveling up. Not only does she aim to level up, but she also intends to cultivate. With the powers of the Shadow Lord at her disposal, she can utilize multiple avatars for simultaneous training and continuous fusion. However, controlling the slime's split consciousness is akin to managing countless bodies, reminiscent of operating multiple game accounts. Ultimately, Ling Weirui loses control. Unintentionally, she advances to the transformation stage due to excessive training within the cave. Fortunately, the cave conceals her from the heavenly Tao, preventing immediate retribution. Otherwise, her cave would be rendered useless. According to the Xianing Immortal Clan's teachings, many prominent figures of the survivalist sect descend to the transformation stage within their caves, subsequently facing heavenly tribulations. However, one must not exit prematurely, for doing so would invite disaster. I can undergo tribulation first, then face a second tribulation when I reach level 50. That way, I can endure 2 strikes. Yet, there have been no updates regarding the Dragon Palace. However, activities have emerged in the Western Seas, specifically, the Sea God Ruins. Ling Weirue recalls that in her past life, Phylin Zakuz acquired a shard of the Sea Goddess divine title here, equivalent to a fragment of the Water Goddess title. Instantly intrigued, she commands, Li Si, let us visit the Sea Goddess Temple. Ling Weirue calls upon the teleportation mage, and the two of them set off together. Damn it, Li Si always receives the favor of sister fish killing. I wish I were a teleportation mage as well. Hee hee, the unyielding Li Si and the ever-changing Xianingxian clan. I have mobilized all my relatives to transition into teleportation mages, and thus, I have become one. Yecc remarked. Enough said, Li Si's teleportation array has been activated. Chapter 135. Thunder strikes the Sea Goddess Temple, acquiring the fragment of the Water Deity's divine rank. Ling Weirue arrived at the Sea God Island. The Sea Goddess Temple was not submerged beneath the waves. Instead, it had materialized as an island, upon which a magnificent temple had been erected. On the shoreline, Li Si constructed a temporary teleportation array. Consequently, players from the 10-year group could also be transported here. However, upon Yecc and the others' arrival, they found no sign of Ling Weirue. Where is Sister Killing Fish? She has already entered. Li Si gestured towards the distant Grand Hall. She advised you not to come, as it seems you won't gain much. Yet, since you insisted, I had no choice but to set up the teleportation array. Li Si shrugged. The others, bewildered by this revelation, felt compelled to see for themselves. They proceeded towards the entrance of the temple, where 2 guards and countless Western players awaited. Only those who can withstand my assault may enter. The temple guards swung their swords in a wide arc, and the mere sweep produced the sensation of a colossal blade spanning 40 meters, with sword energy slicing through the air, enveloping all present. Yecc and her companions gasped in shock and immediately activated their damage reduction skills for defense. Thud, thud, thud. With a single attack, over half of the players were eliminated. Yecc collapsed to the ground. As a mere archer, she had little in the way of damage mitigation. If only I had known not to come among those present, only a handful of priests and Titan players survived. Ultimately braving their way into the Grand Hall, as the next wave of players gathered, the guard swung his sword once more, repeating the deadly action. Meanwhile, after entering the hall, Ling Weirue encountered a corridor stretching an impressive 200 meters. She paused momentarily to activate her cave, relieved to find it functional. Her gaze fell upon the corridor, its floor adorned with tiles of various colors, each signifying different effects. A moment's inattention could lead to instant demise from the traps within. Here, teleportation, flight, and burrowing were prohibited. Fortunately, to ensure her safety, Ling Weirue had utilized the mirror of past and present before entering the Sea Goddess Temple, witnessing how Phylin Zakuz had successfully navigated its challenges. Left 1, right 2, right 3, left 4. Ling Weirue executed the star step, traversing the corridor at incredible speed. This path had cost Phylin Zakuz the lives of hundreds in her previous life, yet now it was effortlessly traversed by Ling Weirue. Upon passing through the corridor, she swiftly overcame the subsequent challenges. The extra bosses she defeated yielded valuable items, yet they were of little interest to her. Upon reaching the climax of the Sea Goddess Temple, Ling Weirue beheld a man with azure hair seated upon a throne. The projection of the Sea God, a little mouse has scurried in. Let me see if you can amuse me. The Sea Goddess projection spoke, indicating a presence of considerable power. The Sea God struck his staff upon the ground, producing a sound akin to stones clashing, while a wave of energy surged towards Ling Weirue. Hold on, let us pause the attacks for now. I need to activate a cave. Ling Weirue opened her cave, and an identical figure emerged. Subsequently, her original form canceled the slime split function, transforming into a puddle of jelly. As Ling Weirue manifested in the blue star, a colossal storm cloud suddenly gathered above the Sea Goddess Temple. The cloud coalesced into a thunderstorm. At this moment, players climbing the island were bewildered. The Storm Sea God, what a terrifying cloud. This creature must be formidable. Defeating it will surely yield treasures. Hurry, the thunder is about to strike. Is there a time limit? If we don't enter the temple before the thunder falls, we will be obliterated. As these thoughts circulated among the players, a bolt of lightning struck the temple's apex. The pointed roofs of western temples acted as the ultimate lightning rods, channeling the thunder, which spread throughout the sea goddess temple, striking the guards directly. In an instant, the two guards were obliterated. The doors of the sea goddess temple swung open. The remaining players exchanged glances, each detecting a glimmer of exhilaration in the other's eyes. Such good fortune. The monster has turned on itself. We must rush in. The players surged forward, entering the corridor. The frontline players continued to test their fates, with more and more cannon fodder emerging. Modu, Mochade, and Moteslalai, all Sea God class players, were determined to acquire the treasures within the Sea Goddess Temple. I need manpower to traverse this trap-laden corridor. 50,000 from each of you to challenge it. However, I won't allow others to benefit at our expense, as the Sea Goddess Temple is inherently our Western legacy. Others need not participate. They turned their focus towards the 10-year group. The remaining members of the 10-year group were under the leadership of Lich King, whose role as a tank allowed him to withstand the onslaught. As the group gradually regained its footing, he emerged to strive for upgrades, albeit still lagging behind mainstream players, having just recently overcome the Thunder Tribulation and reached level 30. Something feels off. That thunder just now. Was it not a Tribulation thunder? The chairman is undergoing the level 50 Tribulation inside. No wonder he didn't let us in. We should withdraw. All right. This 10-year group is nothing but a farce. Aside from killing fish 10 years, the rest are fools, barely a threat. The Moats family turned their ire upon the other players. Just then, a loud crack echoed through the air, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Fortunately, they were unharmed. The trap-laden corridor remained sturdy. Inside the Sea God's main hall, Ling Weirui's Tribulation thunder violently tore through the temple's roof, striking her directly. Although she had yet to reach level 50 or synchronize with a level 50 artifact, her power had significantly surged, rendering the thunder's impact on her a mere tickle. However, the Sea God, as an active projection boss unable to leave the temple's confines, endured excruciating pain from the strike, despite the temple's destruction. Thus, the Sea God endured 5 hours of relentless assault from Ling Weirui. After 5 hours, the Moats family players finally deciphered the trap-laden corridor, only to find the ceiling empty. System notification. The Sea God's projection has been slain. The event has concluded. The Sea God Island will soon vanish. Ling Weirui's loot was plentiful. You have obtained the Sea Goddess staff. You have acquired a fragment of the water deity's divine rank. You have gained access to the Sea Goddess Temple Dungeon. Chapter 136. New Year's Gathering. Is this what you can stir up? Ling Weirui quickly realized that in her previous life, whether it was the Crystal Palace or the Sea Goddess Temple, Faline Zaku's had held dominion over these dungeons. However, their family had concealed the dungeons, allowing only their own to farm within. This ensured a continuous flow of resources for their clan. Naturally, the external Sea Goddess Temple and Crystal Dragon Palace would occasionally appear. But once the Sea God or Black Dragon was defeated again, the control over the dungeon would be lost. The super bosses within the dungeon required at least a 100-member team to engage. Of course, Ling Weirui faced no such restrictions. The dungeon's difficulty was unlikely to surpass that of the Sea God during events, allowing her to infinitely farm the Sea God dungeon for fragments of the water deity's divine rank. Simultaneously, the Western players on Sea God Island were utterly perplexed and even enraged. After expending tremendous resources, they had not even glimpsed the boss. Who killed the Sea God? Wasn't this event meant for everyone? Quickly, we must flee. This place is about to vanish, and a colossal beast is approaching. The players scattered in a frenzy. Only the Moats family suffered significant financial losses, vowing to uncover the identity of the one who had stolen their spoils. Who needs to search? That killing fish 10 years has just gained another 20,000 in combat power. It must be her. Damn that killing fish 10 years, she should summon a demon once more to curse her to death. Oh God, are you out of your mind? Don't you know how the Faline family met its demise? Stay away from me. I don't want to be dragged down with you. Ling Weirui paid no heed to these matters. With the Sea Goddess Temple dungeon secured, she abandoned her plans for upgrading the Snow Woman and began farming the Sea Goddess Temple dungeon, fighting bosses, acquiring equipment, and enjoying a minuscule chance of dropping fragments of the water deity's divine rank. Even such a slim chance represented an enhancement for Ling Weirui. Before long, December had arrived, and New Year's Day was fast approaching. Elder Tangxiu called Ling Weirui. Weirui, Remember to come to our home for the New Year's gathering. If there are any events, you can attend those afterward. Okay, Grandpa, Ling Weirui replied. She had been leveling up overnight with 14 teammates. Is there a prophet among you to pinpoint where the giant beasts are? We off to hunt them. Ling Weirui knew that during New Year's, the Cosmic Game had not scheduled any events. Elder Tang Xiu had only one son, Tang Wenhan, whose wife, Shang Rongxue, was engaged in the jewelry business. However, Tang Xiu had 6 siblings. Their descendants gathered together numbered at least 50 or 60 individuals. Every year, they required 5 tables just for the meals. Previously, everyone had been busy, yet this time they were truly united. Ling Weirui took her place at the children's table, where discussions revolved solely around leveling up. Did Wei Rui manage to purchase the activation code? What is her class? She is a special soldier of the Peacekeeper. Oh dear, are you also synced with this? Have you completed the 30-level quest for special soldiers? It's astonishing that one needs to complete 1,000 support missions and slay the Zombie King. I venture out daily to hunt monsters and my hair is thinning. There aren't that many Zombie Kings around. The 23-year-old Tang Xiu is filled with regret. At that time, I synchronized with the game, thinking having an account was highly sought after. Had I known it was better not to sync accounts, I wonder if I will ever be able to change classes in the future. In the Universe game, there is no concept of class change. However, one can learn skills from other games, albeit the drop rates for skills are quite low. Yet, the situation of obtaining activation codes from other games does not occur. This is precisely the issue you face domestically. In the games I play while studying abroad, one can ascend to godhood directly. I am now the god of thunder, Tang Tianlin boasted. The Tang family is quite large, naturally harboring those second-generation heirs and dandy youths, with Tang Tianlin being one of them. When Ling Weirui first arrived at the Tang family, Tang Tianlin had already set his sights on her. However, he barely made a move before being severely beaten by Tang Tianqing and sent abroad. His arrogance knows no bounds. Nevertheless, he is not proactive in leveling up. Despite possessing a formidable account, he is widely disliked and, consequently, lacks any faith-enhancing skills, relying solely on basic skill power. Currently, he is at level 31, lagging behind among synchronized players. Tang Xiu immediately retorted, "Your class doesn't seem that formidable." "Who says?" he countered. "There are many strong contenders in the beautiful country." "Ah, I thought I was blind. Isn't the top player currently known as killing fish for 10 years? Players from the Xianing Fairy clan are indeed the strongest. That was in the early stages. Just wait until the later stages." Ling Weirui chuckled softly beside them. You can never awaken someone who pretends to be asleep. In truth, the strength of synchronized characters in major games does fluctuate between early and late stages. But the most crucial factor remains the player. Some are novices, while others are seasoned experts or grinding enthusiasts. The two continued their banter, and soon Tang Tianlin's gaze fell back on Ling Weirui. "Weirui, your class indeed has no upper limit, and no matter how much effort you exert, your attack power remains as such. Why not join my team? I will take care of you and ensure your monthly income exceeds 1 million. "What do you say?" Ling Weirui directly declined. "No need. I already have my own team. Other people's teams can't compare to your own. Besides, has your charm level risen with your level? You've become increasingly attractive lately. Just look at this skin. It's so tender it could almost drip water." Tang Tianlin reached out to pinch Ling Weirui's cheek. In the next moment, a loud scraping sound of a chair being moved echoed. As if some colossal entity approached, and Tang Tianlin's hand was abruptly seized by a large palm. Hey, brother, let go." Tang Tianlin screamed in terror. "What are you doing? Is Ling Weirui someone you can touch? Are you seeking death?" Tang Tianqing glared at Tang Tianlin with a frosty gaze. "You brat, you're incredibly audacious. Is this someone you can provoke? You not only embarrass yourself, but also bring shame to the family." Chapter 137. Let me give you a Mediterranean haircut, suitable for the cosmic battlefield. Tang Tianlin grumbled, "Brother, I was just joking with Weirui. A joke is something others find amusing. If it's not funny, it's not a joke. Don't touch her, or you won't even know how you died." "Apologize to Weirui," Tang Tianqing said coldly, then turned to Ling Weirui and added, "This fool has a problem with his brain. If you're upset, feel free to teach him a lesson." Ling Weirui wasn't particularly angry. After all, if Tang Tianlin truly dared to reach for her, her sword energy certainly wouldn't be gentle. However, Tang Tianlin was indignant and suddenly declared, "Tianqing, I just like Ling Weirui. In the past, you all sent me away for her. Now that I have a top-tier class, I believe I am worthy of Ling Weirui. No matter what, you cannot stop me from liking her or pursuing her. Isn't this too domineering? At that moment, Tang Tianlin's parents approached, fearing their son would provoke his cousin and receive another beating. Tianqing, let go of your brother. After all, we are family. If Weirui marries into the Tang family in the future, she will also be family, right? Your cousin was young and foolish before, but he has learned now. While the group conversed, others began to gaze in their direction. Although Tang Xiu had aged and was somewhat hard of hearing, after becoming a player of the Medicine King Valley, his hearing had sharpened tremendously. Upon hearing Tang Tianlin's words, he couldn't help but scratch his ears. Tianlin, he approached slowly, leaning on his dragon-headed staff, his demeanor evoking awe and respect. We don't have mirrors at home. Otherwise, I would suggest you take a look at yourself. Not to mention now, even in the past, you were never worthy of Weirui. Her father is my godson, and she is my granddaughter. You, with your poisonous character, still have the audacity to say you like Weirui? Just your kind, and being liked by you is rather off-putting. As for your so-called top-tier class, Weirui could crush you with a single finger. The surrounding people widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that such words could come from the old man. While his words may be harsh, it was rather unkind to belittle Tang Tianlin. Naturally, Tang Tianlin was not pleased. He hadn't absorbed the earlier comments, but he latched onto the last statement. Impossible. I am now the god of thunder. How could I possibly lose to Ling Weirui? A mere peacekeeper player? How about we have a contest? If you can dodge the gun in my hand, today's incident will be forgotten. If you cannot, you will apologize and refrain from speaking carelessly in the future. As it affects my appetite. Ling Weirui brandished a desert eagle. Tang Tianlin looked at the gun in Ling Weirui's hand, thinking she couldn't possibly handle the recoil of such a powerful firearm, and arrogantly declared, I am the god of thunder, possessing the speed of lightning. Oh, you really think you can hit me? All right, I'm about to fire. Ling Weirui kindly reminded him. In the next moment, a brilliant white light erupted from the handgun, swift as lightning. Bang, bang, bang. Ling Weirui fired 4 shots in quick succession. Tang Tianlin rapidly dodged and then stood in the living room, laughing heartily. Weirui, your shooting skills aren't that impressive. 4 shots, and you didn't hit me once. The surrounding crowd fell silent. Then someone couldn't contain themselves and burst into laughter. This laughter was like a dam breaking, followed by a chorus of chuckles. Ha ha ha! Tang Xiu took out her phone and began snapping pictures. Tang Tianlin finally sensed something was amiss. His head had felt a bit warm earlier, but now it felt rather cold. He reached up and touched his hair, only to realize that his once styled hair was now completely shaved down the middle, leaving him with a Mediterranean hairstyle. You? Tang Tianlin looked at Ling Weirui, disbelief flashing in his eyes. How could someone from the domestic scene so easily overpower him? Wasn't Ling Weirui just a peacekeeper account? How could she be so strong? Apologize. Ling Weirui blew on the gun's muzzle. Tang Tianlin's face turned crimson, yet he gritted his teeth and said, I am sorry, Weirui, that I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. It's fine. Don't act like a child and disrupt others' meals. With no face left to stay, Tang Tianlin hurriedly fled the scene. Ling Weirui paid him no mind. However, now she certainly wouldn't. Once a person becomes powerful enough, acquiring social status, wealth, and success, they become quite precious about their life. In Tang Xiu's view, Ling Weirui had grown sufficiently strong to withstand the absence of familial affection. In reality, every time Ling Weirui visited, it was not due to a lack of family ties, but rather a concern that Tang Xiu might overthink things. The old man, at his age, should not dwell on such matters. The little bit of filial piety Ling Weirui had left could only be bestowed upon Tang Xiu. The day after New Year's Day, Ling Weirui's level had plateaued at 49, with 99.9 experience. Just as the Crystal Palace reappeared for the second time, Ling Weirui rushed over, utilizing the Thunder Calamity alongside her combat prowess to slay the Black Dragon. Indeed, from the Black Dragon, she obtained the control over the Crystal Palace dungeon, and furthermore, she even acquired the Crystal Palace Key. Crystal Palace Key can be used to establish a Crystal Palace within the underwater cave. Long-term possession will yield buildings that produce coral, shells, and other abundant marine resources. It is not that the Crystal Dragon Palace will cease to refresh. Rather, Ling Weirui has obtained a blueprint for an underwater palace, allowing her to use the key within a pristine bottle. This was an unexpected gain. Dear player, killing fish for 10 years, you have reached level 50 through hard work and will receive the following rewards. First player title, Blessing of the Primordial Humanity, accumulated 14 times. 5 magical treasures, soul enhancement stones, and body enhancement stones. New function opened. Dear player, killing fish for 10 years, you have acquired preliminary abilities, gaining a cosmic human base strength of 0.5, though you cannot traverse the cosmos. You can utilize the primordial humanity projection technology to venture to the cosmic battlefield and compete for planets. You may choose the projection percentage for login. Daily login time is 6 hours. As your strength increases, the longer you log in, the better teammates you can match. Subsequently, she began adjusting her projection account. Projection strength 40. Mind method, Holy Canon of the Vast Seas. 100. Calm Mind Mantra, Evil Dispelling Mantra, Tidal God Mantra, Warm Lotus Pool, Revival Mantra, 100. Magma Furnace, Water System Divine Fragment 1. A series of operations. Ling Weirui transformed her projection into a support role, carrying only a furnace skill. Select planet, begin matching. Ling Weirui pressed the button. Chapter 138. Are you a support? A beauty adding a friend. Ling Weirui did not choose Waystar, but rather opted for Spore Star. This world is teeming with a race known as the plant frogmen. They reproduce through spores, which upon reaching the ground, rapidly develop into plant frogmen. Due to the planet's consistently suitable temperature and humidity, along with its abundant resources, the original humans thrived comfortably here. However, this planet is evidently more suited to the plant frogmen, leading to a massive invasion by them. Moreover, humans can also fall victim to the spores, becoming breeding grounds for the plant frogmen. In summary, this planet requires a dispelling technique. Adjusting her projection, Ling Weirui decided to carry only an offensive skill, intending to play a supportive role and remain inconspicuous. After reviewing the matchmaking situation among players on various leaderboards, she discovered a fortuitous opportunity on this planet, prompting her choice. Should she fail, she had little to fear, as she would merely lose her healing abilities on Blue Star. She retained her full offensive capabilities, allowing her to re-enter Waystar with her attack skills after her projection's demise, proceeding in a conventional manner. The matchmaking concluded swiftly. Your projection has entered Spore Star. Please note, player projections have only one life. Death results in irreversible loss of abilities, and the combat power of the original body will diminish. Do you have matched in the cosmic battlefield, equivalent to logging into your own account? You are currently engaged in an infallible game. Your teammates for this match are Time S Universe, Black Demon, Cold Seal, and Tyrant Tiger S Might. Ling Weirui's ID, of course, is Kill Fish for 10 years. As a dark glow enveloped her, she felt her entire soul plunge into the projection, akin to immersing herself in a virtual online game. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself standing in a vast plain, clad in a sports tank top and shark shorts, resembling a special forces soldier. This must be the novice equipment for a cosmic-themed game. However, there was no semblance of disguise on Ling Weirui's face. All hairstyles, outfits, and masks were unsynchronized. What difference was there between this and running out naked? At this moment, Ling Weirui noticed new numbers appearing on her panel. ID, Kill Fish for 10 years, Planet, Blue Star, Coordinates XXXX, Combat Power, 1.2 Cosmic Level Human, Life Level, 0.3, Energy Level, 0.4, Soul Level, 0.5, System Task. Influenced by the spores of Spore Star's plant frogmen, your projection cannot be placed in an accurate safe zone base. You and your companions may encounter 10 to 16 plant frogmen. Eliminate 5 frogmen and reach Twilight Base to complete the task if you log out in the wild. You may lose your teammates upon your next login. At this time, for individuals also materialized beside Ling Weirui. They exchanged glances, ultimately locking their gaze onto her, their eyes gleaming with astonishment. Clearly, Ling Weirui's appearance was unforgettable, especially among the original humans, where her ethereal beauty aligned with their aesthetic preferences. This made Ling Weirui furrow her brow slightly. Despite having watched numerous videos of formidable players, it was her first foray into the cosmic battlefield, and she wished to remain low-key. Little did she anticipate that her first step would lead to miscalculation. This beauty named Kill Fish for 10 years. I am Tyrant Tiger S Might. Our people on Spore Star have established a base and my father is the base leader. Would you like to join me at Xiong Tian base? Female players are truly rare on this planet. You are a precious gem. The task directs us to Twilight Base. Fortuitously, Twilight Base happens to be one of the opportunities I've seen through the mirror of past and present. She certainly wanted to go to Twilight Base. You may not be aware, but while the system claims it is uncontrollable, they will place projections in the weakest bases. Twilight Base is adjacent to the plant nest mother, which releases a dense concentration of spores. Inhaling it will transform you into a plant person. Completing the basic task is optional. What matters is having someone to guide you. My father is already a cosmic warrior of level 30. Accompanying me will undoubtedly benefit you. You likely don't even have original coins, do you? Just look at the system's portable shop. You can exchange weapons here, but most people can't afford it. Ling Weirui instinctively opened the portable shop. Original level shop, novice longsword, attack power 13, price 500 original coins. Exchange rate, 1 original coin 100 million local currency. Your current redeemable funds, 432,761,043.2361 million original coins. This. Although 500 billion for an iron sword is somewhat outrageous. If converted to original coins, Ling Weirui possesses 430,000 original coins. Spending 500 original coins for an iron sword is entirely acceptable. Moreover, this longsword appears plain but is, in fact, a bona fide artifact on Blue Star. Crafted from superior materials, AS for higher-tier equipment, she could easily acquire a complete set. Is this the joy of spending money? However, keeping her wealth concealed, Ling Weirui could not openly purchase an entire set of equipment in front of this person. But she did buy an iron sword. I still have the means for this. You can only afford an iron sword. After that, you won't be able to buy any more equipment. You should come with me instead. I don't wish to, she retorted. Do you not understand? Do you still want to complete the task? Don't think you're the only one with connections. Who else is here alone? The player with the ID Black Demon coldly interjected. He had already purchased a shield from the system, evidently fulfilling the role of a tank. Black Demon turned to Ling Weirui. Let us head to Twilight Base. All right, Ling Weirui nodded, following his lead. However, the other two players evidently held differing opinions. I need to go to Light Eye Base, but it's on your way, so I'll accompany you, Time S Universe stated. I'm heading to Fan Tion Base. Which isn't on the way. I'm leaving first, Cold Seal remarked, his figure gradually fading as he activated an invisibility skill. Ling Weirui felt a tinge of exasperation. Was she the only pure newcomer? Clearly, the players in this group had been on the human immigrant planets long enough to have characters above level 50, even reaching the maximum level of 100, having established their own bases on Spore Star. In contrast, Ling Weirui was a pioneer, the first of her kind, and thus had no support. If she wished to provide a sanctuary for those who came after her, she would need to establish her own base. Lost in thought, a gentle breeze swept by. Invisible spores floated toward them. Chapter 139. Treating supports as resources, calculating in the shadows, yet these spores could be detected by Ling Weirui's divine sense. The spores drifted onto several individuals, being absorbed by their skin and eyeballs. Black Demon's eyes were instantly blinded. Ling Weirui raised her long sword, casting an exorcism spell upon Black Demon, in an instant. The spores were dispelled. Are you a support? Beautiful lady, let us be friends, Black Demon exclaimed with delight. Ling Weirui shook her head. No, I wanted its not on your route, just based on his earlier statement of leaving at will. Demonstrating a lack of team spirit, what was there to discuss about becoming friends? Among this group, Tyrant Tiger's might was the most reckless yet simple-minded. Anyone capable of matching in projections was undoubtedly an elite in the cosmic game. Regular players often gambled with their luck, and many hesitated to try. Tyrant Tiger's might brazenly implied that Ling Weirui should accompany him, but what might transpire afterward was another matter entirely. Such blatant malice was truly mindless. Black Demon displayed goodwill, while Time S Universe, although not on the same path, still acted politely. These two could indeed be teammates. With friends, they could mutually agree to match together and teleport to the same battlefield. Cold Seal also felt somewhat awkward. However, supports were crucial. Spore Star was in dire need of support players, who were highly sought after. Furthermore, regardless of the planet, high-level supports were of utmost importance. Unbeknownst to Ling Weirui, Time S Universe, Cold Seal, and Tyrant Tigress might had all sent private messages to their friends and superiors, informing them of the existence of a support. Even a minor support was sufficient for them to vie over. Just moments ago, they were eager to flee, but now that they realized she was a support, they sought to befriend her. Don't give him any face, we must hurry. The spores are approaching, and soon the plant frogmen will arrive. We cannot be surrounded, okay. Ling Weirui positioned herself next to Black Demon. The two began to move together. This compelled the others to follow suit, as she was indeed a support. Although Ling Weirui held reservations about Cold Seal and Tyrant Tigress might, if either were to be invaded by spores, she would still disperse them to prevent their transformation into plant people. As they moved, they grew increasingly astonished by Ling Werui's prowess. Her speed was notably swift, which was quite rare for a support. Typically, supports possess high soul and energy levels but are relatively fragile in terms of life level, resulting in slower speeds. To ease the awkwardness in the team, Time's Universe spoke up. We might encounter combat soon. Shall we introduce our professions and specialties? My profession is Time Mage, capable of pausing the time of enemies, with a combat power of 0. 5. Cold Seal quickly added, I am an ice archer, primarily focused on freezing, but I have also learned stealth skills from the assassin class, with a combat power of 0.4. Tyrant Tigress might proclaimed. I am a magic warrior, possessing skills from both warrior and mage classes. My profession is quite rare, with a combat power of 0.6. Black Demon stated, I am an Abyss Guardian, specializing in defense, with a combat power of 1. 0. Then, the four individuals simultaneously turned their gazes towards Ling Weirui. In truth, they were all awaiting her words. Ling Weirui felt somewhat exasperated. The projection percentages of these few individuals were exceedingly low, however, upon careful reflection. She came to understand that as the pinnacle combat force of a planet, her combat value was naturally higher. Yet, if ECC were to reach level 50 and similarly choose a 40 projection, her combat power might only amount to 0. 4. Thus, Ling Weirui decided to disguise herself as a water system priest, proficient in water-based healing spells. Her combat power registered at 0.4. Among these individuals, only the Black Mage truthfully revealed their profession, while the others provided vague descriptions of their roles, which likely held different titles. Ling Weirui certainly would not foolishly declare herself a member of the Yaoqi Xianzong. To be precise, she ought to have identified herself as a cultivator proficient in the water path. However, there was no need for such precision, as she was not well acquainted with these individuals. Just then, Ling Werui's consciousness detected 4 frogmen. The spore star possessed natural barriers, significantly reducing the range of her perception. Even so, she discerned the presence of the adversaries from a kilometer away. Coupled with the dense vegetation, the plant frogmen would only be detected within 100 meters, without needing her to remind them. Long Feng took the initiative to launch an ice arrow, striking one of the plant frogmen. The frogman wielded a spear, its bulging eyes scanning the group as if analyzing their situation. In the next moment, the surrounding trees began to grow wildly, enveloping them within a forest domain. Nevertheless, the combat power of the Black Mage and his companions was astonishing, as they all retaliated and shattered the domain. The plant frogman struck by Long Feng's arrow was hit in the head, yet it did not perish. Their vital point was not in the head but rather the waist, requiring a decisive severing to obliterate. Thus, fire-based skills were undoubtedly the most effective means to eliminate the plant frogman. However, none of the individuals possessed such skills. The frogman leaped forth, its gaping maw resembling that of a carnivorous flower, ready to devour Long Feng whole. Ocean Tide Divine Spell. Ling Weirui promptly cast a shield around Long Feng. Yet, the shield shattered under the frogman's ferocious bites in mere moments. Fortunately, the Black Mage intervened. The evil god locked eyes with the frogman in an instant. All 4 plant frogmen turned their attention towards the Black Mage. He used his shield to fend off the frogman's bites, while Long Feng, Shijiyu, and the might of the Tyrant Tiger all launched their attacks. However, Ling Weirui soon realized they were merely treading water. What were they doing? A thought crossed her mind, and she understood. Support roles were undoubtedly resources, accessible in any base city, yet these 3 seemed intent on waiting for someone they knew to arrive. At that point, Ling Weirui might be compelled to accompany them to their base city. Ling Weirui let out a cold chuckle. Black Mage, retreat. The Black Mage was taken aback but quickly took a large step back. With the current player strength, A single step could cover 30 to 50 meters. Ling Weirui unleashed her skill on the 4 frogmen still ensnared by the evil eye's intimidation. Lava forge, boom! 5 pillars of fire erupted from the ground, incinerating the plant frogmen. Their shrieks echoed as they rapidly turned to ash. Ling Weirui's mana dissipated, leaving behind 4 charred corpses. She struck one of the plant frogmen's bodies with her long sword, causing it to split open and reveal a treasure within. Frogman Crystal Core. Consuming it would enhance the recovery speed of vitality. I shall take 3 of these 4 crystals, and the remaining one is for you. Black Mage. Oh, you have any objections? Ling Weirui tossed one to the Black Mage and consumed the other 3 herself. The crystals melted upon entry. System notification. Vitality level 0.3. Indeed, healing was not suited for her. Combat was her forte. Chapter 140. The Secret of Rebirth. Blue star coordinates exposed with Ling Weirui showcasing such prowess. The other 4 were left astounded. This was no mere support. This was a top-tier mage. Who would dare to refute her? I have no objections, Lung Feng quickly affirmed. I don't know which planet you're from. But with your strength, you can't possibly be the top newcomer on your planet, can you? Shirjiyu inquired, hinting at his curiosity. Newcomer list? Ling Weirui's planet had yet to fill its leaderboard, so where would a newcomer list come from? However, she maintained her composure and refrained from revealing her coordinates. Let us depart quickly, lest the plant frogmen return. This time, it was Ling Weirui who took the lead. Indeed, transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy. But from extravagance to frugality is quite the challenge. Ling Weirui had survived in the apocalypse for 10 years, her strength only blossoming in the last 7 months. She had now grown accustomed to taking command. Moreover, those 3 teammates harbored ulterior motives, and Ling Weirui wished to avoid encountering the formidable individuals they spoke of. Ling Weirui scanned her surroundings, steering clear of the bulk of the frogmen, ultimately locating a solitary one. After dispatching it, she accomplished her kill task. Subsequently, they proceeded towards Twilight Base. This base was situated 300 kilometers from their destination. Even without the star-stepping technique, Ling Weirui's speed was akin to that of a sports car, achieving 120 kilometers per hour through the forest. Finally, 2.5 hours later, the group reached Twilight Base. Twilight Base was a city nestled within the forest, characterized by immense wooden walls and a towering tree. Adorned with houses throughout its branches, at this point, Ling Weirui began to accelerate. Don't run. Fish killer. We can negotiate. If you join our base, we can offer you 100,000 in a month, shouted the might of the tyrant tiger. The Vantion base can also offer you a high salary. I can introduce you to the chief, Lung Feng chimed in. However, Ling Weirui moved with remarkable speed. Previously, she had chosen to accommodate them. Now that they had reached the city, she was eager to shake off these clingy individuals that, of course, she had already added the Black Mage as a friend. His performance was commendable, making him a valuable ally. Upon entering Twilight Base, the system's voice resonated. Mission completed. Reward Spore Star Contribution Points 10. Contribution Points Shop unlocked. Soon, the Contribution Points shop opened, and Ling Weirui beheld the first item. Dungeon Sealing Stone. Contribution 1,000,000. Upon use, it can seal monsters projected onto this planet into a dungeon. The number of dungeons generated corresponds to the number of projected monsters, but regular maintenance is required. Otherwise, there is a risk of monsters breaking free from the dungeons, and an outbreak will cause the monsters to respawn within a 100-kilometer radius. Ling Weirui was instantly invigorated. This dungeon sealing stone bore resemblance to the Night Invasion dungeon. Currently, Blue Star possessed only one public dungeon, Night Invasion, suitable for level 0 players. At that time, after players had exterminated countless zombies, the original humans sealed the zombies into a dungeon to provide players with a means to level up. Subsequently, whether it was the insectoids or goblins, such large-scale invading monsters did not yield any public dungeons despite numerous defeats. In contrast, Ling Weirui had secured private dungeons, Insectoid Nest, Demon Invasion, Sheena Gem Mine, Sea God Temple, and Crystal Palace. These private dungeons had transformed Tianqi Town into a gathering place for high-level players, as other areas lacked significant respawns of monsters of equal or higher levels. Moreover, this dungeon sealing stone could prove life-saving in critical moments. However, the requirement of 1 million contribution points appeared daunting. Of course, Ling Weirui had no intention of completing tasks to amass this 1 million contribution points. After all, the novice tasks only granted 10 points, necessitating the completion of 100,000 tasks to exchange for a dungeon ceiling stone. When might that ever be accomplished? Naturally, Ling Weirui was no novice, on the contrary. She possessed the mirror of past and present, enabling her to grasp methods for earning contribution points. Yet, upon arriving at Twilight Base, Ling Weirui needed to connect to the database, essentially the network of the cosmic game. She swiftly located a building resembling an internet CAF, ultimately spending 10 primordial coins, equivalent to 1 billion, to access the internet for 1 hour. Knowledge truly is wealth. Ling Weirui began her rapid search. Although she possessed the mirror of past and present, for reasons unknown, she found herself stunned by the sight of others searching for information online, as the screens displayed content that was not visible to her. Then, someone exclaimed, "So that's how it is? I can't believe it." What exactly was happening? Ling Weirui, who had always harbored a hint of curiosity in her previous life, though slightly less than Yisisi, was now gripped by a burning desire to know. With the group around her expressing their astonishment, how could she not feel anxious? However, upon reaching this point, Ling Weirui found herself at a loss for where to begin her search and thus decided to open the most popular post. Purple sweet potato monster invades planet, slaughtering half the population. Do not disclose planet coordinates. Ling Weirui immediately clicked on this news article. The purple sweet potato monster was an apocalyptic race with exceedingly formidable instant kill capabilities. Once its true form descended, it could annihilate half the human population on the current planet with a mere sneeze. Fortunately, the original humans would dispatch top-tier warriors for rescue, wielding cosmic-grade weaponry, time portals, and resurrecting the players of the planet, providing a chance for survival. The prerequisite, however, was that the planet had not yet produced max-level players. Theoretically, max-level players could combat the purple sweet potato monster. If a planet faced annihilation, it would invariably be due to the failure of max-level players, and the original humans would not save a doomed planet. After the time portal was reversed, some players might fortuitously retain their memories and, upon restarting, resist the invasion of the purple sweet potato monster, keeping it at bay from the planet. Such players were referred to as the Chosen Ones. Ling Weirui was left utterly speechless. Was it truly the case that she was one of the Chosen Ones? It was worth noting that she found it perplexing. Despite being a player capable of resurrection, she had not engaged in combat during her 10 years in the apocalypse and had never died. How was it that a single encounter with zombies had stripped her of her soul power, rendering her unable to revive? Had Blue Star already been annihilated once? She felt a chill run down her spine. As for the information that players from the previous life encountered, it is highly likely that it was not the news of Blue Star's reboot, but rather that the coordinates of Blue Star had been exposed. Subsequently, she glimpsed the conclusion of the post in the realm of rebooted planets. Blue Star was prominently listed in this life. Blue Star had indeed rebooted. How then were its coordinates disclosed in the previous life? A fleeting thought crossed Ling Weirui's mind, and she realized she already possessed the answer. The Ancient Gods' Followers. Chapter 141. A strategy to establish a player alliance for healing and contribution points. It appears that despite Ling Weirui's efforts to conceal it, the dimensional coordinates of Blue Star had long since been revealed. In light of this situation, her task was to swiftly enhance her strength, reaching level 100 before the apocalyptic race returned, in order to defend Blue Star. However, aside from this post, Ling Weirui also examined the newcomer rankings and the power rankings that she had previously struggled to comprehend. Soon enough, she understood that some formidable planets could, through centuries of development, attain the status to apply for activation codes from the original human race. Each year, activation codes would be issued to adult humans whose genetic compatibility was deemed suitable for becoming players. This process resembled a form of social welfare. As for how genetic compatibility was determined, it's certainly related to whether the parents were players and whether they possessed inherited occupational traits. Of course, two ordinary individuals could potentially give rise to a player, but that would be akin to winning the lottery. Thus, every year, a new list of players would emerge, with the newcomers typically aged between 16 to 25. Those beyond 25 would no longer qualify. Ling Weirui appeared youthful, which led to her being mistaken for a newcomer on the list. No1 could have guessed that she had brought over a projection, which was, in reality, a top player from a newly established planet. For Blue Star to reach such a level, it would require a century. No, perhaps it would not take that long. If only she could establish a player alliance. Currently, the driving force behind Blue Star's evolution was the laboratory of Han Chunzhou, under Ling Weirui's command. Ling Weirui could easily emulate other planets, establish an independent player alliance, and subsequently apply for funding from the system. Each year, players could be selected through a social welfare method, undergoing genetic screening to receive activation codes. At that point, ordinary individuals would obtain activation codes, while Ling Weirui would have fully grasped the reins of power. Previously, her actions had been minor. This time, she was prepared to make significant moves. Ling Weirui pondered further in her previous life. It seemed that Philanzakas had attempted something similar, but after numerous reports and opposition from the official authorities of the United States, it was ultimately rescinded, as Philanzakas could not achieve fair selection. He only sought benefits for his family. Ling Weirui then searched for information, cross-referencing it with her memories. Noticing the time, she realized she had been logged in for 4 hours. With only 2 hours remaining, she could not afford to waste time. Ling Weirui checked her task list for auxiliary tasks. New task released, Issuer, Twilight Base Medical Institute. Task content, heal players and eliminate their plantification. Task reward, 100 contribution points per person. Ling Weirui accepted this accumulative task. This was a fortuitous opportunity akin to discovering a bug in the system. She promptly headed to the task point. The medical institute at the base was a massive treehouse situated atop a giant tree, covering over 200 square meters, equipped with more than 30 hospital beds. I wish I could find the best treatment. But our healing capabilities are limited, and if not, you might as well forego treatment and perish. In the game, auxiliary professions and healing roles were not akin to doctors in Blue Star, who could be insulted at will. If one wished to heal, they could. If not, they could simply abandon their duties. Such professions required a gentle touch. The impatient auxiliary healer left, and Ling Weirui approached a player lying on a hospital bed. The player's veins protruded like roots, their skin dry and parched like that of a tree, even sprouting tendrils. He was undergoing plantification. If plantification reached its conclusion, he would transform into a tree, from which plant-like tadpoles would emerge. Allow me to treat you. I am a new auxiliary healer, Ling Weirui said. The male priest who was about to leave glanced over. He is already in the advanced stage of plantification. How can you treat him? You just arrived? If you wish to treat him, go ahead, but don't waste time just to earn 100 contribution points. In the system's tasks, healing a person yielded 100 points, yet the difficulty of treatment varied. The patient lying on the bed looked at Ling Weirui with an expression of hope. Are you the new healer? If you can cure me, I will buy you a novice staff. The novice staff is made of the same material as the novice iron sword. Priced at 500, isn't that equivalent to 500 billion? Ling Weirui nodded instantly. You must buy it, as you promised. To conceal her higher soul level, Ling Weirui deliberately gestured with her hands, releasing a gentle white light that enveloped the patient. In the next moment, under the radiance, the signs of plantification melted away like snow under sunlight. The entire process took merely 5 seconds, and once dispelled, the player was left battered. Ling Weirui then cast a calming spell to fully heal him. At that moment, he was fully revitalized. You are a divine healer, the patient exclaimed. True to his word, he promptly purchased a staff for Ling Weirui, completing the transaction. Holding the staff that enhanced her soul level, Ling Weirui felt her skill release strengthened. Meanwhile, the male healer beside her wore an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? What is your profession? What skill did you use to heal him so swiftly? The explanation for this was quite simple. The male healer's skills had not been enhanced. When everyone was using projections, their skills were inherently weakened, resulting in slower effects or even ineffectiveness. In contrast, Ling Weirui utilized a projection with 100 healing capability. Not to mention that her spells and skills had been reinforced. Later on, Ling Weirui did not lack awakening rooms. She had awakened her skills but had yet to use them, hence she was too lazy to rename them, retaining their original titles. Furthermore, with the additional enhancement from skill enhancement stones, all these factors combined made Ling Weirui significantly more powerful than other players. Ling Weirui disregarded the male healer's incredulity. You are healed. Please rise and let the next player come forward. All right, I will help you promote this, thank you. Ling Weirui then noticed a set of equipment on the wall. Medic S white coat, temporary energy level 0. 2. Soul level 0.1. Upon equipping, becomes part of the healing group. Automatically returns to the hangar after leaving the medical institute, self-disinfecting, free of bacteria, can be worn at any time. Chapter 142. Becoming the head of the Twilight-based medical group Ling Weirui, don the equipment. Officially becoming a legitimate doctor at the medical institute. Soon, new patients arrived. Observing that one was struggling to move, Ling Weirui did not wait for him to lie down. With a swift motion, white light enveloped him, simultaneously casting a calming spell. With a dispel and a treatment, she ensured that the critically injured would leave fully healed. All right, next. Ling Weirui's speed depended on the mobility of the ill players. Before long, the patient load at this treatment point was completely cleared. The vast base would not only have one treatment point. Otherwise, 30 beds would be insufficient. Players were directed here after being arranged by the system. Fortunately, the players who had previously received treatment genuinely assisted Ling Weirui by referring new patients. AT Treatment Point 13. A remarkably strong healer arrived, capable of treating any severity of spore infection in just 5 seconds. Upon exiting the treatment point, the beautiful and kind-hearted young lady received commendations for her exceptional healing abilities in the task. What do you mean beautiful? How beautiful? Let me see. Haha, with your inferior genes? You are unworthy of passing on such a powerful healer's lineage. I, however, am not ashamed. Amidst the playful banter, a throng of individuals surged toward the treatment point, and soon the 30 hospital beds were occupied by players, all of whom were treated by other healers. Yet, some patients expressed dissatisfaction, with one even leaving a negative review, specifically the male healer. Hemph, if you are so capable, why don't you treat them all? The healer submitted his task, concluding his work for the day, and promptly exited the treatment point, feeling utterly humiliated for being outshone by a newcomer. The other healers also departed, leaving only a mature woman who appeared slightly older than Ling Weirui to speak. This healer suggested, perhaps you need an assistant. I can help you organize patients for a more orderly treatment. I have applied to the system to become your assistant. As long as you agree, I can share half of my points with you. Assistance task released. Issuer, Twilight-based Medical Institute. Upon agreement, Queen Bree can earn 10 contribution points for every patient treated, paid by the Twilight-based Medical Institute. Agreed. Earning an extra 2.5 contributions per person is too good to pass up. How many assistants can I have at most? Ling Weirui inquired. Queen Bree immediately replied, you can have up to 4 assistants. But you need to become the chief doctor of this treatment point and treat 1,000 players. If there are so many players to heal me, you could invite your friends to assist? Or perhaps share the contribution points equally. Queen Bree's eyes sparkled at this suggestion. You are indeed a generous lady. She swiftly contacted 3 auxiliary players to come and help, arranging patients for Ling Weirui. This time, a wave of 30 patients entered simultaneously. Ling Weirui's dispel and tranquility spells affected the group. Whether it was a single sheep or a flock, all were healed. Consequently, the number of healed players surged dramatically. However, later on, those who were healed began to feel something amiss. They marveled at what they saw. Was it not magnificent? Would it not be? After all, these were the most challenging players to level up in the cultivation genre. At level 20, they could wash away their essence. At level 30, they faced lightning strikes, and at levels 40 and 50, they encountered tribulations. Did they think it ended at level 60? A minor lightning tribulation every 300 years? A major one every 3,000 years. For this sister of fish slaughter, if she were a level 100 player, her true form must be extraordinarily formidable. Theo think she was a cultivation master. How disrespectful. If such a master were to come to our Twilight base, would not the base leader's ambitions be realized? As these thoughts swirled, a man clad in robust battle armor parted the crowd, drawing gasps of awe from onlookers who seemed to covet his armor. This was equipment exchanged for a staggering 100,000 primordial coins, evidently belonging to another formidable figure. Beside him was an acquaintance of Ling Weirui, Ba Huji Wei. Father, did I not tell you? This healer is exceptionally strong, stronger than you described. Ba Huji Wei's father, ID Wen Song Hai, remarked. The IDs of these individuals adhered to the principle of anonymity, for within the spheres fully assimilated by the system, the struggles had shifted from external to internal conflicts. Each new batch of players must challenge new dungeons, achieving firsts among novices to obtain system rewards. If one were to become a genius, they must conceal their ID. Otherwise, they risk assassination by humans or other races. Thus, the disparity between the two IDs was vast. When Song Hai entered the healing point, gazing at Ling Weirui, and said, "Madam Killfish, I am the base leader of the Xiongtian base. I sincerely invite you to join us at Xiongtian base. For every patient you heal, you will receive a subsidy of 1 primordial coin, along with an additional 100,000 contribution points each month." Such an offer, of course, held little sway over Ling Weirui. Her main aversion stemmed from Ba Hu Jiwei's presence. Should she join his father's base, she would have to contend with this second-generation heir, who might flaunt his status or harbor ulterior motives. This scenario was profoundly distasteful to Ling Weirui. In contrast, the leader of Twilight Base was a woman who conducted affairs fairly. Even without providing Ling Weirui subsidies, she would not suppress her. Naturally, she chose to remain at Twilight Base. "I find this base quite satisfactory and do not intend to switch. I have already conveyed my sentiments to your young master." Yet he apparently remains unconvinced. "I have no interest in joining Xiongtian base," she stated firmly. When Songhai appeared unfazed by Ling Weirui's stance, he exuded confidence. You may not realize that the scarcity of auxiliaries on Spore Star is due to their ability to dispel spores, hindering the reproduction of plant frogmen. The plant nest mother will dispatch her most elite assassins to eliminate you. Given how close Twilight Base is to the plant nest mother, you are at constant risk of assassination. At that time, as an auxiliary, you will possess no means of resistance. Biehu Jiwei felt a twinge of awkwardness. Ling Weirui had navigated through the magma furnace with remarkable tenacity. She certainly possessed some means of resistance. However, when Songhai's words failed to persuade her. Moreover, Zhen Shanyu had long sought to eliminate the plant nest mother. If you remain here, she will undoubtedly seek your aid in that endeavor, which would likely lead to your demise. Ling Weirui nodded upon hearing this. "Have you finished?" When Songhai assumed her nod indicated agreement with his words. Chapter 143. I wish to establish a global player alliance. If you have finished, I shall log off. With that, Ling Weirui's projection vanished in an instant. Her login time had expired. Her combat power had surged by an astounding 30,000, now reaching a total of 470,000. While this was incongruent with her level, according to the standards of primordial humanity, a level 1 cosmic human equated to 100,000 combat power. Ling Weirui had already surpassed the maximum level players by 4-fold. This was her current strength. In second place on the combat power leaderboard was Tang Tianqing, level 41, with a combat power of 130,000, already exceeding the ordinary maximum level players, yet the gap between him and Ling Weirui was immense. The remaining players, those starting with 5, were few, and the global combat power leaderboard's top 1,000 hovered around 20,000 combat power. Ling Weirui's recent enhancement left the members of the Kill Fish sect racking their brains in research. Time flowed more swiftly within the cave. 3 months inside equated to merely 1 day outside. The current research team within had brought their family members along. They discovered that aging slowed significantly within the cave, contrasting sharply with the external aging rate. Inside the cave, plants flourished rapidly, yet upon maturation, they did not decay hastily. Mature plants would remain suspended on trees, persisting if left unpicked. Was this not a form of prolonged life? Residing within the cave could grant one immortality. Who would not desire that? Ling Weirui's cave could accommodate an entire city, and nearly 20,000 individuals had moved in to reside there. Ling Weirui also introduced a new team, not focused on genetic research, but rather on network development, aiming to synchronize the Blue Star network and provide internal entertainment options, even aligning with the primordial human network. Now, Ling Weirui stood as the chairwoman of a conglomerate, occupying a high position. Though she spent much of her time leveling up, she required prompt execution of her orders. Her assistant team comprised 30 members. Fortunately, they did not trouble her often, as most matters were handled efficiently. Summon Zhang Fuxue, Ling Weirui commanded. Soon, Zhang Fuxue's team arrived promptly. What is the status of the network? Ling Weirui inquired. Zhang Fuxue hastily reported, Chairwoman, after 3 years of extensive research, we have successfully synchronized with the external network. However, there is a time delay. Thus, news from the outside has a 3-month lag, leading to a repetitive experience. Conversely, players within the cave have ample time to exploit this time differential, almost feeling like they are counterattacking the external network. Zhang Fuxue sighed. While the outside world progresses over 10 days, those within the cave could produce an epic film for release. Some have released 1,000 videos within 10 days while maintaining quality. Should we impose some limitations? Ling Weirui chuckled lightly. If this benefits them, why should we hinder it? However, I did not come here for this. I have discovered a primordial human website that may allow you to synchronize with their network. This time, direct acquisition was possible. Additionally, I need you to establish a website called globalplayeralliance.as for how to set it up. Once you connect to the primordial human website, you can create this site based on their framework and apply for permissions from the primordial humans. All players may register their information within the alliance. Ordinary humans will only have browsing rights without posting or commenting privileges. Once established, we will hold control over Blue Star. Upon hearing Ling Weirui's words, Jiang Fushue was taken aback. In truth, the factions in Kyoto were also pursuing this endeavor. Initially, during the game Invasion, investigations were conducted to record each player's identity and archive them, preventing misuse of suddenly acquired powers. Should this website be established, it would mean Ling Weirui was sharing power with those in Kyoto. Would she then be considered a leader on a national level? Would this not complicate matters with Kyoto? Ling Weirui replied, "This is a global player alliance, not a national organization. As long as we secure the necessary permissions, we can provide benefits to humanity, such as distributing 100,000 activation codes daily. Given the current population of Blue Star, within 200 years, we could achieve universal player status. Of course, due to the rising death toll, if I were to issue activation codes solely to players from the Flowering family, it would take merely 54 years. However, since young adults comprise only 20% of the population, this plan might be realized within a decade. A 10-year plan has already formed in my mind. The next step is implementation." Ling Weirui exited the cave and sent the news to Tang Tianqing and Wang Guimin. Currently, Tang Tianqing represented the official stance, while Wang Guimin represented the circle of domestic tycoons. Their support for Ling Weirui's plan was essential. Upon hearing her proposal, Wang Guimin immediately expressed his backing, recognizing the immense benefits within it. Tang Tianqing, however, pondered more deeply. This plan seems rather ruthless, encompassing the globe and seizing its economy. However, in reality, it circumvents the leadership of other nations, demanding permissions from the primordial humans. Other countries may vehemently oppose this. We, the Flowering family, occupy 80 of the combat power rankings and 70 of the level rankings. If I can lead them, that would suffice. After all, might makes right. Who is the strongest now? 30 years ago. Were we not also subjected to oppression? Now, it is time for us to exert our influence. Let us proceed without hesitation. The website for the cave has been established. Within the cave, it has been 2 months. While outside, merely 13 hours have elapsed. A link has emerged that can be accessed on all human attribute panels. Welcome to the Blue Star Player Alliance. Current Alliance Leader. Killing Fish for a Decade. Chapter 144. Mastering all players of Blue Star. Daily funds of 1 trillion. Soon, 50% of global players had already joined the Player Alliance. Ling Weirui, as the leader, promptly applied for permissions. The system acknowledged Ling Weirui's authority and began allocating resources. Daily subsidy resources. 1 trillion. A request for activation codes from the primordial gene pool could be made at half the resource cost, provided that the resources had already been analyzed by Blue Star. In this manner, the 1 trillion would be more than sufficient. Each day, an expenditure of approximately 2 to 300 billion could satisfy the activation code consumption for 100,000 players. Ling Weirui immediately updated the Player Alliance's first announcement. The Player Alliance is established for all players of Blue Star to guard against the risk of extinction, distributing 100,000 activation codes daily. The first batch of activation codes will be drawn from players aged 18 to 20. All players aged 18 to 20, please pay attention to the back-end messages, as they will be sent in batches to the cave space of the Player Alliance leader for testing. Players who receive activation codes but choose to indulge in leisure will be forcibly assigned daily monster-slaying tasks. Those who do not wish to participate in combat, please do not fill out the questionnaire after receiving it. The distribution of activation codes will be awarded to the top 100 players on the combat power and level rankings, but only with the right to propose. The current distribution authority remains with the leader, who holds the power to veto any proposals. Once everything settled, it stirred up a tempest across the globe. Online, discussions erupted like a tidal wave, incessantly, causing the servers to crash multiple times. Ultimately, players flocked to the official website of the Player Alliance to leave comments and engage in discussions, only to discover that this site was remarkably smooth, allowing for unrestricted expression. Meanwhile, ordinary people felt stifled, as they lacked a voice. The internet once again succumbed to paralysis. Did I read that correctly? 100,000 activation codes distributed daily? Where did Sister Killing Fish procure these activation codes? Incredible. Although I know nothing, I still want to exclaim incredible. Everyone should endeavor to expand their vocabulary. Don't be like me, lacking culture and only able to say incredible repeatedly. Oh my goodness, this is unfair. Why are all the Alliance leaders players from the Flower Kingdom? Our beautiful nation should be the leader. Is the person above still asleep? Look at who ranks first on the level leaderboard. See who tops the combat power leaderboard. How can you shamelessly claim that the beautiful nation should lead? I just want to know, how are the activation codes distributed? My son received an invitation. I will have him fill it out right away. Countless young people aged 18 to 20 received invitations and quickly filled them out. In Source City, an 18-year-old girl, trembling in her room, looked out at the person knocking on the door with tears in her eyes. Chun-Yi was too frightened to open the door, for she knew that the one outside was not her mother. Her mother had passed away when she was 3, after her father remarried and had a son. He paid her no heed. Moreover, 3 months ago, shortly after her birthday, her father stopped providing her with living expenses. Fortunately, she no longer needed to attend school, so she did not worry about tuition fees. However, she was all alone, and her ability to fend off the knockers was limited, thus she could not afford the burden of maintaining the house. The knocking outside grew increasingly insistent. The little snowman might shatter her windows, allowing the cold wind to sweep in, which made her feel as if she were coming down with a fever, as if she were on the brink of death. Just then, a system notification arrived. Along with a survey form. Name, Chun-Yi, gender, female, age, 18. Height, 168 cm weight, 46 kg education, high school, parental information, income status, family income. After completing the form, she submitted it, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. If she were to be selected, it would be wonderful. Chun-Yi thought it would take a long time. Would you like to be immediately transported to the cave of the leader, killing fish for a decade? It came as quickly as a scam message. She hesitated for a moment before clicking to teleport. In the next instant, she left the cold room, and the haunting calls faded away. It felt as though she had entered a place of eternal spring. With air so fresh, she took a few breaths and felt rejuvenated. Surrounding her was a cacophony of sounds. She looked up to find herself standing in a vast square. In the distance, there were numerous peach trees in bloom, along with pavilions and towers. All around her were young people, each accompanied by mechanical pets. Though they lacked fur, their metallic exteriors were charming, exuding a sense of technology, a stark contrast to the distant skyscrapers. Soon, a pink flying pig appeared before Chun-Yi. Hello, Chun-Yi, I am the guiding system assigned to you. You may call me Little Pink Pig. First, I need to take a drop of your blood for analysis. Okay, sure. Don't worry, it won't hurt. It will be over shortly. The little pink pig extended its paw and swiftly took Chun-Yi's blood, analyzing it quickly. Chun-Yi felt a slight warmth as she clutched her thick, worn pajamas, eagerly watching the little pink pig. Would she possess the talent to become a player? If she became a player, she should be able to eliminate the knocker outside, right? The knocker's level did not seem particularly high. Then, the little pink pig exclaimed excitedly, "Congratulations! You possess the talent to become a cultivation-type player, with the highest compatibility to the Yaoqi immortal sect of the Xian-Ing immortal clan." Chun-Yi paused momentarily, then trembled with excitement as she stammered, "Isn't that Sister Killing Fish's sect? Indeed, this is a rare profession. Please follow me. Your blood analysis indicates that you are somewhat malnourished, have a stomach ailment, and are experiencing high levels of hunger. I will first take you to receive a meal. You seem so intelligent. Are we truly living in the same world? Sister Killing Fish's cave is so extraordinary." Chun-Yi marveled in awe. She was quickly escorted away. Many players in similar situations were led into the city by various mechanical pets. They would undergo 2 months of training there before being sent out to battle. Above the cave, Ling Weirui surveyed everything within the cave city. Nodding in satisfaction, the assembly line of players began to take shape. First, a selection process would occur, then they would be trained in the cave before being sent out to fend for themselves, rapidly growing in strength. Moreover, it was possible to control the ratio of auxiliary professions across Blue Star through big data screening, preventing a situation where auxiliary roles became scarce. Ling Weirui invested in machinery, manpower, and accommodation. That 1 trillion fund was allocated half to Ling Weirui. Was that unreasonable? Chapter 145. Ling Weirui's proposal. She seems capable of saving Spore Star. Ling Weirui observed the first batch of newly selected players, who, after a period of training, were ready to be sent out to battle. At this moment, it was time for Ling Weirui to project herself. She currently had 6 hours of projection time each day, which she could not afford to waste. Acquiring resources on Spore Star was considerably easier than on Blue Star. Ling Weirui had 2 options this time. Log in on the spot, begin matching. Ling Weirui chose to log in on the spot. Once again, she experienced that sensation of having her entire soul drawn away, as her projection appeared within the medical point of the Twilight base. At this moment, the medical point had undergone a significant transformation. 30 beds had been removed, replaced by sofas, and several individuals, who appeared to possess formidable combat power, were sipping tea, smoking, or idly trimming their nails. Upon noticing Ling Weirui's arrival, everyone instantly straightened their backs and stood up. The first person Ling Weirui saw was Wen Songhai. However, the first to speak was a woman, with fiery red lips and clad in leather. She carried a firearm at her waist, likely a mechanical player or a special forces operative. Hello, killing fish for a decade. I am the base leader of Twilight Base. My ID is Janishanyue. I am pleased that you have steadfastly chosen Twilight Base. Today, regardless of what others offer you, I will increase your contribution points by an additional 100,000. Tio Ling Weirui's left stood a silver-haired youth, whose eyes were also silver. Hello, my name is Shirji Miao. I am Shirui's elder brother and the base leader of Guamiao Base. I am willing to offer you 300,000 contribution points each month if you come to Guamiao Base to treat players. We do not require you to engage in combat, but combat resources will be allocated to you. How do you feel about that? This offer was 3 times higher than Wen Songhai's. Wen Songhai's expression darkened. Finally, a slender red-haired man in a robe spoke. I am Li Yang, the base leader of Fantian Base. We can also offer you 350,000 contribution points. 400,000 contribution points. Wen Songhai gritted his teeth and exclaimed. 400,000 was rather excessive, yet Ling Weirui's previous capabilities warranted such retention, as it could increase the player count in Shengtian Base. Ling Weirui paid no mind to him, but instead turned to Jinshanyue. Can the base leader increase it by another 100,000? Of course, however, we will be issuing tasks regularly. If there are large-scale battles, you will need to participate. In the projection game, there was no resurrection. Thus, once one died, they would lose their projection, and the consequences would be dire. When Songhai smirked, as though he had grasped the proverbial braid of the mountain moon, and taunted, do you see it, Lady Fish Slayer? The mountain moon wishes to confront the plant nest mother, leading you to your demise. Rather than this, you would be better off joining us. If battling the boss is merely a pathway to death, then how many such base leaders do you possess? Ling Weirui turned her gaze toward Wen Songhai. Since yesterday, you have been usurping the mountain moon's intent to challenge the plant nest mother. Seemingly for my benefit, yet in truth, you do not wish for her to succeed. We project here to seize Spore Star, not to linger in a state of desperation. Although I stand alone, you 4 bases have astonishingly failed to establish a teleportation array amongst yourselves. Why not set one up? Once activated, it would allow for mutual assistance. Should you wish to thwart player access, I could visit your bases, devoting 1 hour to each, which would sufficiently cleanse the accumulated maladies within your domains. Ling Weirui's words rendered the expressions of several individuals complex. The weary visage of the mountain moon suddenly radiated vitality. Shirjimo chuckled lightly and remarked, after 10 years of fish slaying, perhaps you indeed possess the means to save Spore Star. Yet we share little trust between us. The previously unenthusiastic Li Yang had offered a price, but provided no additional benefits, perhaps believing that the mountain moon was resolute in securing Ling Weirui. However, upon hearing her words, his interest was piqued. Within this planet, the plant frogmen boast considerable intelligence. If we can employ a teleportation array, so too can they. The mountain moon's base is perilously vulnerable, liable to fall at any moment. Should it perish, the plant frogmen could utilize the teleportation array to invade our base, unleashing spores that may very well lead to our utter annihilation. Furthermore, as we are all projections, death in combat is a certainty. Thus, mutual slaughter among those not from one's own base could yield significant gains. Who dares to gamble? However, I can establish a dedicated teleportation array for you. If you allocate half of your time to our base daily, I can grant you a contribution of 200,000. The Mountain Moon immediately furrowed her brow and replied, "After 10 years of fish slaying, if you agree to join our base, it would be best for you to act in concert with us. It is not that I wish to impede your profit. Rather, I fear they may take you captive. We can sign a contract with the system," Wangyang interjected. "This matter extends beyond just your 2 bases." Shijimo added. Ling Weirui issued a devilish temptation. "Perhaps you underestimate my capabilities. As long as the venue is sufficiently vast, I can heal tens of thousands in one go. Therefore, the price you set remains unchanged, 350,000 monthly, with each base receiving 1 hour. Naturally, for Xiongtian base, which possesses formidable strength, the cost is 400,000. This essentially amounts to working at your bases, yet I retain the right to rest or take leave. With 2 days off each week. Should you agree, we can formalize the contract." Ling Weirui prepared 4 contracts and distributed them to the 4 individuals. Shijimo and Wangyang signed without hesitation. The Mountain Moon scrutinized the terms of the contract, realizing that her agreement differed from the others. In addition to her 1 hour of work daily, Ling Weirui would spend an additional 2 hours remaining at Twilight Base, thus remaining in a standby state. This sufficed. When Songhai felt somewhat constrained, needing to contribute an extra 50,000, however, he recognized that this concession was a favor from Ling Weirui, as he was aware that his son had previously offended her. Otherwise, she could have simply denied him the contract. Ultimately, he acquiesced. The 4 individuals signed the system contract, which transformed into radiant energy, vanishing within their beings, thus binding them to the system. Furthermore, the 4 individuals were required to prepay Ling Weirui's salary. Given the system contract, Ling Weirui would not abscond, and all 4 base leaders acquiesced. A total of 1.4 million contribution points was thus garnered by Ling Weirui. Without hesitation, she promptly purchased a dungeon sealing stone. As for the monsters to be sealed, she had long contemplated her choices. Chapter 146. The Divine Descent Techniques of the Land of the Gods. Ling Weirui's Precautionary Measures. Selecting the Snow Woman series of monsters. These entities posed a significant threat, capable of invading safe zones, yet they would vanish come summer at times. The monsters projected are a form of resource. Retaining this resource and converting it into a dungeon to supply humanity's advancement is essential for growth. Following her acquisition of the dungeon sealing stone, Ling Weirui proceeded to each base to carry out her healing duties. On this occasion, personnel from several bases prepared expansive venues for her, accommodating thousands for treatment. Naturally, Ling Weirui received a system task to heal a player, earning 100 contribution points. This task did not impact the base's income but would affect the earnings of other auxiliary players. The base leaders adjusted the schedules of other auxiliary projections. Since Ling Weirui could only treat for 1 hour. Nonetheless, her single hour proved far more beneficial than others' entire days. Ling Weirui amassed a substantial amount of contribution points, once more, and purchased frogman crystals. These crystals, however, cannot be consumed indiscriminately. Each type of frogman's crystal can be ingested 10 times. Ling Weirui procured 10 soul level, 10 energy level, and 7 life level crystals. Her attributes transformed to ID, Fish Slayer for 10 years, Planet, Blue Star, Coordinates XXXX, Combat Power, 4. 2 Cosmic Level Human, Life Level, 1.3, Energy Level, 1.4, Soul Level, 1.5. These are all primary crystals, alongside intermediate crystals. Each intermediate crystal enhances attributes by 1 point, yet their value is exorbitantly high. Nearly 100-fold. Whereas primary crystals require 100 contribution points, intermediate crystals demand 10, 0.30 of these would amount to 300, 0.00. Ling Weirui possessed sufficient contribution points. However, the absorption of intermediate crystals must occur one at a time, and consuming them all would take a month. Thus, the Mountain Moon granted Ling Weirui a month to prepare. After this period, they would jointly assault the plant nest mother. Ling Weirui consented. Her projection time was extended to 12 hours. Amassing 840,000 on the combat power leaderboard, she stood markedly ahead. During these 6 hours, the external world underwent significant transformations. The beautiful nation, the European Union, and other countries gathered together. Ling Weirui established a player alliance, appearing as an official entity, even accessible via the character panel. This presence surpassed national powers. In simple terms, Ling Weirui's declaration of being the leader of Blue Star was universally acknowledged by the original humans. The ramifications of this recognition were intolerable for countries like the Beautiful Nation. Through prophecies and predictive skills, they incessantly tested until they reached a conclusion. The Blue Star Player Alliance functioned as the official organization for players, enveloping the nation, funded by the original human system. However, this funding essentially stemmed from global taxation. Fish Slayer for 10 years, this is siphoning our hard-earned money. Indeed, the majority of the initial youth players she selected hailed from the Flower Kingdom, with only a handful from other nations. Yet, the Flower Kingdom constituted merely 20% of the population. Why should our taxes be used to benefit their citizens? Perhaps we should consult the leadership of the Land of the Gods, which comprises 25% of the population, even more than the Flower Kingdom, and would be more aggrieved. However, their combat strength. Oh heavens. What do you mean by combat strength? We are discussing population and economy, do you understand? Our beautiful nation is the world's leading economic power. I am the first to oppose Fish Slayer for 10 years allocation of resources. Due to the regulations of Ling Weirui's Player Alliance, those with stronger combat power would garner more resources for their respective countries. However, the beautiful nation could not compete, so they resorted to population and economic arguments. Soon, they reached out to the leadership of the Land of the Gods. The Elder Council of the Land of the Gods, upon hearing their analysis, could not remain idle, and thus publicly issued a statement through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, urging the Flower Kingdom to provide an explanation. However, the Flower Kingdom was unyielding. The Player Alliance established by Fish Slayer for 10 years is a self-organized entity, a personal organization, and does not represent the stance of the Flower Kingdom. Yet it still represented the stance of Blue Star. She had applied for permissions from the original humans. According to the predictions of their seers, Fish Slayer for 10 years garnered daily funds amounting to a staggering 1 trillion. They were like starving wolves, unable to feast, their eyes bloodshot with hunger. After several declarations, they realized that none were effective. Diplomatic measures failed. If conflict was to ensue, then it must be through force. The only solution was to eliminate Fish Slayer for 10 years. Indeed, should Fish Slayer for 10 years perish, the alliance would be ripe for takeover. Under the logic of banditry, numerous national leaders quickly became embroiled in the plot. The question remained, how to slay Fish Slayer for 10 years? Should they summon another demonic invasion? This time, they would need a more formidable demon, but the previous summons required numerous sacrifices, and this time, summoning a powerful demon would likely necessitate even more. Currently, the beautiful nation was subsisting on insect meat, with fresh pork, beef, and lamb reserved exclusively for the nobility. Most importantly, summoning a demon required a substantial number of living livestock and human sacrifices, not projections. Otherwise, wouldn't the exterminators suffice? For upon the death of insects, their bodies would dissolve into projections. Conversely, the mutated creatures, or those born from the union of projections and local fauna, would not vanish. However, the task of capturing them is exceedingly arduous. Their numbers are simply overwhelming, and capturing them one by one would entail exorbitant costs. Thus, allow us to take charge. Recently, our nation of Tianju has acquired a profession that enables us to summon the deity Shapo, bestowing upon us unparalleled divine power. Once we attain this power, we shall exhaust every means to assassinate Shayu for a decade. Although she is formidable, the relentless pursuit of her will eventually lead to her decline. This strategy is not limited to her. We aim to target all players from the Zhuanghua faction ranked on the leaderboard. Naturally, all of this must remain confidential. Within Ling Weirui's lair, her secretary is reporting on the latest global developments. The beautiful nation has summoned numerous leaders from various countries for a clandestine meeting. We dispatched assassins who infiltrated the conference hall to steal their intelligence. All the meeting details from the beautiful nation are now laid out on Ling Weirui's desk, eliciting a soft chuckle from her. Her level of power, and with such extensive resources at her disposal, organizing a team to monitor global affairs incurs a trifling expense compared to her current income. Chapter 147. The opponents no longer revived. The hand of destruction today. Every action of the beautiful nation is under Ling Weirui's watchful eye. However, the leader's abilities are far too inferior for her to regard them seriously. Yet, incited by the elite and corporate magnates, a large segment of the populace is protesting, with many players vehemently denouncing on the Player Alliance's official website. Ling Weirui raises her hand, meticulously recording the names of all players and citizens expressing dissent online. The players, citing public violations of the player alliance's harmony, dispatch enforcers to deliver punishment, reducing them by 10 levels. Ordinary citizens who purchase death resurrection insurance from our Xiaoyu group will have their policies refunded, while those who did not will be permanently barred from purchasing it. These individuals have yet to grasp the reality. When they availed themselves of the services of the Xiaoyu group, they did not become godlike customers. Rather, they surrendered their lives into the hands of the Xiaoyu group. The timing and manner of their resurrection are dictated solely by the Xiaoyu group. To become powerful, one must possess an authority that commands respect and fear from subordinates. Ling Weirui's current objective is to universalize players within a few years, enhancing their combat prowess to a level capable of confronting the world-destroying races. To achieve this, global unification is paramount. Once Ling Weirui disseminates this information, the voices on the internet and international stage diminish significantly. As for the outcry from Tianju, it remains loud since many impoverished citizens in that country cannot afford the insurance from the Xiaoyu group. In this context, hiring local trolls still constitutes a form of power. However, Ling Weirui has her methods. She can sabotage their power grid and plunge the nation into darkness. Soon, the online uproar quiets down. As for the international discourse, it is naturally managed by the Zhuanghua Congressional Court, while Ling Weirui's organization operates independently. Meanwhile, within Tianju, after conducting various rituals, a level 41 noble monk named Atividai has acquired a divine skill from the heavens. Hand of Destruction, divine level your hands. Upon touching the head of any creature, will utterly annihilate the enemy, rendering them incapable of resurrection. This skill is nothing short of miraculous. Although he possesses the strongest combat power, he must also have the utmost defense to ensure that Xiaoyu does not discover him and eliminate him. Otherwise, even with the Hand of Destruction, he would be powerless to act. Fortunately, I possess an item that can assist you. A dog is man's best friend. Special item upon equipping, the player's race becomes that of a dog. Although their appearance does not change, humans cannot attack you. This is a commemorative item bestowed by a loyal dog to the player. He will transform into an existence that cannot be slain by players. Additionally, I have provided him with disguises, resurrection scrolls, instant teleportation items, and more. He disguises himself as a handsome man and prepares to approach Xiaoyu. Speculation about Xiaoyu abounds online, but without a doubt, she is a female. Hence, Tianju resolves to seduce Xiaoyu. That time, a mere touch to her head or a gentle stroke of her hair would suffice to eliminate her. Xiaoyu would never anticipate such an assassination method. However, due to the absence of a teleportation array between Tianju and the Zhuanghua faction, they plan to stealthily traverse the borders to eliminate Xiaoyu. Yet, all their movements are known to Ling Weirui. The ability to eliminate enemies with a touch to the head? Ling Weirui's eyes gleam with interest as she smiles. This is indeed intriguing. She searches the player alliance and quickly finds a group of players. Issuing a mission. New mission released. Issuer, Xiaoyu. Mission content. Manipulate the man in the image to inadvertently touch his hair. Mission reward. 1 piece of 30-level golden equipment. Player's choice of part. Although items across various games have their own tiers, after the Xiaoyu auction house's establishment, Lich King has reclassified all equipment into easily comprehensible categories for the Zhuanghua faction. Bronze, black iron, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, etc. Golden level equipment is exceedingly rare, with market prices ranging from 10 to 30 million. This mission is exceptionally enticing. Despite its seemingly bizarre nature, the issuer is none other than Xiaoyu herself in an instant. All 30 players who receive the mission spring into action, gathering at Tianqi Town. Simultaneously, after great effort, Atividai arrives at Tianqi Town after more than 10 hours. This location is the closest to Xiaoyu. If he cannot locate her, he must infiltrate her lair, assuming the identity of a researcher or a researcher's family member. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he exits the formation, he becomes the target of over 30 players. At this moment, Atividai curiously observes his surroundings, as it is his first visit to Tianqi Town. By chance, he walks past a shop's storefront and sees his reflection, not his true visage, but that of his disguised appearance, which he finds appealing. The human pursuit of beauty transcends gender. How handsome I am, he thinks, and then absent-mindedly brushes his hair. In that instant, a terrifying flame erupts from his hand, engulfing Atividai in flames and reducing him to ashes. In the blink of an eye, his belongings scatter across the ground. The 30 players who had been watching him are left bewildered. Could this player be exceptionally notorious, resulting in all his equipment dropping upon his demise? Regardless of the circumstances, the 30 swiftly gather around Atividi, hastily collecting the items. Once they have finished looting, they exchange glances, some shaking their heads in frustration. I failed my mission. Wasn't I supposed to let him touch his head just once? Touch his head. What do you mean touch his head, bro? You didn't also accept Shayu's mission, did you? The group exchanges looks, and to their surprise, they all nod. Damn, who among us was so fortunate to have completed the mission? Haha, that would be me. In an instant, those who receive the mission turn to the man in the crowd who cannot contain his laughter. What skill did you use? Chapter 148. Ling Weirui's Counterattack. Dungeon generation. It was merely the most basic form of mind control. I observed his self-absorbed demeanor, so I issued a subtle mental suggestion for him to fix his slightly disheveled hair. As well as a hint of his good looks, such a person, upon seeing a mirror, would instinctively want to tidy his hair. In this way, he inadvertently brought about his own demise. Damn. I initially intended to use shadow binding to control his shadow to touch his own hair. Mine was a puppet technique. Unfortunately, I had attempted my skill on him the moment he appeared, but it failed. The 30 players shared their combat strategies, but the puppet technique was met with disdain as it was deemed insufficiently silent. This man is likely from Tianju, attempting to stir trouble. I collected the items he dropped. The player who completed the mission produced a blood-red skill stone. Divine granted skill, Hand of Destruction, divine level. This skill is marked as a divine skill from the gods of Tianju. So now, what should we do? Should we turn these items over to Shayu? I plan to submit it. While the items are decent, being recognized by Shayu would be even better, as I also wish to join the 10-year group. Ultimately, they all chose to submit their findings. Ling Weirui only took the divine skill and compensated the successful player with 1 billion, while the remaining items were distributed among those who collected them. These trivial items held no value in her eyes. Furthermore, the threat posed by this divine skill is significant, yet its weaknesses are glaringly evident and could potentially lead to self-destruction. Moreover, in a world where secrets are hard to keep, once its weakness is exposed, it would be susceptible to counteraction at any moment. Ling Weirui cast the divine skill into the auction house, where it was swiftly purchased by Wangyang for 232.7 billion. He also privately messaged Ling Weirui, Sister Fish Slayer, should you come across such splendid treasures again in the future, do keep me in your thoughts. Just look at this skill. It is a perfect match for me. With but a flick of my hand, I can unleash the Buddha's palm, descending from the heavens to strike upon my adversary's head, incinerating them instantly, eradicating them entirely. Since mastering this skill, my combat prowess has surged by 50,000. Wangyang considers it an unparalleled bargain. As long as you are pleased, that is what matters. But this ability harbors a critical vulnerability. What vulnerability? Is it not simply the inability to touch my own head? I shall be cautious. What if someone intends to harm you? Ling Weirui revealed that she had employed 30 individuals to target Atividi. Wangyang felt as if the sky had fallen. How did I not foresee this? Sister Fish Slayer, I beseech you to save me. You are my true sister. Surely you possess a solution. Ling Weirui was both amused and exasperated. Then perhaps you should don a tall hat and refrain from removing it even while you sleep. The image of himself adorned with a towering hat materialized in Wangyang's mind, and he instantly comprehended. With the hat in place, he would be unable to touch his own head, thus preventing anyone from compelling him to do so. How astonishingly simple. He must have been flustered in his concern. It was certainly not due to his own lack of intelligence. Meanwhile, on the domestic leaderboard of the Kingdom of Tianju, Atividi, who had previously occupied the top position, suddenly vanished without a trace. All players who counted Atividi among their friends found his name grayed out in their friend lists. In the realm of Blue Star, when a player's name turns gray, it signifies a permanent logout. He is dead. How could that be? With so many precious possessions and treasures, how could he possibly perish? Even in death, he ought to have revived repeatedly. At level 40, he could have died at least 40 times. Yet here he was, lifeless. Wangyang had even learned from him. However, there was no choice but to seek divine assistance once more. After a ritual of sacrifice and prayer, they were bestowed with a second divine skill. Invincible body, divine level. You possess an invulnerable physique, rendering you impervious to attacks from all others in the world, including control effects, except for your own children. who have the power to slay you. On that very day, this individual proceeded to eliminate all of his offspring. Thus, he became truly invincible. When Ling Weirui received the news, her countenance turned icy. She promptly issued a mission, instructing players from the historical game of the flower planting family to confront this player. As soon as the individual reached the boundary of the flower planting family, numerous players lay in ambush. The moment he appeared, they immediately bowed deeply. "O adoptive father, please accept this humble bow from your child." The skill, recognizing the thief as father, bowing to the target grants a 100 increase in one's attack power while diminishing the enemy's attack and defense by 50. Furthermore, a divine skill descended as well. This skill is indeed formidable. Yet, isn't it countered by our blood curse? Haha, who would have thought we would rise to prominence one day? Indeed, I am like elbow among men, and red hair among horses. From now on, I shall guard the nation's borders, ensuring that the children of Tianju never invade. However, since the player from the kingdom of Tianju did not truly die, he did not drop many items, and the divine skill fell into Ling Weirui's hands. Unbeknownst to them, this was merely the beginning. They dispatched assassins to eliminate Ling Weirui. How could she simply sit idle? Yet, one must not engage in actions without reciprocation. Ling Weirui sent forth players from the Xian Ing Immortal Clan Tian Sha Hall, a faction akin to the Golden Hand, comprising just 100 individuals, each tasked with assassinating those on the list. Furthermore, they were required to ensure true death, not merely a temporary demise. Soon, the kingdom of Tianju faced its darkest hour. Ling Weirui did not focus her gaze upon her adversaries. Instead, she operated the dungeon sealing stone. System prompt: the small snowman, large snowman, snow slave, snow maiden, and children of the snow, which you wish to seal, meet the unified generation conditions for the dungeon. Chapter 149. The Frigid Apocalypse Dungeon. Prepare to slay the plant nest mother. Dungeon available for generation. Frigid Apocalypse, level 35. Generation quantity. Global random generation of 270,000 dungeons. Shall it be generated? 270,000 seems a bit excessive. However, it is far better than the current global state of extreme cold, where lives are lost daily. Many tropical regions have begun to experience snowfall, and those areas lack proper insulation. Many dwellings are mere wooden houses. The advent of extreme cold has compelled humanity to migrate, inflicting immense harm. At worst, we can regularly clear the dungeons within the cities while allowing other dungeons to proliferate. As Ling Weirui's words fell, a temporary system announcement reverberated across the globe. System announcement: player Fish Slayer 10 years utilizes the dungeon sealing stone to seal small snowmen and other monsters, forming the dungeon Frigid Apocalypse, level 35. All players are invited to explore together. Upon the release of this news, the world erupted once more. Oh my! Fish Slayer 10 years. Once again Fish Slayer 10 years. Sister Fish Slayer is incredible, capable of sealing the monsters of the ice and snow invasion. We shall no longer have to shovel snow in the depths of winter. Individuals on the external networks rejoiced, declaring that the crisis had been averted. Many countries near the equator expressed their gratitude to Sister Fish Slayer, even proposing to erect a monument in her honor. The global temperature began to rise. Experts asserted that the invasion of the frigid monsters had led to a global temperature decline. Now, as temperatures recover, sea levels are expected to rise, potentially accelerating the invasion of sea monsters. Can Fish Slayer seal all monsters, freeing us ordinary people from such incessant fear? Yes, we must seal the bizarre invasions. And what of the sea monster incursions? These discussions ensued fervently, yet Ling Weirui paid little heed. She received a new system notification. System prompt: you have successfully averted a human crisis. The title of Savior has been altered. Now at level 1. Ling Weirui's level instantly escalated to 51. Savior, title: you have resolved the dual human crises of the demon invasion and the frigid apocalypse. You are the savior of all humanity. This title also serves as a crucial stepping stone for Ling Weirui in her application to join the Player Alliance. Previously, she had thought this title merely granted a level 1 reward without any additional attributes. Now, it appeared to possess remarkably unique effects. Consequently, any attempts by the beautiful nation to eliminate Ling Weirui and seize the position of leader within the Player Alliance were utterly futile, without the title of savior. They were unworthy of such a role. Following this, Ling Weirui diligently sought self-improvement, but not on Blue Star. Instead, she focused her efforts on Spore Star. Having consumed an intermediate crystal core, she increased her cosmic level by 1 point daily, equivalent to a boost of 100,000 combat power. Subsequently, she utilized shadow clones to begin grinding dungeons, which could elevate her to level 55. Unfortunately, in such public dungeons, Ling Weirui could not extract experience. She could only contribute towards the betterment of humanity. A month later, on Spore Star, Ling Weirui's attribute panel underwent a dramatic transformation. ID: Fish Slayer 10 years, Planet: Blue Star, Coordinates XXXX, Combat Power: 34.2 Cosmic Level Human, Life Level: 11. 3. Energy Level: 11.4, Soul Level: 11.5. To further enhance her abilities, she could only conquer the Plant Nest Mother to obtain a high-level crystal core. Jin Shanyu had long awaited this day. Prepared for a desperate battle, concluding a planetary conflict would yield immense rewards, and all participants would receive commendations. However, the probability of failure was exceedingly high. Jin Shanyu had invested considerable resources to gather 5,000 individuals for an assault on the Plant Nest Mother's lair. This marked Ling Weirui's first participation in such a battle. All personnel were equipped and ready. Jin Shanyu proclaimed, "Our team is now sufficiently formidable, boasting the finest healers, the most exceptional Titan players, and the strongest damage dealers. Upon conquering the Plant Nest Mother, we shall attain the highest contribution points. After subduing this Nest Mother, we can tackle nests worldwide. Victory will undoubtedly be ours." Following this motivating speech, Jin Shanyu led the group towards the location of the Plant Nest Mother. Perhaps sensing the movements of these humans, numerous plant frogmen attempted to ambush the team along the way, inflicting damage. However, with Ling Weirui among them, these foes stood no chance of success. If previously Ling Weirui had showcased her ability to dispel, this time she would demonstrate her combat prowess. Though primarily a support character, her exceptional mental acuity rendered her a rare find among aides. She could oversee the entire team's single-handedly. As a result, many of the plant frogmen sought to eliminate Ling Weirui, attempting to take her down. Unfortunately for them, she offered them no opportunity. After a month, she had no need to act with restraint any longer. Having purchased a complete set of top-tier equipment from the system store, Ling Weirui donned it, elevating her capabilities to match those of a base commander. With formidable defenses, she plowed forward relentlessly, covering an impressive distance of 300 kilometers before finally laying eyes on the Plant Nest Mother. To be candid, this sight evoked a sense of physiological discomfort within her. At that moment, the entire Plant Nest Mother loomed like a mountain, its surface writhing with an abundance of beings resembling sea intestines. The ends of these sea intestines were thicker, akin to enlarged tires. As the tires contracted, they incessantly expelled spores. The Nest Mother served as the cradle for nurturing spores. The air was tinged with a faint green hue, indicative of the spore's density reaching a significant level. Under normal circumstances, projecting players would never have been able to reach this location. Any who approached would be ensnared by the plant spores and promptly transformed into mere fertilizer. However, at this moment, under the influence of Ling Weirui's Tide God's curse, each player found themselves ensconced within individual bubbles of water. These bubbles effectively isolated them from the spores, allowing them to advance with greater confidence and audacity. Sensing the approach of these individuals, the Plant Nest Mother extended its tentacle-like body, crashing down upon them with tremendous force. As the distance closed, it became evident that this creature was an astonishing 20 meters in diameter. With a resounding thud, players caught off guard were instantly flattened. Yet, when the tentacle was lifted, it was revealed that the player had merely fallen to the ground, their protective shield remarkably intact. This revelation prompted a chorus of cheers from the crowd. In that moment, however, the tentacle seemed to grow even more furious, thrashing its body and sweeping horizontally. Should it connect, all players would be sent flying by the Nest Mother's assault. "Intercept!" roared Jin Shanyu. In response, countless players unleashed a barrage of attacks, striking the tentacle with fervor. Chapter 150. A milestone in transforming Spore Star, defeating the Plant Nest Mother. The mountains loomed ominously, shielding the players from the impending doom. The massive tentacle crashed into the mountain, shattering it to pieces, yet granting the players precious seconds to evade and leap to safety. Jin Shanyu began directing the counterattack, and in the next moment, what appeared to be a terrifying assault was unleashed upon the Plant Nest Mother's tentacle. This was, in fact, its floral appendage, common on Spore Star. Despite their formidable combat prowess, they felt a sense of helplessness when confronting the Nest Mother. Fortunately, they were spared from overwhelming attacks. With Ling Weirui present, they possessed formidable healing capabilities. Whenever a player's shield shattered, Ling Weirui, with her keen awareness, quickly restored it in previous battles. Such encounters had never been this effortless. All eyes turned to the rear of the crowd, fixated on a figure adorned in exquisite, resplendent gear, yet whose combat prowess shone even brighter, Xiaoyu Xinian. With Xiaoyu Mei here, we truly have a chance. Everyone, hold nothing back. Do you intend to let Xiaoyu Mei waste her energy healing you? Strike swiftly. After a month of healing, these individuals had become familiar with Ling Weirui. However, her youthful and strikingly beautiful appearance led them to view Xiaoyu Mei as merely a sister in this realm. Despite her prominence on Blue Star, Ling Weirui did not correct their misconceptions, instead diligently attending to their healing needs. On Spore Star, she indeed held an advantage, as her healing spells had been upgraded several times, achieving a high tier. Nevertheless, this was her first experience in a battle of such magnitude, prompting her to remain vigilant. As 7 or 8 floral appendages were assaulted, the plant Nest Mother grew increasingly enraged, unleashing a torrent of spores that enveloped the air in a thick fog, threatening to engulf everyone. Ling Weirui's expression changed instantaneously as she cast her spell, conjuring a massive lotus in the air. In that instant, the players felt the soothing sound of flowing water surrounding them, akin to the warmth of a hot spring. The air became extraordinarily pure, devoid of even a trace of spores. Fourth skill, Lotus Pool Cleansing Warmth. What is this skill? It feels absolutely divine. Now is the time for a counterattack. Continue the assault. As the players pressed on, at that moment, Lai Yang, Wan Songhai, and Shizhi's gaze fell upon the frogmen, attempting to obstruct their path. They did not support Jin Shanyu's plan, but were taken aback by the smoothness of the operation following Xiaoyu Shinian's involvement. Even Xiaoyu Xinian had become a pivotal force in the battle. If Jin Shanyu could indeed slay the Nest Mother, it would pave the way for the eradication of all Nest Mothers on the planet. Failing to assist now would likely result in missing out entirely. Jin Shanyu could allow Xiaoyu Xinian to join the fight, and they could certainly do the same. Thus, it was the perfect moment to cultivate goodwill, ensuring that Xiaoyu Xinian recognized their contributions for future collaboration. With such thoughts in mind, everyone exerted themselves fervently, coupled with Ling Weirui's expansive Lotus Pool Cleansing Warmth, which spread across a 10-kilometer radius. The air became free of spores, allowing players to unleash their full potential. In prior encounters, the greatest adversary to the players had often been their own teammates, who could transform into plant frogmen and attack them at any moment. However, with Ling Weirui's assistance, the Nest Mother's most formidable advantage had been nullified. The players relentlessly assaulted the plant Nest Mother, and even Ling Weirui unleashed the lava furnace upon the colossal creature. This battle raged on for a full day and night. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. The plant Nest Mother finally perished. Once the foe was vanquished, the players erupted in jubilant cheers. Jin Shanyu was equally elated and promptly dispatched a team to escort the gathering crew. The immense body of the plant Nest Mother was a treasure trove, with every part brimming with valuable resources. Although their attacks had inflicted fatal damage, resulting in its demise, even a single leaf could be utilized to concoct extremely high-grade potions. Not to mention the collection of advanced crystal cores. Each core could enhance one's cosmic-level combat power by 10 points. The colossal creature had only 10 cores in total. Xiaoyu Xinian, 10 advanced crystal cores. According to our agreement, I only need to allocate one to you. However, I understand that this battle could not have gone so smoothly without your involvement. Therefore, I will personally grant you 3 advanced crystal cores and supplement your contribution points. What do you think? Jin Shanyu proposed. Ling Weirui nodded affirmatively. That is acceptable. The two parties had previously established an agreement, and Ling Weirui would naturally not retract her word. Nevertheless, her contributions far exceeded her actual worth. Had Jin Shanyu offered her just 1 advanced crystal core, she would have taken it without issue. However, using this as a precedent for future dealings would not be acceptable. After receiving 3 crystal cores, Ling Weirui consumed 1. However, the absorption of the crystal cores required time. An advanced core necessitated 10 days for absorption, and the maximum she could absorb was 30, extending the time frame to 300 days, a lengthy span indeed. Ling Weirui longed for her dwelling, yet the projection could not accommodate such sentiments. Soon after, Lai Yang, Wan Songhai, and Shizhi arrived. Their gazes toward Ling Weirui grew increasingly intense, akin to that of a rare gem. Xiaoyu Xinian, would you join us in slaying the plant nest mother? Whatever you desire, I can procure, should you agree. When Songhai stated, we have collaborated for some time. Indeed, my son was disrespectful toward you in the past. Yet, I hope you can overlook that, considering my earnest attempts to make amends. He bowed slightly, acknowledging the disparity in Ling Weirui's current status compared to her arrival. In this world, there were no eternal enemies. Only perpetual interests. You can procure anything. Such boasts are best left unspoken. However, I am open to collaboration. If you provide me with half of the advanced crystal cores, I will assist in slaying the plant nest mother. How does that sound? Chapter 151. Clearing Spore Star, Establishing a Teleportation Array, and Migration Plan. Ling Weirui sought not 5 cores, but rather half. Regardless of how many advanced nest mothers produced, she demanded her share, while the remainder could be distributed among others. This time, when Songhai had learned his lesson and remained silent. Meanwhile, the other two were taken aback by Ling Weirui's audacious demands. Xiaoyu Xinian, you are aware that defeating the plant nest mother is not merely about eliminating her alone. It requires extensive preparation, including slaying the surrounding plant frogmen and clearing hidden threats in the forest, which is no simple task. Wangyang attempted to evoke sympathy. Ling Weirui interrupted, clearing the plant frogmen is a task anyone can undertake and has been continuously done. Otherwise, they would pose a threat to the base's development. However, defeating the plant nest mother is beyond your current capabilities. With my assistance, the nest mother can be dismantled, a role I uniquely fulfill. Defeating the nest mother would take time. The first to agree would be the first to engage in battle. That I agree. When Songhai exclaimed immediately, having realized the previous miscalculation and fearing any further negotiations. Ling Weirui nodded. How many days do you require for preparation? 5 days. No, 4 days should suffice, when Songhai replied, anxious about delays leading to complications. Very well, we shall confront the nest mother on the 5th day. Ling Weirui confirmed the timeline. Lady Xiaoyu, I would also like to make a reservation. I shall aim for the 6th day, if that is acceptable? Shiji interjected. That is agreeable, Ling Weirui replied. Seeing that both had acquiesced, Wangyang had no choice but to concede. Then I shall take the 7th day. The 7th day is not permissible, Ling Weirui declined. Wangyang faltered. He suddenly recalled when Songhai's prior complaints about Xiaoyu Xinian, noting her perceived pettiness, and realized that his previous rebuttal had drawn her ire. It truly was a case of a slighted woman seeking retribution. Yes, he prepared to concede like when Songhai, Xiaoyu Xinian spoke up. I have matters to attend to that day. Let us aim for the 8th. Ah, very well, he was taken aback. He had misjudged her intentions that a day's delay was inconsequential. In the following days, Ling Weirui logged into Spore Star as usual, but on the 7th day, she treated the players normally before canceling her projection and continuing her login. Today marked New Year's Eve. Ling Weirui preferred to spend the holidays alone. Despite Tang Xiu's repeated invitations, she wished to embrace solitude on New Year's Day, which felt distinct from the New Year's Eve celebrations. It had been quite some time since she last cooked, and her synchronous culinary skills were on the verge of rusting. Initially, Ling Weirui prepared a simple meal consisting of 4 dishes: cabbage, tofu, boiled white meat, and steamed carp. After arranging the meal on the windowsill, she placed 4 steamed buns beside it, along with a bowl of millet, and lit 3 incense sticks in certain regions. Leaving items on the stove and balcony symbolizes welcoming the god of wealth. This practice is a unique way for the Flower Kingdom to record their mourning. Ling Weirui was accustomed to these rituals, yet this year felt particularly different. She was in good spirits, as her power grew. Sorrow faded away from her life. In fact, once she reached a certain level of strength, she believed she could defy fate and perhaps even resurrect her parents. The days swiftly passed. On the following day, she and the team led by Wangyang commenced their hunt for the plant nest mothers. With a remarkable success rate of 100, they successfully hunted down 4 plant nest mothers. Consequently, the leaders of other bases on Spore Star received the news and promptly invited Ling Weirui to collaborate. However, this time, she did not readily agree. She insisted that 4 base leaders, Zhen Shanyu, Wangyang, Wen Songhai, and Shiji Mu, must recommend her, and they would each take a 10% share of the profits. Only then would Ling Weirui consider cooperation. Caution brings no harm. Currently, Ling Weirui possessed 19 high-level crystal cores, which he could only absorb over time spent on Spore Star. This meant that within less than 10 days, she could only absorb one, leaving the rest in her possession. Ling Weirui was determined to avoid the possibility of greed leading to violence and theft. Thus, she felt reassured by collaborating with the 4 bases, providing a double layer of insurance. This arrangement allowed her to hunt plant nest mothers daily. Over the course of half a month, the entire planet's nest mothers were eradicated. With the plant nest mothers gone, the plant frogmen were also largely cleared away. Finally, one afternoon, as Ling Weirui dispersed the spores in the air, she received a system notification. On Spore Star, 99 of the spore-based species have vanished. Congratulations, player Xiaoyu Xinian, you have completed the Spore Star challenge. All projection players who contributed to this battle will be allocated the resources and control of this planet. Contribution ranking, first place. Xiaoyu Xinian participated in the extermination of plant nest mothers 32 times. You have been granted 80 of the management rights of this planet, and you are appointed as the leader of the player alliance for this planet, possessing rights to resource allocation for the next 3,000 years. Subsequently, a series of rights were conferred upon Ling Weirui. She quickly began her analysis. In addition to management rights, Ling Weirui now possessed the coordinates of Spore Star, which she could share. In simpler terms, she had the capability to establish a transdimensional long-distance teleportation array, linking Spore Star with Blue Star. This would allow individuals from Blue Star to access Spore Star, a place abundant with lush greenery and fertile resources, along with precious minerals that the original humans valued greatly. Now, Ling Weirui also held 80 of the mining development rights, a rigid stipulation imposed by the system, even if others came to mine her mineral sites. Without the permissions issued by Ling Weirui, they would not be able to take a single mineral away. It would be surrendered to the system, which would eventually compensate Ling Weirui. Consequently, she was now in possession of a substantial mining operation and required manpower for extraction. Moreover, the coordinates of Blue Star had been exposed, making it susceptible to attacks from annihilation races, leaving humanity with nowhere to escape. However, the situation had changed. Ling Weirui now had an escape route in dire circumstances. She could easily transport humanity to Spore Star. Unfortunately, spores were still active on Spore Star. If these spores could not find humans to attack, they would eventually settle into the earth, maturing over centuries into plant nest mothers. These spores could parasitize players with cosmic-level combat capabilities, while ordinary individuals would face a swift and gruesome demise. Chapter 152. Xiaoyu Xinian's Creative Drought, Combat Power Rankings Surpassed at the Very Least. She now had a fallback plan: synchronizing combat power, synchronizing items, synchronizing equipment. All synchronization was completed. She had 172 high-level crystal cores, and by waiting 270 days within her cave, she could absorb them all. Outside, only 9 days had elapsed. Furthermore, at this moment, should Ling Weirui die on Spore Star, she would not lose her projection. After completing the Spore Star challenge, if she used the teleportation array, she would return as her true self, not just a projection, and she would possess all player rights, including the ability to resurrect upon death. Moreover, Ling Weirui had secured an opportunity for a second projection. Previously, when her projection reached Spore Star, although it had developed to a level 60 cosmic combat capability, death would mean losing that level completely. If not for this regulation, many players would likely choose to gamble small for big gains. The original humans had anticipated such scenarios and thus implemented a ban. Now, Ling Weirui's gains were arguably the most substantial among all players. Having participated in 32 battles with a 100 participation rate, the system granted her 80 of the rights. Conversely, the base leaders, by the end, could only share the remaining 20, a fact they found hard to accept. Soon, Ling Weirui's private chat buzzed to life. Xiaoyu Xinian, how much profit have you gained? Are you considering selling? I can bring the finest resources from my planet to trade with you. Others were eager to join in. Liang, Xiaoyu, do you have any profits you wish to sell? Or if not, would you sell the development rights? Shijimu, where do you plan to go for the next projection instance? May I have the honor of grouping with you? When Songhai was more direct, I can offer the highest price on the internet for the mining development rights you hold. Even the base leaders speculated about Ling Weirui's assets, unaware of their magnitude. After all, she was a 100 combat participant, undeniably the MVP. From the perspective of the original humans, it seemed that Ling Weirui was the commander, while the others were merely her subordinates. Ling Weirui, without hesitation, began exchanging resources for power, I can sell some resources in exchange for materials that enhance cosmic combat capabilities and skills, she privately messaged them. She did not linger but proceeded to the Research Institute. Now, the Research Institute was bustling with even more personnel in addition to the original Han Qinzhou and Jiang Fushui. Numerous researchers had joined. Once all the researchers had arrived, Ling Weirui stated, I have obtained control of a planet through an activity that originally required level 50 participation from the original humans. I can establish a teleportation array to facilitate human migration. But the air there is permeated with spores. Ling Weirui briefly explained the dangers and growth patterns of the plant nest mothers. Next came the researchers' inquiries. Ling Weirui posed questions, and these individuals provided solutions. This was the essence of teamwork. Han Qinzhou remarked, currently, our connection to the original human gene pool enhances the physical attributes of non-player humans with numerous gene unlock features. However, even your combat power could be affected. And from a genetic standpoint, it cannot be resolved. This time, Han Qinzhou felt powerless. The strength of Ling Weirui meant that even those equally formidable would be vulnerable, particularly players at least level 50. This could potentially alter the ecological environment of the entire planet. If the change was beneficial, it would be acceptable, but if it were detrimental, it would spell disaster. Our botany experts might be able to get involved. Another researcher suggested we could establish a massive base, utilizing a protective shield daily to prevent spores from entering. If mining minerals is the goal, we could employ fully mechanical operations. Sheng Feng, the head of the Mechanical Research Institute, was now deeply engrossed in research. The protective shield idea is commendable, but the investment is considerable. Why not combine it with machinery and create something akin to a spacesuit, providing oxygen inside with a helmet similar to a protective shield? At least in the beginning, humans could survive on the planet without issue. As their discussion continued, Ling Weirui nodded in satisfaction, occasionally praising their ideas. The researchers, encouraged by her approval, became invigorated and began to present their own viewpoints. Ling Weirui only lingered for a moment before entrusting the rest to them. Subsequently, she selected a location to establish a grand cosmic teleportation array. Tianqi Town could no longer be accurately described as a mere town. Surrounding the frog's upgrading area and advancing towards the Panlong mountain range, the town's diameter reached a remarkable 30 kilometers, showcasing considerable prosperity. Some cities within the Flower Kingdom paled in comparison to its scale and vibrancy. Although the architecture was adapted from the mountains, it possessed a unique style and included certain restricted zones. The cosmic teleportation array, while lacking the permissions to facilitate travel, had been set up with restrictions, as the capabilities of players were unpredictable. However, while she was busy with matters concerning Spore Star, a piece of news spread across the internet. Zhan Wujian reached level 50 in 10 days. With a daily combat power increase of 50,000, soon to surpass Xiaoyu Xinian. Has Xiaoyu Xinian run out of creativity? There has been no increase in combat power over the past 2 months. What transpired after reaching level 50? Who shall be the third player to attain level 50? Such inquiries ignited fervent discussions upon the appearance of Ling Weirui in Tianqi Town. Reporters, undeterred by danger, rushed to inquire, Sister Killing Fish, have you been keeping an eye on the combat power rankings? Zhan Wuji is about to surpass you. Oh. Ling Weirui glanced at the combat power leaderboard. Chapter 153. Resource Exchange. Enlightenment Tea Tree Seed. Tang Tianqing's combat power had already reached 780,000. If he were to synchronize an additional 50,000 combat power today, he would surpass Ling Weirui's 830,000 by several hundred points, claiming the top spot on the leaderboard. However, once Ling Weirui absorbed the crystal core, her combat power would escalate to 360,000, augmented by her equipped combat power of 240,000, culminating in a staggering total of 3,600,000. Moreover, the synchronized cosmic level equipment possessed an inherent combat power of 1,400,000, signifying that Ling Weirui wielded an astonishing 4,760,000 combat power. In such a light, the equipment from the Genesis Ice Lotus appeared merely as extravagant trinkets, a product of the primordial humans' efforts to gamify calamity and stimulate player engagement. Naturally, if one wished to preserve the appearance of the equipment, they could opt to fuse cosmic gear with their own, resulting in a cumulative combat power. Ling Weirui, of course, chose to fuse, elevating her combat power to 5,000,000, a figure 5 times that of Tang Tianqing. Of course, As Tang Tianqing continued to improve, so too would Ling Weirui. She observed the reporter, whose excitement resembled that of someone who had unearthed a major scoop, and smiled. He'll likely need a few more days to catch up. The reporter, bewildered, blinked as he witnessed real-time updates on the combat power leaderboard. Subsequently, trending topics on the internet shifted once more. Killing fish for a decade. Combat power in the millions. Can the combat power list be manipulated? I admit I may have spoken too loudly before. Sister killing fish is the one and only sister. Meanwhile, Tang Tianqing found himself at an evident impasse. Upon exiting the projection world, Ling Weirui discovered that Tang Tianqing's combat power had only increased by 20,000. She sent him a private message. Brother Tianqing, which planet did you project onto? Shall I give you a call? You can message me under this ID and call me brother. It's making me uneasy. Ling Weirui chuckled and proceeded to call Tang Tianqing. I projected onto Wasteland Star. Tang Tianqing promptly replied. Although Ling Weirui's influence had transformed Tang Tianqing's profession into that of a player from the Xinjiang Immortal clan, as someone who had little experience with games, he found battling zombies to be more comfortable. Furthermore, the combat on Wasteland Star was primarily conducted by special forces, which he could adapt to. How is cosmic-level combat power increased there? Ling Weirui inquired, having glimpsed Tang Tianqing's battles through the mirror of past and present and having consumed zombie crystal cores, yet she was uncertain about the specifics of consumption, hence her question. For players who had not reached level 50 and had not participated in projections, such statements would likely be incomprehensible. Tang Tianqing, however, clearly understood. Wasteland Star features 3 types of zombies: ordinary zombies, mutated zombies, and zombie kings. The crystal cores of zombies are categorized into 4 types: strength, agility, constitution, and spirit, where the first 3 enhance life levels, and the last enhances soul levels. Energy levels are particularly intriguing. They possess various attributes. For instance, if I require a fire attribute, only the crystal cores of fire zombies can augment my energy level. Different zombie crystal cores can increase cosmic level combat power by 0.1, 1, or 10 points, depending on the type. According to veteran players, each player's absorption rate varies, but there is always a limit. The maximum combat power for life levels is 300 points, for soul levels is 100 points, and energy levels depend on the energy one has mastered. Ling Weirui quickly calculated and discovered that the enhancement of cosmic level combat power on Wasteland Star surpassed that of Spore Star, where the maximum was 333 points. The total on Wasteland Star would depend on the skills one possessed. Ling Weirui, endowed with 5 attributes, ice, water, fire, thunder, and light, could potentially increase the maximum by 400 points if she harnessed each attribute, leading to a total of 900 points of cosmic level combat power. However, unlike the expedited traversal of Spore Star, Wasteland Star would likely necessitate a more methodical approach. Nevertheless, there was no urgency. Ling Weirui had yet to fully digest the resources accumulated from Spore Star. Are you planning to come to Wasteland Star? Your previous projection shouldn't have been on this planet, right? Did your last projection meet its demise? Tang Tianqing seemed to confirm something, his tone filled with confusion. I completed the Spore Star, Ling Weirui replied. Forget I asked. Tang Tianqing felt his inquiry was rather foolish. Yet soon, he realized he had spoken too soon. I still want to ask, how do you clear a planet? Did you eliminate all the monsters on that planet? Ling Weirui recounted her method of clearing the stage. Tang Tianqing pondered for a moment before responding. That approach would likely be difficult to implement on Wasteland Star. It involves real combat, and the zombies possess their own intelligence. The healing capabilities are likely not as potent as on Spore Star, and even the zombie kings exhibit formidable regenerative abilities, if not an outright immortality. While healing is crucial and exceedingly rare, it is not the key to clearing the stage. Maximum offensive power is. Ling Weirui recognized this truth. Thus, she believed she had stumbled upon an opportunity during her time on Spore Star. Maximum offensive power, you say? I shall delve into this further and then make my way to Wasteland Star. Indeed, I am currently in the 7-star safe zone. You can join me once you arrive, and we can level up together. Understood. Ling Weirui ended the call. First, there's the blazing sun. I possess a set of cosmic level cultivation techniques, albeit fire-based. Do you require it? Ling Weirui's interest was piqued. Golden Crow Body Method. Cultivating this technique enhances one's physical attributes, allowing for daily absorption of stellar radiance to boost life force. Once mastered to its zenith, One could even traverse the surface of a star. Basking in its magma. It is a core technique that enhances life force, spiritual energy, and varies with skills. Possessing a technique equates to having an entire suite of compatible skills. For instance, the Golden Crow body method is accompanied by the movement skill, Golden Crow sweeping sky. Offensive techniques, Golden Crow evil light, red earth for 1,000 miles, and recovery technique, basking in the raging sun. Ling Weirui utilized one of her resources to exchange for this skill. The resources sent by others were also primarily related to cultivation, among which was a seed for the Enlightenment Tea Tree, dispatched by Jin Shanyue. This item is exceedingly valuable but requires the rare resource known as Shirang for cultivation. It remains uncertain whether such resources exist on your planet. Indeed, we have plenty of that. Ling Weirui promptly exchanged for it. With this seed, she could cultivate Enlightenment Tea freely. After a series of transactions, although her combat power did not significantly increase, it was evident that many precious resources could potentially influence the future of a planet. Ling Weirui transferred all these resources to her dwelling and prepared to study the Golden Crow body method. System prompt. The Golden Crow body method. You are trying to learn conflicts with your innate technique attributes. You cannot utilize system capabilities to learn this method, but you may understand it on your own, albeit with a very low probability of comprehension. Chapter 154. Killing Fish for a Decade's Lecture. Universal Technique. Sun Scripture. M. Ling Weirui did not anticipate receiving such a notification. Fortunately, she had exchanged for the Enlightenment Tea Seed from Jin Shanyue. Even though this seed requires a millennium to mature and can only be harvested once per millennium, Shirang can accelerate this process by 1,000-fold, and spiritual springs can reduce the maturation time by half. Thus, in Ling Weirui's space, the Enlightenment Tea would only need 6 months to grow. And with the time flow rate at 110 times, it equates to 2 days in the outside world for the seed to mature into a tea tree, followed by another 2 days for the tea to ripen. Ling Weirui began to brew and savor the tea leaves she had harvested. Subsequently, she created 100 shadow clones, each imbued with the effects of the Enlightenment Tea, while simultaneously examining the Golden Crow body method. As for why she did not create 1,000 clones, it was simply because Ling Weirui's training room could not accommodate that many. Each clone commenced analyzing the Golden Crow body method. Moreover, they began to transcribe this skill book. Since she could learn without the system's aid, could it be that Ling Weirui could transcribe this skill into 100 copies, or perhaps even more? This way? Not only could Ling Weirui learn, but other players could as well. Although the Golden Crow body method is a cosmic level technique, it is quite similar to her current techniques and not excessively difficult to comprehend. However, once understood, achieving balance would prove challenging. Fortunately, with the enhancement from the Enlightenment Tea, she quickly mastered this equilibrium. The primordial humans projected information about monsters into human consciousness through films, television, and novels. If this is the case, many theories should be feasible. For instance, the abilities of ice and fire could merge to form chaotic power. The fusion of two opposing abilities could yield a force surpassing the power of skills by 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Therefore, if such a secret method could be devised, her combat power would undoubtedly soar. Ling Weirui took another sip of tea, contemplating the fusion of ice and fire skills, such as merging 1,000 miles of ice with red earth for 1,000 miles, or perhaps combining eternal freeze with falling into the sun. Ling Weirui became engrossed in her research, and before she knew it, 5 days had passed. In the past 5 days, Ling Weirui has consumed all the crystal cores of the plant nest mother, her battle power soaring to an astonishing 500 points of cosmic level strength. The research has also reached its final stages. At last, a peculiar orb materialized in Ling Weirui's hand. This was an ice sphere. Yet within it lay a gathering of magma. As the magma expanded, the exterior of the ice sphere turned white, while the interior darkened. Ling Weirui hurled the ice sphere into the air, where it erupted above the cave in an explosive display. Boom! The force of the explosion left everyone stunned. What difference was there from a nuclear bomb? It was a success. Ling Weirui felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. System prompt: you have fused 2 skills? Creating a new skill. Please name it. Star Explosion. Ling Weirui chose a rather blunt name, recalling the immense power of the fist-sized orb that had just detonated. If she were to unleash a larger ice sphere, the devastation would be even more terrifying. Soon, a multitude of people gathered in the cave, eager to investigate. I am studying the techniques. Do not worry, carry on. Ling Weirui dismissed the crowd. Chairman, if you unleash such terrifying power against sea monsters next time, please refrain from conducting your research within the cave. Indeed, that was utterly frightening. The explosion nearly annihilated the youth group. Chairman, was this skill developed by you? Can we learn it? The majority of the researchers were mages, and their interest in skills was palpable. Of course, Ling Weirui, inspired, began to teach them the IN theory. As long as one mastered various types of spells, one could perform the star explosion. However, Ling Weirui could not tailor her teaching to each individual, so she opted to teach the Golden Crow body technique uniformly. This was a technique she had forcefully comprehended, having learned it through 100 different methods, by harnessing the power of stars and elements. One could enhance their physical attributes simply by basking in sunlight. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Did you learn it? Not yet. Why can't I comprehend this? It feels akin to the beauty of a student grappling with advanced mathematics. I wonder if Sister Killing Fish thinks I am foolish. In theory, this is feasible, but in practice, can a person truly grasp it? The researchers retreated in defeat. Although they were mages, their greater interest lay in research rather than mastering powerful spells, leading some to lose their exploratory spirit. Unlike Ling Weirui, who began studying the Ice Heart sacred art from the very first day of game synchronization. Nonetheless, the Golden Crow body technique was indeed well suited for humanity on Blue Star. After some contemplation, Ling Weirui sipped another cup of enlightenment tea and modified the Golden Crow body technique. Since many found it challenging to learn, she simplified the skill to merely absorbing solar energy to enhance vitality, thus allowing ordinary individuals to study it. Once popularized, it might enhance people's attributes, extend their lifespans, and even bestow fire-type attributes, thereby providing activation codes. Perhaps this was what many Universal players were broadly doing. Blue Star was still too weak. It needed to accumulate strength continuously to become a planet of formidable combat power. They required time to grow and more resources, including resources for cultivation. Subsequently, Ling Weirui crafted a universal technique, Sun Scripture. This method, involving simple breathing patterns and physical movements under the sun, allowed for the absorption of solar energy to strengthen the body. It was accessible to all. Akin to Tai Chi, Ling Weirui disseminated the Sun Scripture through the official Player Alliance account, indicating that all players could learn it and promoting it within the Flowering Nation. This move once again caused a stir in the outside world. Killing Fish for a Decade releases universal techniques, now nationally recognized as the fifth set of radio calisthenics. All primary, secondary, and higher education institutions must test Sun Scripture. I practiced this technique and was surprisingly granted an activation code for a fire-type mage. The beautiful nation has been breached, as the Sun Scripture employs the flowering language. The last point was indeed true. The Sun Scripture released by Ling Weirui was entirely in flowering characters, with many technical terms untranslatable in foreign languages, leading to a lack of understanding due to significant cultural differences. Want to learn the Sun Scripture? First, master flowering language to level 8. Moreover, an outcry had begun internationally. The call to abolish the federal language as the global lingua franca and establish the flowering language as the new universal language of the era was gaining traction. Chapter 155. The Beautiful Nation's New Plan. Immigration to Red Star. The global interest in learning the flowering language continued to swell. People worldwide began to study the flowering language, eager to learn the Sun Scripture. Currently, apart from the Flowering Nation, very few countries had citizens living in safe territories. They sought every possible means to elevate themselves. Furthermore, the effects of the Sun Scripture were unexpectedly remarkable. This is outrageous, my family. My grandfather is 70 years old and has practiced Tai Chi regularly. After learning the Sun Scripture, even without an activation code, he feels fantastic, radiating warmth like a furnace. Just last night, a strange hanging incident occurred in our community, and when my grandfather struggled, he managed to defeat the assailant, apparently due to his robust yang energy, enabling his fists to harm the supernatural being. Thanks to the hero of all humanity, Killing Fish for a Decade, I am a foreign student from the Kingdom of Kinani studying in the Flowering Nation. After 5 years of learning the flowering language and the Sun Scripture, my physical condition is excellent, and I sleep soundly. It is said that a supernatural being invaded my home yesterday, but I expelled it with a burst of solar energy, melting it away. I killed that being and surprisingly received an activation code for a righteous Taoist. which suits me perfectly. Brothers, it's finally my turn to flaunt my good fortune. I also received an activation code for a fire-type mage yesterday, and from now on, I shall be a fireman. These individuals had cultivated exceptionally well, connecting their genetic pool to that of the primordial humans, and upon recognition, they obtained activation codes. This provided players with an additional avenue for acquiring activation codes. In fact, Lingwei Rue could create simplified versions of techniques like the Ice Heart Scripture or Water Therapy Scripture. However, she had no immediate plans to do so. Instead, she announced a benefit within the Decade group. Anyone who fully cultivated the Sun Scripture could receive a handwritten copy of the Golden Crow Body Technique from her, limited to 100 copies, detailing all the key insights of the Golden Crow Body Technique. This spurred everyone to study with even greater diligence. Just as the Flowering Nation celebrated within the Decade group, the Beautiful Nation, the European Federation, and the Kingdom of Indus fell silent. After days of failed assassination attempts and Ling Weirui's arbitrary elevation of battle power to 1 million, despair settled upon them. Moreover, as time passed, the projected monsters grew increasingly powerful, and the relentless invasion of sea monsters forced them to retreat, leading to the demise of several small nations and islands. This could not continue. The global economic center would shift, and financial collapse loomed, causing the financial strength of our nation to regress on the global stage. Numerous nations united once more. If we cannot confront killing fish for a decade head-on, what shall we do? We need a method to consolidate global funds. To extract money from everyone, akin to a killing fish insurance scheme. I propose we initiate an immigration plan. One individual conceived a brilliant scheme and began an impassioned speech. Ladies and gentlemen, Blue Star is no longer suitable for our survival. We cannot become players, for the activation codes are in the hands of killing fish for a decade. What we can hope for is merely to live. Now, we possess technological advancements that surpass the past, an extraordinary level, so why not immigrate? Let us relocate to Red Star. There, we shall encounter no projections, no monsters, no disputes, allowing us to live peacefully. Many would welcome this. We can charge for immigration, gathering funds to move to a new planet devoid of monsters. I believe many would be willing. This plan was dubbed the Eden Project. The initiative was swiftly approved. Moreover, it garnered recognition from numerous Westerners, attracting substantial investments from capitalists, and the public began donating money to enroll. Many players from space exploration games joined the endeavor. The plan progressed fervently. Surprisingly, the beautiful nation had indeed found a way to break through. Yet, they likely remained unaware that the coordinates of Blue Star had already been exposed, and Red Star was so close to Blue Star, even residing within the Sun, farther from the Sun than Blue Star itself. Should the enemy arrive from outer space, they would likely see Mars first, not Blue Star. They could only await their demise. Chairman, should we intervene in this matter? It seems some citizens of the Flowering Nation are eager to immigrate to Mars. With rumors that the cost of immigration to Mars is 10,000 beautiful coins per person, while the Flowering Nation charges 100,000, this price is far more reasonable than the killing fish insurance. Ling Weirue replied, there is no need to intervene. Let them go if they wished. If the safety measures of the Flowering Nation cannot deter these individuals, it merely indicates that they believe the grass is greener on the other side. Moreover, Ling Weirue was aware that the upcoming version update for Blue Star would indeed bring forth terrifying calamities, fostering a profound desire to escape. However, Ling Weirue could not concern herself with such matters and would not announce the new version in advance. After a substantial 10-day respite, Ling Weirue was poised to match again, ready to project herself into the battles of a new celestial body. The blue planet served as a guardian, while projecting to other planets would allow her to partake in the true cosmic game. Esteemed player, after 10 years of relentless struggle, you have successfully cleared a projection planet. Numerous other planets await your exploration in the cosmic battlefield. You may select your projection percentage for login. Having cleared a planet, your combat power has significantly increased. However, the technology of the primordial humans allows only for the projection of initial combat power, thus preventing the disruption of the game's balance and the emergence of terrifying entities upon the planet. Please select the planet you wish to log into to view your projection options. This system prompt differed greatly from those before. Ling Weirue chose the Wasteland planet. The system provided a notification. The current highest combat power on this planet is 300 cosmic level points. Your available synchronized combat power is less than 5 cosmic level points, and you may carry only 5 skills. Daily login time can be extended by an additional 2 hours. As your strength increases, greater login time will facilitate the matching of teammates. Ling Weirui immediately allocated her strength. Life level, 3. Soul level, 1. Energy level, 1. Carried skills, Eternal Freeze, Moon Expansion, Tide Goddess Incantation, Burning Descent, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Her offensive capabilities were formidable. As for teammates, since Shiji Miao had consistently invited her to explore together, Ling Weirui decided to bring this ally into the battle on the Wasteland Planet. Your projection has entered the Wasteland Planet. Please be advised, player projections have only 1 life. Unable to carry. All losses upon death will be forfeited. Your match teammates are Shiji Miao, Warnu Star, Grease, Primal Demon. Chapter 156. The Overwhelming Mutant Zombie. Teammates sacrificed. As Ling Weirui regained her projection senses, she found herself on a desolate planet. The air she exhaled tinged with a pungent, sulfuric odor. The landscape was dominated by charred earth, desolation stretching as far as the eye could see. Even the sparse plants were not green, but rather bizarre shades of black and brown. Ling Weirui surveyed her teammates, who were also exchanging glances. One of them spoke first. Let us introduce our professions to determine our positions. Does this team have a healer? Are you a support? This individual looked towards Ling Weirui. Shiji Miao was aware that Ling Weirui was a support, yet was taken aback when she shook her head. I am not a support. I am an offensive class, and the Wasteland Planet should not be lacking in healers. Shiji Miao opened his mouth, but ultimately chose not to expose Ling Weirui. He pondered whether Ling Weirui, having been contested by several large bases on Spore Planet during their last encounter, wished to conceal her identity this time. Perhaps it was better that they both leveled up in secrecy, and of course, the immediate priority was to locate a survival base. The magnetic field of the Wasteland Planet was chaotic, affecting even the players' private chat channels. Thus, communication could only occur within the base. They had just arrived and were in the most perilous stage. I am Warnu Star, and I am. Before he could finish, a foul stench permeated the air, followed by a rumbling sound as a massive mound of flesh approached. The team's pupils dilated in shock as they beheld the oncoming creature. A gigantic, mutated zombie. The creature's physique was enormous. Its body swollen, yet it moved with incredible speed, breaking the sound barrier. Run! One of the teammates shouted. All began to flee. The mutant zombie's cosmic-level combat power was at least 10 points, and if it were of a higher mutation grade, its strength would be even more terrifying. For them, they were merely small fry. How unfortunate! Damn it, we cannot outrun this zombie. Is there a tank among you? Let us output together and take it down. One person cried out. I'm not dummy neither. Same here. At it was disheartening. The crucial issue now was not merely outrunning the mutant zombie, but also outpacing their teammates. The other 3 had initially thought that since Ling Weirui was beautiful, she would likely be a mere decorative figure, perhaps a mage class with limited speed. Yet they were disappointed. Ling Weirui possessed 5 cosmic-level combat power, a life level of 3, and was exceedingly swift. Compared to her, the 3 were dreadfully slow. Even Shiji Miao could not keep up with her. This method is ineffective. We must fight with all we have, Ling Weirui declared. No, there is still a chance. Just as she spoke, the mutant zombie was already closing in. The last to run, the primal demon, suddenly erupted with a crimson glow, forming a blood-red lake that engulfed the mutant zombie. Awesome, guys, Warnu Star exclaimed. Even halting to attack, don't be reckless, run. The primal demon did not pause. Meanwhile, the gigantic mutant zombie climbed onto the shore, its gaze fixated on Warnu Star. With a flabby arm, a bizarre scene unfolded as another arm sprouted from its palm, extending further to grasp another arm, continuously multiplying until it reached Warnu Star, who was then seized in its grasp. Crack! Warnu Star was unable to escape, instantly crushed at the waist, letting out a scream before being devoured whole by the mutant zombie. The opening sequence witnessed a teammate's tragic end. Ling Weirui calculated her speed and realized escape was futile. Shiji Miao, can you immobilize it for just 10 seconds? I'll give it a try. When should I strike? When it is within 100 meters of us. Ling Weirui abruptly halted, forming a magical seal with her hands, unleashing her soul power. Above her head, a 1-meter diameter ice sphere materialized, a flicker of red light emerging within its depths. At that moment, the second teammate, Grease, was captured. Ling Weirui was unaware of his name when he was eliminated. The primal demon continued to race forward, noticing the skill above Ling Weirui's head and sensing its terrifying power. Felt a surge of excitement. "I'll assist you," he declared, once more summoning a sea of blood to halt the mutant zombie's advance, waiting until it was 300 meters away. "Use time pause," Ling Weirui instructed. Had the primal demon not acted, this battle could have escalated further. A silver light erupted in Shiji Miao's eyes, instantly freezing the mutant zombie in place. Ling Weirui finally waved her hand, propelling the star explosion with tremendous force. Like a falling meteor, it bore down with destructive power onto the ground. Boom! The terrifying shockwave was too much for any life form to withstand, creating a massive crater over 100 meters wide. Ling Weirui, Shiji Miao, and the primal demon were flung back 100 meters by the shockwave. On this desolate planet, terrifying sandstorms began to spread, dust swirling and lingering for ages. Ling Weirui harnessed her soul power to quell the winds and sands, advancing into the crater where she discovered the corpse of the mutant zombie. The body was untraceable, but a gigantic head remained. Ling Weirui approached, using moon expansion to create a sword of light, cleaving the head open to retrieve the mutated crystal core within. This crystal core was the size of a fist, far more formidable than those on Blue Planet, which were merely the size of a fingernail. There was only one core, and it could not be divided. Moreover, I saved your life, so we can consider it a trade-off. Do you agree? Ling Weirui inquired, looking at the primal demon. The latter dared not refuse. Sure, absolutely. Although he had helped intercept the creature, he recognized that she did not require his assistance. As for Shiji Miao, he had inadvertently taken on a support role. Ling Weirui could later tackle some ordinary cosmic-level zombies and trade the crystal core to him. However, Shiji Miao was still bewildered. How do you possess such formidable power? Aren't you a support? Chapter 157, version 3.0 update. The Cataclysmic Legion arrives. Moreover, while we have cleared a planet, isn't the maximum synchronization only 5 points of cosmic-level combat power? This power certainly does not resemble that of 5 points, Shiji Miao said incredulously. Given the high intensity of the skill, it is a super ultimate move. Did you not notice the lengthy preparation time? At least 10 seconds. Other skills, however, were instant cast. Shiji Miao found this utterly unacceptable. So, your previous synchronization of a support class on Spore Planet was merely one aspect of your profession. What exactly is your true class? Since Shiji Miao had already become a friend and teammate, Ling Weirui chose not to conceal the truth. I am of the Cultivation class, from the Yaoqi Immortal sect. Naturally, upon further investigation, he would discover that the reality vastly differed from his expectations. All right, let us hasten to find a base. The outer safety zones are exceedingly perilous. With the signal cut and 2 teammates lost, the 3 remaining had to advance with even greater caution, pursued by dozens of zombies along the way, all of which Ling Weirui eliminated. Shiji Miao had initially wished to duo with Ling Weirui, seeking the security of an additional support. However, the sense of security is indeed overwhelming at this moment. It seems as though he is clinging to a powerful ally rather than merely teaming up with others for a casual adventure. Ultimately, after 3 hours, they arrived at a human-established safe zone. It was a modest sanctuary, where the daily rent was merely 1 ordinary zombie crystal core. Between this small safe zone and the 7-star safe zone lay 3 additional safe zones. To reach the 7-star safe zone would require at least 3 days. Ling Weirui was not in a hurry. The wasteland planet offered no shortcuts. Each day demanded engagement in battles, and the pace of accumulation was considerably slower than that of Spore Planet. Yet, with diligence, one would reap rewards daily. A steady approach was all that was needed on Blue Star. Items exchanged through contribution points were permissible. These items were linked to the genetic repository of the primordial humans. Allowing for synchronization across all celestial bodies, he obtained a dungeon sealing stone. Reward accumulated through numerous battles after assuming command of a team at the 7-star base. Ling Weirui had previously exchanged for one as well. However, the growth, continuity, and salvation of a planet could not rest solely on one individual. Contribution points could be exchanged for numerous items, yet an individual's development could not alter the world. Thus, Tang Tianqing chose to redeem the dungeon sealing stone, believing that in the future, more players would join the cosmic battlefield and, upon witnessing this item, would also wish to seal those projection monsters. The first creature he desired to seal was the colossal sea monster. System notification. Deep sea synchronization for the current expansion pack is not available for sealing. If this cannot be sealed, then there is only one other type of monster left. Tang Tianqing opted to seal all anomalies. Anomalies can generate dungeons, strange occurrences at midnight, level 15. Generation quantity, 90,000 dungeons randomly generated worldwide. Would you like to generate? Upon review, it became evident that the number of anomalies was significantly fewer than that of the Snowmen. Yet the unpredictable nature of the anomalies each night instilled fear in all humanity, posing an even greater threat. Tang Tianqing confirmed the action. The next moment, a system announcement appeared. System announcement. Player Zhan Wujing has utilized the dungeon sealing stone to seal various anomalies and other monsters, creating the dungeon strange occurrences at midnight, level 15. All players are encouraged to explore together. System notification. You have successfully averted a human crisis and have earned the title, Savior, level 1. Tang Tianqing could not infinitely clone himself. Leveling up had already become quite arduous, and thus the addition of this level brought him immense joy. Furthermore, all of humanity rejoiced. Zhan Wujing was remarkable. He was now on the verge of catching up to sister-killing fish, having also acquired a dungeon sealing stone. From now on, there would be no fear of anomalies at night. He could finally enjoy nightlife. The nightlife had begun. Oh no. If there are anomalies at night, wouldn't that give the boss an opportunity to make us work overtime? Why, in this apocalypse, am I still working overtime? Some rejoiced while others lamented. After Ling Weirue exited the game, she also saw this news. It was just as she remembered. The difference was that back then, there was no dungeon titled Extreme Cold Apocalypse, and the small snowmen appeared every year. However, Tang Tianqing had indeed sealed the anomalies, albeit 2 years earlier than in her previous life. This was also due to Tang Tianqing acquiring a powerful profession. Nevertheless, the third expansion pack should be arriving soon. Right? This nationwide frenzy would soon lose its luster. In March, the system announcement echoed. Cosmic Game Update announcement. Entering the next major expansion pack soon. Cosmic Battlefield, version 3.0. Disaster Legion. System announcement. Cosmic Battlefield has been operational on Blue Star for 10 months. The first batch of synchronized players has generally reached level 30 and will soon synchronize with level 30 monsters, resulting in a significant refresh of high-level creatures in the wild. 3.0 version monster early update warning. Disaster Legion, Skeleton Heavy Infantry level 30, Headless Horseman level 40, Bone Dragon level 50, Lich level 60. Please note, the Lich possesses a Lich box, allowing for infinite resurrection. If the Lich is defeated early, it can substantially weaken the strength of the Disaster Legion. The Lich is a high-level monster with immense intelligence. Please endeavor to defeat it. Disaster has descended. Level 30 players represent a significant threshold. The lowest level of the Disaster Legion is 30. Once refreshed, wherever the Lich appears, it can control these monsters. If gathered, they could obliterate any city. At this moment, the Lich Feeble was born in a desolate small town in the west. This town had already been ravaged by zombies, anomalies, and sea beasts, leaving behind a landscape strewn with bones. Observing this, Feeble waved his staff. How did I end up here? Ah, I remember now. I must have fallen victim to the projection technique of the primordial race, dispersing a portion of my divine power. As long as it is destroyed, it will harm my true self. But this planet, it seems rather weak. Nevertheless, to be cautious, I shall hide my Lich box. I shall conceal it atop the highest mountain in this world. They certainly won't venture there. Meanwhile, within the 10-year group.is, anyone interested in participating in the weekend team-building event, let us go to Mount Everest. Ah? This is a genuine team-building event, not just a dungeon run? Chapter 158, Departure for Team Building. The Hidden Lich's Lifebox team building in the game is not a bad idea. However, now that battling monsters has become work, it is quite amusing how much they enjoy dungeon runs. It is indeed quite common. After all, interest is the best teacher. They simply love gaming. Yet, after working so hard for so long, it is indeed time to relax. In the past, my frail physique would have made even climbing a small hill like Panlong Mountain a life-threatening endeavor. Now, with teleportation arrays being so convenient, perhaps a visit would suffice? Or maybe I could ask Lee C to teleport me directly up there for a photo op. But would that even count as climbing? At my current speed, even if I climbed, it would take only about 10 minutes up and down. Ling Weirue chuckled. It's all about participation. If you want to go, hurry and sign up. We'll fly there directly. Ling Weirue summoned the flying boat and released it at this point. Who could still hesitate? This was the flying boat that could reach sister-killing fish. Moreover, with Ling Weirue's permission, they began a feast in the hall of the flying boat. Among the initial 5 who followed Ling Weirue, Su Jiqing's secondary profession was that of a chef. Although his level was somewhat behind at only level 30, he was the top chef at the Killing Fish Western restaurant. He promptly brought out his supplies, setting up a buffet on the Yaodai flying boat. This truly created a team-building atmosphere. Players with free time flocked onto the boat. Some newcomers were still a bit apprehensive. Is this the boat of Sister Killing Fish? Can I board? I just joined the 10-year group, and my level is only 33. No need to worry. Sister Killing Fish is actually very approachable. Really? Not to mention the numerous accolades Sister Killing Fish has achieved in system announcements. Recently, top players from the Tangwa Nation came, yet they didn't even get to see her before being taken down. The stronger ones were intercepted outside the border. The strength of the early phase was still rooted in individual prowess. Nowadays, outsiders perceive Ling Weirue as a powerful figure, and they regard her with reverence. Ling Weirue checked the time and felt it was about time. She piloted the flying boat towards Mount Everest. Atop Mount Everest, the Lich Feeble had initially believed this place to be desolate. To his surprise, there were quite a few people. Before the game Invasion, this was the highest peak in the world, where many risked their lives to reach the summit as a personal challenge. However, now, any player could come up to admire the view. Unlike in his previous life, where snowmen were present, Ling Weirue had gathered them and created a dungeon, resulting in the absence of any snowmen at the peak. Previously, only level 30 players would dare venture here, but now even level 10 players were attempting the climb. Of course, there were no foreign players left, as they were struggling to survive without the robust logistical support that the Huagua Nation provided. While the number of humans here was relatively high, they were quite weak. He held a sense of superiority. After contemplating, he refrained from slaughtering these individuals, as he needed to conceal the Lich box. Just then, a player nearby suddenly greeted him with a smile. Bro, are you cosplaying as a gender-swapped version of Sister Killing Fish? Your outfit is so splendid, and that mask is perfect. It looks so cool. When Sister Killing Fish debuted, she favored an all-black ensemble, resembling a Dark Lord, never revealing her face and always wearing a mask. Feeble. Having been projected, he was adorned in his extravagant robe, due to its opulence. It bore a striking resemblance to some outfits of the Xianing fairy clan. Feeble did not wish to reveal himself, yet he was unfamiliar with who Sister Killing Fish was, so he could only nod. Ha ha ha, impressive. Mind if we take a photo together? The player, being quite sociable, pulled out a camera and raised it for a selfie. Feeble stood still, allowing a picture to be taken. Shall we continue climbing together? Feeble wished to learn more about this place, so he followed the other player. The path up the mountain was quite steep, yet for the current players, it was no longer a challenge. Even the biting cold could be shielded against. As they passed certain areas, he even sensed frozen corpses. These corpses were all too familiar to Feeble. The sociable youth even bowed to them as they moved past. In the past, each year, those who perished on the slopes of Mount Everest sought to prove themselves. Now, with the invasion of the game, the number of casualties has risen, yet players possess the ability to resurrect. Enhanced attributes have allowed individuals not only to ascend Everest but even to soar higher than its peak. However, the conditions here are truly harsh. The bravery of those who once faced such challenges is deserving of admiration, as they pushed the boundaries of human endurance. Fiwar pondered thoughtfully, and then his eyes brightened. He and his companion continued their ascent. Meanwhile, on Ling Weirue's flying vessel, she held her phone, intently following a certain individual, climber Su Fan. An avid mountaineer, Su Fan had a profound passion for climbing even before the game's intrusion. And after its arrival, he ventured onto Everest, leveraging his high-level in a previous life. The conditions on Everest were even more brutal, with the presence of snow beasts, yet, climber Su Fan, wielding a level 35, managed to ascend against all odds. It remained uncertain whether this butterfly effect would influence him. After all, he was the first individual to encounter the Lich King, Fiwar. Following the descent of the Scourge Legion, Fiwar, due to the Lich's phylactery, could die and be reborn, managing to escape every time players from Huagua were dispatched to hunt him. Over the course of a year, the population plummeted once more. dwindling to 3 billion, all falling beneath the iron hooves of the Scourge Legion. Daily, prophecy-oriented players calculated the whereabouts of the Lich King's phylactery. Unexpectedly, it was climber Su Fan who shared a photograph claiming to have spotted Fiwar on Everest. Consequently, speculation arose that Fiwar's phylactery was concealed upon the mountain. Yet, when people arrived, they discovered over 300 corpses on Everest, which had transformed into advanced frostbitten remains. Fleeing upon skeletal dragons, it was surmised that Fiwar's phylactery resided within these advanced undead. Ultimately, the conflict remained unresolved. Gradually, Fiwar grew significantly more powerful, establishing a territory that became the Scourge Legion's stronghold, unchallenged by any. A peculiar stalemate persisted until the year of Ling Weirui's death, when that western region remained under the Lich King's control. In truth, this amounted to humanity relinquishing its territory. Fiwar's projection forged a realm of undead empire. Now, Ling Weirui's objective was to locate Fiwar's phylactery ahead of time or to eliminate him before he could conceal it. Chapter 159. The final battle against Fiwar, unleashing the undead catastrophe. Suddenly, Ling Weirui noticed that climber Su Fan had updated his social media. A selfie appeared in which he stated, "Encountered a seasoned brother cosplaying as a fish-slaying master on the mountain road. Haha, he maintains a high cold persona." Images. A twitch formed at the corner of Ling Weirui's mouth. Strangely, he did bear a resemblance. Nevertheless, it was good to know he was present. Ling Weirui promptly accelerated her vessel. Reaching the foot of Everest, upon entering the vessel's space, she observed her companions in a state of relaxation. Clearing her throat, she announced, "Everyone, I just received information that someone has spotted the new expansion's boss, the Lich King Fiwar on Everest. Now, all of you, click to join my group. We shall prepare for battle shortly." The group momentarily froze before erupting into exuberant cheers. "I knew it. Sister Fish Slayer is taking us on a team-building adventure. There's no way it was merely a sightseeing trip. Ha ha ha." Some overachievers in our group went to grind levels, thinking we were merely flattering her, but who would have thought we'd be accompanying Sister Fish Slayer to slay a boss? The excitement was palpable. It's my first time battling a boss. I'm a bit nervous if I make a mistake. I hope the big shots won't scold me. What? My damage output is low, so I can't join? Come on, if your output is high, help me out a bit, don't just stand there. They organized themselves, donned their gear, and prepared for a live broadcast. LIC. Make sure to capture me looking cool. I still don't have a girlfriend. The group's demeanor remained relaxed. Soon, everyone was equipped, weapons drawn, forming ranks, their banter lighthearted. Yet their gazes resolute and serious. Ling Weirui's vessel approached Everest. Her consciousness enveloped the vast mountain range. Her soul level exceedingly formidable. On the peak, Su Fan also spotted Ling Weirui. Why heavens, what incredible luck! It seems to be the Yaoqi immortal vessel belonging to the Fish Slayer, rumored to possess a spacious interior of 20,000 square meters, an entire mobile space. As the vessel approached, an overwhelming pressure emanated. Su Fan remained still, gazing upward, while beside him, the Lich King Fiwar sensed something amiss and immediately began to chant a spell. In the next moment, a massive black void materialized in the air, from which a skeletal dragon emerged. He swiftly mounted the dragon, intent on fleeing. "Brother, you?" Su Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. This individual's mount was astonishingly formidable. Yet why did it appear to possess a health bar? Trying to escape, Ling Weirui unleashed a blade of energy, instantly encasing Fiwar in ice. Both he and his skeletal dragon transformed into ice sculptures. Crashing down into the snow with a thunderous roar, a cascade of snow tumbled down, triggering a massive avalanche. Yet, these disasters were of little consequence to the players now. They hurriedly exited Ling Weirui's vessel. All mounting their flying steeds, among them, a towering female figure rode a mammoth, charging directly at Fiwar, Titan giant, Chon Jiai. Moreover, several other imposing figures surged alongside her, collectively cornering Fiwar. Taunt, taunt, taunt. They forced Fiwar's attention onto themselves. "Get lost?" Fiwar bellowed furiously, his shrill voice causing all players who heard it to tremble in fear. The Banshee's Wail, a terrifying skill. Players with strong mental fortitude could resist, such as healers and mages. But warrior-type players would be entirely affected. Subsequently, Fiwar targeted Chenjai, casting a death prayer. This instant death skill had a chance to kill outright, but even if it didn't it would inflict considerable damage. However, in the next moment, a shield enveloped Chen Jai. Already towering in height, she, atop the mammoth, reached the height of 3 stories. The shield surrounded her, resembling a massive protective dome. The death prayer, imbued with destructive energy, struck the shield. Remarkably, the shield only lost a fraction of its integrity. Fiwar stood dumbfounded. What kind of shield is this? This was, of course, Ling Weirui's shield. Having spent considerable time on Spore Star, she had unconsciously adopted the role of a healer. Hence she instinctively cast the shield upon Qianjia, safeguarding the entire group. This shield proved extraordinarily powerful. Fiwar's skill was completely absorbed, resulting in 0 damage. This bolstered Qianjia's confidence immensely. Now at level 45, she was among the most elite damage dealers in the group, yet still lagged behind the first tier's level 50, and with Fiwar at level 60, the 15-level disparity was not to be underestimated. Qianjia unleashed a meteor hammer, striking at Fiwar, but it too was swiftly blocked by the shield, a lich and a mage. How could he not have a shield? Specifically, a bone shield. The skeletal shield absorbed the player's damage, and he unleashed another skill, this time, a widespread bone spike attack. Bone spikes erupted from the ground, soaring into the air, a woo. Qianjia's mammoth let out a pained cry, vanishing in an instant from the assault. Others experienced similar fates. Fortunately, aerial combat was a hallmark of the Xianing immortal clan. Many players' mounts were flying swords or vessels, disappearing only when destroyed. Qianjia dismounted the mammoth, switching her weapon to a shield, and struck fiercely at the skeletal dragon. The dragon, now emboldened and no longer fleeing, was beyond Fiwar's control. At this moment, Ling Weirui also made her move, unleashing a radiant beam of moonlight that shattered Fiwar's bone shield. Not only that, but it also struck Fiwar, inflicting massive damage. Fiwar let out a pained scream. Undead catastrophe. He unleashed his ultimate skill Die in the Sky, for skeletal dragons appeared, while the ground was swarmed with skeleton soldiers. Undead knights and necromancers, casting a shadow over the entire mountain with the undead army. Most crucially, Fiwar fixated on Ling Weirui. Gathering a sphere of dark energy in his hand, he locked onto her and unleashed it. Ling Weirui cast a protective shield, yet unexpectedly, the energy sphere flickered repeatedly, bypassing the shield and erupting beside her. The aura of obliteration manifested. Those surrounding her stared in shock, wide-eyed. Sister Fish Slayer, watch out. Chapter 160. Reaching level 60. Finding the phylactery. Everyone wished to warn Ling Weirui to be cautious, and over 10 healing spells were cast upon her. However, to their astonishment, her health bar barely fluctuated. Though the dark energy skill inflicted penetrating damage, Ling Weirui's defense was far beyond that of an ordinary level 60 player. Is that all you've got? Are you merely tickling me? Ling Weirui chuckled lightly. Truly, times had changed. Once, monsters requiring the world's strongest to confront. Now, Ling Weirui alone sufficed. This was the advantage of foresight. Thus, she could unleash devastating damage with every strike. Adding to her capabilities, she could also heal. This left Fiwar in a state of impotent fury. After unleashing countless attacks, he was ultimately vanquished by the Bone Dragon, and upon his defeat, he plummeted from the creature, only to be fiercely restrained by Qianjia's shield, subsequently subjected to relentless assaults from other players. At last, the Lich King Fiwar collapsed with a thunderous crash. Ling Weirui's experience points surged to their zenith, level 60. Universal Game Frontline Broadcast. Game duration, 280 days, version 3.0. Player Killfish for 10 years has, through tireless effort, become the first to reach level 60, receiving substantial rewards. Simultaneously, another announcement echoed. System notification. Player Killfish for 10 years, leading the team, has slain the Lich King Fiwar, severely wounding the Scourge Legion. The spawning rate of all Scourge units has been reduced, and their defensive capabilities diminished by 20. In that moment, the entire world was aware that Ling Weirui had slain the Lich King. This boss exhibited an utter lack of dignity. One would assume it to be a formidable foe, yet it was dispatched by Killfish for 10 years with such ease, the fastest demise of a boss in history. Rather than deeming the boss weak, it would be more accurate to say that Killfish for 10 years had transcended the norm. This woman was terrifyingly formidable, Amidst everyone's discussions, Ling Weirui focused solely on her system. Dear player, kill fish for 10 years, you have achieved the first level 60 through your efforts and are entitled to the following rewards. 1. Special title. First, level 60, which grants a 10 increase in experience points when equipped. This title is temporary. It will vanish once another player surpasses your level and becomes the first to reach level 70. As the record holder for the title of first, experience gain is increased by 50. 2. Blessing of the Primal Human. 3. You may withdraw an advanced thwarted Soul Evolution Stone, advanced, which can enhance your soul strength by 50. Ling Weirui had accumulated numerous resurrection opportunities, having only been defeated when she was weak and beset by the Black Rat Syndicate. Otherwise, she had never utilized them. As for the advanced items she could access early, she currently had no need for high-level equipment, so she merely synchronized a few advanced artifacts. However, the Soul Strengthening Stone was quite impressive. Upon acquiring it, Ling Weirui used it immediately. Moreover, she unlocked a new quest. System notification: you have reached level 60, and a main quest has been issued. Experience can only be gained upon its completion. Your current level is locked. Main quest issued. Issuer: Primal Humans. Quest details: randomly project a planet and complete the passage. Quest reward: unlock the level 60 experience cap. System notification: it has been detected that you have completed a Cosmic Battlefield Frontline Challenge and led the endeavor. The system deems your main quest completed. In an instant, Ling Weirui's experience points were unlocked. This quest was effectively redundant. It merely expedited matters. At this juncture, the team began to gather equipment. As it had been a team battle, all items were stored within the team inventory, awaiting Ling Weirui's distribution. The spoils would be divided later. For now, everyone sought the Lich King's soul orb. Just as the Lich King met his demise, Ling Weirui's consciousness had indeed captured a fragment of his soul, yet the system notification had interrupted her focus. However, for the Lich to resurrect, time was still necessary, and locating his soul orb was still feasible. Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, this creature was a Lich. Legends spoke of Liches possessing soul orbs that could harbor souls, awaiting the right moment to resurrect randomly, akin to a gamble. His presence here could not merely be for hiding his soul orb. Could it? Was he merely seeking camaraderie? Perhaps a leisurely excursion? He must be at the mountain's peak. Let's search quickly. Kill Fish Sister. I just traversed the mountain with the Lich. I can guide you along the path he took. We may find something of value, volunteered the climber Su Fan. Ling Weirui directed him to lead the way, and the group descended the mountain, searching every possible area along the route. Furthermore, the benevolent Gu Dao was also divining. While others employed skills such as Eagle Eye, however, it should be noted that during their previous battle, an avalanche had occurred at the mountain's summit, altering the descent path. Su Fan was more anxious than anyone else. Yet, Ling Weirui remained unperturbed, stating he would not casually conceal the Lich's soul orb by the roadside. With so many individuals on Everest, it must be hidden in a discreet location, one that wouldn't invite disturbance. For instance, beneath the corpses of those who perished on Everest, they began to search all deceased bodies, offering to carry them down for burial. Previously, they lacked the capacity to transport a single corpse down the mountain. Now, with the game's invasion enhancing human capabilities, they could ascend Everest freely, and corpses could be stored within spatial rings. Moreover, possessing a corpse might even offer the players a chance to resurrect them. Upon hearing this, the members of the 10-year group immediately sought out the bodies, some of which they placed into spatial rings intending to carry away. Just as they discovered a male corpse clad in orange attire, it suddenly sprang to life. The corpse has risen, the one who found it screamed. Although the game invasion had persisted for some time, witnessing aged corpses suddenly animate into monsters still evoked terror. Those with weaker constitutions might jump in fright. However, after the initial shock, he quickly realized that this corpse posed a problem. We've found the soul orb. That orange mountaineer. Quick, pursue him. The individual in the orange mountaineering suit had long been transformed into a bone dragon knight, lying dormant for an unknown number of years, only to awaken upon being captured moments after his transformation. Attempting to flee was futile. Ling Weirui's sword energy swiftly froze him and the bone dragon. And in an instant, she crushed him. From his grasp, she retrieved the soul orb, which she shattered with a decisive snap, revealing a swirling mass of black soul. This soul lunged at Ling Weirui, but was instantly torn apart by her consciousness. The Lich King Fiwar was obliterated even before his emergence. Furthermore, he dropped another batch of equipment, even more abundant than the last. The players once again reaped a wave of experience. Now, for the final aspect of this team-building exercise. The distribution of the spoils. Chapter 161. Li Annie returns home. The moon outside is no longer round. Ling Weirui allocated the spoils of this endeavor. Although it was a team-building event, she ensured fairness in distribution. First, she examined the contribution of each individual based on the system's data panel. Ling Weirui alone accounted for 78, while the others shared the remaining 22. The acquired equipment was auctioned within the team. Any items that did not sell were purchased at a set price by Ling Weirui. Subsequently, the proceeds from the auctions were distributed according to contribution levels. A team's equitable distribution of spoils is crucial. While the leader of the Scourge Legion had been eliminated, the true threat posed by the Scourge had only just begun. Soon, vast numbers of skeleton soldiers, headless horsemen, and necromancers emerged in the wilderness. Particularly the necromancers, being high-level monsters, were exceedingly cunning, often stealthily gathering undead units to form a necromantic catastrophe that commenced assaults on cities. Once a necromantic army exceeded a scale of 10,000. Its combat power became formidable. As these were monsters of over level 40 in the previous life, players could only huddle within cities, endlessly repelling the Scourge Legion's onslaughts while seeking ways to assassinate Fiwar. This time, however, by eliminating Fiwar in advance, the Scourge Legion was weakened, and the large-scale sieges were averted. With the player population exceeding that of the monsters in smaller attacks, they proactively engaged to clear the monsters. Yet, such circumstances were confined to the Flower Nation. In other countries, resistance against the Scourge Legion grew increasingly dire. Cities were breached en masse, and players fell victim by the dozens. Those who had purchased insurance from Kill Fish for 10 years were relatively safe, while those without insurance found their corpses becoming puppets of the necromancers. Meanwhile, in the Beautiful Nation, discussions on immigration plans intensified. In this context, those foreigners who once believed themselves superior could no longer endure. Eventually, she braved the risks and successfully transcended her tribulation, achieving level 30. Achieving level 30 within 10 months of the game's invasion marked her as a minor expert. However, as she gazed at the information in her friend circle, envy burned in her eyes. YECC, once affluent, now thrived even more. Had she not been fortunate enough to join the 10-year group? Had I stayed, I could have been part of the 10-year group too. Right? Li Annie completely overlooked that she had once belonged to the Black Rat faction. Yet, time had passed, and she believed everyone had forgotten the crimes of the Black Rat Syndicate, in the apocalypse. Who wouldn't die? Furthermore, the chaos outside was overwhelming. The Scourge Legion, with a minimum strength of level 40, rendered her nearly powerless. What Li Annie did not realize was that the Flower Nation had already adopted a new Heavenly Eye system. Designed by Shangfang, the most comprehensive and highest definition, focused on the surveillance of teleportation arrays. As human strength increased, laws became increasingly iron-fisted. Ancient wisdom spoke of heroes daring to defy the law, how much more so in the present. Thus, all criminals were increasingly barred from possessing combat capabilities. Criminals who had escaped incarceration due to possessing game accounts prior to the game's arrival could receive leniency if they surrendered. They could be organized to participate in monster hunting missions to reduce their sentences, but would never be overlooked or exempt from penalties. Individuals like Li Annie were under close scrutiny. Li Annie remained calm, declaring, "I surrender. I confess, Li Annie, we meet again. Agent Sue. This time I will cooperate, absolutely cooperate." Last time, Li Annie was apprehended. Due to her utter lack of knowledge, there were no immediate plans for her. However, Li Annie ultimately took her own life and colluded with the Black Rat organization to escape to another country. Heh, I've heard that you've been doing quite well out there. Now, do you know who the leader of the Black Rat is? Su Yixing inquired. Li Annie hesitated for a moment before responding. The identity of that leader is truly enigmatic. I only heard the name Unknowable True Person mentioned by the Golden Hand. I'm uncertain if this is his title or a game account. This is indeed crucial information. Su Yixing immediately took note of it. Next came the judgment for Li Annie. Ultimately, she was fined 20 million in funds and assigned to clean the sewers of rats and insectoids for 6 months. She was required to report to the task point daily for 8 hours of work under supervision. The rat and insectoid levels were quite low, meaning Liani would not be able to level up for half a year. Her strength at level 30 was undoubtedly being underutilized for such tasks. Yet, this was a punishment, not a reward in the eyes of the authorities. It would be preferable to eliminate the player identity of such an unstable criminal, but they lacked the authority to do so. However, they could not allow her level to rise too high. Given the current rapid leveling pace of players, by the end of 6 months, Liani would find herself lagging behind. Subsequently, Su Yixing relayed the acquired information to the relevant personnel. Frankly, this case had been ongoing for nearly a year, but it was their final case, and the Black Rat organization had not behaved properly since the game's invasion, which only intensified their desire to capture them. Su Yixing pondered for a moment and decided to share the new information with Xiaoyu Xinian as well. The Black Rat had previously offended Xiaoyu Xinian, so perhaps he might possess information about this individual. Upon receiving the message, Ling Weirue was also taken aback. The unknowable true person? That makes sense. He was never a good person. Ling Weirue's expression turned cold. This unknowable true person was already ranked 5th on the combat power list during the second year of the apocalypse. Wait, I remember his ability. It seems to involve summoning souls, right? Does that mean that since last year's Night of 100 Ghosts, he has been unable to enhance his strength, and even more so, unable to reach the heights he once achieved in his past life? Ling Weirue searched the combat leaderboard and indeed found no trace of him. The game account of the unknowable true person, if nothing unexpected occurred, was Yangjian Guhi, a very special game activation code account. After someone dies nearby, he can manipulate their souls to fight. He even raised a starving phantom, which grows by consuming human souls. It was utterly unexpected that, quite inadvertently, Ling Weirue had already eliminated enemies without a trace. Chapter 162. Protective gear sells exceedingly well. Emerald Star Immigration. Upon learning the ID of the unknowable true person, it became quite easy to ascertain his location, and the capture plan quickly unfolded. Ultimately, he was apprehended on the spot by the officials from the Flowering Country. Due to the immense threat posed by the unknowable true person, as the leader, he was sentenced to death. His current level was 40, which was already quite high, so it took 30 consecutive chases before he finally perished. The infamous Black Rat organization from the previous life began to crumble from the top down. Ling Weirue had unwittingly facilitated all of this. She did not dwell on the matter. Now, with the appearance of the disaster army, Ling Weirue could level up again. She split off countless shadow clones, spreading to various locations, with her presence felt in every corner of the Flowering Country as she fought monsters. The skeletal army gathered by those necromancers would be eradicated at a glance, especially since their leader, the Lich King, had already been defeated by Ling Weirue. Meanwhile, within the cave, the first batch of protective gear was finally produced. This set of protective clothing could undoubtedly withstand any spore invasion. Featuring an internal circulation system, we can first deploy construction workers to the Spore Star for construction. Let us announce a recruitment drive. By the way, the technology for developing the protective gear is somewhat costly, but doesn't the beautiful country want to immigrate? We can sell it to them at 100-fold profit, allowing them to live on the Red Star. The team responsible for designing the protective gear chuckled. After applying to Ling Weirue, they swiftly began selling the protective clothing. At this moment, the beautiful country's Red Star immigration plan had indeed made preliminary success after so many days. They had established a teleportation array. However, the conditions on the Red Star were far worse than expected. The atmosphere was thinner than imagined, with water molecules escaping, leading to drought, severe cold, and a lack of oxygen, all of which were fatal. Humans were utterly unfit to live there. However, if low-level players could not survive, they would be unable to construct a base on the Red Star. Just then, the overseas version of the Xiaoyu equipment store launched a protective suit. Essential for Red Star immigration, professional protective gear, self-oxygenating for 3 months, upper body locking function, lower body allows for free excretion, providing all-around protection. Residents participating in the Red Star immigration plan flocked to make purchases upon seeing this. The administrators of the beautiful country felt a sense of dread. Damn it, Xiaoyu Xinian is here to profit from us again. Where is our protective gear? Hurry up and develop our own protective suit. We cannot let Xiaoyu Xinian earn a single penny from us. Little did they know that after the birth of this scam, Xiaoyu Xinian would establish a second scam atop it. You said you wanted to immigrate to the Red Star, right? Well, I'll provide you with protective gear. Will you buy it or go? At this moment, Numerous laboratories involved in the Red Star immigration plan in the West were determined to go, even as some gathered outside their experimental base, clamoring to immigrate immediately. Since the disaster army had already invaded the city, if they wanted to go, let them go. Hadn't they already bought protective gear? Once there, they could work and establish a base. The beautiful country was put on edge, finally opening the Red Star immigration plan on Spore Star. Ling Weirui re-emerged. Welcome back, Spore Star Player Alliance Leader, Shayu Shinian. You currently possess 50 resource rights on this planet, remaining the largest resource shareholder. You have the authority to mobilize part of the planet's tax revenue. You can rename this planet. Upon hearing Spore Star, it was evident that it was a planet of spore flora. Ling Weirui modified the name of the planet from Spore Star to Emerald Star. The area was abundant with verdant plants, resembling jade in hue. Outside the teleportation array, a large number of construction workers were busily engaged. This time, the city being built was purely futuristic in design. Each building featured steel walls, primarily in silver gray, dark gray, and steel colors. The architectural modules had been finalized on Blue Star, and with the construction workers in position, towering skyscrapers began to emerge, creating a veritable steel city. The protective shield would remain active 24 hours a day, as Ling Weirui utilized a dispelling technique to transform the air into a breathable, spore-free atmosphere suitable for humans. Next, purification devices would work to absorb and eradicate all spores in the air. This city shall be named Silver City No. 1. Ling Weirui aimed to establish 5 such cities. Nearby, vast mineral veins awaited excavation. Transport railways had also been laid out, extending to the mineral veins, with protective gear required for exiting the city and high-temperature disinfection upon entry. Researchers, occasionally seen with glass bottles and instruments, collected air and plant samples from the planet for study. A large group of researchers accompanied Ling Weirui. This planet undoubtedly harbored more than just mineral resources. It may also contain resources that the original humans overlooked but would be advantageous for us, such as plant resources and food. As long as we find a way to curb the spores, this place could become our granary. Previously, we sought to develop a potion to eliminate spores but feared it might impact global climate and lead to species extinction. Thus, we had to rely on filters to absorb spores from the air and incinerate them, significantly reducing their flow. However, spores can number in the billions, making it exceedingly difficult to create a global filtering machine. Yet, they dared not deploy chemical agents for fear of altering the planet's overall climate. Currently, humanity can survive here, albeit inconveniently. Ling Weirui also discovered that the climate was quite suitable for cultivating spiritual rice. The climate and the unique energy in the air could induce mutations in the spiritual rice, leading to increased yield and larger grains. Therefore, Ling Weirui reserved a batch of spiritual rice seeds. Next came the miners. Due to the magnetic field issues in the mining area, no machinery could be used. Therefore, Ling Weirui could only hire miners to use primitive methods for excavation. Some players with mining as a secondary profession held a distinct advantage, and those synchronized with the gold miner game could ignore the soil and use mining hooks to extract rare minerals. In reality, this starlight iron could be sold to the original store, where 100 units of starlight iron equated to 1 original coin, meaning that 1 unit was worth $1 million. Ling Weirui stood to gain 100-fold profit. However, this acquisition price could only be seen by Ling Weirui, as it was a reward from the original humans for her conquest of the planetary battlefield. Subsequently, the Shinian group prioritized recruiting miners from the Flowering Country to head to Emerald Star for mining. This development left the beautiful country restless. What? You've seized a survival planet? Chapter 163. Which planet is suitable for immigration? The spending begins anew now. All of humanity on Blue Star is resisting the invasion of projections. How exactly did the Shark 10 years manage to travel to other planets within a decade and even conquer one of them? Most importantly, does this not contradict their original plans? Are they migrating to the Red Star or to the Emerald Star? This has sparked intense discussions online. The 10 years group has sent them to mine, reducing them to mere slaves, certainly not providing them with a peaceful existence. Our migration to the Red Star is a means of escaping perilous zones. At least there are no monsters on the Red Star. Videos have even surfaced comparing the 2 colonization planets. However, Ling Weirui is not alone in her endeavors. Aside from Shengfeng, who oversees the network, there are many supporters advocating for her. Brothers, words alone cannot suffice. I personally visited both planets and spent half a day there to enlighten everyone about their conditions. First, let us talk about the Emerald Star of Shark 10 years. The air is temperate, the climate delightful, and the cities are indistinguishable from modern metropolises, perhaps even more futuristic. The outskirts are reminiscent of tropical rainforests, making it quite troublesome to venture outside the city. Next is the Red Star, a planet familiar to everyone, as it resides within our solar system and has long been associated with colonization. However, the conditions on the Red Star are exceedingly harsh, and life can only be sustained within protective suits. Furthermore, after migration, how will one manage their sustenance and daily needs? On the Emerald Star, one can work in mining. I spent merely half a day mining and earned 24 stones, of which 20 are required to be submitted to the shark group, but the remaining stones can be sold to them, yielding a daily income of approximately several hundred thousand. In contrast, on the Red Star, the current work involves construction and transportation, with daily wages amounting to 300 beautiful coins, which translates to about 2,400 flower coins, a considerable sum. The Emerald Star boasts its own industry, allowing for development around it. Of course, I am utterly devoted to the Shark 10 years. Nevertheless, the beautiful nation remains obstinate, relentlessly denigrating the Flower Nation on the external web. Coupled with international issues, the majority have chosen to believe the beautiful nation's narrative and ultimately migrated to the Red Star. Ling Weirui did not permit Shang Feng to clarify matters online why mining efforts are solely for profit, not to enrich those outside. No explanation is necessary, as they are merely sealing their own fate. Shang Feng nodded in agreement. Furthermore, as a significant number of individuals from Western nations emigrate, the online vitriol quickly subsided, for they have no internet access on Mars. Everything must begin anew, akin to a return to a primitive state. Unbeknownst to them, they will also face solar particle storms and gamma radiation, potentially leading to cancers, with exposure risks exceedingly high, though the effects may not be immediately apparent. Humanity has already fragmented, each seeking their own path to development. Ling Weirui remained busy, simultaneously upgrading and managing her projection while battling on the Wasteland Star. After 3 days, she finally arrived at the 7-star safe zone. At the entrance, Tang Tianqing and his teammates awaited her. Brother Tang is formidable. The person from your planet must be equally impressive. Beside Tang Tianqing stood a man with green hair, his ID being WN, an archer. The team also included a support character named Gu Inku X Ngkang, a minor healing specialist. However, the Wasteland Star is not lacking in healing resources, and during combat, protection for healers is often required, making their roles somewhat awkward. Once Ling Weirui arrived, this team, now bolstered by 2 mages, became a standard configuration. Soon, 2 individuals approaching from the distance caught their attention, particularly Ling Weirui. Dressed in a splendid mage robe that captivated the eye, it was undeniably luxurious, worth at least 10,000 original coins. Upon their meeting, Ling Weirui introduced SHZHM to the group. This is HNWJ, a friend from my planet. And this is SHZHM, a time mage skilled in control. Hello, greetings. Both parties nodded, for a handshake is merely a custom of the Blue Star. They scrutinized each other intently. Tang Tianqing then introduced Ling Weirui to WN and Gu Inku X Ngkang. What are your plans now? Tang Tianqing inquired of Ling Weirui. Originally, he intended to guide her, but upon observing her equipment, he realized she likely did not require assistance. In fact, if they fought together, he might even become a burden. Thus, everything hinged on Ling Weirui's intentions. Previously, Ling Weirui had thought there were no shortcuts on the Wasteland Star. Now, however, she discovered that a shortcut lay right before her. I plan to invest money to enhance my power. If I have wealth, it is pointless not to use it. Recently, I exchanged a batch of original coins, which should allow me to procure some crystal cores. The variety of crystal cores on the Wasteland Star is simply overwhelming. If I rely solely on combat, I might not even be able to tackle certain special bosses. Then let's head to the marketplace in the 7-star safe zone. Tang Tianqing greeted WN and the others. We can't go out to hunt zombies today. You can look for other teams, and no worries, let's go together. I'm curious to see what a wealthy lady buys, WN remarked, his gaze fixed on Ling Weirui. Initially thinking Tang Tianqing would be burdened by a liability. Now, he realized she was anything, but he wondered if this wealthy individual would indulge in lavish spending to benefit them as well. Ling Weirui, however, remained unaware of others' intentions to reap rewards without effort. Given the stable situation on the Wasteland Star, The 7-star safe zone had already fostered a thriving commercial atmosphere with a substantial daily trade in crystal cores. Ling Weirui visited the largest store to purchase crystal cores. Upon seeing her impressive gear, the salesperson promptly approached her. "Esteemed patron, what would you like to purchase?" Ling Weirui inquired. "How much for the cores that enhance strength, agility, and constitution?" Crystal cores are priced based on energy. A core that increases combat power by 0.1 costs 1,000 original coins, whereas mid-level cores are priced at 11,000, and high-level cores cost 120,000. High-level cores contain fewer impurities and have the fastest absorption rate. If you purchase a high-level core, you can absorb it in the training room of this store, yielding exceptional results. Based on these prices, to fill 300 points of life level, Ling Weirui would need 3.6 million original coins, totaling a staggering 360 trillion. The sheer magnitude of this sum is enough to leave one dizzy. If converted to Arabic numerals, it would be unfathomable, even beyond the calculator's ability to count. However, who could deny that Ling Weirui is now a mining magnate, with countless individuals laboring for her? Initially, the number of miners was small, but as more joined, the 5 mining areas yielded a net income of 1 million original coins daily. Within 3 days, combined with Ling Weirui's previous savings, this sum could be utilized for her investment. Conversely, if she were to rely on monster hunting to obtain this, it would likely take a year. Money is meant to be spent, and currently, Ling Weirui is least in need of it. She decided to indulge in direct investment, clearing the entire inventory of the 7-star safe zone with a wave of her hand. Absorbing such crystal cores would require time, so Ling Weirui refrained from engaging in combat. Shzhm, speechless, ultimately formed a team with Tang Tianqing to level up. Initially, he thought they would fight side by side, but he sensed that the next battle would likely be when she vanquished the Wasteland Star. Nonetheless, it was not a bad outcome. He had participated in 2 planetary wars in a short span. Rapidly enhancing his own strengths, HM truly felt he had latched onto a powerful ally, filled with admiration, on Ling Weirui's side. In addition to acquiring life-level combat power, she also sought soul-level acquisitions. However, when it came to energy-level cores, her progress slowed. This was because Ling Weirui's synchronized skills included Eternal Freeze, Moon Phase, Tide God Spell, Incinerate, and Heavenly Thunder, each requiring elemental cores of ice, light, water, fire, and thunder respectively. These elemental cores are inherently difficult to find, and Ling Weirui sought all 5 at once, which would necessitate time. Nevertheless, she remained unhurried. Other bases had already learned of a wealthy player acquiring crystal cores and began transporting them over, though it would require some time. Meanwhile, another group had set their sights on Ling Weirui. Unfortunately, she remained within the store's training hall, denying them an opportunity. On Blue Star, 7 days had elapsed since the last defeat of the Lich King. System announcement, current patch added, updated to Plague Legion version 3.1. Boss Lich King Feyware has respawned. The number of Plague Legion minions has returned to initial levels. Numerous skeleton soldiers and undead knights emerged. However, after a week, players had adapted to the strength of the Plague Legion and mastered their spawn points, leading more players to intervene and prevent these monsters from congregating, assaulting the city. The revival of Boss Lich King Feyware was a bright spot, prompting several foreign players to become increasingly restless. Mount Everest lay right at the border of the Flower Nation, neighboring many South Asian countries. However, many nations in South Asia remain underdeveloped, with some still only having 2G network coverage. During game synchronization, only a few affluent individuals had the advantage. Fortunately, improvements were made during subsequent pest control efforts. Nevertheless, the country of TNZH was nearby, and upon receiving news, they prepared to set off immediately. The last time the 10 Years group defeated Feyware, they dropped a plethora of high-level equipment and activation codes. This time, they aimed to join in, hoping to collect some spoils. Based on the previous route, he was expected to head towards Mount Everest. A decade has elapsed since the last assassination of the Fish Killer, and our standing on the international stage has been called into question. This time, we must vanquish the Lich King. Only then can we compel them to acknowledge the might of our nation, Tianzhu. They immediately organized their forces, dispatching an army of thousands to meanwhile, in a desolate city of the west. The landscape had grown even more bleak compared to a week prior, as the earth began to awaken, tender green grass sprouted forth, and the neglected city gradually became overrun with wild flora. Feeble found himself here, his face a mask of perplexity. How did I come to be in this place? Upon sensing the unfamiliar surroundings, along with the frail strength of the corpse's muscles and bones, enlightenment dawned upon him. That I remember now. It must be the projection technique of the primordial race, right? A portion of my divine power has been dispersed, and should it be eradicated, it could inflict harm upon my true form. However, this planet? It seems exceedingly weak. Fievel was no different from before. This was merely a new projection, devoid of the memories from his last existence. Had his life box been preserved, he could have retained his memories upon revival. Thus, his current thoughts mirrored those of his previous incarnation. He sensed the desolation of this world, finding its combat prowess mediocre. With a mere thought, he could annihilate this realm. Once obliterated, he could release the coordinates of this dimension, allowing his true self to descend and transform the planet into a haven for undead beings. With so many humans here, they would undoubtedly spawn even more undead creatures. Yet, prudently, I shall conceal my phylactery. Yes, let it be hidden atop the highest mountain in this world. Surely, they would not venture there now. Fievel was resolute and quickly located the peak before making his way there. However, upon arriving at the foot of the mountain and witnessing the throngs of people, he was taken aback. Why are there so many? As he pondered this, dozens of gazes locked onto Fievel. Soon, hundreds, then thousands, and ultimately tens of thousands of eyes were fixed upon him, akin to famished wolves spotting their prey. Filled with excitement and cruelty, the boss is here. We have located the Lich King. From the video last time, a multitude besieged him, and with so many skills in play, I hardly got a good look. Yet now, he indeed resembles the fish killer. Ha ha ha, enough chatter, MT, move in, we're engaging the boss. Countless players surged forward. It is vital to secure a position at the front. Otherwise, the warriors would be unable to reach the boss. After all, this is the real world, unlike a game where accounts can overlap. Yet Fievel was incensed. You insignificant ants dare show me disrespect? In an instant, a terrifying black light erupted from the Lich King, engulfing those players at the forefront, who were swiftly corroded by the darkness. This sight was utterly horrifying. Their flesh and blood decayed at an alarming rate, disintegrating from their bodies, and in but 10 seconds, while maintaining their charging stance, they transformed into mere skeletons. The skeletons then turned and began to slaughter the approaching players. Lich King Fievel commenced his counterattack. Within half an hour, the players waiting at the summit of Mount Everest were all transformed into his undead army. A formidable force of 50,000 undead began advancing towards the land of the flowering families. The players who had perished were revived as well. Among these 50,000, a significant portion were players from the flowering families, including a prominent figure ranked 38th on the leaderboard, the paladin Zhang Yi. Damn, as expected, our combat power pales in comparison to that of the fish killer. We must inform him. It feels as though we have stirred up trouble. A multitude began to Ling Weiru A. Chapter 165. The undead army strikes, stars explode and annihilate the team. When Zhang Yi chose to revive, his soul floated upward, and he saw his own corpse transformed into a Dark Knight, a level 48 Dark Knight. Is this not inviting trouble? Previously, Lich King Fievel had fought alone, summoning only a few skeletal dragons at most. This time, however, he commanded an army of 50,000 skeletons. Those capable of battling Fievel were all players above level 30. An army of 30,000 skeletons, all above level 30, possessed combat power that even the garrison could not withstand. Fievel advanced swiftly. News reached them that they had arrived at the nearest town, Dingyue. After a year of renovations, the town had been transformed into a fortified base. Even without a coastline, it was fortified against Titan assaults, with walls standing 25 meters high. The town had undergone modifications, primarily consisting of high-rise buildings, and many had migrated there, residing in a place where a protective shield could be activated in times of crisis. Upon receiving the news, the mayor immediately activated the protective shield, praying that Fievel would not approach from this direction. Yet, fears often materialize. Fievel, accompanied by his undead army, besieged the town. The town's permanent population stood at 300,000. Should the protective shield fall, it would result in yet another army of 300,000 skeletons. Panic ensued among the populace. Ling Weirue also caught wind of this news and immediately teleported to Dingyue. Upon witnessing the fish killer emerge from the teleportation array, the townsfolk erupted in cheers. Countless eyes peered from windows at the fish killer, none of whom had ever seen him in person. Yet the fish killer appeared much the same as in the videos, lacking any overwhelming aura. His appearance was indiscernible. Moreover, he merely flashed by, leaving them with nothing but legends. Ling Weirui arrived outside the city. 7 days had passed since the last encounter with Fievel, and she had logged into the Wasteland Star 7 times. Her strength having doubled compared to a week prior. Previously, she possessed 500 cosmic-level combat power. Now, she wielded 1,000, though half of this strength was temporary. Since the Wasteland Star had not been cleared in a day, that power would not belong to her for long. Her combat prowess was undeniably substantial. Previously, facing Fievel had been effortless. Now it would be even easier. Ling Weirui gazed into the distance, where the massed army of 50,000 gathered, harboring no intention of allowing them to approach. The arrival of the disaster army brought not only destruction but also the potential for plagues and the infection of the living dead. They could not be permitted to near the city, town, or villages. Above Ling Weirui's head, a colossal ice sphere materialized. Within the sphere, temperatures began to rise rapidly. After 10 seconds, the entire orb resembled a star on the verge of explosion. In the next moment, the sphere shot forth like a meteor, trailing flames. Lich King Fievel sensed an urgent pulsation at his brow. As a powerful lich, his soul-level combat power was high. When his soul's intensity peaked, his perception became exceedingly sharp. Witnessing the fiery meteor approaching, he felt an ominous premonition. Though the sphere was merely 1.5 meters in diameter, dwarfed by the army of 30,000, he had an acute sense of impending doom. Dark Devour? He waved his staff, conjuring a black sphere before him, capable of consuming any energy and transporting it to an alternate dimension. In the next instant, the black sphere collided with the explosive star. Yet, it only swallowed a fraction of the explosion. The explosion detonated, boom. It was akin to a nuclear explosion, casting the entire world into darkness. The force of annihilation swept through the 30,000 skeletons in an instant. They evaporated as if they had been vaporized. Alas, among this 30,000, only a portion had elevated levels, which could have granted Ling Weirui additional experience. Fortunately, there remained a boss, promising ample experience. That moment, Fievel was propelled back over 100 meters by the explosive force, ultimately embedding himself within the mountainside. His health plummeted from full to a mere 20. Terror filled his eyes. He'll lose 80 of a boss's health in a single strike. What a staggering disparity. Those unaware might assume he was contending with a level 100 powerhouse. His robe was tattered, mere shreds clinging to his form, revealing a gaunt body resembling that of a zombie, with sparse hair that appeared singed. Fievel struggled to detach himself from the mountainside. Escape. I must flee. Fievel attempted to run, only to be pursued by Ling Weirui, who unleashed a final blow to deplete his remaining health. However, he bore no sign of a life box. Ling Weirui produced a mission from the Blue Star Player Alliance, issued by its leader. The Blue Star Player Alliance leader has issued a new mission. Locate the Lich King's life box and prevent his resurrection. If the life box were not found, Fievel's next revival would not be so easily deceived. He would retain the memories of Ling Weirui having slain him, and next time, he would not head towards Mount Everest. A boss that has lost its fixed route poses a considerable threat. Upon the mission's release, more players surged towards Mount Everest. Numerous experts began analyzing Fievel's path, conducting thorough searches along the way, leaving no nook unexamined. Finally, through meticulous searching, they discovered the Lich King's life box, hidden atop a signal tower. After dispatching it, a significant explosion ensued. Fievel's second resurrection was finally thwarted. Shortly thereafter, he would likely respawn at his usual rate of once per week. Ling Weirui instructed Shangfang to utilize satellite positioning to precisely locate the town where Fievel would respawn, preparing to confront him each time he emerged. Otherwise, the flowering families would have to seal off Mount Everest. For far too many lives had been lost this time. After dealing with Fievel, Ling Weirui divided herself into shadow clones and ventured to various locations for leveling up. The pace of advancement had become exasperatingly slow. After a week of creating numerous clones, she had only managed to gain a mere 30 experience. It could be said that all the high-level monsters across the entire map of her homeland had been hunted down by Ling Weirui. At this rate, it would take nearly a month to achieve just one level. and reaching level 70 would require an entire year. Ling Weirui was aware that this was already a considerable speed. Yet she remained unsatisfied. The annihilation race could descend at any moment, and time was not on their side. With this thought in mind, Ling Weirui suddenly recalled that she possessed the coordinates to a demon realm. One could not always remain passive and endure. A proactive approach was essential. Ling Weirui resolved to return to that realm, which was home to high-level demons at level 80, Chapter 166, The War of Mutual Endeavor. Opening the cosmic battlefield previously, Ling Weirui had been chased by several level 80 demons, but this time, the situation would be different. She issued orders to commence the construction of a super-large teleportation array. Although Ling Weirui held the coordinates to the demon realm, these coordinates were exclusive to her. To allow everyone to use them, the teleportation array had to be established. Fortunately, the Panlong Mountain range was vast enough for the task. To her surprise, upon completion of the teleportation array, Ling Weirui received a system notification. System prompt: you are establishing a super-large teleportation array to the demon realm, but it has been obstructed by the God of Curses. However, the demon planet has also deployed a super-large teleportation array to your realm, blocked by the primordial humans. According to the Cosmic War Covenant, when both parties establish super-large teleportation arrays, a new cosmic battlefield can be opened, facilitating combat between the two factions. However, please remember, when the race war commences, do not show mercy. A minor demon might possess contact information for a super cosmic powerhouse, and a divine-level demon could annihilate the entire blue star, extinguishing humanity's last hope. How could this not be considered a mutual endeavor? Unbeknownst to Ling Weirui, while she was constructing the teleportation array, the demon realm had already established theirs. Previously, the demon gate had opened due to an internal Traitors collusion. However, this time, as Ling Weirui planned to invade the enemy, they were already prepared for her arrival. The coincidences had led to the present situation. Do you wish to establish the cosmic battlefield? Establishing the cosmic battlefield will consume 1,000,000 primordial coins. Fortunately, Ling Weirui's family owned a mine. She immediately invested the resources she had acquired. Please note, when you're pushed to your doorstep, you can expand the battlefield area by spending primordial coins. The battlefield is beginning to take shape. Please set the battlefield style. In the next moment, a blueprint appeared in Ling Weirui's eyes. A rectangular battlefield, the size of a basketball court. A chasm divided the area. One side was brown land, while the other was charred black. Before Ling Weirui could act, a demon gate slowly rose at the far end of the opposing half. The design was eerily familiar. It was the very demon gate that had invaded Black Pearl City. Soon after, the terrain on the opposite side began to transform, with rivers of lava appearing rapidly. Ling Weirui understood. Both sides were shaping the battlefield. Quickly, she set a gate at the final location. The system provided her with choices: a western semicircular archway, an eastern vermilion gate, and a southern heavenly gate akin to those of eastern cultivators. Naturally, Ling Weirui chose the style of the southern heavenly gate, as the vermilion gate would require pushing open. After finalizing her design, she also shaped the human battlefield to resemble hilly mountains, adding numerous rivers. From a racial advantage perspective, the demon's lava could inflict significant harm on humans. However, on the human side, the influence of mountains, grass, and streams on demons was minimal. Without these features, certain special classes, such as water and wood mages, would find themselves at a disadvantage. As for fire mages, while their attack power was formidable, humans lacked racial advantages. Thus, fire-based players would deal reduced damage against demons. Ling Weirui, of course, would not design a terrain with lava. After completing the settings, Ling Weirui found that she could directly construct cities within the battlefield. Naturally, this required an application to the system and an additional expenditure. However, Ling Weirui was not short on funds. With an investment of several trillion, she established a city on her side. 5 cities were erected, and she then adjusted the surrounding terrain. Both sides of the battlefield transformed into steep mountains, making it unsuitable for large-scale demon movement. The 5 formidable gates, fortified with walls, were impenetrable, allowing only high-level demons to fly past. Perhaps Ling Weirui's preparations alerted the demons, as they also expanded their lava territory, erecting numerous crude tent villages. The large encampments formed 2 staggered rows, with 3 on each side, and 1 in front of the demon gate. In total, the enemy established 7 demon barracks. With these modifications, the battlefield was nearly complete. The enemy confirmed their battlefield style, and so did Ling Weirui. The cosmic battlefield has been completed. Please select the battlefield entrances for both factions. They can also directly replace the locations of the super-large teleportation arrays. Once set, the teleportation arrays will be rendered obsolete. Ling Weirui chose to replace them. In the next moment, all humans heard an announcement. System prompt. The 10 years of fish killing has established a teleportation array leading to the demon planet, opening the cosmic battlefield. Players from both sides may enter through the wargate to commence combat. Once the wargate is breached, one side may invade the other's planet, fully claiming all resources therein. The entire human race was in an uproar. Although this was not the first time Ling Weirui had made a system announcement, this particular notification instinctively evoked a plethora of negative associations. For instance, what would happen if they could not hold their ground after opening this cosmic battlefield? What if the demons invaded once more? They had all witnessed the tragic state of Black Pearl City. Why was the 10 years of fish killing so impulsive this time? Foreign players seemed to seize upon her as if they had found a weakness, clamoring online. They claimed that the 10 years of fish killing had become excessively arrogant and was a traitor to humanity, seeking to obliterate them. Initially, they had condemned the Demon Gate, but now she had established one herself, colluding with demons to exchange for powerful forces. Shut your nonsensical drivel. The beautiful nation aimed to assassinate the 10 years of fish killing. And now that the tables have turned, you offer your neck for her to strike. Accusing her of colluding with demons is absurd. The Demon Gate did not force you to defend. Why are you in such a rush? Is there a new high-level area to explore? Players are reaching higher levels, and the Catastrophe Legion is simply insufficient to handle them. Oh my. Do you even hear yourselves? Look at the chaos in the Western Catastrophe Legion. If you're so displeased, why not come help us eliminate it? Both factions are human, yet the gap between East and West grows wider. The West has become a scattered mess, only thinking of immigration. While the Catastrophe Legion runs rampant on the eastern side, our defensive forces are more than capable of sweeping them away. We even feel there aren't enough monsters to kill. That feeling is just starting to dawn upon them. Ling Weirui has long since surpassed that threshold. Using her position as the leader of the Blue Star Players Alliance, Ling Weirui issued an announcement to the players. Leader of the Blue Star Human Alliance, 10 years of fish killing. The entry requirement for the Wargate is level 40, and it is a super large racial war map. All enemies are boss level but experienced. A team of 100 players is required to enter. Those wishing to level up may come and go freely. But there is no need to worry about defending the Wargate. I alone am sufficient. Chapter 167. Confrontation with high-level demons. Ling Weirui split into 50 clones. Each clone possessed 10 points of cosmic level combat power, equivalent to 100,000 combat power, the level of an ordinary player at level 100. However, each clone was equipped with a set of top-tier level 60 gear, which collectively increased their combat power by 50,000. Thus, each clone became a minor elite. Of course, this was aimed at level 100 players, but at level 60, achieving 150,000 combat power would undoubtedly mark one as a formidable opponent. Currently, however, players generally range from level 40 to 50. With none at level 60, the overall combat power had increased by approximately 20,000 since Ling Weirui entered Spore Planet, with the global combat power leaderboard showing that only 1,000 players had combat power exceeding 40,000. Therefore, level 40 players could only contend with lower-level demons, while mid-level demons at level 50 were beyond their reach, and high-level demons could obliterate entire teams. Once all the clones were organized, Ling Weirui immediately entered the battlefield. Simultaneously, the 10 years group began to mobilize. At present, the number of players in the 10 years group had surpassed 50,000, forming 33 teams of 100. Each team had an executive appointed as the team leader. ECC, MTs, DPS, and healers, all come here. Zhangpeng, DPS and healers, come over. Shangfeng. We need some mechanics to create a mechanical team, and ranged archers would also be welcome. Wangyang. Real men should form a melee team. Come, warriors and healers. Lisi, warriors, don't trust Wangyang. He'll just have you all crowding around the boss. Split into 2 groups to coordinate with our mage team. Before long, everyone had allocated their roles and entered through the wargate. Upon entry, they beheld a grand city that looked oddly familiar. One might mistake it for Spore Planet, though this time the buildings were constructed of marble. How extravagant! System prompt. based on the settings of the Blue Star Human Alliance leader. You have received the battlefield map for both factions. Please proceed to the front lines for battle as soon as possible. Player Lee C, you have been granted partial city management authority. Please establish a teleportation array as soon as possible. Lee C, I've been assigned a task by Sister Killed Fish. You all go ahead and scout the path, and no worries, we have plenty of mages. Let's work together to construct the teleportation array. Goodness, this battlefield is vast. It's a staggering 2,000 kilometers. 2,000 kilometers, that's quite a notion. From the north to the south, my homeland spans only 2,000 kilometers. However, as players grow stronger, their movement speed increases, making it challenging to maneuver in smaller battlefields. As all the humans prepared, the demons surged forth in droves. The number of demons far exceeded that of the humans. This was still due to timing. Many demons had yet to arrive at the location. Initially, the Demon Gate projected images, allowing demons to be summoned from any position on their home planet. This time, however, they had to make their way there. Naturally, the demon tasked with constructing the colossal teleportation array, akin to Ling Weirue, would be the first to enter. This demon was known as Demon Bacht, a high-level demon, level 82, towering at 4 meters, with a pair of bat-like wings sprouting from his back. Wherever he appeared, the surrounding demons trembled in fear, prostrating themselves and addressing him as my lord. Previously, he had been thwarted by a genius among humans who invaded his realm, obliterating several cities. This time, he vowed to capture and annihilate his adversary. With a flap of his wings, he swiftly soared toward the battlefield. Sharing a similar mindset was Ling Weirue. Her synchronized game avatars, equipped with flying mounts numbering in the hundreds, had unlocked most of their potential. Consequently, each avatar mounted a flying creature and advanced toward the central area of the battlefield. Covering a distance of 1,000 kilometers, even the fastest mounts required an hour to traverse. Upon arrival, Ling Weirue beheld a colossal fissure stretching a full kilometer. Being capable of flight and possessing flying mounts, she remained unperturbed. However, for larger teams to cross, a bridge would likely need to be constructed. Having arrived, she waved her hand and erected an ice bridge at the very center. Nonetheless, she did not have every avatar create a bridge at the fissure's edge. The entire cosmic battlefield measured 2,000 kilometers in length and 500 kilometers in width. With each of her avatars spaced 10 kilometers apart, a distance easily within her consciousness's reach. She ensured that no demon would escape her scrutiny. As Ling Weirue glided past the central area, she entered a scorched zone. The land was shrouded in darkness, rife with radiation, heat, and the scent of charred remains. After advancing 200 kilometers, she finally encountered her first demon. Demon Bach, 2, had spotted Ling Weirue. Human! His gaze locked onto her, and upon realizing she was only level 60, he let out a derisive laugh. Is it you who has opened the gate of war? Do you think you can lead humanity to invade my planet with such meager strength? His expression darkened. Last time you escaped, yet here you are, brazenly attempting to launch a full-scale assault on my realm with your level 60 powers. Dio, you truly believe you are worthy? Ling Weirue smiled. And what of you? Have you constructed the magma resurrection pool within the battlefield? You still wish to kill me. Perhaps it would be more fitting for nightmares to escort you into the realm of death. With a swift flap of his wings, Bach surged toward Ling Weirue. The searing heat emanating from him was overwhelming, accompanied by a formidable pressure. Ling Weirue activated her star-treading skill, matching his speed, and wielded her long sword to unleash a chilling frost. With a resounding crash, their powers collided, resulting in a massive explosion of energy. The battle was evenly matched. Bach was taken aback. Previously, this human could only flee from him. Yet despite the 20-level gap, she managed to hold her ground. It seemed he had encountered a formidable foe. What he did not realize was that this was merely one of Ling Weirue's avatars. At that moment, 2 additional avatars emerged within her consciousness, each cloaked in invisibility, stealthily approaching. The 2 avatars began to channel their explosive stars. The 10 seconds of charge time felt interminable, yet one avatar successfully drew Bach's attention, allowing the other 2 to remain undetected. At a distance of 1 kilometer, 2 explosive stars soared into the sky, descending like meteorites. Simultaneously, Ling Weirue employed her freezing spell to immobilize Bach, then activated star treading to escape. Boom! The explosive stars detonated. Bach let out a shriek as his health plummeted by 20, his wings punctured. Chapter 168. One defends, you are surrounded. Bach was momentarily stunned. The immense damage ignited his fury. He flapped his wounded wings and charged toward one of Ling Weruei's avatars. First, I shall eliminate the mage. The threat is too great. Yet as he approached, he discovered a figure strikingly similar to Ling Weruei, albeit with different equipment. Ice binding spell. Farther away, two explosive stars hurtled toward him, striking Bach once more. Ling Weruei had sent 2 more avatars to join the fray in this moment, with 5 avatars assaulting him. He found himself cornered with no escape. After more than 10 minutes of fierce resistance, despite Bach's desperate counterattacks, he was ultimately vanquished by Ling Weruei. The level 80 Bach granted her a 10 experience boost, equivalent to a week's worth of leveling up. If she were to eliminate Bach 10 more times, she would undoubtedly level up. And the demon realm was not limited to just one high-level demon. There were many. With Bach's demise, Ling Weruei pressed onward, and after traversing another 100 kilometers, she located the first demon tribe. The tribe was devoid of demons, allowing Ling Weruei to unleash her explosive stars, obliterating the structures Bach had erected there. This took but a minute, but depriving the demons of comfort was a joy worth pursuing. System notification. You have destroyed the enemy camp in the cosmic battlefield, gaining a substantial amount of experience. In an instant, her experience surged by 30. Such fortunate circumstances. Ling Weruei urged her avatars to hasten forward. Upon reaching the second demon tribe, she unleashed several more explosive stars, annihilating the area, resulting in another 30 experience increase. Having destroyed 5 cities in succession, her level reached 61, exhilarating, however. Upon approaching the last 2 camps, she found them fortified with demon soldiers actively establishing resurrection pools and teleportation arrays. Furthermore, numerous mid-level demons had appeared. Ling Weruei decided to exterminate them. Bach revived from the resurrection pool and witnessed the scene. His fury erupted. Summon all demons. We must eradicate the intruders. Ling Weruei, however, opted not to continue her destruction. She chose to play the long game, waiting for the demons to build their numbers and fortifications before reaping the rewards. Like harvesting chives, she intended to reap them in successive waves. She quietly concealed herself near the third tribe, momentarily dispersing several avatars to project herself onto the wasteland planet, continuing her acquisition of zombie crystal cores to bolster her strength. At this juncture, both the human and demon factions had mobilized extensive manpower, particularly the latter. Upon Bach's revival, he hastily summoned the city lords from other cities. The demon realm boasted over 200 cities, each governed by its own lord. If the level 80 high-level demons converged, they would be more than capable of sweeping across the blue planet. However, the demons were not limited to a single gate of war. Besides the one aimed at humanity, there was also a gate of war directed at the celestial angels. Most high-level demons were required to remain stationed there. Initially, they believed they had created a battlefield to secure more resources and earn recognition. Yet, it turned out to be a missed opportunity. Allow us to join? And you shall share some of the rewards. Very well, Bach gritted his teeth in agreement. Soon, 9 city lords gathered, forming a 10-member team, accompanied by demon sorcerers, demon guards, and demon warriors. In essence, this team bore a striking resemblance to the players' battle formations. Clearly, they intended to treat Ling Weruei as a boss. Simultaneously, Ling Weruei accepted a new mission from the primordial humans. As the leader of the Blue Planet's Player Alliance, she held considerable authority. Following the emergence of the Gate of War, she received another allocation from the primordial humans, which she could distribute to the players stationed at the gate. Consequently, the rewards for slaying demons and destroying demon tribes all flowed into her coffers. Ling Weruei swiftly acquired a windfall. She truly was a master of earning money. Naturally, she also distributed bounties and tasks to other players. At this moment, most arriving players belonged to the Decade group. Ling Weruei took the lead, eliminating all demons above level 50. The remaining demons advanced to the front lines, repairing their tribes, establishing teleportation arrays, and ultimately reaching the chasm adjacent to the abyss, the very center of the battlefield. Both demons and humans stood upon the ice bridge, engaging in fierce combat. "Get out of my way!" Zhang Peng shouted, wielding a massive shield to fiercely repel the demons, holding the line single-handedly. Others unleashed spells and arrows, resulting in mutual damage. Yet, those who survived earned substantial experience. What incredible experience! These demons possess formidable defenses and strength, each akin to a boss. This is no mere projection. These are genuine demons. Their bodies do not vanish upon death. And while they can resurrect, they lose levels and enter a weakened state. In short, we fight with all our might. I've reached level 50. Among the players of the Xian clan of the 10-year group, Yi boasts the highest level and strength. With all the financial resources of her family at her disposal, she currently ranks 9th on the leaderboard, slightly weaker than the chairpersons of the colossal conglomerates. At this moment, she has finally broken through. The thunderclouds manifest on the battlefield. Without hesitation, she consumes all the potions she had meticulously prepared. Then, wielding the power of the thunder tribulation, she charges into the ranks of the demons like a whirlwind. Haha, it's finally my turn to stir up trouble. Previously, Ling Weirui shattered the demon gate through the thunder tribulation and even attacked the sea god temple. With Ling Weirui as an example, Yi is naturally eager to give it a try. The result is that the demons are utterly incapable of withstanding the level 50 thunder tribulation, being completely overwhelmed by Yi onslaught. Empowered by the thunder tribulation, she plunges into the uninhabited realm, racing through several tribes until she reaches the front line. Ling Weirui remains hidden, observing 10 high-level demon lords with bat wings at level 80. Before she can charge at them, the lords notice the thunder tribulation. It's her. She's undergoing tribulation again, trying to trap us. We must retreat. This thunder tribulation is indiscriminate and will surely annihilate us. Retreat? You are already surrounded by me. Ling Weirui's clones surge forward. Yi follows suit. Chairman, I am here. Witness my invincible thunder tribulation. Chapter 169. Invasion of the Demon Planet. Luring them to slaughter. Your thunder tribulation affects me too. Ling Weirui runs far away but still manages to grant Yi a protective shield. Fortunately, the demons mistakenly believe Yi to be Ling Weirui, thus refraining from engaging her directly, inadvertently falling into their trap. All 10 lords perish under the combined assault of Ling Weirui and Yi. Ling Weirui's level rises to 62, while Yi remains at level 50, unable to gain experience but acquiring the right to loot from the slain monsters. This is a substantial profit. Let us continue. Block their spring point 10 high-level demons are ample prey, and with more reinforcements arriving, Ling Weirui fears she might not be able to keep up. First, they must capture these demons. The thunderous roar of lightning fills the air, and their expressions shift dramatically. Run. Otherwise, the demon lord Asmontis's power will cause us to respawn endlessly here. We will suffer far worse than simply dying, losing our demonic powers and becoming lowly demons. But it is too late. Ling Weirui has already arrived, with several of her previous clones hiding nearby. Using a star explosion, she instantaneously obliterates the teleportation array of the second tribe, preventing their escape. Moreover, to be cautious, Ling Weirui deploys a formation that forbids spatial teleportation to prevent the demons from fleeing. The demon lords are filled with rage, yet under Ling Weirui's relentless assault, they can only seethe impotently. Yi has not yet arrived, but Ling Weirui has already taken down an opponent. The weaker demon lords find their levels plummeting to 79. Terrified, these lords attempt to transmit news of their demise in Void Demon tongue, hoping for rescue. Alas, no one comes. A day passes, ample time for Ling Weirui to eliminate these demons over 10 times. This time, she refrains from destroying the statue of the demon lord, focusing instead on slaughtering the demon lords, treating them as mere monsters to be vanquished. This is the brutal reality of racial warfare. If Ling Weirui does not kill them, they will slaughter humanity. The demon lords, believing they would be reduced to low-level demons, soon realize that after dozens of defeats, their soul power diminishes and ultimately dissipates. The army of the 10-year group has also pressed against the gates of the demon gate. Everyone, take heed. We are about to invade the demon realm. Due to the differing time flow of the demon realm, be wary not to linger for too long. Additionally, upon entering the demon cities, prioritize seizing the demon taverns, blacksmith shops, and other commercial areas if you encounter any demon lords. Contact us immediately. After dying on the demon planet, there is no resurrection. Those who escape should go to the Heaven and Earth Soul Lantern to revive their teammates. All personnel, move out. Ling Weirui commands. A massive army of 100,000 human players surges forth from the Demon Gate.it. Can be said that these 100,000 players are all elites. Ling Weirui organizes the humans into 50 teams, each consisting of 2,000 individuals, along with one of her own clones, charging into the demon planet. Since it is a surprise attack, the demon planet is utterly unprepared, and 50 cities fall to the destruction wrought by Ling Weirui's clones. Ling Weirui queries the system. If the permissions of Blue Star change hands, what conditions must be met? Our hospitals, churches, and charities are numerous. They cannot destroy them all. Now, Ling Weirui wields significant authority. The system, originally limited to announcements, has now acquired exclusive intelligence. By then, not only will there be no weak projection creatures, but the scene of a true invasion by myriad races will unfold. Just the thought of it is terrifying. However, such an event has already transpired once. The planet has been reset once, and the doomsday race may soon be upon us. Thus, let us exploit every available resource. Ling Weirui sweeps through the demon territories. At this moment, the other demon lords finally realize something is amiss and begin to lead vast demon armies to counterattack. This revelation makes the demon lords acutely aware of the humans' formidable strength beyond the Wargate. Soon, the demons retaliate, dispatching a full 60 demon lords to defend against the incursion, driving out the previously invading human players from the demon territories. Only relenting at the central rift point 7 demon tribes are re-established. With level 80 demon lords stationed at the forefront in their view, with their defense in place, humans will never succeed in invading again, and over 10 million demons continue to flood into the Wargate. Observing these developments, a smile graces Ling Weirui's lips. At last, she has lured these demons to their doom. From the opening of the Wargate to the arrival of millions of demons, a full 7 days have passed. It is time to ensnare them. Ling Weirui gathers her 50 clones together, 10 kilometers away from the demon tribe, coalescing a large-diameter star explosion, then launching it into the heart of the demon tribe. Above the demon tribe, the sky darkens ominously. A massive sphere, radiating an aura of extreme danger, plummets from the heavens like a meteor. Boom! In an instant, the demon tribe is reduced to rubble. Enemy attack. We cannot withstand this. We need to call the Lord to intervene if we are to have any chance against that woman among the humans. The 60 lords are wiped out, and a profound dread rises within them. Quickly notify the Lord, summon stronger demons to come. We must use sheer numbers to stop her from re-entering the sunken star. The Lord has achieved level 100. He will surely be able to eliminate the opponent. These demons are ferocious and cunning, yet others insist, if we are to die, we shall die together. We must stay behind to hold off this human woman. Ling Weirui advances relentlessly. Soon, all 60 high-level demon lords meet their demise. However, they have also sent word to summon the demon lord. The demon lord is akin to a planetary entity. A long-established planet will inherently possess a being of level 100 or higher. Of course, some planets may have numerous level 100 players, but the situation on Blue Star illustrates that resources are finite. If you eliminate them, others will have none left. Thus, a single planet's resources can generally support only one individual to reach level 100. To allow more individuals to attain level 100, one must invade. Knowing the coordinates of other planets and opening the Wargate. The two sides clash. The victorious party seizes the opposing planet. Ultimately, this can lead to the emergence of additional level 100 players. This is also the reason why, in Ling Weirui's memories of her previous life over the past decade, players seldom exceeded level 70, due to insufficient resources. Projection technology primarily projects not high-level monsters but rather creatures that can be slain by the masses. Although improvements have been made, at times, low-level monsters are also projected. Under such circumstances, it is exceedingly challenging for high-level players to level up. Moreover, during that time, the Wargate had not been opened, resulting in a severe lack of dungeons. Now, Ling Weirui has preemptively opened it. This time around, the overall strength of the players is destined to be significantly higher than during the planet's reset. Currently, she has surrounded 60 high-level demons, each equivalent to a major boss. Ling Weirui engages in fierce combat while the demons have their priests frantically healing. However, Ling Weirui's 50 clones are both capable of dealing damage and providing support. The battle devolves into a stalemate. Yet, unbeknownst to these demons, Ling Weirui is merely stalling for time to level up. After 2 days, these high-level demons are reduced to mid-level demons, while Ling Weirui's level has risen to 70. Dear player, killing fish for 10 years, you have made the effort to be the first to reach level 70 and receive the following rewards. 1. Special title, first person, level 70. Upon equipping this title, the experience gained will increase by 10. This title is time-limited and will disappear once another player surpasses you in level and becomes the first to reach level 80. As the foremost record keeper, with a 60 increase in experience. 2. The Blessings of the Primordial Humans. 3. You may extract an advanced 4. Soul Evolution Stone, special grade, which can comprehensively enhance one's soul strength by 100. 5. Stronger Template. You are the first to step into the ranks of advanced players, obtaining the Stronger Template, which will adjust your life and energy according to the boss template, while the primordial human gene pool will compensate for your deficiencies. With the emergence of the 5th reward, Ling Weirui's health and spiritual power surged 100-fold. Initially, Ling Weirui's health was 6.78 million life force. This figure appeared daunting, yet it paled in comparison to many bosses. For instance, the Lich King Fevar, who, despite being a lich promoted from a necromancer, fundamentally remains a mage, possesses a staggering health of 300 million as a level 60 boss. Now, under the adjustment of the Stronger Template, Ling Weirui's life force has soared to 678 million. Who, then, truly is the boss? With her spiritual power amplified 100-fold, the explosion skill she unleashed became even more terrifying, just as she reveled in her newfound strength. A terrifying figure emerged from the Demon Gate. It was a demon towering at a height of 15 meters, and astonishingly, it was a two-headed conjoined demon in the realm of the fallen star. Where high temperatures and radiation abound, bizarre forms of demons are commonplace, and many do not perceive their appearance as grotesque. If such deformities signify strength, they can attain special status, much like the demon lord before her, the twin demon. Sarslays, with his dual heads, 4 arms, and 4 legs, his body folded slightly like a book, boasted 4 demon wings that flowed like a cape. He was broader than many demons and appeared as a massive, corpulent creature, evil and grotesque. He was of level 100. Humans, a feeble race, have allowed me to emerge from the gates of the angels to crush you like the ants you are. I shall bring your planet to ruin. He opened his eyes. One pair was blood red, while the other was black. Intriguingly, the eye between the 2 heads gazed forward, while the eyes on either side looked outward, giving the impression that both heads possessed great intelligence. Level 100. Is that truly so weak? Ling Weirui sensed the cosmic energy radiating from him. However, she quickly came to a realization in the vastness of the universe. Places like Spore Star and Wasteland Star were separated by countless star systems and light years. Without advanced technology, the indigenous inhabitants who had never left their planets would typically possess a combat power of merely 1 cosmic level, equating to 100,000 combat power. Of course, the demon lord Asmontis would supply resources to his followers through divine power. Before her, Sarslays possessed a combat power of 1,000,000. Yet, compared to Ling Weirui, it was still insufficient. Ling Weirui summoned 50 clones, merging them into one. The demon's eyes widened in fury as a wave of sinister curse power descended upon Ling Weirui, rendering her utterly weak and immobile, while beneath her feet, magma began to rise. Boom! The magma erupted, enveloping Ling Weirui. But in the next moment, dragon energy swirled around her, and with the tidal shield in place, a terrifying frost covered Sarslays, freezing him into an ice statue. However, this only lasted for a second before Sarslays thawed. The city-slaying sword formation. Engaging such a formidable opponent, the accumulation of explosive stars was too slow, compounded by the lack of assistance, making it inconvenient to utilize. Nevertheless, it mattered not. The disparity in strength was 6-fold, granting an advantage to Ling Weirui. Chapter 171. Defeating the Demon Lord and seizing control of the fallen star. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 sides clashed violently, the battle lasting 2 hours, ultimately determining a victor. No, this cannot be, Sarslays roared in rage. Brother, call upon our Lord to descend and obliterate the foe. Very well, let us unite. Instantly, a shroud of black mist enveloped them as their voices rose in a powerful incantation. A terrifying, grotesque demon apparition materialized behind them. Ling Weirui's sword energy attack was absorbed by the black mist, unleashing a powerful move. I can do that too, and you've given me the opportunity? Ling Weirue utilized star treading to distance herself, floating in the sky. Then, with both hands raised, a colossal ice sphere ascended above her head. The previous ice sphere had a maximum diameter of 2 meters, whereas this one was a staggering 10 meters. A frightening aura radiated from within, sending chills down the spine. This enormous sphere nearly matched the size of the Demon Lord's body. With a sweeping motion, Ling Weirue sent the explosive stars plummeting towards Sarslaze, who was in the midst of chanting a spell to summon the Demon Lord. The twin heads displayed expressions of shock, fear, and concern, but once the incantation began, Sarslaze could not move. He could only hope that the black mist would absorb all damage. Alas, he underestimated the power of skills that exceeded the ordinary. In the next instant, the explosion erupted. Boom. The force of destruction birthed a terrifying mushroom cloud on the battlefield. A chasm a full kilometer deep opened up, with the explosion's diameter reaching 10 kilometers, utterly altering the landscape previously established by the gates of war. System notification. You have slain the Demon Lord, the cursed shadow of the Demon Lord. In an instant, Ling Weirue's level surged to 71. Moreover, the ground was strewn with a plethora of items, resembling a treasure trove piled high. Having vanquished a formidable foe, Ling Weirue's artifact swiftly absorbed these treasures into her infinite space backpack. During their confrontation, the Demon Lord naturally did not wish for Ling Weirue to battle above the demon tribe, so the fight was mobile and not confined within the tribe. Ling Weirue pressed her advantage, charging into the nearest demon tribe to confront the Demon Lord. With the Demon Lord's death, his equipment dropped and numerous items were lost, causing his combat power to plummet by over 100,000. Making him easier to defeat this time. The Demon Lord realized something was amiss and bellowed in fury, "Kill her, bind her, so I may summon our Lord." Countless demons besieged Ling Weirue. However, she had human allies to fend off the demons. Players surged forward. Within the gates of war, battles raged incessantly, unceasing. This conflict endured for a full fortnight. Ling Weirue slayed the Demon Lord 32 times, reducing him to a high-level demon, and subsequently from high-level to mid-level. However, other high-level demons, seizing the opportunity of Sarslaze's downgrade, drew upon divine power on the fallen star. Reaching level 100 and returning to the gates of war, it was as if a real battle had begun. Yet, all this served to bolster Ling Weirue. Beyond defeating these foes, she continuously harvested zombie crystal cores on Wasteland Star, enhancing her power. Among them, while fire and ice crystal cores were rare, they were not scarce, and she had prioritized gathering them, thereby increasing Ling Weirue's energy level by 200 points of cosmic combat power, equivalent to an increase of 2 million combat power. Currently, Ling Weirue's total combat power had reached over 8 million. Slaying a new level 100 demon would be far easier. After eliminating the new Demon Lord, the remaining demons prayed once more, but no divine power descended. It was evident that the Demon Lord had abandoned the fallen star. Ling Weirue led the players in a second invasion of the fallen star. This time, no one could impede her, utilizing the star trajectory to alter the coordinates surrounding the planet by 100,000 light-years. The coordinates of this planet were now concealed. The gates of war between demons and angels were being closed, as were those between demons and humans. A super-large teleportation array, the Southern Heaven Gate, was being activated. From this day forth, humans could directly reach the fallen star via the Southern Heaven Gate, on Blue Star, due to the differing flow of time between the fallen star and Blue Star. Along with the gates of war being inaccessible to many low-level players, there had been a 2-month period during which players had not received any news from Xiaoyu Xinian. They only knew that Xiaoyu Xinian was slaying demons within the gates of war. And even Li Si had ceased his broadcasts. Little did they expect that in these 2 months, this group had quietly amassed a fortune, seizing control of an entire planet. At this moment, the head of the beautiful country's Red Star immigration plan was pulling at his hair in despair. "Boss, do not worry, I have gathered information regarding the fallen star inhabited by the demon race. It is a planet filled with scorched earth, radiation, and magma, unsuitable for human habitation." The head of the plan finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, their relief was prematured. In reality, the fallen star was far safer than the spore star, but due to the issues surrounding the flow of time, it was indeed unfit for habitation on the fallen star. Ling Weirue received a system notification. "Congratulations, player Xiaoyu Xinian, in the battle for the capture of the fallen star, made a tremendous contribution. achieving a total contribution rate of 98. Following the humane decision of the primordial human system, you will be granted 100 control over the fallen star. You are appointed as the leader of the player alliance on this planet, possessing the rights to resource allocation for the next 3,000 years. Scarce resources on the fallen star include lava crystals, demon eyes, dark stones. Lava crystals are treasures formed within magma, while dark stones appear in areas of high radiation. Demon eyes, as the name suggests, are the eyes of demons and are also a top-tier material. According to the strength of the demon eyes are categorized into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels in the entire realm of the fallen star. There are currently no advanced demons remaining, most. There are only a handful of intermediate demons, which human player teams can easily vanquish upon encounter. However, it is undeniable that humans are ill-suited to exist in this environment, prompting Ling Weirui to devise an alternative method to seize control of the fallen star in Chapter 172, Invasion of the Demons. Disguising as the fish killer for 10 years to enslave demons, she plans to brand all demons with a slave contract, compelling them to harvest magma crystal cores and dark stones. Those who refuse to comply will be executed, and their demon eyes confiscated. Under Ling Weirui's firm intervention, only juvenile, female, and elderly demons remain on the fallen star. Even so, these demons are far superior in strength compared to human children, women, and the elderly. Ling Weirui dispatched relatively weaker players to guard the fallen star, offering them lucrative wages. However, as time passes, their levels and abilities may lag behind the elite troops. Nevertheless, she can provide them with subsidies. After a year of service, they would receive an awakening stone, a valuable item worth billions. Even for players in the decade-old group, earning $1 billion in a year is no small feat. Moreover, by merely staying on the fallen star for 50 days, they could obtain an awakening stone, leading some to perceive it as a lucrative opportunity. Consequently, Ling Weirui sent a contingent of level 30 players to remain on the fallen star, gathering and transporting resources, amassing considerable amounts of original coins. Having settled matters there, she realized that a significant amount of time had passed on the blue star, and it was now May. Unbeknownst to them, the cosmic game had been open for a year. Within this time, Ling Weirui achieved levels that took many players a decade to reach in her previous life, along with combat capabilities that far exceeded those of the past. However, her sense of impending danger grew increasingly acute. The current highest level on the blue star was 70, and to advance further, merely remaining on the blue star would not suffice. Apart from invading other planets, there was another method: to support planets willing to disclose their coordinates. Ling Weirui was unaware of the coordinates of the myriad alien planets, and even if she knew, establishing a teleportation array would allow others to ascertain their own coordinates, creating a potential gateway to war. A perilous endeavor indeed. The second method was more viable, yet broadcasting one's own coordinates was an exceedingly risky act, as numerous races could infiltrate human society to acquire such information. Ling Weirui could only await opportunities, connecting to the original network daily to scout for any potential openings. As she pondered, the system announced an update. Cosmic Game Update Notification. Due to the catastrophic losses of the Disaster Legion, which has suffered massive casualties, they no longer pose a threat to humanity, thus transitioning to the next major expansion ahead of schedule. Cosmic Battlefield, version 4.0, Invasion of the Demons. Warning for early update of version 4.0, demons of levels 30 to 50. Demons are the malevolent incarnations of the demon race, possessing abilities such as disguise, deception, and human consumption. This race can transform into familiar faces, kill humans, and stealthily replace them. After consuming humans, they retain their memories, making detection exceedingly difficult. All humans are urged to exercise caution to avoid falling prey to the demons. The safety zone has activated a defensive feature, the Demon Repelling Mirror, capable of thwarting demon invasions. Ling Weirui's expression darkened. The early conclusion of the Disaster Legion S version was a severe butterfly effect, advancing the timeline by at least 6 months. Although the demons were only at levels 30 to 50 and not a significant threat in terms of numbers, their proficiency in disguise meant that as long as they donned human skins and avoided the light of the demon-repelling mirror, they could conceal themselves adeptly. Moreover, one might think that the presence of the demon-repelling mirror guarantees safety. But that would be a grave miscalculation. Ling Weirui promptly summoned personnel from the Research Institute to begin developing the most rudimentary mechanical device, an iris tester. Although demons could shed their human skins, their eyes could not be hidden. This method could be employed to identify numerous demons. That evening, the demons had already stealthily infiltrated the city. As summer approached, barbecue stalls and nightlife gradually resumed. With the new version update, players ventured out to drink, seemingly unafraid of danger. Rest assured, I've bought insurance. Life and death are trivial matters. If you're not satisfied, then fight. A few friends boasted about their experiences, intoxicated and dazed. At that moment, a lithe woman in a tank top appeared beside them, her swaying hips capturing the attention of every man present. Wow, a beauty. Quick, let us add her on WeChat. Do you have the guts to approach her? Why don't you go? Haha, I'll go. One overly intoxicated man pursued her. Hey, gorgeous, let us exchange WeChat. I'll buy you a drink. He stood with his foot cocked and chin held high, believing himself quite charming, though he came off as rather greasy. Yet, the beauty did not refuse. With a melodious tone, she replied, leaving the man feeling exhilarated, never expecting to encounter such fortune today. All right, let us go. The man could no longer contain his excitement, quickly bidding farewell to his friends before leading the woman away. Eagerly, he rented a small hotel nearby. Once the door to the room closed and he contemplated his next move, he suddenly noticed the beauty before him opening her mouth wide. In an instant, she locked his throat with a single bite. The man barely had time to scream before his throat was crushed. Moments later, his body swelled as if inflated like a balloon. After a while, the woman, with a single draw from his neck, drained his blood and flesh as if sipping bubble tea, leaving only an empty husk. She then twisted her form into that of a spider, burrowing into the wound. The skin was stretched out, appearing no different from before, save for a bite mark on the neck. On Blue Star, among humanity in Z-City, the fish killer had been operating for a decade. This spider demon swiftly analyzed the information she had acquired, and in the next moment, a smile graced her lips as an ingenious idea struck her. However, tonight, she intended to indulge in a feast. Thus, an entire family quietly perished, their memories assimilated, adeptly manipulating the app developed by the decade-old group for clocking in. Consequently, no one was aware of their demise, and naturally, no one would seek to resurrect them. The demon lurked within the city, but this spider demon evidently had grander schemes. The following day, she purchased a set of fish killer cosplay attire. In Chapter 173, the fish killer goes on a rampage. Liani organizes a team. The spider demon disguised herself as Ling Weirue. After all, impersonating Ling Weirue was the easiest. Clad in black attire and donning a mask sufficed. Moreover, Ling Weirue possessed countless avatars, making her appearances unremarkable. The demon invasion would not be limited to merely slaying ordinary individuals. They would target players as well. Outside Z-City, although the version of the Disaster Legion had passed, skeletons continued to respawn, and many players formed teams to hunt monsters and level up. The spider demon approached them. These players were only at level 30, and upon spotting the spider demon, their faces lit up with excitement. It's the fish killer. We've encountered the real fish killer. Can we take a selfie with you, fish killer? One player whipped out his phone, ready to snap a picture. In the next moment, the spider demon struck fiercely, white threads shooting from her wrists and ankles, ensnaring the players, choking their necks, and even cocooning them. What makes you worthy of taking a picture with me? A bunch of trash. Before long, the spider demon had slaughtered the group. Players, unlike ordinary humans, could revive after death. When they resurrected, they were bewildered, unable to believe that the fish killer had attacked them. Wait, why did the fish killer kill us? Just for wanting a photo? You fool. That wasn't he the real fish killer. The real fish killer wouldn't shoot spider silk. They quickly realized that they had encountered a demon in a rush. The players disseminated the news, warning others to be cautious and hoped that the real fish killer would intervene. Meanwhile, the spider demon, unrestrained, exploited Ling Weirue's identity to murder hundreds of players. Not only this spider demon, but soon, demons from across the globe had also disguised themselves as the fish killer in her previous life. The gentle Sea King had never faced such treatment. Otherwise, such slander would have surely shattered her reputation. At this moment, Ling Weirue also received the news. Immediately, she utilized her position as the leader of the player alliance to issue an announcement. Fellow players, I have not dispatched any avatars to hunt monsters, nor am I lingering in the wilderness. Please exercise caution in identifying players. Should anyone attack you, retaliate immediately. From the original Human Information Database, I have compiled the following characteristics of the demons for your convenience in identification. 1. Demons have a higher body temperature. Temperature-sensing doors will be installed in various sectors shortly to detect player temperatures. 2. Demons possess animal-like pupils. Among them, the pupils of sheep are horizontal, cats reflect light, and snakes exude a coldness. 3. Demons can create human skins, yet most lack transformation abilities, thus can only operate under human skins. Human skins can only last 7 days, and most demons can only assume the forms of individuals they have killed. Otherwise, they will exhibit flaws. Ling Weirui's message was dispatched, but the voices on the Player Alliance forum grew increasingly louder. I have someone here impersonating the legendary Killfish sister. What should I do? Even if I know that the other party is not the real Killfish sister, I dare not retaliate, primarily because I am outmatched. We banded together to confront the Killfish sister. That said, it is too obvious. These fiends seem intent on harming her, especially as her persona is currently the easiest to mimic. Killfish sister has been wearing less black clothing lately. Goodness, do these creatures even browse the internet? One I encountered recently wasn't wearing black at all, yet still donned the attire of the Xian Ingxian clan. These fiends can replicate all memories. Perhaps we should have Killfish sister make a public appearance. This way, these fiends would be unable to eliminate her, as all those wearing masks would be mere imposters. Makes perfect sense. But why does Killfish sister always wear a mask? Is it because she is unattractive? Is it true? It must be. Isn't that ECC, the leader of the 10-year combat fairy group? The crowd immediately began to inquire about ECC's appearance from her Killfish sister days. ECC felt she had misspoken, realizing too late that she had forgotten to log into her alternate account, now being pursued for answers by netizens. In reality, just days prior, she had opted to participate in the projection feature of the cosmic game, ultimately joining the Wasteland Star after some inquiry. She invested 60 of her projection ability, and by sheer luck, found herself near the 7-star safety zone, arriving there with her teammates. Shortly thereafter, Ling Weirue came to retrieve her. At that moment, ECC was nearly left speechless. Weirue, you are Killfish sister? How is that possible? How did you acquire this account? You are merely a student. This seems unreasonable. You have already reached level 50. These matters should not be a mystery to you. Ling Weirue encouraged ECC to investigate the information herself, and soon she learned of the planet's reboot. Everything fell into place. This secret, once reserved for advanced players, would no longer remain hidden. Ling Weirue's alternate identity was finally on the verge of being revealed, as more players would soon join the Wasteland Star and witness the true Ling Weirue. Ling Weirue was also contemplating that it was time to present herself openly before everyone. Little did she know that the invasion of the fiends would force this secret to be unveiled earlier than anticipated. Meanwhile, Li Annie had finally completed her labor reform. After 2 months, as a level 30 player, she had amassed a fortune in the millions, enough to cover her fines. Having been the queen bee abroad for so long, she naturally did not wish to work for others, yet the situation in her homeland rendered level 30 players rather unremarkable. This starkly contrasted with Ling Weirue's experiences in her previous life. In her past life, Zhang Hao had reached level 30 within a year, becoming an object of envy among many players. However, in this life, Ling Weirue distributed 100,000 activation codes daily, with most high school and university students beginning to adopt professions. With enough effort, one could start from the Nightmare Crisis dungeon and level up to Snow Woman in just 2 months, reaching level 30. Coincidentally, this was the same duration of Liani's sentence. And fortunately, she was now free. Next came the search for teammates. She first recruited some individuals within her university group. In this era, crime was oddly admired. Upon hearing she had been the female boss in the Golden Triangle, several players immediately expressed interest. With a considerable turnout of 20 or 30 people, Li Annie chose a popular barbecue stall to gather them. Upon closer inspection, most of them turned out to be players from the Peacekeepers. Li, joining you isn't out of the question. I heard the campus bell-ling is your dorm mate. Could you possibly bring her out? Lu Yuechen inquired. The campus bell-ling? What do you want with Ling Weirue? Chapter 174. The revelation of Killfish sister's identity. Oh, nothing much. I just feel resentful after gaining wealth and power. I was a gaming player back then, and she was merely an ordinary woman. Ling Weirue has been flaunting her looks, even cursing me in a group of thousands. I have always sought an opportunity to catch her, but curiously, Ling Weirui has been elusive, and I could hardly find any news of her after her graduation. That incident where she insulted me is far from over. What is she even worth? That despicable woman. I must repay this grudge. A year has passed, and Liu Yuechen has not forgotten it. Most critically, he had sought to show off and was besieged by the zombies from the Nightmare Crisis, resulting in the loss of a set of skins and a Lamborghini. Had he still possessed those items, he could have sold them for over $1 million. Instead, he shifted the blame onto Ling Weirui. Naturally, Li Annie harbored no fondness for Ling Weirui, both in reality and in the game. She had been subtly competing with her all along, as well as with that man, Zhang Wujin, Tang Tianqing. The first time Li Annie was sent to the inspection team was due to Tang Tianqing's intervention, and now he had become a prominent figure. A general, reaching level 60, Li Annie felt she could never catch up to such a prodigy, who also happened to know Ling Weirui and protect her fiercely. Were they relatives? But it seemed unlikely they were lovers. Otherwise, Li Annie would be even more envious. Fine, I'll help you find out what Ling Weirui is up to. She was once the campus belle, but things have changed. Those around her eagerly agreed. Indeed, strength is what matters. Our department Cheng Zihan is now the general manager at the 10-year group, earning at least 100 million annually. Exactly. Someone like Cheng Zihan is impressive. What is Ling Weirui? Merely a pretty vase. When our brother Liu first took a liking to her, it was a favor. Who knew she would be so ungrateful? As they spoke loudly, suddenly, a broadcast interrupted the display screen next to the barbecue stall. At that moment, everyone's phones vibrated in unison. The video interrupted the player's interface as well. A global live broadcast commenced. The press conference. Countless journalists excitedly wielded their phones. Ling Weirui rarely held such formal live broadcasts. Though it encroached upon public resources, the matter was undeniably significant, prompting her to hold a press conference to provide clarification. Previously, many players had encountered my doppelganger in the wild and had been slain. I wish to clarify here that those figures were not me, but rather fiends in disguise. With the Fiend Invasion version, the number of fiends will continuously increase. Some may have an extended incubation period, even replacing nearby humans without detection. Once the number of fiends reaches a critical point, disaster will ensue. The 10-year group has developed several strategies against these fiends and is striving to gain wider acceptance, though further endorsement from players is also required. Due to my considerable influence, many players hesitate to retaliate during encounters in the wild, resulting in significant losses of property, compounded by my previous image, which is easily mimicked. Next, I will remove my mask and reveal my true identity and appearance to everyone. The equipment system established by the original humans is difficult for fiends to replicate. Even if they attempt to imitate it, the result will be crude and poorly made, necessitating everyone to exercise careful discernment. With that, Ling Weirui removed her mask. Beneath the mask lay a cold visage. Yet as Ling Weirui manipulated her features, the false, lifeless visage gradually faded away, revealing her true self, so beautiful that it took one's breath away. Simultaneously, she displayed the Changshi Suayuthiti in an instant. Her ancient-style robes transformed into a more resplendent ensemble. Adorned with effects, cool moonlight flowed from her attire, and upon closer inspection, one could see a spectrum of colors, with snowflakes swirling around her. It began to snow. All present held their breath, yet shortly after, countless journalists seized the opportunity and began their inquiries. Killfish sister, how old are you this year? What was your identity before the game invasion? You appear so youthful. How did you become the foremost figure of Blue Star? These were all common topics. Ling Weirui responded, unless fiends consume a human and acquire their memories, their disguises will inevitably be unveiled. The more familiar the person, the easier it is to detect discrepancies. The questions you pose will aid players in better recognizing me. Of course, I will seldom appear in wild leveling areas henceforth, as there are no monsters left that can grant me experience. I am 22 this year. Prior to the game invasion, I was a university student. As for how I became the foremost figure, perhaps many discussions about me online have detailed my rise to prominence. A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. Killfish sister, are you a rich second generation? Someone had unearthed that her account was undoubtedly the top-ranked account of the Xian Ingxian clan, with recharge amounts likely exceeding 10 million. I am not a rich second generation. I am merely an ordinary person. As for why I possess this account, it is a high-level human secret, not suitable for disclosure at this time. Naturally, players who reach level 50 may have a chance to learn this secret. Not all level 50 players will be able to project, nor will all of them coincidentally connect to the original human network to investigate the planet's reboot. The press conference continued, but at that moment, the barbecue stall erupted with incredulous exclamations. Ling Weirui is Killfish's sister. How could this be possible? In an instant, Lu Yuechen felt a chilling sensation creeping up his spine. As an overwhelming fear engulfed him, that moment, the lively banter around the barbecue stall had vanished. Several individuals cast cold, piercing glances at the table where he sat among the crowd were not only ordinary patrons but also numerous players, including a formidable level 42 player who far surpassed them in strength. The players were keenly aware. How could they have missed Lu Yuechen's earlier boastful declarations? With a resounding thud, the level 42 player slammed a beer onto the table and directed his gaze at Lu Yuechen. You, just now, mentioned wanting to trouble a girl named Ling Weirui, didn't you? Xiaoyu Xinian claims to hail from City Z, attending Z University, and goes by the name Ling Weirui. That's so? Your grudge is against Xiaoyu Xinian? What makes you think you are worthy of disrespecting Sister Xiaoyu? In the current state of the country, which situation hasn't been aided by Sister Xiaoyu's intervention? Let me see your level, 29? You, a mid-level player stuck on your tasks. Dare to speak so insolently? Tell me, why did Sister Xiaoyu scold you? Was it not because you deserved it? Chapter 175. The terror of the demon invasion, leaving people in constant dread. Under the pressure of the level 42 player, Lu Yuechen's face flushed crimson as he hastily stammered, "No, they're not the same person. I didn't mean it." Those who had previously praised Lu Yuechen now turned their backs on him, stabbing him metaphorically. Ling Weirui, indeed, is Xiaoyu Xinian. Lu Yuechen, how dare you lie with your eyes wide open? That is indeed Sister Ling. You spoke of seeking revenge against her, and I regretted not speaking out then. I should have stopped you. I cannot abide such a dark-hearted individual as you. I am well aware of the events in the group. Sister Ling chastised you because you disrespected women, claiming she lacked a synchronized game account and suggesting she could be your lover. You are but a toad dreaming of eating swan meat, and Sister Ling merely retorted in the group. Thankfully, Sister Ling is Xiaoyu Xinian and cannot be bullied by you. The crowd grew increasingly agitated with Lu Yuechen. Just look at you, resembling a sprout, and you dare to covet Xiaoyu Xinian? Trash. I am a die-hard fan of Sister Xiaoyu. I'll see you dead. Those sycophants who had remained silent previously now spoke with righteous indignation, questioning why they hadn't intervened earlier. Did you think the so-called school beauty was merely an ordinary girl, someone to be bullied? Now that it's Xiaoyu Xinian, you've kicked a metal plate? And you choose to gloat? A bunch of spineless cowards, and you, woman, don't think you can escape either. I've heard your boasting. I loathe drug dealers. Prepare to die. Justice Brother immediately descended, delivering a swift punishment to several individuals. Of course, others joined in. Brother, I've had my eye on them for quite some time. Let me take one down. This matter of red names shouldn't rest solely on Brother S shoulders. Don't worry, brother, you're red now, and the patrol team won't blame you. I've recorded the video and uploaded it. This video, following the explosive heat of Ling Weirui's livestream, brought Lu Yuechen and Liani into the spotlight. Simultaneously, their previous chat records resurfaced a year later. Consequently, Lu Yuechen faced the wrath of billions online, with daily attempts on his life, dragging Liani down with him. Their ranks plummeted, their soul power steadily diminishing, nearly rendering them unable to resurrect. Particularly for Liani, who had painstakingly reached level 30 and completed her tasks, now found herself utterly ruined, her chances of rebirth seeming insurmountable. I am a dorm made of Xiaoyu Xinian. I know many things about her. Spare me, and I will speak. Having been killed multiple times, Liani was frightened and had to leverage her identity as Xiaoyu Xinian's roommate to stall others from continuing their assault. From that moment onward, Liani could not rise again. After concluding the press conference, Ling Weirui wasted no time and began to eradicate the demons. She created countless clones, descending upon major cities, her formidable consciousness enabling each clone to scan a radius of 10 kilometers. Beyond the major cities, such scanning capabilities rendered the demons unable to hide, as their essence differed from that of humans, making detection precise. Ling Weirui quickly landed in a high-end residential area, where a family was joyfully gathered for a meal. Dad, Mom, this is my boyfriend Gu Shiyan. He was previously a professional manager at a listed company and is now a level 45 player. The young woman spoke with great pride. Her parents nodded in approval. Clearly satisfied, Ji Shurian wore a constant smile as he gazed at his girlfriend and her parents, exuding a pleasant demeanor. Thank you for your hospitality, however. I won't consume cooked food. I only eat raw. Do you have any old hens? If not, I might just have to eat you. A hint of a sinister glow flickered in his eyes. Those present seemed entranced, eagerly exclaiming, We don't have old hens. Eat me! Eat me! Gu Shurian laughed heartily, opening his mouth filled with beastly teeth, ready to bite into a woman's neck. But in the next instant, the sky outside erupted with a blinding white light, arcing around skyscrapers, striking the residential windows. This was the safety zone's protective barrier. The man was instantly battered, his skin torn and embedded into the wall, revealing a gaping wound from which canine fur protruded. With the loss of his controlling gaze, the three individuals present quickly regained their senses, and a scream erupted. You are a demon. You've eaten my boyfriend. Where is he? Speak. Tell me. Yet, the demon, struck by the moonlight, lacked the strength to resist and instead revealed its gaping, crimson maw. Your boyfriend has been devoured by me. You shall never see him again. Unexpectedly, the woman sneered, retrieving her phone to dial the Shayu Insurance Customer Service Center. Hello, my boyfriend has been eaten. Please revive him quickly. The demon widened its eyes, realizing that her boyfriend had purchased Shayu Insurance. Tio the demons, Shayu Shinian was an exceedingly tough opponent. Little did they know. There was something even tougher. On the first day of her manual demon eradication, Ling Weirui's consciousness proved infallible. Moreover, inspired by this experience, she urged the Research Institute to develop a monster scanner, utilizing machinery to replace consciousness in scanning everything. Within Ling Weirui's domain, a single day equated to 110 days of research. Under the Institute's efforts, numerous physical machines, scanners, and other devices were released into the market. Thermal sensors were established in every residential area, and scanning towers erected in city centers. With this, demons had nowhere to flee. The demon invasion was effectively controlled, allowing Ling Weirui to breathe easier and continue her stable conquest of the Wasteland planet. She also dedicated 6 hours daily to acquiring crystal cores on the Wasteland planet while having the Institute develop a universal-level combat virus vaccine. Continuously accumulating zombie crystal cores, her attributes steadily increased. However, projections remain mere projections. Ling Weirui's combat power fluctuated daily. Upon entering the Wasteland planet, her original self on Blue Star saw a significant drop in combat power. Only when the Wasteland planet was completely conquered would all combat power revert to Ling Weirui. Thus, she sought ways to conquer the Wasteland planet. Chapter 176. Emerging from the training room, a double death on the first night. Now, the number of Blue Star players on the Wasteland planet had exceeded 100. Among them, 60 hailed from the Shayu group, while the remaining 40 comprised over 20 elite members of the Guard Army and a handful of wealthy players. While those affluent players possessed considerable combat strength, leveling up was inherently linked to effort. Some were adorned with equipment, boasting high combat power, yet lacked diligence in leveling up, resulting in stagnant levels. Moreover, some individuals were simply too fearful to join, as the projection battlefield was always a gamble. If one died merely once, the projection-carried combat power would dissipate, leading to at most a partial loss of combat strength. However, the projection technology was quite tyrannical. Once you joined the cosmic battlefield and projected onto a planet, the system assumed you would remain engaged in that planet's combat indefinitely. This counted as a form of combat power. Therefore, if you died and chose not to return, how would combat power be calculated? Thus, once you logged into the cosmic game battlefield and projected onto a planet, that projection would persist. If you failed to log in for a month, the system would automatically control the projection to engage in combat. Akin to Fiwar's current situation, where his projection appeared on Blue Star every 7 days in his previous life, Fiwar did not die so swiftly. He even took root on Blue Star, continuously empowering his original self. In this life, however, he faced relentless weakening. Consequently, if the individuals on Blue Star, through projection, consistently faced defeat, they would gradually diminish until they hit rock bottom, possessing mere experience and becoming incapable of battling even monsters. Of course, there were those who, through intelligent projection control, ultimately fortuitously enhanced their strength, akin to the system playing the game for them. Yet such fortunate occurrences were exceedingly rare, with only 1 in 10,000 finding success. Unfortunately, for the majority, once projection was lost, they would continue to descend into decline. This led to many being too afraid to enter the cosmic battlefield. Fortunately, the members of the Xiaoyu group held unwavering trust in Ling Weirui and dared to venture forth. Not only that, this time they also brought a mission. Ling Weirui logged into the game and received messages from several individuals. Swiftly, she assigned someone to guide them, marking her first venture outside the training chamber of the shopping mall. Killing fish for 10 years, are you going out? The manager in charge of Ling Weirui exclaimed in astonishment. However, as he pondered, a realization dawned upon him, filling his demeanor towards Ling Weirui with respect and envy. Indeed, if memory serves correctly, esteemed player, you have absorbed all attributes of the zombie crystal cores, and your current strength should boast 900 cosmic-level combat power. Over the past few months, despite not having fought a single zombie, Ling Weirui's investment in enhancing her combat prowess was nothing short of terrifying. In addition to the zombie crystal cores of physique, strength, agility, and spirit, she had also gathered cores from the 5 elemental types: ice, water, lightning, light, and fire. This perfectly augmented her combat power to 900 cosmic levels. During this time, those who initially sought to exploit Ling Weirui's outings to hunt monsters gradually transitioned from greed to anxiety, contemplating when she would venture out to fight, lest her escalating strength render them no match for her. Little did they expect Ling Weirui to remain so composed. Even when acquisitions proved challenging, she merely opted to invest more rather than venture forth to fight herself. As time passed, Ling Weirui's combat power grew increasingly formidable, leaving the players to watch helplessly as the once plump prey transformed into an immense mountain of flesh capable of crushing them, ultimately deterring anyone from daring to take a bite. Killing fish for 10 years, what identity do you possess? The money spent on your endeavors likely requires the resources of an entire planet to sustain. Your parents must undoubtedly be figures of planetary leadership. Humph, how unfair. The strength I have painstakingly garnered over a lifetime, and she can squander it without batting an eye. With such a remarkable appearance, she surely embodies the exceptional genes refined over generations, perhaps a scion of a celestial lineage. They never once considered that Ling Weirui was the foremost individual from a novice village planet. Is the esteemed player heading out to slay the zombie king this time? With that, Ling Weirui's figure faded, leaving behind only a blurry afterimage as she vanished from sight. Ling Weirui's speed was astonishing, reaching a staggering 500 kilometers per second. This was faster than sound. Considering the atmospheric pressure on Wasteland Star, it was already 2,000 times the speed of sound. However, Wasteland Star was vast, and it took Ling Weirui over 10 seconds to locate the individual she was to meet. At that moment, a few people were introducing themselves. One girl spoke up. I am Shui Shuangxi, a witch with formidable alchemical abilities, skilled in both healing and poisoning. I intend to head to the 7 Stars safe zone. Where we go is not solely up to you. We just arrived, and the signal on Wasteland Star is poor. We cannot load a map, so we'll have to rely on luck. Yet, why do I sense an unease? I've seen the videos retained by our planet's inhabitants regarding Wasteland Star. That ruined city seems to be the lair of the Zombie King. They had fortuitously spawned atop a high mountain. As they gazed into the distance, they beheld a city. With the keen eyesight of cosmic-level players, they could easily discern that the city was evidently not a safe zone. The distance to that ruined city was approximately 10 kilometers. This proximity was perilously close. Some formidable zombies could reach them in the blink of an eye. We must leave, quickly. Panic ensued among the group. Shui Shuangxi insisted, you all go ahead. I will wait for my leader. She will be here shortly. Are you mad? We're too close to Zombie City. The scent of sweat from your pores could be carried by the wind to attract zombies. Let us leave now. Although Wasteland Star was not lacking in support, having an ally would increase their chances of survival. At the very least. If the opponent's speed was slow enough, they could sacrifice a teammate instead of themselves. Just as they were conversing, a thunderous explosion echoed, sending shivers through their bodies. This was a sonic boom. Something had surpassed the speed of sound and was approaching. They keenly identified a horrifying presence, a tall, slender, agile mutated zombie, towering 10 meters high, rapidly closing in on them at an unbelievable speed, its form blurring, far beyond their capacity to withstand. Run? The word barely escaped their lips when the shadow was upon them. In an instant, despair washed over their faces. Just as this realization struck, A beam of white light descended from the heavens. In a flash, akin to a laser gun, it pierced through the mutated zombie's skull. "Chairman!" Shui Shuangxi shouted excitedly. I almost arrived late. Had I known, I wouldn't have engaged in idle chatter. No harm done. Just in time, Shui Shuangxi flattered. Ling Weirui smiled gently, simultaneously unleashing the Tide God spell, enveloping the group. This would also mask their presence. However, in the distance, an increasing number of zombies began to appear. Ling Weirui gazed towards the city. A third wasteland was utterly desolate, the dwelling place of the 10,000 corpses zombie king. High-level zombies had already acquired intelligence, yet some were driven mad, devoid of rationality, such as the 10,000 corpses zombie king. It was a monstrous entity formed from the amalgamation of 10,000 zombies, each with divergent thoughts, possessing unparalleled offensive capabilities but prone to self-confusion. Therefore, on Wasteland Star, a super-powerful Dreamwalker player had implanted a dream within the Zombie King, causing it to wander aimlessly in the Third Wasteland. This had effectively neutralized a significant threat. The 10,000 Corpses Zombie King was susceptible to self-confusion and moved slowly. Perhaps it could be tested. Having come this far, it felt unsatisfactory not to engage in some monster hunting. Wait a moment, Ling Weirui raised her hand, and a massive ice sphere, 100 meters in diameter, materialized above her head instantaneously. This was the effect of fully absorbing the ice-type zombie crystal core. Following that, she infused it with fire energy in merely 3 seconds. Ling Weirui completed the charge for the explosive star. With a wave of her hand, the explosive star shot forth like a meteor, breaking through the clouds and hurtling towards the distant Third Wasteland. In just a few breaths, this meteoric entity collided with the ruins. Boom! The earth trembled. The individuals present felt as though mountains were collapsing. Yet they quickly realized they were gently ascending. The water sphere encasing them was lifting them away from the epicenter, thereby shielding them from the earthquake's effects. Within a 10-kilometer radius, the terrifying explosion unleashed a sandstorm that struck the water sphere but could not penetrate it. They soared upward, witnessing the collapse of a city. Ling Weirui also heard the system's notifications. System notification. You have slain a ground-type mutated zombie. System notification. You have slain a speed-type mutated zombie. System notification. You have slain. Amidst the countless system notifications, Ling Weirui found the message regarding the slaying of the 10,000 corpses zombie king. The Third Wasteland had been utterly erased. With not a single survivor, Ling Weirui descended for a brief survey, extracting the zombie crystal cores with her divine sense. A staggering 100,000 zombie crystal cores were collected. Ling Weirui mobilized. The others within the bubble felt no sensation of the rapid acceleration. Thank you, Great One. Thank you. The teammates accompanying Shui Shuangxi felt incredibly fortunate, having latched onto the thigh of a powerhouse, thus being carried along. Their expressions of gratitude were barely uttered when they arrived at the 7-star safe zone. That moment, discussions echoed within the safety zone, as numerous players ventured out to assess the situation. What a strong tremor! It must have been caused by the ground-type zombies. We must eliminate them. Otherwise, the safety zone could collapse. These individuals were completely unaware that the earthquake just minutes prior had been merely the result of Ling Weirui unleashing a skill. Ling Weirui escorted Shui Shuangxi to the gathering point of Blue Star players. Tang Tianqing had rented a space within the 7-star safe zone, where ground-type players had constructed a high-rise apartment, comfortably accommodating 100 individuals. Ling Weirui brought Shui Shuangxi here, then led her into the laboratory, where she procured zombie crystal cores and various herbs and items exchanged from the system shop. Let's give it a try. All right, it will take 5 minutes to complete. Ling Weirui instructed Han Xinzhou to research a vaccine against the zombie virus, which could prevent projections from transforming into zombies. This was a cosmic-level entity, an absolute premium product, intended to alter the current state of affairs on Wasteland Star. The zombie virus on Wasteland Star was unprecedented, capable of even contaminating projections, not to mention the airborne zombie virus that could instantly turn an ordinary person into a zombie with just one breath. The number of zombies was terrifying, estimated at around 100 million, whereas the human projections on Wasteland Star totaled only 10 million. When Ling Weirui selected her skills, she had not included the Shadow Master skill, hence lacked infinite clones. While she could slay the Zombie King, the numerous mutated zombies still required players to defeat them. Without the zombie vaccine, their numbers would only continue to swell. Ling Weirui tasked Han Qinzhou with researching the zombie vaccine. Yet the potion could not be transported. However, this posed no challenge for Ling Weirui. Within her guild, she found an alchemist capable of learning potion formulas, a level 50 player who had yet to join the cosmic battlefield, Shui Shuangxi. Shui Shuangxi's primary profession was that of a witch, but this role was unique. Every 3 minutes, she could produce a vial of poison and a vial of antidote. Moreover, regardless of how formidable the adversary may be, as long as they are not a boss, they can be swiftly vanquished. When confronting a boss, the damage output is astonishingly high. The antidote can also revive a player, the inception of the game Invasion. Shuangxi joined the official ranks as a medic after the first night of demise. As she contributed more in the later stages, she began to acquire skills, mastering all magic-related abilities, and after reaching level 5, she took up a secondary profession in alchemy, becoming an alchemist. The potions developed by Han Qinzhou's healing team can be transformed into potion formulas. However, the higher-tier potions necessitate a proficient secondary profession for mastery. Shuangxi happened to be one such talent, identifying 5 individuals with similar capabilities within the organization. Her projection carried solely the identity of an alchemist. Her previous self-introduction was merely a fabrication, devoid of any combat prowess, as her projection was a lifestyle player. Yet, her skills and lifestyle activities were sufficient to reshape the wasteland planet. Soon, a vast cauldron of crimson potions was conjured. Upon completing the potion crafting, she skillfully directed these potions into test tubes using her mental energy before sealing them. With a production rate of 1 batch every 5 minutes, each batch could contain up to 1,000 units, showcasing remarkable efficiency. However, with a total population of 10 million, widespread distribution would require 4 months. At this pace, it would take 4 months to produce 10 million potions. Nevertheless, Ling Weirui possessed 5 such talents. Moreover, with precise mastery of potion-making techniques, it was feasible to replicate these potions. After all, humanity's greatest ability is not inscribed on the system panel, it is the power of learning. Furthermore, several volunteers were available to test the efficacy of the potions. In Chapter 178, titled Selling Zombie Vaccines, the final battle against the Zombie King, it was discovered that the zombie virus no longer posed a threat to them. However, these zombies were merely lesser ones. Further experimentation was needed on mutated zombies and the Zombie King's virus to determine the potency of the potions. Once all testing was concluded, Ling Weirui put a potion up for sale at the price of 100 original coins and dispatched individuals to promote it. Leaders of major bases received recommendations and applications from Ling Weirui's subordinates. The leader of Changhang Base noted that you had been managing the wasteland planet for nearly 20 years, with the Zombie King of Ruined City No. 5 seemingly being a transformation of your projection. The wasteland planet lacks resources, and our struggles here have yielded little reward. It would be more prudent to eliminate all the Zombie Kings and consolidate the wasteland planet's development. The leader of Luiying Base presented 100 doses of zombie medicine, sent on behalf of their chairman, inviting collaboration to slay the Zombie King. All that was required was for your base members to purchase the zombie medicine, and those unwilling to buy need not participate in the final battle against the Zombie King. The leader of Qinkuan Base. Having manpower certainly facilitates matters. Soon, leaders from various bases were notified. Although a few agreed to partake in the assault against the Zombie King, the majority declined. Previously, there had been no shortage of individuals on the wasteland planet wishing to hunt the Zombie King together, but the disparity in numbers between humans and Zombie Kings was considerable. Most importantly, when a Zombie King killed a human, it would transform them into a zombie, resulting in an ever-increasing enemy count. Thus, the greatest enemy often proved to be one's own allies. Ling Weirui made no forceful attempts to persuade. Those unwilling to participate merely needed to refrain from causing disruption. During this time, Ling Weirui remained diligent, sipping enlightenment tea in her cave while researching new skills. Skills that did not require system approval, such as Star Explosion, could be employed by merely combining 2 different skills. However, the preparatory time for Star Explosion was excessively lengthy, and its explosive power was overwhelming. Tio precisely controlled the annihilation of the Zombie King. What she needed was speed and concentrated destructive force. Hence, she began to explore the combination of Moon Great and Jiuxiao Divine Thunder. Before long, she mastered a new skill, Destructive Light. The attack speed was that of light, and its power was an enhanced version of Jiuxiao Divine Thunder, capable of obliterating anything in its path. Ling Weirui soon took action within Ruined City No. 1, where the veteran Zombie King, the magnetic zombie king, reigned that he possessed the ability to manipulate metal and could even reshape players' equipment to pierce through their bodies. Under such circumstances, players dared not provoke this zombie king, often finding themselves relentlessly pursued and attacked, leading to the fall of numerous bases. However, the cosmic-level evolution of zombies, aside from consuming humans, could also foster growth internally. The Zombie King dispatched lesser and mutated zombies to battle human players, allowing the mutated zombies to grow stronger before being consumed for their cores. Gradually, the Zombie King became complacent, relying less on hunting. Players humorously dubbed this scenario as the transformation of laborers into capitalists. Thanks to this situation, Ling Weirui was able to annihilate ruined City No. 1 in one fell swoop. She unleashed Star Explosion upon the city, and those present were left in awe as they witnessed the spectacle. A wind mage cleared the smoke, searching for traces of the magnetic zombie king. He had survived. Ling Weirui promptly cautioned against this. Despite the mass extermination of zombies, a quick check of the system messages would reveal whether the zombie king had perished. The wind mage summoned a fierce gale to disperse the smoke, revealing the city transformed into a colossal meteor crater, its edges forming a circular mountain. At the center of the city stood a towering black metal spire. As the smoke dissipated, the zombie king within the spire sensed the situation outside and emerged to confront the onlookers. It seemed that a formidable presence had arrived among humanity, one capable of annihilating his entire horde in an instant. Regrettably, even a cosmic-level zombie could not suppress its inherent madness and bloodlust. Upon encountering humans, the immediate impulse was to kill rather than gather intelligence. So, was it you who orchestrated all this? He inquired, extending a metallic finger towards Ling Weirui. I shall slay you and transform you into a zombie, thus rendering us akin. How curious it is that a female zombie exists. I wonder if she can conceive, in which case we could spawn a little zombie together. Ling Weirui maintained an unperturbed demeanor. Initially, I pondered whether you, having once been human, might be capable of developing a more advanced potion for your retransformation. However, it appears you have adapted quite well to your identity as a zombie, and you likely were a wretched individual in your former life. Thus, I shall exclude you from my resurrection plan. In truth, upon becoming a zombie, seeing beings like you is akin to a dog spotting a chicken leg. Do you think a dog could ever fall in love with a chicken leg? It would simply consume it. Ling Weirui nodded in affirmation. I understand now. You are akin to a dog. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Tang Tianqing and Shi Ji's lips twitched slightly, while the magnetic zombie king, who had intended to engage in grandiloquent dialogue, found it increasingly difficult to suppress his rage. You truly seek death. While he understood your desire for conversation, he was more inclined to eliminate you first. Perhaps he could extract your brain cells to present to his laboratory researchers, enabling you to speak more later. Ling Weirui abruptly pointed her finger at him. The magnetic zombie king mirrored her gesture. In truth, the magnetic zombie king's mindset was easily decipherable. He was not a villain who perished due to excessive chatter, but rather someone who believed that Ling Weirui posed no threat to him. Nor did any other human. He likely recognized the inhabitants of this planet and possessed absolute confidence in his combat capabilities, which is why he acted with such impunity, engaging in idle chatter before slaughtering everyone. Even if this newly arrived woman were genuinely powerful, he thought he could escape unscathed. Seizing the opportunity while Ling Weirui spoke, he unleashed his abilities. In the next moment, a massive metallic wall materialized around all present, enclosing them. The metal wall constricted violently, threatening to reduce players to mere pulp under such overwhelming power. However, at that moment, Ling Weirui's destructive light surged forth, tearing a hole in the metallic wall and striking the magnetic zombie king squarely in the head. In Chapter 179, titled Conquering the Wasteland Planet, the fourth planetary overlord, a crystal core was violently expelled from the magnetic zombie king by Ling Weirui's strike. Is that all? Ling Weirui's attributes surpassed those of her opponent by threefold, and the destructive light, forged from the combination of Moon Great and Jiuxiao Divine Thunder, represented a transcendent version of both skills. Aiming for the vital points ensured an instantaneous kill, obliterating her foe completely. The most powerful magnetic zombie king fell at Ling Weirui's hands. The encroaching metallic pressure that had threatened Ling Weirui's accompanying players suddenly ceased. They were left bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Only when Ling Weirui waved her hand, sending the surrounding metal flying, did they realize that the zombie king atop the black spire had met his demise. Ling Weirui retrieved the zombie crystal core. Chairman, sister-killing fish, Miwei and ECC watch Ling Weirui with eager anticipation. This crystal core is of the metal type, precisely what you require, ECC. Calculate your contribution and submit it to the group. Ling Weirui handed the core to her. ECC's face blossomed with Jo white. As her level increased, so too did her abilities. She had long since repaid the debts incurred during her earlier stages of cultivation. Jindan, Yuanying and Hualing. Now, with her debts cleared, she could finally receive a salary, although her earnings were always reinvested into her growth. While ECC might not rival Ling Weirui, she had quietly caught up to elite players like Tang Tianqing. This latest achievement marked another significant leap forward. Although she has accrued a considerable debt to the group and extended her retirement, these matters are trivial. After all, isn't it merely a decade of toil for a millennium of the group's endeavors? A minor concern. She, the revered ancestor of transformation, can now potentially live for 3,000 years. With the battlefield strewn with spoils, Ling Weirui pressed on, relentlessly pursuing the next challenge. Within a single day, she faced off against 3 zombie kings in succession, and her fellow players became increasingly convinced of her formidable prowess. Over the course of the next 7 days, Ling Weirui vanquished more than 20 zombie kings, eliminating every last one on the Wasteland Star. By the end, even the base leader pleaded with her to refrain from further action. Sister-killing fish, you are my elder sister. If you continue this way, the Wasteland Star will truly be conquered. But we may not reap the rewards we initially agreed to fight together, yet we only watch you display your might time and again. How about you play support this time? Let us slay some as well. Very well, if you desire the resources of Wasteland Star, I can sell them to you after the settlement is complete. Really? Then let us discuss cooperation. You truly are one who doesn't act until the rabbit appears. Every leader of the safe zones allied with Ling Weirui harbored ambition and the desire for change, discussing business matters with her. The Wasteland Star, a desolate wasteland, was ill-suited for the current inhabitants of Blue Star, and it lacked the resources of the sinking star. However, any planet could facilitate population relocation, serving as a retreat and a trump card. Take a step back. This place seemed quite suitable for players specializing in demonic cultivation. But such players were absent from Blue Star. Thus, Ling Weirui naturally sought to sell her resources, augmenting her wealth, and then ventured to the next planet for further advancement. Once she had eradicated all the zombie kings, players across the planet finally realized that the Wasteland Star might indeed be conquerable. 10 years trapped on Wasteland Star. 10 years? Damn. Had I known I could have followed sister-killing fish to slay zombie kings. Standing by could have earned me some contributions as well. Many zombie-infested ruins remained to be cleared. There were only a handful of zombie kings, while countless zombies remained. Kill. The human forces sounded the clarion call for counterattack. However, following the demise of the zombie kings, a wave of zombies felt the constraints of their spirit or pressure dissipate, leading them to simultaneously counterattack the humans, resulting in the deaths of numerous human player projections. With the loss of projection power, they were consumed by zombies, enhancing the zombies' strength, and in a short span, 3 new zombie kings emerged amidst their internecine conflict. Ling Weirui scoffed in silence. Just wait and see. A portion of the potions remains unsold, ensuring that some players' projections will inevitably transform into zombies. Swelling their ranks, it's possible that among this group, another zombie king will emerge. With the human population dwindling, should it fall below 1 million, the Wasteland Star may fall under zombie control, leading the original humans to abandon it, automatically deeming the conquest a failure. At that point, all player projections would be annihilated, rendering their efforts futile. Ling Weirui immediately reached out to the leaders of various safe zones, urging them to restrain their subordinates from courting death. At that moment, those who had followed Ling Weirui came to realize her profound foresight. The development of the zombie vaccine stymied the spread of the undead, while agreements with other base leaders curtailed the zombies' counteroffensive. Unfortunately, some individuals remained obstinate. Fortunately, the situation was swiftly brought under control, leading to a massive hunt for zombies. This was a task that even Ling Weirui could not accomplish single-handedly across the globe. She had to expedite her efforts to eliminate as many zombies as possible. This operation saw everyone working separately. They had no inkling of how many zombies Ling Weirui had slain. All that was evident were the circular pits dotting Wasteland Star, and they paid no mind to the earthquakes that ensued. In fact, the planet had even advanced 3 degrees closer to the stellar orbit, resulting in a significant rise in temperature. At last, the familiar notification chimed in. System notification. 90 of zombies on Wasteland Star have vanished. Congratulations, player Killing Fish. You have conquered Wasteland Star. All projection players who contributed in this battle will be allocated the resources and control of this planet. Top contributor, Killing Fish, participated in slaying zombies 26 times, individually completing 16 kills. You have obtained 96 control over this planet, and you are appointed as the leader of the player alliance on this planet, holding the rights to resource allocation for the next 3,000 years. You have acquired the coordinates of Wasteland Star. Synchronizing battle power. Synchronizing items. Synchronizing equipment. Would you like to exit this planet immediately? Ling Weirui selected yes. Her battle power updated to 15. 27 million, a tangible achievement. Beep beep beep. Ling Weirui's private messages began to flash frantically. Sister Killing Fish, we had an agreement. You must sell to me. Sister Killing Fish, how much resource have you obtained? Could you possibly sell me 10 of the planet's resources? I assure you, the price will be satisfactory. Hello, Sister Killing Fish, I am a player from Orange Red Star. Our planet is at its most critical juncture, with the population dwindling to merely 50 million. We have been striving to hold on, but it is becoming increasingly difficult to avert the fate of our planet's downfall. Could you lease a portion of land to me, allowing me to secure the coordinates, even if it is just one? Ling Weirui briefly perused their messages before a new system notification captured her attention. System notification. Your cosmic battle power has surpassed 1,000, elevating you to a level 2 cosmic human warrior, granting you the authority to assist other planets and venture to other cosmic battlefields. However, the planets you can support are those with publicly available coordinates, and you must establish your own teleportation array to reach them. Assisting other planets? Ling Weirui felt a surge of interest, especially those planets on the brink of destruction. Would there be enough monsters for her to fight or to level up? As she pondered, she recalled a message from her recent private chats. Searching in the archives of the original humans, she looked up Orange Red Star and found that the previous message was indeed truthful. Furthermore, the opposing planet had already undergone a reboot. Ling Weirui glanced at the name of the correspondent, Fu Xiaobao. Ling Weirui contacted him. How long has your Orange Red Star been under invasion? What is the distribution of monsters? What levels are they? Fu Xiaobao did not anticipate Ling Weirui's inquiry. However, she was the most promising individual he could reach out to. So he seized the opportunity, excitedly sending messages. Our planet has been under invasion for 15 years, and currently 95 of cities have fallen, leaving only 5 underground cities still resisting. The surface is teeming with monsters, with the Titan clan being the most numerous, boasting levels as high as 80. Orange Red Star has effectively become the settlement of the Titans. We are but rats in the sewers, unable to match their numbers. They are indifferent to us. As long as we do not venture onto the surface, they do not seek our annihilation. Are they truly indifferent? Or simply unconcerned? Humans do not concern themselves with whether ants number 50 million. Even 100 billion ants are merely ants. Ling Weirui began to comprehend. These Titans, they are not projections, are they? Fu Xiaobao, on the other end of the conversation, sent a wry smile. Indeed, the Titans arrived aboard colossal ships, landing on our planet. The original humans have yet to abandon us, providing basic protections, but we are powerless to reverse the tide. However, following the conquest of Wasteland Star, my battle power has reached 1 million. Yet the Titans' numbers are insurmountable. Ling Weirui nodded. Fu Xiaobao's inability to defeat them did not imply that she could not. She inquired further, logically, your planet has already been rebooted once. What of the reborn? Fu Xiaobao offered a bitter smile. You know that rebirth is random, a stroke of luck that allows one to inherit a top-tier account and leverage foresight to forge greater combat prowess. Yet currently, our planet's foremost talents have only reached level 80, while I stand at level 68. The top 100 on our leaderboard have discussed this matter. None claim to be reborn. Perhaps that fortunate individual is among those at the top of the power rankings. But even after their rebirth, they have not altered the fate of our planet. All players with projections are seeking a way out, and unexpectedly, it was I who found it, the very least. I conquered Wasteland Star, securing a fallback option. If a city can be established, the remaining 50,000 can migrate to Wasteland Star and become its inhabitants. However, the weaknesses of Wasteland Star are glaring. It has already been cleared, leaving no monsters behind, no avenues for advancement, and it does not drop activation codes. Take a step back, who would not wish to live forever like players. Yet they have no escape route. Do they? Compared to the inability to become players, the threat of extinction is far greater. Surviving is the most important thing. Ling Weirui acquiesced to Fu Xiaobao's request. I can lease a portion of resources to you. But you must mobilize your people to establish a base. As you know, the virus on Wasteland Star is quite potent. Furthermore, I need to tally the number of players requiring resources to determine how much I can allocate to you. Thank you. I am truly grateful. Fu Xiaobao expressed his heartfelt appreciation. Subsequently, Ling Weirui began to compile all necessary information and alliances. Ultimately, she decided to allocate 46 of her resources to sell to 9 reputable factions. Additionally, she set aside another 40 of her resource points, including land resources, to lease to 20 different factions, most of which were planets that had endured invasions and defeats over the decades, yet continued to persevere. The remaining 10 was utilized by Ling Weirui to establish her own city and deploy personnel. Before long, numerous cities began to rise on the wasteland planet. Fu Xiaodong paid the rent and commenced city construction, with Ling Weirui imposing a rental limit of 100 years. Should Fu Xiaodong and his compatriots be unable to pay the rent after a century, both the city and the remaining populace would revert to Ling Weirui's ownership, granting her the authority to levy taxes upon them. Population, at times, is also a form of resource. There were also 20 other cities of similar nature. Ling Weirui glanced at her personal panel, where her funds were so abundant that she could scarcely count the zeros. This venture had proven immensely profitable once again. These funds could enable Ling Weirui to access any projection planet within the cosmic battlefield, acquiring vast resources. As long as she possessed wealth, she could act with impunity. Once the resource allocation was completed, a message arrived from Shijimu, who had initially hoped to collaborate and enhance their strength together. To her surprise, they had conquered another planet. You truly astonish me. Will I have the opportunity to be your teammate next time? Ling Weirui politely declined, stating, next time. I may need to bring members from my group. Previously, her random teammates were chosen due to the players on Blue Star not reaching level 50. After passing through the Wargate, many players on Blue Star had now surpassed level 50. By forming a team and descending upon the same planet, they could quickly conquer a new world. In the vast universe, there were countless planets to choose from. Even Yi Cece and others inquired about which projection world Ling Weirui would select next. After some contemplation, she replied, let us choose the monster we have encountered, the Insect Sea Star. Chapter 181. The City of Western Demons, all immigrants from the beautiful nation. Although she decided to venture to the Insect Sea Star, Ling Weirui did not act immediately. Instead, she resolved to rest for a week before departing. This time would be sufficient for her to assimilate the resources at her disposal. First, she intended to establish a city on the wasteland planet, then devise a method to eliminate the zombie virus in the air. Examine water sources and organize the newly acquired resources. Among the 20 factions she leased to, cities had already been established, complete with coordinates. These planets were on the brink of extinction, and Ling Weirui requested their coordinates. If the monsters in their vicinity were suitably leveled, she could utilize the teleportation arrays to reach them. One of the factions was, surprisingly, a planet afflicted by spore projections and parasitism. Ling Weirui possessed some technology to prevent spore plants, which she sold to them, alleviating the burden on humanity. Subsequently, she planned to travel to the orange-red star via Fu Xiaodong's teleportation array to elevate her level to 80. Prior to this, Ling Weirui remained in her cave, employing countless avatars to begin her cultivation. Before reaching level 80, she needed to advance to the Great Ascension stage. Previously, she had encountered no tribulations during her 60-level integration stage and 70-level tribulation stage. Although the tribulation stage presented a mental demon challenge, however, with the aid of enlightenment tea and various awakening elixirs, Ling Weirui easily overcame these trials. Now, she faced the Great Ascension stage at level 80, which demanded substantial resources. Significantly, her requirements were 8-fold compared to others at the tribulation stage, necessitating even more resources and time. Fortunately, with her numerous avatars, she effectively extended her available time. However, while Ling Weirui was immersed in her cultivation, unexpected developments arose in the West regarding the beautiful nation. 1 year into the game invasion, The beautiful nation's 500 million population has entirely migrated to Mars, becoming noble Martian dwellers. Button City is now deserted. Once the most prosperous metropolis, it has become a city of specters. The beautiful nation has designated May 30th as the birth date of the Martian regime. The trending topics ignited fervent discussions. This marked a frenzied celebration for the beautiful nation's populace and derision from the flowering nation. However, no one paid heed to the East, and many citizens from various countries yearned to step onto the teleportation array for Martian cities. As they found life on Earth intolerable, presently, the most formidable power on Blue Star resided in the flowering nation. Other countries could scarcely withstand the onslaught, particularly following the demon invasion, where slaughter was ubiquitous. Perhaps even the fish stall owner was, in truth, an octopus in disguise, with threats lurking everywhere. Chairman, please take a look at this video. A secretary hurried over with a video for Ling Weirui to view. It was a live broadcast featuring a tiger-headed demon. Clearly, the demons, having consumed humans, had acquired knowledge of numerous human affairs and even learned to utilize human technology. Greetings, inhabitants of Blue Star, I am the king of all demons. The magic gold tiger. Since the beautiful nation has forsaken its lands and cities, I hereby declare that Button City shall officially become my territory. I will restrain my subordinates from attacking humans. And in return, you humans must not assault USTO, the Human Player Alliance leader, Lord Killfish, for 10 years. If you disagree with this pact, it is merely because you prioritize your own interests over the survival of the common populace. Conveniently, you are in the east while I reside in the west, and our waters shall not cross. Ling Weirui briefly scanned the video and frowned. He's still broadcasting. This is a live stream from half an hour ago. And it is indeed still ongoing, the secretary reminded her. Ling Weirui chuckled coldly. But doesn't that provide you, Chairman, with an opportunity to strike decisively? The secretary, puzzled, replied, they are projections and will refresh infinitely like Fevar. The magic gold tiger clearly anticipated this, hence he filmed this live video. Once all humans see it, it signifies that the new demons targeting humans are also aware. When these demons recognize the East as perilous, they will venture west, at the very least distancing themselves from the East. Now the secretary comprehended. Chairman, shall we dispatch personnel to encircle and annihilate him? This magic gold tiger is only at level 50. A small team could easily eliminate him. I shall go. Ling Weirui set her phone down, and her figure vanished from the office. The secretary was taken aback, then picked up her phone, exited the recorded video, and resumed watching the live stream. In the broadcast room, players were unleashing a torrent of insults. Such a minor demon thinks it can play games with us? If you have the guts, don't run. Magic gold tiger, don't think you can find peace in Button City. I will come and slay you. What is this demon so audacious for? The demon sneered, I have destroyed all teleportation arrays within Button City. You shall not reach me. Moreover, with the vastness of the beautiful nation, I can go wherever I please. Who can stop me? He was exceedingly arrogant, as he gathered more demons and established teleportation arrays. Revealing the coordinates to the demon entities, this planet would inevitably fall. The magic gold tiger had already devised plans for utilizing this planet's resources, viewing humans as mere livestock to be raised. The comfortable environment, deep oceans, and abundant mineral resources were all appealing. While pondering this, he suddenly noticed a small black dot approaching from the sun. A sense of immense, deathly threat surged within him. The next moment, a streak of purple lightning burst forth from the sun. However, this lightning was not jagged but straight, striking the magic gold tiger's phone instantly. The audience in the live stream witnessed the label indicating the broadcast had ended. Damn it, the tiger must be scared to death and shut down the stream. How arrogant! I thought he would continue broadcasting. Perhaps he was struck down and ended the stream right away. Unbeknownst to the audience, the truth was revealed. Ling Weirui unleashed a strike of world annihilation light upon the magic gold tiger's phone, which then collided with his chest, puncturing a hole the size of an egg. No. The demon's vitality was remarkably resilient. Despite his body being pierced, he did not perish, and even the wound began to heal. However, the residual black lightning continued to spread, its deathly force relentlessly invading his upper body, reducing him to dust. Chapter 182. Luring the snake out of its hole, projecting the insect sea star. Upon witnessing the demise of the magic gold tiger, Ling Weirui contacted her secretary. Disseminate the video you showed me earlier across various platforms. Ensure it is widely circulated for the world to see. Understood, Chairman. The secretary quickly grasped Ling Weirui's intent. Moments ago, she had been watching the live stream, and now the broadcast had abruptly ceased. Ling Weirui had arrived. It had been no more than 3 minutes. Ling Weirui's speed was terrifying. Rather than suppressing the video, allowing it to spread was evidently part of a grander scheme. Luring the snake out of its hole, did the magic gold tiger not desire all demons to converge upon Button City? Then let them depart from the east. However, the west was surely not a safe haven, but rather the final grave for the demons. At that moment, many demons lurking within the Flowering Nation had witnessed this video. As a human skin avatar, I have been doing quite well. I am essentially a recluse, preferring gaming to socializing, and I don't even have to endure temperature checks. But can I continue to languish here? I cannot consume humans, and it's simply unbearable. No, I must venture west. Although the beautiful nation's people have all departed, there are still others from different countries. Many impoverished individuals from the European Union have yet to leave. Only the rich have managed to escape. Leaving for Mars requires a ticket. The demon, upon contemplation, immediately sprang into action. It was not solely him. Numerous demons were stirring restlessly, a family of 3, evading the teleportation array. Drove away from the flowering home and then, in the wilderness, reverted to their original forms, charging westward with fervor. Others lingered in the wild, hesitant to enter the flowering home city, but after vanquishing lower-tier players, they consumed their foes to gather information. In summary, these demons all surged towards the beautiful nation. Ling Weirui dispatched individuals to guard Button City, preparing to encircle and exterminate the incoming demons. It was a trap, a nefarious snare, that accursed demon gold tiger. Had he been bribed by humanity? Had I known it would be perilous to remain in Flowering Home, I would have abstained from coming here. Amidst the wails of these demons, Button City descended further into bloodshed and darkness. Consequently, as humanity continued to hunt, they would be able to slay an ever-increasing number of demons. A week later, Ling Weirui, accompanied by her subordinates, prepared to project into Insect Sea Star. True to its name, Insect Sea Star was teeming with an array of insects, their numbers dreadfully overwhelming. Here, humanity could scarcely find a foothold. Nevertheless, having discovered a planet rich in diverse races, competition was inevitable. This was the very essence of the cosmic battlefield. Exploration, expansion, offense, and defense. In the midst of racial warfare, there was no doctrine of endlessly defending one's territory without pursuing expansion. If such a notion existed, that race would inevitably face extinction at the hands of the myriad races of the cosmos. Thus, humanity too must attack the planets of other races. Yet, the sheer magnitude of the insect population on Insect Sea Star rendered offensive maneuvers daunting. Therefore, the primordial humans invested several times more technology, ensuring that this projection would directly manifest in several bases. However, the players tasked with assaulting Insect Sea Star possessed projections of significantly greater strength than those on other planets. The current strongest combat power on this planet stands at 800 points of cosmic level strength. Your current synchronizable combat power is 10 to 100 points of cosmic level strength, with the capacity to carry 6 skills. The flow of time on this planet is exceedingly swift. Logging in for 1 hour translates to 10 hours elapsed on this planet, with a maximum login duration of 6 hours per day. As strength increases, so does the potential login duration. Ling Weirui reassessed her own strength. Life level, 30. Soul level, 20. Energy level, 50. Skills carried, Eternal Freeze, Moon Expansion, Tide God Spell, Incineration Fall. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, Shadow Master at 40 power. Should Ling Weirui meet her demise, she would lose all these skills. However, the loss of 40 power from the Shadow Master skill would still allow her to conjure nearly 100 avatars. Thus, the impact would be minimal. Of course, Ling Weirui had no intention of perishing. Projecting at only 40 power of the Shadow Master was solely because she intended to utilize these 6 hours for cultivation. Within the confines of the cave on Blue Star, those 6 hours would equate to 660 hours. Achieving the Great Ascension stage was crucial. Once settled, her companions also clicked to prepare. Teammates, Yi Cixi, Li Si, Chun Jiai, Sheng Fong. The others organized their teams, and given the precision of this projection, no casualties were anticipated, making any combination feasible. Soon, Their consciousnesses were forcefully pulled into the projection. Upon regaining awareness, Ling Weirui surveyed her surroundings. Although she had encountered information in the primordial human database, witnessing it in reality was still a refreshing experience. She was now in the cosmos, amidst an enormous space city. Gazing upward, she beheld a planet adorned in hues of yellow, green, and blue. That was Insect Sea Star. With her keen eyesight, she could even discern colossal insects crawling across the desert landscape, each comparable to an elephant, and each possessing 10 points of cosmic-level combat power. System prompt: Welcome player to Zhou Tian Space City. Please proceed to the mission location and follow veteran players to besiege Insect Sea Star, extracting more corpses of the insect race. Low-tier insect corpses are valued at 1 primordial coin, mid-tier at 10 primordial coins, and high-tier at 100 primordial coins. Following the mission's guidance, Ling Weirui arrived at the designated area. An elder player emerged, and upon sensing him, she noted his power at 200 cosmic-level combat strength. Greetings, I am the leader of the combat team, having undertaken over 300 missions. I am Wang Tianba, with a combat strength of 300. Insect Sea Star is currently entirely dominated by the insect race. There exists a unique plant on the planet, the purple beak flower, which enables all insects to mutate and evolve upon consumption, while humans experience no such effect on this planet. High-tier insects possess 800 points of combat strength. Yet our projected strengths cap at 100 points. Coupled with the consumption of various insect race crystals, one can enhance their strength by 500 points. This implies that even at their peak, the strongest players on Insect Sea Star would only reach 600 points. Far from sufficient to contend with high-tier insects, I suspect that the primordial humans only intend to project us here for the purpose of exterminating the insect race, rather than to conquer Insect Sea Star. Nevertheless, the potential for profit here is substantial. Those insects are, without a doubt, a bunch of fools. Wang Tianba candidly articulated his suspicions. Moreover, Zhou Tian Space City operates as a supply point, equipped with transport arrays capable of conveying insect corpses away. This further corroborated his hypothesis that the primordial humans were treating them as minors. Chapter 183. Formation of the team, aware of the situation. Such thoughts are commonplace. Ling Weirui, while browsing through posts, often came across sentiments from planets with populations exceeding 10 billion. Once invaded by the game, they harbor intense resentment towards the primordial humans. They would prefer that the primordial humans never existed, even if their planet were to be discovered and obliterated in a single moment. It would be preferable to such a protracted demise. On the internet, many assert that the primordial humans are committing crimes, albeit in a rather understated manner. Due to provocation, players who incite and instigate may find themselves stripped of their player status. They would be unable to level up through combat, utilize teleportation arrays, or project to other planets to enhance themselves. Instead, they would be compelled to travel by spaceship. However, the cosmos is vast. Without the primordial humans' teleportation arrays, projection technology would be insufficient for interstellar travel, effectively severing the path to advancement. Ling Weirui harbored no misguided notions about the primordial humans. On the contrary, she admired their strength and the systems they established. To live perpetually as a fool, only to be slaughtered by any race in a single stroke, dying in ignorance and confusion, was not her desire. Ling Weirui yearned to uncover the truth and, through her own efforts, discover a means to save her planet. Now, as her strength continued to accumulate and grow, she was determined to seize the opportunity to attain the power of the annihilation race. Yi Sisi and the others turned their gazes towards Ling Weirui. Ling Weirui's strength had always been formidable, and her synchronized combat power was now 100 points. Leading her group was plausible. Why should she pay a 20 service fee? Having been a strong figure on Blue Star for so long, they naturally sought to avoid losses. Unexpectedly, Ling Weirui nodded in agreement. Very well, it is entirely up to the captain's discretion. Wang Tianba regarded Ling Weirui with surprise, seemingly perceiving her as more agreeable and harmless. After all, Ling Weirui's beauty was striking, perhaps akin to a delicate vine. Yet, her synchronized strength was the most potent among them. It was evident that the individuals present recognized this. Could it be that the others were merely her bodyguards? But how could bodyguards be stronger than the principal? The only plausible conclusion was that they were all subservient. These individuals were likely Ling Weirui's caretakers or drivers, which was entirely reasonable. Should Yi Sisi become aware of such thoughts, she would undoubtedly take immediate action against them. However, upon further reflection, if she could become Ling Weirui's maid, that might not be so bad after all. Perhaps it was time to introduce herself as the old servant. After a consensus was reached among the group, Wang Tianba led them towards the spaceship port, simultaneously outlining the local situation. He informed them where they could rent spaceships to descend upon planets, or even traverse the starry void directly. However, that would depend on the player's strength. Even those with 10 points of cosmic-level combat power might not possess mobile skills. Thus, many would find traversing the cosmos unaided by their physical forms to be a daunting task. Aboard the spaceship, they soared upwards, gradually approaching Insect Sea Star. As they neared the planet's atmosphere, the pressure and gravitational pull began to affect the ship, which adjusted its angle, transforming their perspective to that of the planet beneath them. At last, as the spaceship pierced the atmosphere, a brand new world unfolded before their eyes. The vegetation was lush, and the insect population was abundant, as the spaceship descended to within 200 meters. The insects began their assault on the craft. The ship's hull opened, and the group leaped out, landing on the ground. Wang Tianba followed suit, retracting the spaceship into his spatial storage. With a thud, he landed upon the Earth like a human tank. Meanwhile, the surrounding insects had already caught wind of their presence. The sound of buzzing wings filled the AI in the distance. A swarm of jungle mosquitoes emerged. Wang Tianba swiftly seized his axe, sweeping it through the air. The terrifying aura of the blade instantly enveloped the mosquitoes, cutting them down. The remaining mosquitoes were wounded in the fray. Qianjia quickly drew the attention of these jungle mosquitoes, while Ling Weirui cast the Tide God's spell upon them. Yi Sisi raised her hands, conjuring a spectral longbow on one wrist, while her other hand mimicked the action of drawing an arrow. In reality, these were all manifestations of energy transformation. She had not purchased a bow. Yet she could authentically release arrows. The act of blooming is no different. Two hands transformed from fleshly arms into mechanical appendages, forming massive barrels akin to super Gatling guns, unleashing a frenzied assault. Li Si's attacks were more straightforward, manifesting as spatial blades. However, their lethality was considerable, given that the spatial element is a high-tier one. Before long, the scattered insects were absorbed. Your team is performing admirably. Wang Tianba nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he led the group in a relentless hunt for the insects, depositing their spoils into his own space. When space became limited, Wang Tianba reluctantly retrieved a spaceship. I will attend to some materials. I shall return in an hour. Will you continue to accompany me? No. Yi Sisi quickly shook her head. She discerned that the chairman was merely slacking off after all. Following Wang Tianba meant relinquishing 20 of the insect carcasses to him. So Ling Weirui had not exerted herself. She slacked, and naturally, others followed suit. The entire team performed adequately. Yet, this led Wang Tianba to believe their group was commendable. How challenging must it be to guide other newcomers? Or how inept must they be? Regardless, Ling Weirui and her companions would not continue collaborating with Wang Tianba. Curiously, he extended an olive branch to Ling Weirui. Your support abilities are impressive. Should you join me? We could hunt insects with a combat power of 100 cosmic levels. Although your teammates possess potential, they hinder your growth. Please consider it carefully. The expressions of the others remained unchanged, although Wang Tianba was attempting to poach. Ling Weirui was their leader, not merely a companion. Furthermore, Wang Tianba could not aspire to be her ally. I shall also decline. I prefer to hunt alongside my teammates. We are accustomed to our coordination. Wang Tianba nodded. Very well, should you change your mind, feel free to seek me out. With that, Wang Tianba departed. Ling Weirui was nearing an understanding of the procedures on Insect Sea Star. She gazed up at the celestial body and then inquired. So, Li Si, can your spatial teleportation ability transport us directly from Zhoutian Space City to the surface of Insect Sea Star? Li Si responded with a confident smile. Of course. Chapter 184. Insect Sea Star Training. Target. Ant Nest excellent. Next, we require a room. Ling Weirui rented an accommodation in Zhoutian Space City for 1,000 origin coins per month. She then spent 10,000 origin coins to purchase a spatial ring. Having secured everything, Ling Weirui gathered her people. This time, over 100 individuals projected onto Insect Sea Star, all entering the room Ling Weirui occupied. Within the room, Li Si opened a portal that allowed direct passage to Insect Sea Star. Thus, all 100 individuals entered the alien world, with a few remaining behind in the villa. Upon their arrival on Insect Sea Star, Ling Weirui found herself in a vast desert teeming with sandworms ready for her to hunt. As Ling Weirui and her companions materialized in the desert, the sandworms, each over 10 meters long and a meter thick, emerged from the sands, resembling dragons. Ling Weirui unleashed a freezing blast, transforming the desert into an Arctic expanse, severing the heads of countless sandworms and encasing their bodies in ice. The sandworms struck down by Ling Weirui's icy sword aura were entirely immobilized. After dispatching these creatures, the other players swiftly transported them to the portal, allowing those inside to store the bodies in their spatial rings for later sale at designated locations. This established an incredibly efficient production chain. Within just 1 hour, Ling Weirui had slain 100,000 sandworms, each worth 0.1 origin coins, totaling 10,000. The earnings from the second hour were reinvested into more spatial rings. Thus, over the course of 60 hours, Ling Weirui amassed 600,000 origin coins, an astounding sum. The value extended beyond mere currency. On Insect C-Star, enhancing one's projection capability required consuming insect cores, yet these were exceedingly rare, predominantly found with insect queens. Additionally, various plants could augment one's combat prowess, randomly sprouting across the planet, guarded by insect creatures. To obtain these valuable items, players had to rely on their achievements. Specifically, the number of insects they had slain. 0.1 million insect kills could be exchanged for an enhancement yielding 1 point of cosmic combat power or an insect queen core. To reach an enhancement of 500 points, one would need to eliminate 500 million insects. For most, this was an insurmountable challenge. For Ling Weirui, however, it was a straightforward endeavor, as long as she persisted in her hunts. Logging in 100 times daily, she could achieve her goals. Completing her strength accumulation over 3 months seemed rather unhurried. Of course, these calculations were based on Ling Weirui refraining from deploying large-scale destruction skills. Had she chosen to utilize her star-exploding technique, the scenario would have been utterly transformed. After 60 hours of intensive combat, the group quickly reached their projected time. At this juncture, they began to appreciate the advantages of accompanying Ling Weirui. At the very least, on the first day, everyone acquired basic weaponry, costing 500 origin coins. Although this debt was owed to the corporation and would need to be repaid later, it was far better than the previous predicament of having nowhere to borrow from. The first day's monster hunting merely served to familiarize everyone with the creature's characteristics. They must remain vigilant, as dying during projection had significant repercussions on their main bodies. Subsequently, 20 individuals formed a team, each assigned a spatial ring. Venturing out to combat monsters, those unwilling to pursue personal profit could remain with me, while Li Si would stay by my side, ready to activate the teleportation array. The projection in the cosmic battlefield lacked experience. Thus, the primary goals of slaying monsters were financial gain and the enhancement of strength. Now, everyone yearned to be left behind to follow Ling Weirui. However, they understood that joining her would mean slacking off, as they still owed the corporation money. Ultimately, they resolved to organize their own teams. In the end, 5 assassins and rogue-type players remained by Ling Weirui's side, as their roles were minimal in group monster hunting encounters. During the second login, Ling Weirui had already collected sufficient intelligence. She rented a spaceship, bringing Li Si and the 5 assassins back to Insect C-Star. Ling Weirui familiarized herself with piloting the vessel, which featured an intelligent system capable of direct navigation. Targeting the ant nest pinnacle, she noted that the Ant Queen and King's powers did not exceed 100 cosmic levels. Ding! There are 1289 locations that meet your criteria. The flight path has been adjusted to the nearest site. The spaceship swiftly ascended to the high altitude. Below lay an enormous ant nest, its diameter stretching over 100 kilometers, resembling a colossal city. From the aerial viewpoint, ants could be observed tirelessly transporting materials. Ding! Altitude from ground level, 10,000 meters. Ding 5,000 meters. Entering a hazardous zone. Insect creatures detected nearby. Shall we proceed with descent? Ling Weirui halted the ship and opened the cabin walls. As the spaceship opened, she felt the icy currents of the 2,000-meter elevation. The pinnacle of the ant nest was clearly visible beneath her. Each ant measured 3 meters in length, rolling massive boulders down from the summit. These boulders, crafted from a mixture of the ant's saliva and soil, were remarkably hard. Moreover, as cosmic-level combatants, the ants possessed formidable strength. On the ground, they fought fiercely, while in aerial combat, they could hurl boulders at their targets. delivering impacts comparable to meteorites. This was precisely why players avoided hovering over the ant nest, which was home to a staggering number of ants, estimated in the millions. Ling Weirui's consciousness swept through the area, revealing all the ants' conditions underground. Unexpectedly, she discovered another group of players nearby. Ling Weirui could only convey her message through her consciousness. Everyone, I intend to attack the ant nest shortly, which may cause significant tremors. For your safety, could you please retreat 50 kilometers? This group consisted of 5 individuals, each boasting 300 cosmic-level combat power, effortlessly facing the relentless tide of ants. Upon hearing Ling Weirui's words, they instinctively searched for her and finally locked onto her in the sky. You only possess 100 cosmic combat power and wish to eliminate the ant nest? What a joke. Even we have likely slain fewer ants than the ant queen has birthed. A stunning beauty has just arrived? How come we haven't seen you before? Which planet's prodigy are you? Go ahead and attack. If you manage to harm us, we will admit to our inadequacy. Chapter 185. Anniversary Goods, Thousandfold Flow Rate, Guardian Star. One of them was somewhat amiable. Though his tone dripped with sarcasm, not genuinely believing Ling Weirui could eradicate the ant swarm. Then I shall make my move. Ling Weirui no longer held back. She raised her hand slightly, summoning a colossal ice sphere with a diameter of 100 meters. Visible even from 50 meters in the air. To an unknowing observer, it might appear as a chilling moon. As the internal depths of the planet glowed crimson, a sense of annihilation descended. The previous monster hunting team, who had been smiling, suddenly turned pale. That, oh no, is that a signature technique? How could it possess such immense power? What are you waiting for? Run. The group exerted all their strength. With their abilities, a single leap could cover over 10 kilometers. And reaching 50 kilometers took but a breath. The star explosion formed in just 5 seconds. Then, it descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye. An impact struck the ant nest, unleashing a terrifying force of obliteration. Countless colossal ants were reduced to dust by this annihilative power. Although somewhat wasteful, the incessant notifications from Ling Weirui's system were overwhelming. Ling Weirui silenced the notifications and glanced at the final statistics panel. The kill count stood at an astounding 12.77 million. Based on this figure, it would only take 40 waves for her to exchange for rare treasures. At this juncture, the peak of the ant nest had transformed from a towering mountain of 2,000 meters into a basin, with all the massive stones vaporized, ultimately becoming grains of sand scattered across the ground, mingled with the remaining crystalline cores of the insect race. As Ling Weirui's consciousness swept through the area, she effortlessly eliminated both the ant queen and the ant king with a single strike. Retrieve, she commanded. Yes, 5 thieves hastened to collect all the crystalline cores. The corpses of the insect race held considerable value. Yet with Ling Weirui's overwhelming destructive capabilities, preserving them was out of the question. Many of the insect crystalline cores had been annihilated in the explosion, leaving only the stronger cores behind. Soon, her subordinates had gathered all the crystalline cores, and witnessing such devastation, they inhaled sharply, thoroughly astonished. This level of power indicated that a formidable figure had arrived. Great One, do you need more subordinates? I collect equipment at lightning speed, one of them remarked politely. However, once Ling Weirui departed, their expressions grew serious. Who was this individual, possessing such strength yet only 100 points of combat power? If it were to rise to 600, could she potentially defeat the insect mother? That would pose a threat to their faction. They decided to report upward and observe whether she intended to seize the insect sea star. Wang Tianba speculated that the primordial humans had imprisoned them to acquire more insect corpses for profit. Yet, some believed this situation was advantageous. They had amassed substantial resources on insect sea star, converting them into currency of their own planet, thus enhancing their status. An impressive revenue stream. Therefore, they were reluctant to see insect sea star occupied, preferring instead to use it as a resource point for unlimited gains, gradually strengthening themselves on their home planet. This would lead to a situation where even if their avatars were lost, they would not be disheartened, as they could summon another. Moreover, with the insect sea star hosting only the Zhou space city, all factions congregated there, drastically contrasting with the 2 cosmic battlefield planets Ling Weirui had previously joined. Thus, should Ling Weirui aspire to conquer insect sea star, she would face not only the resistance of the insect race, but also the greatest opposition from other human players. Unbeknownst to her, several individuals were scheming against her. For now, her focus was to diligently hunt monsters, accumulating kill counts to exchange for crystalline cores and rare treasures. Fortunately, Insect Sea-Star was abundant in insect foes. Over the course of 60 hours that day, Ling Weirui attacked 42 ant nests, each housing over 10 million troops. Before long, the total number of insects she had exterminated reached 500 million. Resources sufficient to augment her cosmic combat power by 500 points. She exchanged these achievements for resources, enhancing her abilities. Meanwhile, other players from the Decade group steadily progressed and accumulated funds. At this pace, they would soon repay their debts to the group. Ling Weirui did not aim to conquer Insect Sea-Star immediately. Instead, she recognized it as an excellent opportunity for profit, aligning her strategy with other players to temporarily develop it as a lucrative site, thereby connecting to the primordial network to purchase a plethora of items to bolster her strength. On Blue Star, time had reached May 24th, the anniversary of the game's invasion last year. System notification. To celebrate the game's one-year anniversary, a global limited-time shop feature is now open for 7 days. The annual shop had commenced. Congratulations, player Xiaoyu Shinian. You have become the MVP of the kill leaderboard this year, making outstanding contributions, and according to your contribution level, enjoy a 90% discount across the board. Materials and equipment can be sold at 120 of their price in exchange for funds. Recommended products of the year. Time Sand of the Cave. Time inside the cave lasts 1,000 days, while only 1 day passes on Blue Star. Price: 100 trillion. Discounted price: 10 trillion. Equivalent to 10,000 primordial coins. Note: due to the colossal flow rate of this event, ordinary players may lose themselves in the river of time. Only players with cosmic combat power may use it. Within a 10,000 square meter range. For Ling Weirui, 10,000 primordial coins were trivial, and she promptly purchased the Time Sand. Additionally, possessing this Time Sand meant more time for her to cultivate her techniques. Unfortunately, it could not be utilized throughout the entire cave, but a 10,000 square meter area was still ample. She quickly organized her personnel to erect a tower occupying the specified area, standing 100 meters tall with a total of 33 stories. Most players with cosmic combat power were from the Decade group, specifically members of the Xian and Immortal clan, all of whom needed to cultivate their techniques. Some even purchased Enlightenment Tea to refine their methods further. With the 1,000-fold time acceleration offered by the sand, it would undoubtedly satisfy everyone's aspirations. Next, she procured additional valuable items. Guardian Star creates a protective shield on Blue Star that can withstand attacks from Tier 3 cosmic level humans. Note: Tier 1 cosmic level humans, 1-1000. Tier 2, 1000-3000. Tier 3, 3000 to 5000. Regrettably, the primordial human network had not documented the power level of the annihilating species that attacked Blue Star, yet to be cautious. Ling Weirui decided to purchase the Guardian Star. Chapter 186, Eightfold Great Ascension. Orange Red City. Regardless of its practicality, Ling Weirui made the purchase. After acquiring the Guardian Star, she also bought the Primordial Human Combat Gene Sequence Potion, valued at 100,000 primordial coins. This potion could only increase her cosmic combat power by 100 points. However, given that Blue Star was a newly invaded planet, enhancing her combat power there was notably challenging. Aside from its high cost, the potion had no drawbacks. Moreover, it would bring Ling Weirui's genes closer to those of the primordial humans. Although no human was purely of one bloodline, it was undeniable that primordial humans represented the pinnacle of humanity. Activating her internal genes to approximate those of the primordial humans was a common aspiration among all. Subsequently, Ling Weirui invested some funds in currently scarce resources that held little utility for her, such as awakening stones, skill enhancement stones, and reinforcement potions. She stored these items in the Decade Group's warehouse for her subordinates to exchange, effectively selling them indirectly while garnering the labor of others. Her subordinates would marvel at the perks of the Decade Group, inciting envy among others, leading many powerful individuals to strive for membership in the Decade Group. With such carrots dangled, countless exceptional talents would join, creating a positive feedback loop. In summary, this wave brought significant enhancements, especially with the 1,000-fold time acceleration. In the following days, aside from spending 6 hours daily projecting onto Insect Sea-Star, Ling Weirui dedicated herself to training in the Cultivation Chamber. Not only her but many players from the Xianing Immortal clan within the Decade group, all exceeding level 50, flocked to this place. Even those like Han Shinzhou, a mage, aimed to reach level 50 solely to utilize the chamber's features. Ling Weirui also took the opportunity to use a dungeon synchronization scroll, synchronizing with a level 60 dungeon, the War Dynasty. This ancient game dungeon featured a clash between two armies, with the dungeon monsters numbering a staggering 100,000, while the player side could only muster 10,000 troops defending a city. This was a quintessential 1,000-player dungeon. Naturally, if she were to tackle this dungeon alone, her forces would amount to 9999 plus one player. Alternatively, it could accommodate 1,000 players alongside 9,000 NPCs from the dungeon. In any case, this dungeon offered abundant experience and was ideal for the current circumstances. Even Ling Weirui could reach level 80 through this dungeon. Half a month later, after integrating her final avatar in the Cultivation chamber, Ling Weirui's spiritual energy finally reached its maximum capacity, enabling her to break through to the Great Ascension stage. Moreover, she was not just an ordinary Great Ascension. She achieved 8-fold Great Ascension. If she reached level 80 and synchronized her cultivation again, it would result in 9-fold Great Ascension. Invincible within the same tier, she could even battle beyond her rank. Ling Weirui exited the cultivation chamber and utilized the long-range Starry Sky teleportation array to arrive on Wasteland Star at present. Her cosmic combat power had reached an impressive 2,104 points, and her spiritual awareness was exceptionally formidable. She scanned Wasteland Star and observed that within a mere 2 months, both the land sold and rented had seen a multitude of structures erected. Additionally, following the introduction of plant seeding and soil enhancement, this planet was no longer a barren wasteland. Vegetation began to flourish, albeit most of it was contaminated and inedible. As Ling Weirui emerged from the teleportation array, she was immediately spotted by the staff on Wasteland Star. "Chairwoman, are you here for an inspection? I'll notify Base Chief Liu right away." Currently, the base chief of Wasteland Star was Liu Chao, an old subordinate of Ling Weirui. At the onset of Ling Weirui's venture into the culinary world with her fish-slicing restaurant series, the individual in question was tasked with overseeing the Western restaurant. Although he later acquired a player identity, his role as a professional manager constrained him from advancing significantly. However, as an elder, he enjoyed certain privileges. Being among the first to follow Ling Weirui, he was granted 2 hours of dedicated training each evening after work, which gradually instilled in him the importance of strength. After accumulating a considerable amount of resources, Liu Chao reached level 50 and proactively applied to become the base leader on Wasteland Star. Before long, Liu Chao arrived. Chairman, Liu Chao was dressed in a tailored suit, though his primary class was Druid, with a secondary profession in cooking and farming. Nonetheless, his suit symbolized his managerial status rather than that of a formidable warrior. "I plan to visit the base of Fubuoxiao. How is your relationship with him? Can I leverage your reputation to gain access to his base?" Ling Weirui jested. "The chairman is joking. He holds you in high regard. You are, after all, their savior on Orange Red Star. They even promoted your videos." "My videos?" Ling Weirui inquired. "Yes, just some clips where you appeared, letting everyone know you are the leader of this planet." Ling Weirui was taken aback by Fu Buoxiao's actions. After all, she was merely a hands-off manager. To the inhabitants of Orange Red Star, Fu Buoxiao was the true savior. "Then I must visit them even more. All right, I will prepare the spacecraft and let the chairman witness the ongoing transformation of Wasteland Star." Currently, dozens of factions renting land had established their territories, yet due to mutual unfamiliarity, there were no interconnecting teleportation arrays. Even Ling Weirui, as a tenant, would not request the activation of a teleportation array. It would be akin to having the key to someone else's front door without permission. Thus, they opted to travel via spacecraft. The zombie virus had been eradicated, yet the mutation concentration on Wasteland Star was still remarkably high. Though an improvement compared to the Descent Star, approaching the vicinity of Orange Red City, Ling Weirui began to observe the signs of human activity, with individuals laboring under the blazing sun, cultivating plants. Even children were seen utilizing instruments to examine the flora. With a sweep of her divine sense, she could hear the sounds emitted by the devices. Beep, detected highly mutated plant, inedible. Beep, detected highly mutated plant, highly toxic. Beep, detected moderately mutated food, edible. A child detecting the moderately mutated food beamed with joy. Gathering the find and placing it into a basket. Ling Weirui was momentarily stunned as she noticed the child's dark circles and the blood-tinged gums revealing their teeth, appearing as frail as a mutated zombie. The environment on Wasteland Star is exceedingly harsh. Radiation permeates everywhere, making survival difficult for those who are not players, Ling Weirui remarked. Lu Chao nodded in agreement. Not every planet has a player leader like you. Chairman. Here on Blue Star, your leadership allows you to distribute activation codes to the youth, but they lack any such guidance. After establishing player alliances, they continuously supply resources to the upper echelons, claiming that only upper-level players hold the key to hope. Chapter 187, Journey to Orange Red Star, The Abandoned Humanity. However, the game is not merely about resource accumulation. High-level players, skill, luck, strategy, and effort can all significantly influence the ultimate strength of one's account. If resources are hoarded by the elite, and they fail to affect change, what difference is there from occupying a latrine without doing anything? Ling Weirui, also a spender, controlled a significant portion of Blue Star's resources, yet her own strength was formidable, allowing her to distribute some resources to the youth. Only through the continued growth of players can there be a future. Ling Weirui was destined to traverse the cosmos. Someone had to safeguard Blue Star. Rather than nurturing its inhabitants like livestock, as the two conversed, they made their way into the city, only to discover a stark division of social classes within Orange Red City. The central area boasted a protective shield against radiation, while the edges were increasingly vulnerable, with diminished functionality. Many were already afflicted by radiation, teetering on the brink of becoming mutated zombies. Ling Weirui sent a message to Fu Boxiao, who promptly emerged to greet her. Sister Fish Slicing, welcome, thank you for leasing us the land. Otherwise, we would face extinction, Fu Boxiao expressed joyfully. Ling Weirui hesitated before asking, the environment on Wasteland Star remains quite dire. Is it truly better than the subterranean regions of Orange Red Star? Fu Boxiao nodded, asserting, the underground has run out of resources. The population in each subterranean city dies of starvation daily, deprived of sunlight and freedom. Wasteland Star is far more favorable. That is reassuring, Ling Weirui replied, choosing not to delve deeper. Although all were human, for her, they were not kin in her view. The only individuals of concern on Blue Star were those from the flower cultivation family. Those who are capable should aid the world. Currently, her strength could only support the flower cultivation family, as anything more would be a burden. She was not a naive savior, and all assistance was predicated on mutual benefit and non-conflict. Your Orange Red Star has now been overrun by the Titan clan. Are your teleportation arrays still operational? I wish to take a look and perhaps slay some Titans to level up. Excitement flickered in Fu Boxiao's eyes. I know, he eagerly nodded, leading Ling Weirui to the base, where they descended underground to behold a colossal interstellar teleportation array. Ling Weirui stepped onto it as Fu Boxiao activated the array, causing her to vanish from sight. Once Ling Weirui disappeared, dozens of figures materialized at the teleportation array's entrance. Their piercing gazes fixed upon Fu Boxiao. Y subordinate just reported that Sister Fish Slicing has arrived. You didn't just let her pass through the teleportation array, did you? Fu Boxiao initially scoffed before bursting into laughter. He engaged in a heated dispute with the leaders of Orange Red Star. Fortunately, he was now the leader of Orange Red City, with combat power soaring to 1 million, enabling him to exercise his lordly authority to expel these individuals from the city. Thus, they were reluctant to openly confront him, and given the circumstances, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Meanwhile, as Ling Weirui traversed the teleportation array, her vision faded to black. However, through her divine sense, she could still perceive her surroundings. The air was stagnant, devoid of light, yet with her arrival, a glimmer of illumination emerged at the entrance of the teleportation hall. A lantern ignited by a crystal emitted a glow that extended 20 meters. An aged voice resonated as she approached, revealing an elderly man clad in an orange uniform. After a brief exploration of Fu Boxiao City, she recognized this as the uniform of the patrol team stationed in Orange Red Star. Yet, it was astonishing that people still remained here. After some reflection, Ling Weirui chose not to conceal her identity. I am a human from another star system, having activated the teleportation array through Fu Boxiao. I wish to cleanse this area of Titans. Where is the exit? Following the elder, Ling Weirui soon discovered that this underground city still housed inhabitants, albeit mainly the elderly, weak, and infirm. There were no players in sight. The population was roughly around 5 million, a significant figure even in Blue Star, where it would constitute a large transient population. Moreover, Fu Buxiao had mentioned they were down to 50 million, meaning they had discarded a tenth, a rather ruthless decision. The elder elaborated, after most people emigrated, the remaining 5 underground cities merged into one. We cannot venture to Wasteland Star due to radiation. It would be a death sentence. At least the children have gone there. That is a glimmer of hope. Ling Weirui scoffed. What do you mean by being unable to endure radiation? As long as you reside within the protective shield, there is no radiation whatsoever. The truth is, the upper echelons of Orange Red Star have outright abandoned these elderlies, unwilling to provide them with safe accommodations within the protective shield and reluctant to allocate additional resources for their upkeep. The remaining population can only cling to a threadbare existence. Chapter 188. 2 hours to level 80. Securing Orange Red Star after navigating numerous challenges, Ling Weirui finally reached the surface. Due to the distinct atmospheric conditions, the sky of Orange Red Star perpetually radiated an orange-red hue, which also colored its waters, making it a strikingly beautiful planet. However, at this moment, the planet had been invaded by the Titans, who had begun to inhabit and plunder its resources. Living in comfort and ease, the Titans, colossal in stature and possessing an insatiable appetite, were not industrious. With their invasion, the planet's resources were rapidly depleting, and soon it would be reduced to a wasteland. Ling Weirui employed her star-treading ability, soaring into the outer space of Orange Red Star. Expanding her divine sense, she was able to perceive the state of the entire planet. Currently, there were 30 million Titans scattered across the planet, with 10 massive cities housing 1 million Titans each. Not only were the Titans physically formidable, but their status as overlords also meant they had numerous subordinates. Although the Titans themselves were not adept in technology or magic, their followers certainly were. It remained uncertain whether they had established protective shields. Perhaps a preliminary test was in order. Ling Weirui raised her hands, summoning 10 massive celestial bodies, each with a diameter of 100 meters. With a casual motion, she sent these colossal meteors hurtling through the atmosphere of Orange Red Star, each aimed at one of the 10 cities. Moments later, the first meteor was poised to strike above the Titan city. Indeed, a protective shield has emerged over the city, followed by tracking artillery aimed at the meteor, initiating a counterattack. Regrettably, they underestimated the formidable power of the exploding star. Ling Weirui, suspended in the vastness of space, could not hear the sounds from the ground. However, the colossal mushroom cloud was visible to the naked eye, and her system relayed terrifying kill counts. You have slain 1,822,154 Titan giants, gaining experience. In an instant, Ling Weirui leveled up. Subsequently, every city was bombarded by Ling Weirui's exploding stars. Almost with the destruction of each city, she gained another level. Ultimately, her level was capped at 79, with 78 of the experience required for the next. In just half an hour, Ling Weirui had eradicated 9/10 of the Titans across the entire planet. Only a few scattered Titans remained, those not present in the cities. Ling Weirui once again conjured a black sphere before her. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a black hole. In reality, it was a sphere of light. With a gentle tap of her finger, countless black threads shot forth from the sphere, densely enveloping the orange-red star. This was the speed of light. By the time the Titans perceived it, the black light had already penetrated their skulls. On the orange-red star, not a single Titan survived. This massacre was even simpler than anticipated. The system's notification soon followed. Due to the currently low human population on this planet, biological projections for combat will not be initiated. Projection-free duration: 10 years. The system awarded you a substantial contribution score, primordial coins, materials, and other rewards, with resources on the Orange Red Star being reallocated. Dear player, you, known as killing fish for 10 years, have been detected as a blue star human despite being on the Orange Red Star, and you are the first to reach level 80, receiving the following rewards. Subsequently, a plethora of rewards came pouring in. The synchronizing items also multiplied. Ling Weirui's account swelled by 427 trillion funds, equivalent to 427 million primordial coins. This sum was insignificant to Ling Weirui, merely a little over 10 days' earnings. However, this wealth was, in reality, a culmination of resources stripped from the global populace by those on the Orange Red Star, supplemented by funds from the primordial humans. If the Titan race were to invade, this wealth would naturally not be returned to them. From the moment she departed from the transmission array of Dawn's rebirth until she exterminated the global titans, merely 2 hours had elapsed. During these 2 hours, Fu Baixao was still engaged in verbal sparring with other remaining strong individuals of the Orange-Red Star. The formidable players on the Orange-Red Star's power rankings became aware of the existence of the Player Alliance, and a voice echoed in their ears. Alongside the dissolution of their membership in the Player Alliance, their permissions and allocated funds vanished as well. In that moment, even Fu Baixao was left dumbfounded. He was still bickering with others when Ling Weirui had annihilated all the titans. The gap between their strengths was so vast, it was hard to believe. Yet, the former strong individuals of the Orange-Red Star grew increasingly frantic. They roared in anger, only to receive a new notification the next moment. System notification. The transmission array is about to teleport to the Orange-Red Star, due to its status as a private planet. Teleportation is currently unsupported and requires permission from the planet's administrator. Fu Baixao trembled as he sent a message. Ling Weirui dismissed Fu Baixao and subsequently applied to the system. I have killed too swiftly, and the Titan corpses remain on the planet. I am unable to collect them all. Can permission be granted to exchange the Titan corpses for activation codes? With Ling Weirui's current strength, the system had transformed into an intelligent dialogue. She even suspected that the entity on the other end might be an artificial customer service representative from the primordial humans. Indeed, Ling Weirui received a prompt response. System notification. Do you wish to submit 650,000 Titan giant corpses to exchange for 150 million Titan sequence-related activation codes? This quantity was reasonable and significantly reduced the researchers' experimental time. Ling Weirui chose to agree. With the 150 million activation codes in her possession, she immediately delved into the Human Transformation Player program, concurrently exchanging 45 trillion funds from Blue Star to her account. This was a sale to Blue Star, not a gratuitous gift. The Orange-Red Star was promising but required human development. And as she occupied more planets, she sensed a growing population shortage. Chapter 189. Population shortage at present. Ling Weirui possessed 5 planets. Excluding Blue Star, there were also the Orange-Red Star, Emerald Star, Submerged Star, and Wasteland Star. Among them, the Orange-Red Star was the most suitable for human habitation, as it had been previously chosen as a life planet by the primordial humans, giving rise to the Orange-Red Star inhabitants. The Emerald Star was a close second, due to the high levels of wild fauna, though it boasted abundant plant yields and mineral deposits. The Submerged Star and Wasteland Star were in an entirely dismal state. Currently, the population of the Flower Nation stood at 2 billion, and prior to the game's invasion, the birth rate had already fallen behind the death rate. The aging population was a critical issue. Resources were limited, and many were reluctant to procreate in the previous life. Players struggled to survive, and now Ling Weirui was contemplating the issue of insufficient population. She couldn't help but reflect on how times had changed. Now, at least over 100,000 individuals were densely gathered at the entrance. My lord, is your ID killing fish for 10 years? Have you become the administrator of this planet? Ling Weirui nodded. Yes, it is I. Thank you, my lord, he stammered. Suddenly, he knelt down, prostrating on the ground, with his forehead touching the earth. Thank you, Lord Administrator, he exclaimed in unison. Countless others also knelt on the ground. Thank you, Lord Administrator. Thank you. The chorus of gratitude, weeping, and fervent shouts transformed into a faith that permeated Ling Weirui's being, manifesting his merit, solidifying her invincible golden body. Although Ling Weirui was unlikely to encounter danger at present, this served as a safeguard. Observing the sincere gratitude of the masses, Ling Weirui proclaimed, the Titans have been completely eradicated, and the Orange-Red Star will remain free from projection monster invasions for 10 years. However, some creatures may still pose a threat on the surface. I will send personnel to cleanse the area, rebuild the surface cities, and distribute activation codes. If you prefer not to engage in battle, you may choose a secondary profession as an architect upon reaching level 5. This is currently the most in-demand occupation. No matter the circumstances, you shall never go hungry. Now, rise. Though they wished to continue their worship, Ling Weirui raised her consciousness, and they found themselves standing upright, unable to bow again, their eyes filled with tears. Ling Weirui stepped into the interstellar transmission array. This transmission array had consumed enormous resources and taken considerable time to construct. However, as the planet's administrator, She held the authority over the array and thus disabled the connection to the Orange-Red Star. Presently, Ling Weirui held a low opinion of the management of the Orange-Red Star, deeming them a self-serving group, exploiting resources without restraint. Although she profited too, she aimed to foster human development and establish a virtuous cycle. The other administrators of the Orange-Red Star, however, were grossly inadequate. Hence, she intended to keep the transmission array closed to the Orange-Red City. She proceeded to modify the coordinates, linking this transmission array to the interstellar transmission array of Tianqi Town. At that moment, players utilizing this transmission array grew curious. Previously, the options had been limited to a few prompts: Emerald Star, Submerged Star, Wasteland Star. Now, an additional option appeared: Orange-Red Star. In a flash, a beam of white light enveloped the area, and a player emerged from within. It was a player from the 10-Year Corporation. Upon seeing Ling Weirui, he was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. "Chairman, is this your newly claimed planet? Are there any tasks available, or can we hunt monsters and explore here?" "Exploration is possible, and there are still some local factions. Their level should not be low. You may wish to give it a try." "You are an assassin, correct? Here, I have a task for you. Map out the terrain and monster distributions, and then publish it within the corporation." Ling Weirui casually assigned him a task, and he eagerly set off to fulfill it. The primary task, naturally, was to recruit construction workers to establish cities on the Orange-Red Star. There was no player profession busier than that of a construction worker. Whenever players had no monsters to hunt, construction workers were always busy building. Soon, a large influx of players headed to the Orange-Red Star to commence the reconstruction of cities. Han Shenzhou's team was researching a potion to suppress the reproduction of the insectoid species, which would be utilized on the insect sea star. Ling Weirui inquired, "Professor Han, the situation on Blue Star has stabilized, and Western nations have begun to immigrate. I have recently taken control of a planet suitable for human habitation. But it seems the population is insufficient. What would be the best method to facilitate reproduction?" Han Shenzhou had previously engaged in illicit experiments. Ling Weirui believed that given the current circumstances, it was entirely feasible to cultivate external embryos through machinery and tools, eliminating the need for women to bear the burden of childbirth. Increasing the population without coercing women into reproduction was something Ling Weirui vehemently opposed. In this gamified world, why should there still be exploitation? It was rumored that there existed a reproductive pill which could enable anyone, regardless of gender, to conceive. There were even claims of asexual reproduction. However, ultimately, childbirth involved personal sacrifice. And if experiments could be conducted, that would be ideal. To her surprise, Han Shenzhou shook his head. In truth, I recognized our population shortage from the moment we first migrated to the new planet. Moreover, once you obtain the Sands of Time, we will experience a time ratio of 110 with the outside world. 1 month inside the cave equates to 110 months passing outside, nearly 10 years. In ancient times, individuals of both genders were capable of procreation by the age of 12. Therefore, I previously believed that the nurturing of infants would occur swiftly within that time frame. However, upon successfully cultivating my first infant, the system alerted me that the offspring produced through this experiment violated the cosmic game's reproductive regulations. Should a substantial number of such beings be cultivated, it could herald the arrival of a malevolent deity, leading to the annihilation of the world. This dark deity is responsible for propagation, and the children born from this experiment, lacking parental guidance during their formative years, would possess diminished spiritual attributes and soul strength, rendering them susceptible to corruption by the malevolent deity. I grasped the gravity of the situation. Such malevolent and ancient entities are the most insidious. Ling Weirui had previously been reluctant to engage with them, and her aversion has only deepened. She now seeks alternative methods to enhance the population or elevate the welfare and status of the progenitors. Swiftly, Ling Weirui drafted the first measure, which alone would suffice to precipitate a dramatic increase in the number of newborns. Chapter 190. Propagating the population. The higher echelons of the Orange-Red Star seek an audience. All progenitors are to be granted activation codes as a benefit, with no restrictions based on gender. In this day and age, childbirth is certainly not solely a woman's responsibility. Men can bear children too, given the right tools. However, to prevent these individuals from abandoning their offspring and transforming Blue Star into a vast orphanage, attracting the attention of the malevolent deity, Ling Weirui quickly penned a series of subsequent measures. Progenitors must remain within the sanctum of the Xian celestial clan until the child reaches adulthood, which equates to approximately 1.5 months in the outside world. Families migrating to the Orange-Red Star will receive a 240 square meter property and a startup capital of 1 million. Subsequently, Ling Weirue summoned her secretarial team to review the wording before issuing the announcement. However, upon viewing the news, the players and the secretarial team were left astounded. Chairwoman, given these conditions, if I didn't already possess an activation code, I would be inclined to give it a try myself. In truth, players from the Flower Kingdom have found pathways for the youth, but the most unfortunate demographic remains those aged 30 to 40, those ensnared in the grind of corporate life. Playing games is merely a niche pursuit. They are burdened with responsibilities both upwards and downwards, with their children not yet of age to acquire activation codes. Once this news spreads, these individuals will undoubtedly pursue a second child. Another secretary remarked, indeed, many have labored their entire lives without the means to earn even one activation code. Once this announcement is made, let alone women, men will also be inclined to bear children. Is that truly feasible? While there are no restrictions on gender, they may not readily accept it. The chairwoman possesses foresight. The activation codes are intended for progenitors. Whoever bears the child receives the activation code. It's a matter of choice. The majority of the secretarial team consists of women, and prior to the game invasion, societal discussions surrounding childbirth had already become contentious. The prevailing sentiment was one of lamentation, the ability to conceive but not to support. Now, with Ling Weirue's ample resources at her disposal, and the prospect of planetary migration, serving as pioneers with boundless resources, it equates to having societal support for the upbringing of children, coupled with minimal competitive pressure and generous childbirth subsidies. Humanity would naturally be inclined to procreate. Ling Weirue dispatched the refined draft to the Player Alliance's announcement board. Subsequently, the news went viral. This time, the discourse extended beyond the internet. The streets were abuzz with chatter regarding activation codes and childbirth. Darling, how about we have a second child? Otherwise, I toil daily, earning merely 4,000 a month. It's becoming unsustainable. Once you give birth, if you dislike slaying monsters and leveling up, simply hand me the activation code, and I shall work for you every day. You're counting your chickens before they hatch. Remember, whoever is pregnant receives the activation code, and once pregnancy is confirmed, the bearer must utilize the activation code to ensure the child is born to a player. This way, during the embryonic development, the child will inherit player genes, facilitating a natural awakening as a player. I propose we have 2 children. You take a birthing pill, and we each have one, becoming players together. How can that be? How can a man give birth? Well, if you choose not to, I shall find someone else. A dual-player household is undoubtedly superior to a single-player one. Becoming a player is to ascend beyond the ordinary. Push forward a century, and we are dual-income earners. Mom, Dad, you both are 65. If anyone is to give birth, it should be me and my wife, not you. Grandma, I understand. When selecting an activation code, choose a wet nurse. Our team is in need. Then I shall opt for a Titan Shaman. 10 years of harsh labor, and now they wish for men to become pregnant. This is absurd. I told you, women should not be leaders. This is sheer madness. She's clearly running out of resources. Do not be a pawn in her game. Are we pawns or pioneers? I have examined the situation on the Orange-Red Star. The conditions are exceedingly favorable. If we migrate there, opportunities abound, benefits are substantial, and activation codes are worth millions. How long must I toil to acquire one? If I do not become a player, I cannot even afford a wife. It's perfect. My girlfriend has stated she does not wish to bear children, so I shall do it for her and my friends. This will secure my family's legacy. Today, my girlfriend gave me a back massage for an hour. You've all gone mad. Under such fervent promotion, countless ordinary individuals began to sign up. The first batch of selected families amounted to 5 million, who would soon reside within the sanctum and subsequently migrate to the Orange-Red Star. Ling Weirue activated the teleportation array, allowing architects to establish a base on the Orange-Red Star. At that moment, a private message chimed for Ling Weirue. Glancing at it, she saw it was from Lu Chao. The urgency of the message indicated it was of paramount importance. Upon opening it, she was not entirely surprised. Chairwoman, a faction of top management from the Orange-Red Star is currently at our doorstep, demanding clarification regarding the closure of the teleportation array. They appear quite irate. Should I placate them, or would you prefer to meet with them personally? Protect yourself. I shall be there shortly. In the conference room. The management team wore grim expressions. Each of them possessed formidable strength, with levels hovering around 75 and combat power ranging from 200,000 to 300,000. In truth, their prowess, while commendable, would falter against any strong player from the 10-year group, who could easily overpower them despite level disparities. However, their current ire was directed at Lu Chao, a mere level 50 player and a manager, ill-equipped for battle and thus reluctant to stir trouble. Upon hearing Ling Weirui's advice to protect himself, he became even more averse to the idea of facing demise at the hands of these individuals, opting instead to adopt a subservient demeanor and soothe their tempers. When will you arrive? Will you treat us to tea and refreshments? I have heard that your boss possesses a Dao tea in the botanical space. Why not offer us those? Are you hoarding it for yourself? No, the Dao tea is too precious. Only the top-tier strong within the group can redeem it. I am merely a lobby manager, previously tasked with overseeing the chairman's establishment, and lack such high-level authority. Internally, Lu Chao was rolling his eyes at the audacity of these individuals. Who do you think you are, demanding Dao tea? Do you not realize its value? You are attempting to exploit my lower status for your gain. Want Dao tea? Your life must be in order before you can even think of drinking it. Did you not just berate my subordinate? Chapter 191. I discuss interests, you discuss emotions. Ling Weirui fixed her gaze on the opposing party, recalling that Fu Xiaoya had mentioned this individual was likely the first powerful player from the Orange-Red Star. The one who topped the level and combat power rankings, Duo Qingdao. He was also the former leader of the Orange-Red Star Alliance, holding sway over the funding of the original humans and the economic taxation of the Orange-Red Star. Yet the planet, now home to only 5 million inhabitants, remained under Titan control, with funds dwindled to a mere fraction, largely reliant on the original human contributions. However, all of this wealth now belonged to Ling Weirui. Upon seeing Ling Weirui's arrival, Duo Qingdao feigned outraged. 10-year killer, you did this on purpose. You deceitfully led Fu Xiaoya and us to migrate, only to go to the Orange-Red Star and eliminate those titans. You intend to seize everything from the Orange-Red Star, Ling Weirui scoffed. A few months ago, you did not express such sentiments at that time. Your people were grateful for my leasing of territory, which saved the remnants of your kind. What has changed? Now that I have taken control of the Orange-Red Star, you are envious? If envy is all you have, then stifle it. You have already ascended to the ranks of cosmic warriors. Do not remain so naive. Think carefully before speaking to me, or I could easily extinguish you with a mere finger. I do not believe you can truly kill me. If you can kill me, you can kill anyone else. I have already informed all the leaders of the land-leasing factions about your schemes. Before Duo Qingdao could finish his sentence, Ling Weirui raised a finger. A burst of annihilating light erupted from her hand, instantaneously striking Duo Qingdao. A flicker of terror crossed his eyes as he attempted to evade, yet he could not outrun the speed of light. His combat power stood at 600,000. In truth, prior to her projection, Ling Weirui's combat power was merely 300,000. Thus, when comparing Duo Qingdao as the top combat power contender, was not particularly weak. Of course, he had also participated in the projection program, yet his enhancements were evidently lacking. If, prior to reaching level 50, his combat power was 300,000, then post-level 50, after engaging in the projection cosmic battlefield, he had only gained an additional 3 points of cosmic-level combat power, translating to a mere 300,000 combat power data. This figure was woefully inadequate for safeguarding a planet. He was too weak. The weak should not challenge the strong, nor should they boast arrogantly. What nonsense are they babbling? It is as if they are a stubborn nuisance, clinging desperately to their position. Ling Weirui produced the Book of Life and Death, inscribing the name of Duo Qingdao within its pages before placing it upon the table. Her gaze swept across the gathered assembly, her beautiful eyes brimming with a chilling coldness. The corners of her lips curled into a faint arc, yet it was unmistakably the smile of a siren. The remaining individuals, their eyes filled with disbelief, could scarcely fathom that the supreme champion of their world had been vanquished so effortlessly. As Ling Weirui's gaze fell upon them, each person squirmed uncomfortably, wishing fervently to flee the scene. Pointing at a burly human, she demanded, "Tell me, what is it that you seek here?" The large man immediately stood, beads of sweat forming on his brow. We came for nothing," he stammered. "Enough with the pleasantries, speak," Ling Weirui insisted, her finger still directed at him. I demand the truth, the whole truth. Should you choose to remain silent, you shall face death. Her dominance was palpable. Despite her celestial beauty, it was her terrifying aura that left an indelible impression. She exuded the ferocity of a cosmic-level combatant, coupled with the oppressive might of a transcendent cultivator. The large man hurriedly replied, "It's all part of the Duekiando plan. They wish for you to surrender the orange-red star, as it rightfully belongs to us. Given your power to annihilate the Titan race, why did you not assist us earlier? Instead, you waited until we had relocated before striking down the Titans. Your intent is to seize the orange-red star, which is utterly unjust." Ling Weirui found his words incredulous. "You expect me to owe you a favor, to eradicate the Titans for you, and then hand over the orange-red star, because you are also human?" She laughed, a sound laced with mockery. "How amusing. I approach you with matters of interest, yet you speak of emotions. If I were to engage you on the emotional front, would you then revert to discussing interests?" Ling Weirui recognized the futility of reasoning with these individuals. Even if she had the capacity to assist at that moment, she would still be the one to eliminate the Titans, and the orange-red star would ultimately remain hers, merely with an additional 50 million inhabitants. Yet, Ling Weirui had other matters demanding her attention and delayed her response. While Duekiando could not afford to linger, their resources dwindling, with the ever-looming threat of the Titans' colossal footsteps crushing their underground city. This was of no concern to Ling Weirui. She was human, and if she were to save the orange-red star, what difference did it make? You are affluent, while I am impoverished. Why should you be obliged to assist me? Their demands were far too presumptuous. You come here to stir trouble, yet you expect to depart unscathed? Considering you still possess a population of 50 million, I shall allow you to be demoted by 1 level. From now on, remain obediently on the Wasteland Star. Should you cause further disturbances, I would not hesitate to expel you into the void of space." A flash of white light emanated from Ling Weirui's fingertip. And in an instant, all present met their demise. A total of 32 players plummeted a level. Upon emerging from the teleportation array, they were greeted by the sight of Duekiando, their eyes now bloodshot with rage. "Duekiando, you are the instigator of our plight. Did you truly believe that uniting all tenants would compel us to endure a decade of slaughter?" Previously, they had been unaware of Ling Weirui's true strength, mistakenly believing she had fortuitously acquired the rights to this planet and rented it out for mutual development. Who could have anticipated that her leasing of land and resources stemmed from disdain for the planet? Now, their wrath was directed squarely at Duekiando. What began as a quarrel escalated into violence, leading to Duekiando's brutal demise. Now embroiled in a blood feud, Duekiando sought vengeance against them, unaware that at that moment, Fu Pashao had arrived to join the fray, once again sealing Duekiando's fate. Over the ensuing 4 hours, Duekiando perished 50 times, plummeting to level 30, rendered utterly impotent, until Fu Pashao finally commanded the cessation of the assault. Unbeknownst to them, the Book of Life and Death in Ling Weirui's possession chronicled every event. Furthermore, Duekiando had previously sought to ally with other tenants to exert pressure upon Ling Weirui for this. She received each grievance with equanimity. Chapter 192. The Crisis of Demon Star and the Lord of Demons Counterattack. Initially, Ling Weirui possessed 3 natural planets, Blue Star, Orange-Red Star, and Emerald Star. With the contributions of these tenants, her domain expanded to encompass 6 additional planets. Although she had initially allocated 20 tenant slots, not every planet faced the imminent threat of extinction. Some tenants were merely on the brink of collapse, yet still managed to sustain themselves, securing a foothold on Ling Weirui's Wasteland Star as a contingency. The 6 factions that provided her coordinates had genuinely undergone a collective migration, with some having even burnt their bridges, destroying the teleportation arrays on both sides. Nevertheless, they retained the coordinates of their original planets. Ling Weirui first ventured to a planet where the teleportation array remained intact, known as Cape Star. It had never been rebooted, yet after enduring the onslaught of the Cataclysm Legion, it teetered on the brink of collapse. However, its untouched status meant that no other races knew of its coordinates. Upon careful consideration, this planet was even safer than Blue Star. Moreover, not all planets desired a reboot. Following a reboot, current powerhouses, bereft of their memories, might find themselves deprived of their opportunities and reduced to weakness. The surviving powerhouses on the planet had already attained considerable strength, possessing cosmic-level combat prowess, and thus had no desire for such uncertainties. Worst came to worst, they could abandon the planet, migrating with it. Although the planet would be lost, the original humans would recognize their survival and, in doing so, bolster the ranks of cosmic-level humans. It was akin to nurturing a goo. Only the strongest would be deemed worthy. Even if 100 billion humans were lost, preserving a single cosmic-level individual would be worthwhile. For one such being could explore countless planets, much like Ling Weirui herself. Upon her arrival at Cape Star, she swiftly eradicated all manifestations of the Cataclysm Legion, yet her experience only increased by a single level. Lacking even a system prompt, Ling Weirui quickly realized that this planet had not been occupied by other races. Her annihilation of the manifestations did not affect its ownership. However, she promptly applied to the system for authority, seeking to become the new leader of the Player Alliance, thus enhancing her control over the planet. Subsequently, she modified the teleportation array to connect with that of Blue Star, issuing commands for high-level players and builders to establish a city. This planet effectively provided Blue Star players with an additional locale for combat and leveling up, even offering more resources than the Orange Red Star, which lacked manifestations. Players could utilize the teleportation array to travel here for combat and leveling. Among the subsequent 5 planets, 2 had been invaded, while 3 had faced annihilation by manifestations, all of which Ling Weirui conquered, applied for, and established teleportation arrays and cities upon. Blue Star players were busily engaged. On the sinking star, time flowed differently. While 2 months had elapsed in the outside world, only 8 days had passed on sinking star. Those remaining on sinking star were tasked with monitoring the demons, swiftly eliminating any that showed signs of growth. It may seem cruel, but in the eyes of humanity, demons were simply demons. Slaying these creatures required no moral justification. Daily transport of resources constituted their few moments of respite. 2 months had passed on Blue Star, and news had emerged that the chairman had acquired a new planet named Orange Red Star, which had already begun its colonization. The thought of their compatriots relocating to Red Star made them feel like jesters. The difference between Red Star and Orange Red Star was but a character apart, yet worlds away. The treasures on Sinking Star were indeed valuable, yet the environment was truly harsh. The proximity of the sun rendered it sweltering, and the Sentinel Star was a ghastly crimson, most peculiar to a blood moon. What could be more ordinary? Wait, do you see something on that moon? The watchers looked up at the blood moon, only to discern what appeared to be a falling stone. In the next moment, the atmosphere trembled violently, as if a meteor had shattered the dim night sky of Sinking Star. A meteor? No, something was amiss. It was not merely a meteor. It seemed as though an entire palace was descending. All present were players with keen eyesight, and they soon recognized the anomaly. Among them was a demon hunter, possessing the demon eagle eye, capable of magnifying indefinitely. As he gazed into the cosmos, he beheld an immense crimson meteor, bearing a palace, hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. Within the palace dwelled a multitude of demons, one of which loomed over 100 meters tall, clad in a black cloak, standing out starkly. This demon caught sight of the players on Sinking Star, revealing a menacing grin. In the next moment, countless bats erupted from its form. The bats swooped down from the sky, and as they drew nearer, the players could feel the enormity of each bat, each akin to a pterosaur, striking down upon them with ferocity. Most alarmingly, the players felt their soul power rapidly depleting from these bat attacks. It should be noted that a player's ability to resurrect stemmed from their soul power, not merely from lifespan or physical strength. Once their soul power was lost, resurrection would become impossible. In haste, the players rushed toward the teleportation array to escape. Sinking Star was vast, and with the construction of the 10-year group, 100 small mining outposts had been established, each with its own teleportation array. These arrays were interconnected, ultimately leading to the city of Sinking City, which housed a stellar teleportation array. That moment, the dark-cloaked demon merely shifted its gaze, taking in the scene, before unleashing another wave of black bats. The black bats descended, enveloping Sinking City. The city had activated its protective barrier to fend off the onslaught of the black bats. In the void of space, the towering nightmare in the black cloak let out a chilling laugh, palm facing downward, adopting a grasping posture. In the next moment, a black fireball materialized in the palm of his hand. It was the quintessential skill of a demonic sorcerer. Hellfire. The fireball, coalescing to a formidable diameter of 100 meters, was hurled from the heavens, crashing onto the city's protective shield in an instant. That shield shattered like a fragile bubble, exploding violently. Subsequently, hellfire descended. Terrifying magma surged forth, inundating the entire city like a deluge of seawater, in the blink of an eye. The City of Desolation, painstakingly constructed by players using vast resources, was completely submerged, transforming into a colossal orange lake. All players present perished. Meanwhile, Ling Weirui finally received a private message. Chairman, a palace has descended upon Desolation Star, inhabited by exceptionally powerful demons. They are unleashing black bats upon us from outer space. And anyone who comes into contact with these bats is doomed to die. Chapter 193. Counterattack against the Demon Lord, a divine-level human. Upon reaching Ling Weirui's level of power, she naturally comprehended the terrifying oppression high-level players exerted over their lower-tier counterparts. It was a situation from which escape was nearly impossible. Ling Weirui yearned to ascertain the situation on Desolation Star. After a moment's contemplation, she reopened her friend request settings. Ever since she ascended to become the #1 player on Blue Star, her friend channel had remained perpetually closed, rejecting any friend requests. However, this time, she activated the friend channel, allowing anyone who wished to add her to do so directly. Soon, a flurry of names began to appear. Stay safe. I will be there shortly. Understood. I will issue the command at once. Ling Weirui promptly informed her secretary to revive players according to the list from Desolation Star. She utilized the teleportation array, inputting the coordinates for Desolation Star, initiating a one-way random teleportation. These coordinates had been acquired after the destruction of the Demon Gate, enabling her to randomly appear anywhere on the planet, akin to her first arrival on the Demon Planet. Before long, the acrid stench of burning flesh filled her nostrils. Upon entering, her consciousness acted like a radar, locking onto the terrifying presence in the sky. The Demon Lord Asmontis. Ling Weirui pointed her finger upward, unleashing a brilliant beam of light. Initially, the beam was no thicker than her finger, but as it ascended, it grew more robust, ultimately reaching a diameter of 1 kilometer. Such a formidable width allowed for discernible colors to be recognized by the naked eye. The core was white, flanked by black, with colorful waves intermingling between the two shades, creating a vivid spectrum of black and white. Destruction light die in an instant. This light wave struck the crimson meteor. The palace, reminiscent of a space city, was immediately engulfed in the brilliance. Moreover, even the Demon Lord Asmontis was sent reeling, unable to escape the light's grasp, forced to retreat repeatedly, ultimately crashing into the blood moon. Finally, as the light subsided, a visible ring-shaped crater appeared on the blood moon. Stepping onto the stars, Ling Weirui soared into outer space, descending upon the blood moon. The blood moon was merely a gigantic satellite. Its surface was not red but reflected the light of the stars. However, as this light refracted through the atmosphere of Desolation Star, it appeared crimson. This celestial body was far larger and sturdier than the moon, making it more suitable for combat. Strike. Strike with ferocity. When Ling Weirui was at a lower level, even a mere shadow from her opponent had nearly cursed her soul. Now, assessing the foe's strength, it revealed only 3,000 cosmic level combat power. Weak human, I curse you. May you languish in the depths of demonic hell. Asmontis finally seized the opportunity to launch an attack on Ling Weirui amidst her offensive, gathering countless strands of black light around her. The shadowy demon figures extended their arms, reaching toward her. Such malevolent manifestations were inherently ominous. The shadow's arm seized Ling Weirui, dragging her into the abyss. This appeared to be a form of domain. Should Ling Weirui be taken, she would be eternally ensnared in darkness. System notification. You have been attacked by the Demon Lord Asmontis. Curse activated. Luck decreased, soul weakened, life limit reduced, defense diminished. Asmontis lunged forward, wielding a massive bone staff, bringing it down with tremendous force. Due to their significant size difference, Ling Weirui witnessed a club the size of 20 meters crashing down upon her, intent on crushing her. Yet in the next moment, a cold smirk graced her lips. Exorcism spelled, a healing skill belonging to the Yaoqi immortal sect, was unleashed by Ling Weirui. This skill, having been honed through trials on Spore Star, had grown increasingly potent. Under the pristine moonlight, Countless black hands dissipated in the radiance. With Ling Weirui and Asmontis so close, she rapidly conjured a 10-centimeter sphere and hurled it with great speed. In that instant, Asmontis's staff struck her, but she glowed with the aura of the ocean tide, akin to being struck like a ping-pong ball. Simultaneously, a catastrophic explosion erupted from Asmontis's chest. Boom! The Demon Lord's dark cloak was shredded in the blast, revealing a gruesome, bloodied torso. However, at their level of power, such bodily damage would swiftly regenerate. Nevertheless, as long as she could inflict harm, a barrage of subsequent attacks would follow. Ling Weirui lingered in the air, unleashing another colossal black sphere, from which thousands of threads erupted, all embodying destruction light. Now it was Ling Weirui's turn to strike. The destruction light swiftly overwhelmed Asmontis. While both possessed 3,000 cosmic-level combat power, Ling Weirui's skill level far surpassed that of her opponent, capable of annihilating those of equal rank. Asmontis found himself utterly defenseless against the relentless onslaught of her destruction light, eliciting anguished cries. "Human, spare me. I can offer all the treasures I have gathered throughout the universe. Such a notion is impossible. How can I allow you to rest upon my domain? Desolation Star lies too close to Blue Star. I shall not only eliminate you but also obliterate the star you command." Ling Weirui intensified her assault, the destruction light cascading forth, extracting the demon core from Asmontis's mind. Only at this moment did the battle reach its definitive conclusion. System notification. You have slain the cosmic powerhouse Demon Lord Asmontis. You have acquired the coordinates of 8 planets under the Demon Lord's dominion. System notification. You have defended the planet occupied by humanity, significantly weakening the demonic forces near Desolation Star. System notification. Your level is 81. This was far more efficient than painstakingly hunting monsters. System notification. Your prowess is now sufficient to slay cosmic strongmen and assist various human planets. When human players from cosmic systems near your home planet offer sacrifices, you can accept them as a divine-level human and engage in projected battles. However, should the projection perish, its combat power will also be lost. Chapter 194. The Teleportation Array from 50 trillion kilometers away. This notification reminded Ling Weirui of a trump card she had previously purchased, a human powerhouse support card, allowing her to summon the strongest among humanity in times of dire need. Yet, Ling Weirui had never utilized it. Now she had become the summoned entity herself. Ling Weirui set this system notification aside. After vanquishing the demon, Asmontis's carcass continued to smolder with magma-like patterns, radiating an elemental aura of flames. The flesh appeared to twitch, seemingly exhibiting signs of life. Ling Weirui understood this was a consequence of reaching a certain level of power, leading to the emergence of an incorruptible state. Ling Weirui's consciousness swept over the entirety of the Demon Lord's body, stripping him of his immense equipment, particularly a ring that, upon removal, measured half a meter in diameter, wider than a belt. After examining it, she discovered it contained all of the Demon Lord's assets. I have struck gold. Within were numerous high-level materials Ling Weirui had never encountered, some even capable of augmenting her own strength. However, these items could not be consumed consecutively, as there was a threshold. After tallying her findings, Ling Weirui realized she could consume items that would enhance her cosmic-level combat power by 100 points. One should not underestimate this figure. On Blue Star's combat power rankings, it equated to a staggering 1 million combat power. Of course, there were many other items, and Ling Weirui could easily communicate with the Primordial Universe's shop to exchange them for enhancements. Subsequently, Ling Weirui placed the corpse of the Demon Lord into her backpack space rather than her cave. Although the Demon Lord had perished as a cosmic-level powerhouse, the mutations occurring within the corpse could obliterate an entire research team. Ling Weirui would need to assist in fully dismantling the body. At that moment, some scattered high-level demons remained on Desolation Star, arriving aboard the Demon Lord's palace, all above level 80, while the players valiantly resisted. These high-level demons remained audacious. I can't believe you humans dared to invade Desolation Star. Sarslice truly was incompetent, but it matters not. Soon Desolation Star shall be mine. Within the city, players relied on the city's defensive formations to withstand the onslaught, employing magic towers to bombard the demons, inflicting damage and disrupting their advance. You are indeed overconfident. Have you not seen that our human leader has already sent your demon lord crashing into the blood moon? He shall soon meet his demise. And neither will you fare any better, ha ha ha. It is simply impossible for the Lord of Demons to perish. Just as this demon was about to utter more, a black thread pierced through its head, extracting the demon's cord in an instant. The colossal demons besieging the city were all pierced by a single thread, meeting their demise. The humans were initially taken aback, but soon erupted into cheers. It must be sister-killing fish. The chairman has arrived. We have triumphed. We are the champions. The players roared in exhilaration. Ling Weirui had slain a portion of the demons and left some behind, subsequently conducting soul searches on them. Under the coverage of her consciousness, the teleportation array from the time of the false star had been entirely eliminated. According to the players, the enemy had arrived via a spaceship, and Ling Weirui was eager to discover the method they employed to reach the false star. Through her mental probing, she swiftly acquired the answer. She had overcomplicated the matter. The enemy did not possess technological prowess, but had established a teleportation array on a planet located 50 trillion kilometers away from the false star. This distance, akin to that between Blue Star and the infernal Emperor Star, would be nearly impossible to detect without thorough investigation. These cosmic races were far more astute than Ling Weirui, the newly inducted human into the cosmic battlefield. With this knowledge in hand, Ling Weirui felt a sense of relief. She then instructed those responsible for the killing fish insurance to ensure the resurrection of all fallen players. Some players had been directly attacked by the Lord of Demons. Their soul powers extinguished. Ling Weirui utilized the 9-turn resurrection flower for their revival. This item was available in the shop at a discount of only 10 million each time, and Ling Weirui had amassed a considerable collection. Many of the players had suffered injuries, but Ling Weirui was not one to disregard lives, and thus all were revived. The Lord of Demons incursion had cost Ling Weirui over 100 billion in funds. Yet the demise of the Lord was likely to yield her several hundred trillion in resources, a resounding profit. The only individuals left apprehensive were the humans working on the false star. Ling Weirui issued compensations to comfort everyone. Warfare implies the presence of monsters, opportunities for level advancement, and even the acquisition of treasures. Naturally, the players brimmed with anticipation. A planet had already passed. She glanced at the latest trending topics and saw that many were following the battle between Ling Weirui and the Lord of Demons. With numerous attempts made to search for Asmontis on the primordial human network, but to no avail. How to describe it? Although the Lord of Demons Asmontis was deemed a cosmic powerhouse, he was merely one among countless demons in the universe. Even lacking a true name. Even Ling Weirui felt immensely insignificant. It was only when confronted with the vastness of the starry sky that the players truly sensed their helplessness and fear. Many developed a pessimistic mindset, believing that should Ling Weirui fail, the Lord of Demons would descend upon Blue Star, turning them into mere fodder for the demons. An announcement was made for the recruitment of players skilled in interstellar exploration and colonization, inviting them to venture into the cosmos to complete missions, urging players to sign up enthusiastically, providing suitable spacecraft and technological support, with interested players directed to contact the official website of the Player Alliance. Ling Weirui published a notice from the Player Alliance. Soon, an astonishing number of over 10,000 players reached out to Ling Weirui. Chapter 195. The Blue Star Fleet, the false star of the Demon Eye Star System. Ling Weirui incorporated all these players into the Cosmic Exploration Division of the 10-year group, not leaving a single one behind. The air was filled with the jubilant cheers of these players. Finally, is it our turn as players of Cosmic Exploration? I thought we would only serve as mechanics. I have also joined the 10-year group. From now on, please call me an 8th level mechanic. My piloting skills are maxed out. I wonder if I will have the chance to become a captain in the future. These individuals were brimming with excitement as they passed through the review process, eagerly joining the legendary Killing Fish 10-year cave. Ling Weirui allocated 10 of the tax revenue to support players in researching spacecraft, space stations, and spaceports, among other facilities. Under the accelerated passage of time, these industries experienced rapid development. Outside, merely a day had passed. Inside the cave, 3 months had elapsed, and the first batch of cosmic fleets had been established. They were destined to explore the universe. Ling Weirui gazed at the players before her, filled with ambition yet flickering with fear in their eyes. And her tone inevitably grew somber. The first exploration would merely entail traveling to a planet outside the false star, and we had already mastered high technologies such as wormholes and space jumps, making traversing the universe not so arduous, nor would it lead you astray among the stars. I understand that the more one comprehends the universe, the more one may feel fear towards it. But do you remember the message that the primordial humans revealed to us in the first expansion? When humanity multiplies to a population of 10 billion, other races will discover us and seek to extinguish us. Over the course of more than a year, every update introduced formidable monsters. The Demon Planet was the first we captured after our counteroffensive, but do you know how far this planet is from us? Ling Weirui projected a 3D star map into the void. The Demon Planet lies within the Demon Eye star system, 17 million light-years away from us. To cosmic races, this is merely a neighbor. Among the extragalactic star systems, the closest to Blue Star is the Andromeda Galaxy, a distance of 3 million light-years. Furthermore, the Andromeda Galaxy is moving towards the Milky Way at a speed of 1,000 kilometers per second, with a predicted overlap and collision in 1 billion years. Although the Demon Eye star system is farther away, with the aid of technology and magic, traversing the cosmos is not lengthy. Certainly, there are some star races with infinite lifespans, born alongside the stars. For them, a billion years is not a mere legend. The more one explores the universe, the more one feels their own insignificance. Ling Weirui pointed at the star map and said, "Suppose the purpose of the game Invasion is to compel us to eliminate the powers of other races through the destruction of projections, enabling us to better understand the strengths and combat styles of these terrifying races. Thus, when we truly face them, we can take precautions, even weakening their strengths, allowing us to withstand their assaults. Therefore, aside from demons, there are zombies, anomalies, monsters, and sea beasts. The reason they are projected onto our blue star, aside from their notoriety, is it not because these monsters are the closest to us, capable of reaching our planet through physical means, thereby annihilating us? Rather than passively enduring their strikes, it is far better to take the initiative. To explore their territories first, to snuff out these monsters in their cradles, and continuously expand our interstellar domain, becoming a formidable force in a given region. The false star is merely the beginning." Everyone was invigorated by Ling Weirui's words. Indeed, the false star is situated within the Demon Eye star system. So are there other races within the Andromeda Galaxy and the Whale Shark star system? They are constantly threatening the lives of humanity. The universe is vast, instilling fear and trepidation. However, once the desire to protect their planet takes hold, each of them becomes a hero, capable of anything. Now, let the interstellar exploration team set forth. With Ling Weirui's command, the spaceship embarked. They had already located the teleportation array. Their technology surpassed that of the demons, utilizing impulse jumps instead of palace meteors for acceleration. Hence, this mission proceeded exceedingly smoothly. This teleportation array was also interstellar. Upon inputting the coordinates of Blue Star, it could directly transport to Blue Star, and vice versa. Once the players made slight modifications, the teleportation arrays of the two locations would be connected. Ling Weirui, accompanied by Li Si and a group of teleportation masters, arrived on site. The interstellar teleportation array was adorned with numerous coordinates, 8 of which matched the coordinates obtained after slaying the Lord of Demons. The remaining coordinates were shrouded in mystery. Ling Weirui dispatched individuals to record all the coordinates. Subsequently, she destroyed the teleportation array and, of course, there were alternative means of arrival. For instance, when Ling Weirui first reached the false star, she utilized only the coordinates provided by the system, but such coordinates could only be used by one person and were indeed a boon granted by the system. Should the demon arrive alone at the false star or this planet, a path of death awaited him. Naturally, to be on the safe side, Ling Weirui dispatched the interstellar explorers to establish a space base here, relaying information in real time. Should any other cosmic races pass by, alarms could be raised. Such space bases needed to be established in abundance. After another thorough inspection, finding no remnants of the Lord of Demons' teleportation, Ling Weirui finally felt at ease. However, the establishment of space bases must be infinite. Thus, a network of routes would emerge. In the future, spaceships and meteors would be monitored by the space bases, allowing for advanced preparations. Ling Weirui intended to emulate the demons by setting up a backdoor. This backdoor would be a comprehensive approach. For planets like the Emerald Star and Orange Red Star, Ling Weirui dispatched fleets to establish teleportation arrays. The blue star fleet grew increasingly formidable. Meanwhile, within the cave, countless researchers and genetic editors were conducting dissections on the corpse of the Lord of Demons. Even a single fingernail could produce a top-tier weapon, let alone the demon's cord. We succeeded. We succeeded. With an exclamation of excitement, the scientists erupted in jubilation. Chapter 196. Energy Conservation. Why trade 3,000 for 100? Logically, the Lord of Demons possessed a combat strength of 3,000 cosmic levels. However, when directly exchanged in the primordial human shop, it could only be redeemed for 100 points of cosmic level resources for Ling Weirui's use. Ling Weirui chose not to redeem it outright but instead directed her team to conduct further research. Particularly, Han Qinzhou erupted with astonishing inspiration. From the blood and muscle of demons, he extracted life-grade potions. From the crystal cores, he drew energy-grade potions. And from the remaining active cells in the brain, he obtained soul-grade potions. The measurement remained constant. With a combat power of 3,000 at the cosmic level, it warranted an exchange of 3,000 points. Ultimately, the opponent's hair, nails, eyeballs, and internal organs were fashioned into top-tier weapons. The blood, muscle, crystal cores, and various rare materials were combined with numerous other elements, resulting in the creation of 90 portions, each capable of increasing one's cosmic combat power by 30 points. Naturally, each individual could utilize a maximum of 3 portions, augmenting their combat power by 90 points. Otherwise, their genetic sequence risked transforming towards that of a demon. However, those who transitioned into demon-type players inherently underwent certain alterations, dependent on their genetic strength. The stronger could utilize more, while those weaker would have to settle for less. In the end, Ling Weirui consumed 10 portions of the potion, resulting in a staggering increase of 300 points. Were it not for her own research team, Ling Weirui would have been exploited by the original humans. Yet this time, it was she who profited. The remaining potions were sold internally to the employees of the Decade Group. Han Qinzhou promptly utilized his previously untapped funds and contributions to purchase 3 portions. His combat power surged instantaneously, reaching the top of the leaderboard. It is noteworthy that since Ling Weirui began concealing her combat power, players had likewise adopted this practice, and even among high-level players, a legend circulated. The leaderboard of the original humans could be glimpsed, and if their levels were particularly high, it might attract even stronger foes. Therefore, it was advisable to use items to mask one's power. This way, players with lower combat power would not invoke the projection of formidable monsters by the original humans, ensuring their safety. Amidst this cycle of misinformation, players began to conceal their true capabilities. Ling Weirui claimed her combat power to be 1 million. Subsequently, they assigned themselves combat power ratings based on their levels, notoriety, and so forth. Han Qinzhou, having remained within Ling Weirui's lair, was oblivious to external events and thus failed to prepare. It was only upon reaching the pinnacle of the combat power leaderboard that he received a notification. He hastily acquired disguising items, drastically reducing his combat power to 30,000, effectively preventing him from ascending the leaderboard. The remaining potions were swiftly consumed internally by Ling Weirui, resulting in 25 individuals experiencing a substantial increase of 90 points in cosmic combat power, far surpassing others. At the cosmic level, the chairman's genetic composition consisted of various energies. Thus, if one could slay another cosmic-level powerhouse, even if that entity were the Demon Lord, new potions could be synthesized. This necessitated researching the coordinates left by the Demon Lord. However, before that, Ling Weirui intended to eradicate the monsters on Insect Sea Star and seize control of the planet. Finding a Demon Lord with 3,000 cosmic combat power was no easy task. But 800-level cosmic combat power insects were plentiful on Insect Sea Star. Ling Weirui planned to conquer Insect Sea Star, procure the purple beak flower, cultivate it within her lair, then evolve the insects and subsequently exterminate them. When monsters can be cultivated, they become no different from chickens, ducks, or fish. Ling Weirui arranged everything and accounted for the player team. Currently, the Decade Group had 3,000 individuals participating in the battle for Insect Sea Star, along with 2,000 defense troops led by Tang Tianqing, totaling 5,000 personnel. One should not underestimate this number. It was sufficient to topple any formidable boss. The next step was to act collectively, heading to Insect Sea Star to establish a ground base. This would inevitably attract numerous insect attacks, so they were divided into 4 shifts of 1,000 individuals each, with the remaining 1,000 acting as flexible projections. Lingwei Rue simultaneously assumed command of the defense troops, organizing everyone into teams and scheduling online times. Once these arrangements were finalized, everyone was teleported to Insect Sea Star. This time, they found themselves in the polar region. The frigid polar environment yielded relatively few insect encounters, limited to primitive insects like ice silkworms and ice-armored beetles, which were manageable in number. After 5,000 individuals descended, one player immediately began construction. With a wave of his hand, the ice and snow of the polar region coalesced, compressing and reshaping into a 1-meter diameter ice brick. Subsequently, like a brushstroke, one ice brick transformed into 10,000, evenly distributed across the ground. A base measuring 100 by 100 was established. He initiated a copy-and-paste operation, expanding the area 100-fold to 1,000 by 1,000. Soon, the ice began to rise, forming an impeccably smooth water cube. Inside, covered with white snow, rooms were delineated, culminating in the establishment of a small base, serving as a foothold for their 5,000 personnel. The architect's skills were timeless. This player, known as I Build Worlds, with the ID, I Am Now Square, was among the first batch of synchronized game players and had synchronized a plethora of items, including a magical staff capable of emitting flames. With this staff, he disguised himself as a mage during the initial wave of game invasions. Subsequently, he followed a combat-oriented path, purchasing skills to forge a unique account. While he may not have been the best builder, he certainly ranked as the highest-level player among I Build Worlds participants. Thus, this endeavor propelled him forward. Following the projection of research personnel, even architects were set to project alongside Lingwei Rue. The greater the number and comprehensiveness of the team, the more efficiently they could complete tasks. Next, they would eradicate the insects and continuously establish cities, thoroughly covering Insect Sea Star, which should count as completing the mission. Lingwei Rue commenced the extermination of icefield insects, and soon, I Am Now Square constructed another icehouse water cube. Marking the second base. Between the two bases, a teleportation array was established for mutual assistance. In just 3 days, or 1 month in the context of Insect Sea Star, Lingwei Rue completely secured the ice field. Ladies and gentlemen, the Zhoutian Space City was a compromise for players. There was no comparison to residing directly in a base on Insect Sea Star. Paying a mere 10 original coins for rent daily was undoubtedly a bargain. Coupled with guaranteed safety. Chapter 197. Clearing Insect Sea Star. Immigration not feasible. The player's projections in Zhoutian Space City numbered a staggering 50 million. Without such a quantity, how could one assault a planet teeming with insects? Furthermore, Lingwei Rue's preparations extended beyond merely providing housing for others. Once players congregated, they would inevitably require supplies. Food, clothing, and shelter were all necessities. In Zhoutian Space City, these were already monopolized by various factions, leaving no room for Lingwei Rue's intervention. Now, by attracting players to Insect Sea Star, she seized control of all essential stores. Among these, potions, weapon repairs, and medical services were the most lucrative. Lingwei Rue also innovated new developments in potions. After all, previously on Wasteland Star, she had utilized a zombie vaccine to ignite combat. Now, she would not squander the effort invested in cultivating potion masters. These potion masters were the next wave of projections, bringing specialized potions targeting insects once Lingwei Rue had solidified her position. Insecticides. Decade Group Insecticide, enchanted version. When applied to melee weapons, it allows the weapon to be poisoned, enhancing its efficacy against insects. Decade Group Insecticide, spray version. When released, it inflicts immense toxin damage. Utilizing these items could bolster the motivation of projected players to eliminate insects. Soon, countless players flocked to the scene. The insecticides were reasonably priced, at 500 original coins per bottle, akin to novice weapons. Yet a single bottle could enable the extermination of insects valued at around 1,000. Was this not a profitable venture? Consequently, all players became reliant on insecticides. Insect Sea Star was awash with players engaged in combat wielding insecticides. Lingwei Rue profited immensely. Meanwhile, these players remained oblivious to the fact that in areas sprayed with insecticide, the insect population began to dwindle. Those colossal, terrifying insects that had not been directly contaminated by the insecticides would gradually absorb the insecticide's essence merely by traversing these areas, resulting in a decline in their reproductive capabilities. In simpler terms, the insecticide also functioned as a sterilizing agent, effectively curtailing the reproductive abilities of the insects, leading to their gradual decline. During this battle on Insect Sea Star, Lingwei Rui aspired to clear the planet but realized she could not achieve this alone. Thus, she opted to bind everyone to a collective effort through shared interests, indirectly exterminating the global insect population through a strategy of overexploitation. Furthermore, under the guise of conducting research, Lingwei Rui began acquiring purple beak flowers, uprooting them at high prices. Without this plant, the mutation of insects would also decelerate at a rate of 1/10 within just 1 month, or 10 months in the context of Insect Sea Star. The projected players observed a significant decrease in the insect population on the planet, leaving only a few large nests remaining. At this juncture, those powerful factions finally comprehended Lingwei Rui's plan. This 10-year fishing strategy had severed their revenue streams. Should they eliminate Lingwei Rui? Setting aside whether they could overpower her, it was already too late. Their immediate concern should be to exterminate all insects and seize territory. Otherwise, they would find no resources left for themselves. Presently, everyone shared this sentiment. Lingwei Rui had employed a strategy of open deception. Consequently, a faction of players relying on Insect Sea Star for profit transitioned from attempting to thwart Lingwei Rui to hastening their insect-killing efforts in hopes of claiming resources from the planet. In an instant, everyone was working diligently. Moreover, the plan to besiege the countless planets, numbering in the millions, is meticulously organized for the allocation of land resources. Should an organization fail to contribute at least one to the final occupation of a planet, it naturally loses its right to share in the land. This is also aimed at ensuring harmony among the planets, with a maximum of 100 organizations permitted on any given planet. Exceeding this limit could incite internal strife among humans. In such an atmosphere, within less than a month on the planet Insect Sea, it was completely conquered 3 days after the Blue Star's timeline. System notification: 90 of the insect race on Insect Sea has vanished. Congratulations, player Shayu. After 10 years of effort, you have successfully cleared Insect Sea. All projection player organizations that contributed to this battle will be allocated the resources and control of this planet. Top contributor, Decade Group, with a share of 10.27. The leader of Decade Group will temporarily serve as the chairman of the Insect Sea Player Alliance. This planet operates under a parliamentary system, allowing all organizational players to participate in elections held every 10 years. Lingwei Rui was astonished to discover that she had managed to secure around 10 of the resources, perhaps due to the credit for the pesticide being attributed to her. Of course, Lingwei Rui had also diligently fought monsters throughout this endeavor. However, this time, Insect Sea operated under a parliamentary system, akin to a republic, which stood in stark contrast to the dictatorship on Wasteland Star. With a 10 share of management rights, Lingwei Rui had no intention of selling it off. The remaining insect race on Insect Sea could be cultivated, serving as valuable resources whether for food production or material supplies. Furthermore, Lingwei Rui had control over the purple beak flower. After clearing the planet, such resources could indeed be transplanted to her cave for cultivation. Lingwei Rui promptly chose a resource-rich area as her 10 share and summoned me, who had not yet exited the planet, to establish a city here. She also called upon Li Si to construct a stargate. Another planet was now connected to Blue Star. Her private chat buzzed to life. Wei, everyone is holding a celebration banquet. Will you join us? It was Yi Cici. Ever since Lingwei Rui had removed her disguise, Yi Cici had first expressed reverence, but gradually returned to her usual intimacy. If it weren't for the battlefield, she would still have called Lingwei Rui by her former nickname, which had now transformed from Weimi to Wei. Lingwei Rui agreed to attend, knowing that those organizing the celebration were the senior members of Decade Group, all seasoned players capable of standing on their own. Occasionally, Lingwei Rui would engage in discussions with them, as they were all talented individuals whom she respected. Upon Lingwei Rui's arrival, everyone was filled with joy, eagerly approaching her for conversation. Chairman, are we going to migrate again? What's our current population growth? After 45 days on Blue Star, a new batch of population had emerged in the cave, perfectly timed for dispatch. Lingwei Rui hesitated for a moment. In fact, Insect Sea was not particularly suitable for migration. Huh? Why not? No one expected Lingwei Rui to say such a thing. The climate on Insect Sea was quite favorable, its environment complex, and its ecological balance, albeit one primarily among the insect race, was commendable. Humans could reside there as well. How could it possibly be unsuitable? This was a survival planet. Chapter 198. Predictions for the next expansion due to the flow of time. The temporal speed on Insect C was 10 times faster than ours, and there was no spiritual energy present, unlike in the cave space, which allowed individuals to maintain their youth without depleting their lifespan. Even ordinary individuals, despite using various potions sold in the primal human shop, would only have a lifespan of 100 years without pain or disaster. Would you choose to go to Insect C? Zhang Peng, resembling a giant, paused momentarily before saying, "Isn't it still 100 years regardless of where I go?" Ling Weirui chuckled softly, shaking her head. Jiu Dao, with a warm-hearted sigh, remarked, "Indeed, if it were me, I wouldn't want to go either." He grasped Ling Weirui's meaning, adding, "It's because our planet is currently in a rapid development phase. As long as Blue Star remains intact, our combat system continues to grow steadily. There have been calculations that if the number of activation codes distributed by the chairman remains constant, in the next 20 years, all of Blue Star will be comprised of players. 20 years on Blue Star equates to 200 years on Insect C. Many would have perished by then, who would miss the opportunity to become a player and migrate to Insect C. Others began to grasp the meaning behind this and were soon engulfed in concern. What should we do then? Are we not going to migrate to Insect C? Sending only high-level players seems like a waste. However, Ling Weirui had already devised a plan. The inhabitants of Blue Star felt discontented because, to be precise, the individuals from the Huagua region believed that their home was the best. Yet, the humans from other planets might not share the same sentiment. For instance, those from the wasteland, we could recruit individuals from there. In fact, we could buy and sell people. Although it sounded akin to human trafficking, in the realm of interstellar travel, certain races possessed large numbers of human slaves, which they viewed merely as a means to acquire resources in exchange for sustenance. Previously, Ling Weirui had not delved into this aspect, but now it was essential to begin her understanding. How could a conquered planet be devoid of its population? It seemed that her infrequent visits to the primal human network had cost her dearly. If one were to consider this, it would appear that within the sphere of influence of Blue Star, class divisions would not emerge. In fact, it was already quite evident. Citizens from Huagua were first-class citizens, while other humans were second-class, and those purchased would be third-class. Previously, she had staunchly opposed classism, yet now that she found herself in a position of privilege, she couldn't help but think, how delightful to die in the future, when she grew stronger and conquered another planet, becoming a planetary ruler. Who wouldn't he aspire to be emperor? You all spend your days on such trivial matters. Why not focus on something practical? Shang Feng interjected. During the last battle, I accumulated a considerable contribution and exchanged it for a high-level dungeon sealing stone, capable of sealing a level 70 to 90 dungeon. I've already set my sights on sealing the level 80 dungeon, Mechanical Terminator. This dungeon spans the size of an entire city, triggered by a special code that causes all machinery to mutate, turning against humanity. The dungeon's narrative aligns with this premise, and its difficulty is not high. With our current strength, we can easily dominate this dungeon. Moreover, the group was now advancing interstellar endeavors, with machinery being of paramount importance. This dungeon would yield blueprints and parts for machinery, and mechanical armies represented the most cost-effective labor force. If they were to uncover the source code, it would propel their mechanical sector forward. Should they stumble upon the source of ignition, it would be a game-changer. Upon hearing Shang Feng's remarks, everyone felt a surge of excitement. Although this was a celebration banquet, he seemed to have taken center stage. Are you solely focused on the group's interests? Yet, Ling Weirui's eyes brightened at the mention of mechanical dungeons, recognizing their necessity, especially considering that the next version might very well involve an invasion of mechanical monsters. Previously, Ling Weirui had refrained from disclosing impending events to conceal her identity. However, now that projection players had obtained a degree of authority through the primal human network, or stumbled upon the news of Blue Star's reboot through sheer luck, they began to suspect her identity, the fortunate child of the reboot. These individuals felt envy, but it was only after capturing Orange Red Star that they truly comprehended how fortunate Blue Star was to have Ling Weirui. After all, Orange Red Star had undergone a reboot once before, only to be conquered, and its combat prowess was woefully lacking. Someone like Ling Weirui was indeed capable of altering fate. An invasion of mechanical monsters? Surely it won't play out like the dungeon, where machines turn against humanity? Ling Weirui chose not to withhold any longer. Roughly, I will provide a warning in advance to ensure everyone remains vigilant. That's good to hear. Won't Shang Feng's dungeon exchange then elevate the difficulty of the expansion? Don't misjudge me. Hypothetically, If I were to discover the key to combating this expansion from the dungeon, I would be its greatest benefactor. That risk is too great. As for my resources, I exchanged for a cosmic-level teleportation skill, specifically space-folding teleportation technology, which is precisely what we currently require. While machines can achieve spatial jumps, mage-type players cannot afford to remain stagnant. I will disassemble this skill shortly, allowing all space-oriented mages to learn it. Are we getting heated now? I exchanged for 5,000 activation codes for Interstellar Insect Masters, which are of equal quality to the Titan activation codes. If contracted with the insect race of Insect Sea, you can imagine the value of these activation codes, right? They could bolster the group by 50 living forces. Damn, am I the only one who exchanged for personal resources? Why are you all so focused on the group? The group is akin to a war chariot. We are all aboard this chariot. Thus we must work together. Don't be so heavy-handed. While you're speaking the truth, your slogans make me feel awkward. Everyone shared a light-hearted laugh, and the celebration continued deep into the night. Naturally, the players were brimming with energy. Some urged Shangfang to seal the dungeon so they could all dive in and achieve a first kill together. This dungeon was level 80, and Ling Weirue could also tackle it. With some time investment, she could easily reach level 100 through this dungeon. According to the recent discoveries of the Blue Star Alliance, all monstrous projections of significant scale are closely linked to the galaxy in which Blue Star resides. Based on this premise, we have deduced the following potential invaders that may soon encroach upon Blue Star. We urge all players to prepare themselves. Once the system announcement is made, please respond to the crisis accordingly. 3 days after this announcement was issued, the system's alert sounded. This particular expansion pack represents the most devastating blow to humanity prior to Ling Weirue's rebirth. Cosmic Game Update Notification. Entering the next major expansion pack, Cosmic Battlefield, version 5.0. Mechanical Contamination, Chapter 199. The source of mechanical contamination. The mutation begins. 5.0 version monster early update warning. The projection method for the mechanical contamination version simulates the login method of mechanical civilization races, entering the atmosphere like meteors and projecting directly into high altitudes, plummeting downwards. All machinery surrounding the mechanical contamination source will transform into monstrosities of the mechanical race. Safe Zone Update Entry. Radiation Protection. The radiation protection function prevents mechanical contamination from infiltrating the safe zone, safeguarding domestic machinery from harm. Urban safe zones can activate defensive shields to prevent the mechanical contamination source from entering. Otherwise, random pollution may occur, resulting in immense destruction. Upon the release of this news, a fervent discussion erupted online. Sister Killing Fish had predicted the mechanical invasion 3 days prior, and it came to pass. It felt akin to having answered a crucial exam question correctly. Damn, is there a class representative to advise on prevention strategies? Brothers, remain calm. I have compiled the most comprehensive guide and will be updating everyone in real time with the new expansion details. For further information, please visit my homepage. After clicking through, you may peruse the forthcoming content. Once mechanical invasion occurs, activating the urban defensive shield will consume a tremendous amount of energy daily. Thus, the city will not activate the shield unless in a state of crisis or if a pollution source is detected in advance. The next scenario to consider is, should a pollution source manifest nearby? Firstly, dispose of your mobile phone and remove your watch. Then, keep your distance from your vehicle. All of these items could metamorphose into monsters. Furthermore, contaminated machinery will spread the contamination to other machines. Additionally, mechanical monsters will assault buildings, leading to physical destruction. Therefore, remember to enhance the fortitude of your safe zone. If your home is breached, it is conceivable that your television, refrigerator, computer, and microwave could all transform into mechanical beasts. Please be aware that a power outage may occur shortly. Fortunately, the network we currently utilize is the original human network, manageable through the player panel without requiring electricity. And it will not be compromised in dire circumstances, fear not. With a mere blink, you will find yourself on a day trip to Tianqi Town. The entirety of the passage holds value only in its final sentence. I have purchased insurance. It is absurd. I expected you to have some profound insights, such as what mechanical monsters fear or the caliber of armor-piercing rounds needed to vanquish them, yet you merely share this? No more talk, my friends. Today I shall obliterate those luxury cars in my garage, leaving only my pride in domestic goods. It is time to assess the vehicle's condition, determining which automobile holds the highest grade and best documentation. Ordinary individuals began to express concern, reducing their travels. Over the course of a year, they understood that each version update posed the greatest peril. When the crisis arrives, those of taller stature will naturally step forward to uphold the skies. Ling Weirui remained attentive to the unfolding situation. The mechanical contamination monsters this time fluctuated only around level 30. Each wave of invading creatures does not consistently increase in level but instead varies. However, mechanical contamination at approximately level 30 serves as a formidable weapon capable of annihilating civilized society. In her previous life, players' levels and abilities were far weaker, and the population had dwindled significantly. Players lacked the capacity to combat monsters. Thus were equally incapable of constructing stronger safehouses. In the absence of isolation, countless television robots, computer robots, and so forth underwent mutation, resulting in catastrophic consequences for families worldwide. Subsequently, the pollution source tainted the signal towers, evolving into mechanical giants standing 50 levels high, akin to Titan giants. As a country with robust signal strength, how many signal towers and base stations does our homeland possess? Countless. Soon, the national network collapsed. Signals severed, leading to power and water outages. Technology regressed by a century. From that day forth, the true visage of the apocalypse emerged. In such dire circumstances, even official communications devolved into carrier pigeons, with summoners calling forth various birds to relay messages and issue commands. Information lagged, leading to Ling Weirui losing contact with Grandpa Tang Xiao. When they reconnected, she learned of his demise. His advanced age, coupled with his non-player status, rendered him unable to be resurrected by a priest due to insufficient soul power. During his patrol, he encountered mechanical contamination. A roadside streetlight extended its wires and ensnared him, leaving him dangling from the lamp post. This was not his first death, merely the most tragic. Following this demise, his soul power diminished considerably. Ultimately, years of toil led to another fatal exhaustion, leaving his frail body incapable of enduring further strain, rendering the priest unable to revive him. Ling Weirui and Tang Tianqing were incensed. After prolonged silence, time dulled the sting of death, or perhaps everyone became numb to it. Players began establishing primitive bases, abandoning previously erected defenses. Ling Weirui became increasingly busy as more bases fell under siege. Traversing various major bases, in retrospect, it feels as though an eternity has passed. Fortunately, all of that is now behind us. Due to Ling Weirui's distribution of activation codes, players from our homeland have significantly increased in strength. While the first batch may not yet match Ling Weirui's level 80, they have all reached level 60. Some have even surpassed intermediate tasks, evolving into advanced players, classified as those between levels 60 to 80. Even those who received activation codes are now striving to reach level 40. Moreover, among the populace, those who have mastered activation codes are in abundance. Under such circumstances, mechanical contamination cannot wreak havoc as it did in the previous life. Furthermore, mechanical contamination has now become a substantial expansion pack within the realm of projection invasion, in the previous life. This expansion pack alone was sufficient to devastate Blue Star, as the original humans ceased to project more formidable expansions and instead increased the volume of projections. In this life, even if subsequent expansions are not updated, Blue Star still bears the Damocles sword of impending doom overhead. As the populace fervently debated, that day, an unidentified meteor appeared 500 kilometers above every city globally. Fortunately, all cities now possess preventive alarms. The sirens blared, and countless citizens gazed skyward. In Tianqi Town, despite its name, it has grown larger than many bustling cities. As meteors hurtled toward them, Tianqi Town activated its protective shield. Not only that, but 10 missiles launched from concealment, targeting the meteors in the high sky. Booming explosions echoed. These meteors detonated, and fragments rained down upon the protective shield. In the next moment, all these fragments transformed into mechanical beings. Chapter 200. The protagonist players on the Demon Star planet. The arms of the mechanical beings morphed into drill bits, frantically burrowing into the energy shield, astonishingly creating an opening. The robots instantly leaped into the city. The explosive debris formed thousands of robots. Upon landing, these robots' mechanical eyes whirred, locking onto and scanning everything in their vicinity. Human presence detected. Abnormal behavior. Abnormal behavior. Excessive energy detected. A player seized one of the robots, meticulously inspecting every inch of its form. This little creature an invading monster? Does it possess any weaknesses? Where lies its mechanical core? Would removing its head be effective? With a swift motion, he ripped off the robot's head. Sparks flew as the mechanical being unleashed its arms as weapons, relentlessly attacking the player, yet it failed to inflict any harm upon him. Instead, it was swiftly dismantled, reduced to mere components. System prompt. You have slain a mutated mechanical being, level 28. No experience gained. Zhang Peng, you are far too brutal. How can you treat these little cuties like this? Gather the parts, they can be useful later, Shang Feng remarked, as 1,000 machines infiltrated Tianqi town. Each player sharpened their blades, and soon the small robots were dispatched. The crisis in Tianqi town was swiftly resolved. They even felt a lingering excitement, contemplating venturing to other cities to see if they could receive additional tasks. Many cities lacked missiles, and they discovered that even when activating the protective shield, the transformed mechanical beings could still penetrate it, prompting them to simply deactivate the shield and await the meteor's descent. Although the falling meteors caused explosions, resulting in some chaos, non-player civilians remained unharmed within their homes. Upon impact, the meteors unleashed a wave of energy fluctuations, affecting the vehicles on the streets in an instant. The vehicles rapidly transformed into mechanical monstrosities. These cars-turned monsters were all level 30, and players defending the city immediately engaged in combat with the machines. Within moments, these mechanical beings were eliminated. This time, Ling Weirui did not even need to intervene. Players from our homeland had already matured out of course. This was only the case for our homeland. Other countries faced calamity. A source of mechanical pollution has contaminated their network servers, severing their internet connection and cutting off power. In the sweltering heat of summer, the absence of air conditioning can be deadly in the West. Due to a massive influx of players, the once thriving metropolis of Button has now become a haven for demonic creatures. However, high-level players frequently hunt these demons, transforming the city into a paradise for bounty hunters. A battle of wits and courage unfolds between the demons and human players. At this moment, enormous meteors descend upon the skies of Button, engulfing the city in flames, while numerous vehicles are tainted by mechanical pollution. Morphing into robots, an orderly battalion of robots emerges, forming a force even more formidable than a natural disaster legion. Naturally, the players spring into action. Within a mere week, the repercussions of the mechanical invasion are subdued. Players regard it as a routine occurrence, akin to the previous encounters with the Snow Woman, albeit with louder spawn sounds due to explosions. However, the aftermath is not entirely without consequence. Following the mechanical incursion, the prices of aircraft and sports cars from the previously popular game, Peacekeeper, plummeted, while mounts of exotic beasts and celestial realms surged in desirability. On Ling Weirui's desk, a multitude of reports piled up, with numerous project teams eager to research and create mechanical armies. Ling Weirui reviewed some of these documents. Knock, knock, knock. The door to Ling Weirui's office was rapped upon. Her secretary approached with a tablet. This marks the first exploration of other planets by the interstellar fleet. Ling Weirui perused the materials. The opposing side boasts entities of Demon Ancestor and Demon Lord caliber. Yet the detected energy registers at only 1,000 points of cosmic-level combat power. This is entirely manageable. Nevertheless, Ling Weirui inquired further. Have any prominent player protagonists been discovered? Since the primordial humans initiated their reproductive plans, other strategies must also exist. The universe is vast, home to trillions of races, with humanity positioned at the bottom of the food chain, often cohabiting with other species on various planets. Most of these planets are not under human dominion. Thus, how can control over them be achieved? Consequently, the primordial humans intend to invest modestly for substantial returns, deploying protagonist templates to the human inhabitants of these planets. In essence, this involves resurrecting deceased humans on such planets and providing them with player accounts, enabling them to level up by battling monsters or enhancing their skill proficiency. As long as these two panels exist, these latent souls will radiate brilliant potential, possibly even rising to challenge the demons of an entire planet, ultimately achieving victory. Such players are referred to as protagonist templates. Indeed, some of these protagonist template players are even broadcast live, drawing countless viewers and wagers. If the protagonist player on the demon planet reaches level 100 or attains cosmic level combat power of 1000, a decisive battle with them would yield the fruits of victory for Ling Weirui. The secretary hastily remarked, "A discovery has been made. The opposing side is at level 30, according to our investigators. They arrived on the demon planet 1 year and 8 months ago, raising reasonable suspicion that they are indeed from Blue Star. Surviving on the demon planet is no easy feat, yet it is rather astonishing that it took over a year to reach level 30. Such a survival strategy is excessively cautious. Let us not concern ourselves with them. Gather personnel and prepare to venture to the fairy star cloud for battle. This time, we aim to rescue 30 billion fellow humans. If we succeed, wouldn't that bolster our population? Ling Weirui enlists 3 million troops that, of course, only 10,000 players will actually accompany Ling Weirui aboard the spacecraft, utilizing spatial wormholes to reach that planet, establishing a teleportation array, and subsequently welcoming Blue Star players. Meanwhile, on Blood Demon Star, a player named Xiao Changsheng, who crossed over from Blue Star, finds himself engulfed in despair. Currently situated in the eastern continent of Blood Demon Star. In the ancient megacity of Tianfan, which houses a population of 1 million, this once thriving city has succumbed to an overwhelming stench of blood within a single day. A 7-turn azure-eyed toad has launched an attack on the entire city, resulting in the city lord meeting his demise at the hands of its tongue in the demon world. How can mortals survive? They are merely fodder. Truly tragic. Fortunately, he arrived with his player account, and within his inventory lie 13 resurrection scrolls, one of which must be utilized now. He cannot escape. He gazes helplessly at the sky, then blinks in astonishment. Is he imagining things? How could he possibly see a spaceship? Chapter 201. Xiao Changsheng's worldview shatters as he boards a pirate ship. Xiao Changsheng has traversed this world for a year and 8 months, equipped with the essential golden finger of crossing over, a system. His system enables him to grow stronger by defeating monsters. Experience gained from slaying monsters can be allocated to skill points, advancing his cultivation level. Yet, what kind of world is this? It is a realm of demons. Mortals are nothing but sustenance. Boldly slaying demons is an act of defiance against the heavens. Fortunately, defeating ordinary demonic beasts also yields experience. Demons are one thing, while demonic beasts are another. They are not of the same breed. Demonic beasts lack intelligence and possess low intellect, born of the earth and nurtured by nature, maintaining their strength unless extraordinary circumstances arise. Thus, Xiao Changsheng endures in Tianfan City, adopting the role of a butcher. Day by day, he slaughters demonic beasts, and within a year, he has ascended to the prowess of a high martial artist. Level 1 Martial Apprentice. Level 10 Primary Martial Artist. Level 20 Intermediate Martial Artist. Level 30 Advanced Martial Artist. From being able to effortlessly crush ants, he has transformed into a mouse, treading carefully. Little did he expect that his first death would arrive so swiftly. Yet, he never anticipated that the turning point would not be a human powerhouse, but rather a flying spaceship. It is worth noting that in Xiao Changsheng's previous life, Blue Star also lacked spaceships. This world is truly surreal, surpassing the realms of fantasy, magic, and science fiction. As he indulges in his thoughts, a figure emerges from the spaceship above. Xiao Changsheng is certain he has never encountered such an enchanting beauty in his life. She is simply ethereal and, moreover, possesses formidable strength. With a mere flick of her finger, she unleashes a kaleidoscope of black light, instantly obliterating the azure-eyed toad. The massive creature, which occupied nearly half the city, begins to evaporate beneath the black light. Then, with a wave of her hand, the destruction aura enveloping the collapsing demon dissipates, preserving the majority of its form, which is then collected as materials, the azure-eyed toad's eyes, the gems on its back, the supple skin of its belly, and its long tongue. At that moment, Xiao Changsheng feels as if he has become the main course for the azure-eyed toad, while the toad itself is merely a dish for that celestial being. Indeed, this world encompasses more than just martial artists. What are martial artists in comparison to cultivators? My understanding of this world remains woefully superficial. I can only access the martial arts techniques, yet it is only by becoming a cultivator that one can truly withstand the demons. I must seek to apprentice under her, and even if that is not possible, I must at least venture into the realm of cultivators to acquire their techniques. In this moment, Xiao Changsheng perceives the truth of the world. The blazing fire ignites in his eyes, fueled by boundless ambition. He observes the celestial being raise her hand once more, as a beam of pure light descends, purging all filth from the blood-soaked mortal city. The colossal spaceship descends. That celestial being must be heading for the city center. Only in the central area is there a square, where every year, the talents of human children are tested for their aptitude in martial arts, with those deemed capable being cultivated. They are said to be trained to resist the demons, but in reality, once martial artists are consumed by demons, the demons grow even stronger. Ultimately, he must meet that celestial being. Little did he anticipate that the process would be so effortless. The celestial being smiled upon seeing him. Indeed, I am the protagonist. Half a day later, Xiao Changsheng stared blankly at the information on the tablet. So, I have not merely crossed over. Rather, my soul was extracted by the primordial humans and cast onto this planet. I am not the protagonist. One cannot say that either. You are indeed a protagonist player. And moreover, your panel is fundamentally different from ours. Ling Weirui had just examined Xiao Changsheng's panel. It was vastly distinct from those of the players. Players' panels do not enhance the strength of their techniques. Instead, they must extract resources from monsters. However, the drop rate is notoriously unreliable. For instance, a person could defeat 10,000 monsters without receiving a single skill enhancement stone. Yet, Xiao Changsheng could accumulate experience from defeating 10,000 monsters. Allowing him to elevate a technique by a tier. 1 is a probability, while the other guarantees a baseline. Who is stronger? Clearly, the latter. As long as he puts in the effort, Xiao Changsheng's future potential is limitless. This indeed reflects the system's favor. Therefore, such a system panel is the true protagonist template. However, after more than a year, while you have reached this level, I remain a mere novice. Xiao Changsheng felt an overwhelming bitterness, especially upon noticing a colleague among Ling Weirui's team, who had already attained level 63, appearing to him as a mid-level martial arts master, level 40 martial master, level 50 martial arts master early stage, level 60 martial arts master mid-stage. What, then, was the purpose of his cautious survival over the past year? Experience is the fruit of the player's hard work. Players level up by defeating monsters, and it is entirely reasonable for primordial humans to offer supplementary rewards. Yet, not all players can unconditionally learn skills and enhance their abilities. Your game panel holds significant value. I can make an exception and invite you to join the 10-year group. Forgive my lack of introduction. Currently, the largest conglomerate on Blue Star is the 10-year group. I am currently the leader of the Blue Star Alliance, and my name is Ling Weirui. Without hesitation, Xiao Changsheng resolutely declared, I will follow you. I can slay monsters, allow me to do so. He possesses a panel. As long as he is permitted to defeat monsters, he will accumulate experience, and such experience can enhance his martial arts attributes. With Ling Weirui as a formidable ally, he naturally clings to her. Ling Weirui did not refuse. On the spot, she presented Xiao Changsheng with an employment contract. After all, they were all there to work for her. Having one more was inconsequential, however. Upon viewing the contract, Xiao Changsheng's expression became vacant. To cultivate to level 40, one must toil until the age of 65 for retirement. To reach level 50, one must labor for a century. To achieve level 60, one must work for 2 centuries, and for level 70, 5 centuries. For level 80, a millennium. Even a martial god cannot live for a millennium. At this moment, Ling Weirui had already departed, leaving behind her secretary. Sir, this condition is not harsh. The chairman has led the entire group to become the strongest force in Blue Star within a year. Those who were nurtured from the beginning owe the chairman around 3,000 years of labor, yet the capable core members have long since repaid their debts. Moreover, you possess the protagonist template, allowing you to be a multi-class player. If you feel your lifespan is insufficient, you may completely transition to our Xianing Immortal clan and become a cultivator, thereby extending your lifespan. Although your first 30 levels were not cultivated by the group, to be frank, the group no longer accepts players below level 50. Xiao Changsheng felt struck by lightning. All his self-importance crumbled under the weight of absolute power. Signing meant he had effectively entered a sect. He swiftly signed the contract and boarded the proverbial pirate ship. Or rather, joined the 10-year group. Chapter 202. The game panel is merely an auxiliary tool. Just as Xiao Changsheng joined the 10-year group, a colossal teleportation gate had been established in Tianfan City. Anyone who stepped through this portal could be transported to another planet. These individuals were naturally sent to Insect Sea Star. Time flows rapidly on Insect Sea Star. Upon entering, these people would be able to acquire new knowledge, engage in interstellar science, and reproduce. The more arduous the conditions, the stronger the desire for reproduction and to leave descendants. Once the population multiplied, Ling Weirui would sift through to find a batch of highly adaptable individuals to join Orange Red Star. as well as those with exceptional talent suited to become players, granting them activation codes to enter the Blue Star realm. For these individuals, it represented a pathway to Ascension. For those who had become demonic prey, living in a tranquil environment was immensely satisfying. Thus, they packed their belongings and entered the Light Gate without a shred of doubt about whether Ling Weirui had sold them out, for her martial arts were too pure. Furthermore, the residents of these cities were compelled to heed the words of the martial artists. They dared not contradict what the martial artists deemed true, lest they be sent off to be devoured. In summary, through a series of maneuvers, the population of this city was relocated by Ling Weirui. Tian Fan City became a ghost town. However, it soon buzzed with activity once more. The teleportation gate re-entered coordinates, and a multitude of players from Blue Star surged in. Upon arrival, they swiftly established hospitals, respawn points, residences, and so forth, transforming the city in an instant. Not only that, but they also discovered intriguing elements. Chairman, these martial arts can be converted into skill books, and any individual with basic attribute points can learn them, even those without player classes possess panels. For instance, the Gale Leg can be learned with just 8 agility points, enhancing 1's agility and evasion rate. The Mighty Bull Demon Fist requires 9 strength points to learn, increasing 1's strength upon mastery. This is akin to leveling up. There are also skills to enhance constitution and mental intelligence. Most importantly, these martial arts can even be copied and taught collectively. This is a universally applicable martial art that can elevate humanity's combat capabilities. Ling Weirui nodded. Hence, once one learns these martial arts and their combined attribute points exceed 80, they can attain the system-recognized profession, martial artist. This is far easier than obtaining activation codes through monster slaying, and it relies solely on oneself. Such universally learnable skill books are the foundation of a world. Once players reach level 50, they can project themselves into the cosmic battlefield for combat. Strength is defined by cosmic combat power rather than by levels. Combat power is the true measure of an individual's strength, not levels or classes, and it is inadequate to gauge stronger cosmic races by level alone. Therefore, any skill, martial art, or cultivation method is the most precious resource within the primordial human database. However, we must exert effort and pay a price to exchange with the higher realms. The system panel is merely a transactional tool, an auxiliary instrument. Upon finishing her statement, Ling Weirui's system panel flickered momentarily, transforming into a semi-transparent state, on the verge of disappearing. She had grasped the truth, realizing that from the very beginning, she had inadvertently comprehended this reality. Because on the first day of the game's synchronization, Ling Weirui had learned the Ice Heart Holy Art by herself, rather than through level advancement, synchronizing each level's roots, strength, comprehension, and other attributes. Mastering the essence was the reason for Ling Weirui's current might. Now, it was time for the entire world to grasp this essence. Soon, their planet would evolve into an existence akin to those advanced planets. Subsequently, Ling Weirui led the Blue Star players in a sweeping campaign across this planet. The demons on Blood Demon Star were corporeal, slaying one meant one less, rather than mere projections that would respawn after being vanquished. These demons had nowhere to flee. Although their strengths were comparable, with the human side potentially being slightly weaker, they possessed an intimate understanding of the demons. The number of Blue Star players was overwhelmingly large. Teams of 10, 100, or even 1,000, with strategic coordination, including healers and tanks, effectively cleared these demons. Half a month later, Ling Weirui located the Soul Demon with 1,000 points of cosmic combat power, the Weaving Sky Demon Spider. It cast a vast net, ensnaring Ling Weirui in the blink of an eye. She found herself in a predicament, her limbs bound and unable to move, her mind clouded. Ha ha ha, human, the moment you arrived at Blood Demon Star, I ensnared you with my dream-weaving net. In truth, you never conquered those cities. They were merely dreams I wove for you. While you slept, I siphoned your energy, and now your strength has diminished significantly. Poison coursing through your bones, your life is nearly at an end. Before becoming the demon ancestor, the Weaving Sky Demon Spider was originally a dream-weaving spider. This type of demon would hang from beams, weaving beautiful dreams for humans while they slumbered, absorbing their essence. If the individual refused to awaken, they would be drained to death. This technique could even be effective against foes far stronger than itself. Yet, who was Ling Weirui? Someone who treated enlightenment tea as ordinary tea. Her spiritual power was terrifyingly potent, Even a cursed demon lord of equivalent strength could not contend with her, let alone a mere spider. Amidst the countless webs, Ling Weirui stirred her arm. Is that so? Her body began to grow exponentially. This was within a dream, and also within the realm of her spirit, unaffected by her physical form. In the blink of an eye, Ling Weirui transformed into a giant towering 100 meters tall. Fortunately, this growth was proportional. Even at this height, she retained her slender form, exuding an air of divine majesty. Moreover, she continued to grow, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters, million meters, 10 million meters. Ling Weirui's current height even surpassed the diameter of Blood Demon Star. The demon spider's corporeal form measured a full 10 kilometers. Akin to the size of a city, naturally, her spirit was of similar length. Yet, before the now towering Ling Weirui, it was merely a fraction of her size. The comparison resembled a human encountering a wolf spider. Ling Weirui, somewhat disdainful, extended her foot and crushed the creature beneath it. With a firm stomp, she then opened her eyes. Before her lay the massive spider, collapsing with a thunderous crash. Hundreds of kilometers away, players from the 10-year group observed the entire spectacle. Is it over? This giant spider is not formidable at all. It merely looks fierce. The chairman dispatched it with just a glare. Let me provide you with a better understanding of the monster's data. You chose not to pay attention. Just now, the two were already engaged in battle. When did that happen? Chapter 203. Popularizing martial arts. Everyone transforms into martial artist players. In truth, I did not witness it either. But the chairman leveled up. Ling Weirui's level reached 82. Although the weaving sky demon spider was significantly weaker than Ling Weirui, it indeed possessed cosmic combat power. Additionally, this was not a projection of Ling Weirui but her true self, akin to battling titans on Orange-Red Star. Thus, defeating demons would yield experience and a substantial amount of it. Upon vanquishing this major boss, Ling Weirui gained 1 level. After eliminating this most formidable of demon ancestors, the remaining demons posed no challenge. Those exceeding the 8th transformation were obliterated by the destructive light released by Ling Weirui. Subsequently, other players sprang into action, dispatching the lower-tier demons of Blood Demon Star. Meanwhile, back on Blue Star, the projection of the demons is inexplicably fading away, ultimately vanishing completely. The demonic presence has departed from the stage of Blue Star. However, Button City, as the stronghold of monsters, is now occupied by the mechanical army. It remains a paradise for advanced players to level up. 3 days later, on Blood Demon Star, Ling Weirui received a notification from the system. System notification: you have engaged in a glorious battle, vanquishing all demon beasts on Blood Demon Star. The star has been included within the coverage of the original human network and recognized as a human planet. In this battle, you contributed 86. And all participating players belong to the same faction. Blood Demon Star is deemed a collective asset of your group, of which you hold the largest share and are appointed as the leader of the player alliance on this planet. Due to the population being under 700,000, no biological projections will be made for battle at this time. The system rewards you with substantial contribution points, original currency, materials, and more, granting you resource allocation rights for Blood Demon Star starting today. Not only Ling Weirui, but others also received resources. Even a mere 0.01 share represents the wealth of a planet, destined to transform into immense resources in the future. All players were elated, except for the protagonist player, Xiao Chongqing, who felt as though he had missed out on a fortune. He even experienced a strong premonition that, had it not been for the arrival of the Decade Group, this planet would likely have been his. However, ruminating on such matters now seemed futile. The Decade Group was too formidable. Anyone here could easily crush him. He truly felt the profound changes that had transpired on Blue Star in just a year and 8 months. Furthermore, the actions of the legendary female immortal, whom he had only met once, filled him with admiration. Blue Star Player Alliance Leader, Killing Fish 10 Years Update Announcement. Humanity of Blue Star steps into the cosmos for the first battle, achieving a resounding victory. In this battle, 7 billion of our compatriots were rescued, and an abundance of invaluable learning materials was obtained. With the assistance of the system, these can be regarded as skill books, which everyone can learn from. Starting today, any human can claim martial arts techniques for free. Please select the techniques that suit you. The current techniques allow you to directly transition into the warrior profession. Currently available categories include body strengthening technique, basic fist and foot techniques, basic footwork, basic internal skills, etc. As the terminology leans towards ancient characters from the Flower Nation, residents of other countries are encouraged to learn the characters of the Flower Nation. The Player Alliance will not provide translations. The era of universal players awaits your participation. Subsequently, the Player Alliance network uploaded over 1 million martial arts techniques. Of course, aside from the basic techniques available for free, the remaining techniques require one to obtain the warrior identity and pay a certain amount of merit, earned by defeating monsters, used as currency to enhance safe house levels, to access. On that day, the number of downloads for these techniques surpassed 5 billion. At present, the remaining players on Blue Star number around 6 billion. On that same day, the number of players who became warriors reached a staggering 1 million, far surpassing the speed at which Ling Weirui activated codes. Martial arts had become a topic of great enthusiasm among players, evoking a sense of urgency. Damn, being surpassed by those high-ranking members of the Decade Group is one thing. But must I now compete with the elderly? Has everyone now acquired the talent for martial arts? Soon, Xiao Chongxing understood. Due to Blue Star players having acquired exceptionally high basic attributes from several limited-time stores, and Ling Weirui selling spiritual rice, a product from the realm of cultivation, combined with the fact that all residents of the Flower Nation purchased killing fish insurance, which included free spiritual rice. It was as if every resident of the Flower Nation had consumed spiritual rice. The physiques of these individuals had long been enhanced. They simply lacked the activation codes to become players. Now, there exists a method to bypass the activation codes and become warrior players. With just a little study, one could become a basic martial apprentice. How could this not be swift? This is more intense than Blood Demon Star. I feel utterly useless. Xiao Chongxing increasingly perceived his own insignificance. After Ling Weirui released the announcement and surveyed the changes on Blue Star, she felt immense satisfaction. Even more gratifying was that the population of Blood Demon Star had now dispersed to Worm Sea Star, Orange Star, and other planets, significantly alleviating Ling Weirui's concerns regarding population needs. Although these individuals had not undergone system training and could even be termed ancient humans, as long as they had the opportunity to learn and could meet their basic needs, they could prove to be immensely valuable. Moreover, ancient individuals had their advantages. At the very least, they were fond of agriculture and could produce food. Living on Worm Sea Star was most suitable. After the withdrawal from Blood Demon Star, Ling Weirui once again directed the research team to begin dissecting the body of the weaving sky demon spider. Ultimately, Ling Weirui obtained a potion granting her 100 points of cosmic combat power. Currently, her cosmic combat power reached 3,400 points. While this increase in combat power was convenient, the materials were exceedingly rare, indicating that she still needed to engage in projection battles, as those battles occurred throughout the universe. While defeating other races could only be done near one's own star system, she still had to venture into the cosmic battlefield. Ling Weirui began selecting projection battlefields once more. The system unexpectedly notified her that she had completed 3 planetary challenges and could now release 2 projections simultaneously into the battlefield. This would evidently expedite her rate of advancement. Furthermore, with the growth of the Decade Group, the number of players able to join the projection world was increasing, now reaching over 10,000. A force of over 10,000 cosmic-level humans could already alter the dynamics of a battlefield. There was no need to explore those unknown dimensions in search of insectoid or zombie-type planetary battlefields. With previous successful cases, if fortune smiled upon them, they could clear the challenges within a few days and secure resources. If luck was lacking, it might take half a month. That was sufficiently swift. Ling Weirui would not pursue planets like Giant Wave Star. Unless a crystal palace was established, they would serve little purpose. Thus, Ling Weirui promptly locked onto 2 planets, Bugworm Star and Mutation Star. Chapter 204. Avenging Ismontis, Becoming the Lord of Demons. Bugworm Star harbored an enormous blood bug nest with a cosmic combat power of 2,000, capable of spewing out bugworms that could burrow into human brains, disguising themselves as humans, making them a formidable nuisance. Mutation Star, on the other hand, possessed intense radiation, causing any players who ventured there to experience mutations in plants and animals. With some beneficial mutations granting immense power, while others led to the emergence of mindless monsters. This planet could be considered an alternative wasteland. Both planets offered swift methods to clear their challenges. The bugworms on Bugworm Star were not poisonous, hence, Ling Weirui employed the old tactic of using poison. Moreover, having cleared Worm Sea Star, the Research Institute had gained deeper insights into the insectoid race. Although the bugworms differed from other insects, they were quite similar, and since they were smaller, they were more suitable for insecticides. A team of over 1,000 mages, with the secondary profession of potion makers, collaborated to develop a super insecticide, releasing it into the clouds to create a rain of insecticide upon the planet. Soon, rivers and seas were also saturated with insecticide. A multitude of bug-worms perished. While Ling Weirui took action to eliminate the bloodbug mothered, the bugworms infesting the players were dispersed by Ling Weirui's dispelling technique. They scrambled out of the players' minds, completely resolved. Mutation Star was no different. Research on suppressing mutation potions cleared mutated beings and eliminated the strongest creatures on the planet in no time. Both new planets were conquered. Ling Weirui then proceeded to select new planets. This continued for a month, during which Ling Weirui's cosmic combat power surpassed 5,000, reaching the standard of a level 4 cosmic human. Naturally, during this month, Ling Weirui was not solely preoccupied with the projection battlefields. The 80-level dungeon, Mechanical Terminator, which sealed away powerful foes, was indeed suitable for leveling up. Ling Weirui split into over 10,000 avatars, entering the dungeon to grind through it. After breaking through to the Ascendant stage, level 90, in her cultivation, Ling Weirui also reached level 90, drawing ever closer to the maximum level of 100. Just then, the starry detection system previously established by Ling Weirui emitted a piercing alarm. Energy fluctuations detected. A wormhole is opening. With a multitude of alien races approaching, currently nearing Neptune, Ling Weirui's heart sank. At the Annihilation Clan. Although Ling Weirui had already attained level 4 cosmic human status, whether she could contend with the Annihilation Clan remained uncertain. Unexpectedly, the decisive battle was commencing. However, the information detected clearly indicated that it was not the Annihilation Clan but demons, with 8 meteor palaces rapidly advancing towards Blue Star, expected to collide with the planet in 10 days. Demons? At this moment, within the 8 parallel moving meteor palaces, demons were utilizing a type of demonic crystal that reflected a mirror-like surface, showcasing the formidable figures of each demon. Some were 3-headed demons, others 5-headed, and even 8-armed demons. Despite their varied appearances, they all bore the characteristic magma patterns of the demon race. This star system appears so fragile. Could it possibly give rise to an entity capable of slaying the demon lord? Asmontis is truly pathetic, having been slain by weak humans. This race has been struggling for survival in the universe, unable to be exterminated. Whoever slays the other shall become the new demon lord, gaining the faith of all demons, while others must offer their devotion to the new demon lord. That human head shall belong to me, Saluncer. Do not indulge in such fanciful dreams. Should the adversary possess overwhelming strength, I shall be the first to flee. Once you all have perished, I shall ascend as the new lord of demons. Pray tell, what shall be your demonic name? The god of retreat and cunning. Perhaps? Nay, that would be the god of guile. Thus, these demons engaged in discourse, for they were the subordinates of Asmontis, a formidable demon. Asmontis naturally commanded a cadre of loyal followers, akin to Ling Weirui, who established a decade-long consortium, now boasting a host of formidable subordinates. The distinction lies in Asmontis' extended existence. Having lived for 8 millennia, this span has allowed his followers to continually evolve. Presently, each of his 8 subordinates possesses a combat power exceeding 2,000 cosmic units, with one even reaching 3,500, surpassing Asmontis himself. These 8 are his 8 great demon generals. However, the demons are bound by a stringent hierarchy of bloodlines and beliefs. As the Lord of Demons, Asmontis wielded authority over those of inferior lineage, compelling even the mightiest among them to submit. Unexpectedly, with the demise of the Lord of Demons, the bonds binding the souls of the 8 great generals dissipated entirely. Moreover, as a demon who attained divinity through faith, these beings must also gain the recognition of the demon race. Desiring to avoid mutual annihilation, the 8 proposed a novel accord. Whoever avenges Asmontis by slaying the murderer would ascend as the new Lord of Demons, with the others willingly offering their souls in reverence. All 8 demons acquiesced to this pact. Due to the destruction of the transport array on the fallen star and their discovery of the Lord of Demons' corpse, which was not located on the fallen star, They employed arcane methods to pinpoint the coordinates of the blue star. Upon entering the solar system, they quickly detected the presence of the Lord of Demons' power among the humans on Blue Star. By consuming these humans, they would effectively acquire the blood of the Lord of Demons. Ling Weirui, at that moment, deemed the exchange of the Lord of Demons' corpse for resources with the primordial humans to be unwise. In truth, it represented a means to eradicate demonic essence. Undertaking her own research could yield far greater benefits, yet it may also invite considerable peril. Now, the coordinates of Blue Star have been thoroughly exposed to the gaze of the demon race. Is this an invitation to death? Ling Weirui scrutinized the surveillance footage. Currently, the entire solar system was interwoven with a dense network of satellite monitoring devices orchestrated by Ling Weirui. Each major celestial body was equipped with signal towers and transport arrays, enabling immediate interception of these intruders in the cosmos. Furthermore, according to the energy detector readings, the 8 approaching demons possessed combat powers ranging from a minimum of 2,200 to a maximum of 3,500. Considerably inferior to Ling Weirui. However, they were significantly stronger than her other subordinates. Nevertheless, time is of the essence. Many of Ling Weirui's subordinates are bound by contracts lasting centuries. Assuming that in several centuries,